Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Si Lian was the family head of the Si family in the Yuan world. Si Lian stared with a straight face at Si Tongtian standing in front of him and asked, "Do you really want to go?" Si Tongtian was slightly fearful of Si Lian, but he eventually gathered enough courage to nod. Si Lian asked, "You will be nothing but a cannon fodder there." Si Tongtian frowned and said, "Father, do you really think that I'm that lousy?" Si Lian expressionlessly retorted, "Oh, are you not?" Si Tongtian froze and went silent. "Is he really my father?" Si Lian continued to deliver more blows to his heart. "It's not just you, even the strongest on the all-worlds list will struggle on that kind of battlefield. What can you achieve there when you're not even on the all-worlds list? I'll be blunt, but you're not even strong enough to become a cannon fodder there, and don't look at me like that. I'm not lying here." Si Tongtian's voice deepened as he replied, "I admit that I'm not strong enough to contend, but I'm pretty good at trash-talking. Are you going there to trash-talk the talents of the true universe?" Si Lian boiled with rage. Si Tongtian hesitated briefly before replying, "Even if I can't kill them, it's good enough if they become infuriated by my trash-talking. Weren't you always saying that you'll die out of fury someday because I'm too annoying to deal with?" Si Lian was furious. He raised his hand up in a threatening manner. Si Tongtian's eyes widened, but he didn't flinch. He stood his ground and went quiet. A complicated light fleeted across Si Lian's eyes as he sighed. The Si family is not in a position to interfere with the matter between the Guanxian universe and the true universe. The same goes for the Yuan world. The elites of the elites are fighting among themselves, and we're mere ants in their eyes. Do you understand? After a while, Si Tongtian said, "Ye Guan is my big brother." "So what?" Si Lian questioned. Si Tongtian smiled wryly and said, "Father, I know that I haven't achieved much in my life, and you don't really think of me as capable. I admit that I'm incompetent, and the clan members aren't really fond of me either. I know that they don't want me to become the next family head, and I am not good enough to succeed you as well. Father, you and the elders don't really think of me as the heir, right?" Si Lian stared quietly at Si Tongtian. Si Tongtian smiled as he continued, "I don't blame you, father, really. I'm just too incompetent and weak. I've decided to come here and tell you about my plan, but it's not because I want to make the entire family follow me to the Guanxian universe. I'm just here to tell you that I'm going there by myself." Si Lian calmly asked, "Why, father, I'm in a terrible state. I only have one chance to turn things around, and I can only do it by seeking external help." Si Tongtian persuaded. Si Lian stared deeply at Si Tongtian before asking, "Ye Guan's help?" Si Tongtian nodded. "Yes." Si Lian asked, "You consider him your big brother, but does he consider you his younger brother? How foolish you are, father." Si Tongtian chided. Si Lian frowned, and his right hand fidgeted. Si Tongtian saw that, so he immediately explained, "The Guanxian universe is in a tough spot at the moment, and I'm about to go there and support them while they are in dire need of help. Do you really think that he will turn me away if I call him big brother if I were to go all the way there just to support him? If he doesn't turn me away, the all worlds will learn that Ye Guan is my big brother. If you want me to succeed you as the family head, I can simply call on my big brother. Who will dare to say anything by then?" A deafening silence blanketed the two. Si Lian asked, "What's going to happen if the Guanxian universe loses?" Si Tongtian retorted, "What if they win?" Si Lian frowned. "Answer me, what if they lose?" Si Tongtian retorted once more, "Answer me, what if they win? Am I your father, or are you my father?" Si Lian was furious. He raised his hand and brought it down. Slap! Si Tongtian fell to the ground, and he didn't stand up. Si Lian looked down at him and roared, "You rebellious child! Do you still think of me as your father?" Si Tongtian crawled up. He was at a loss for words, but he knew that his father's temper had always been terrible. Of course, he knew that Si Lian would really beat him up soon if he were to continue beating around the bush. Si Tongtian hurriedly said, "Father, think about it. The Guanxian universe and the true universe have fought each other for so many years, but the Guanxian universe has never lost. I don't think they're going to lose this war." Si Lian stared deeply at Si Tongtian and asked, "What if they lose?" Si Tongtian went silent, but he was inwardly annoyed. "Goodness, father, how come you're so stiff? Are you a wooden stick or something? If you weren't my father, I would have already split you into two." Si Lian glared at Si Tongtian while waiting for the latter's answer. Si Tongtian's voice was deep as he answered, "Father, the worst that could happen is death." "Are you not afraid of dying?" asked Si Lian. "I'm afraid, but I also know that the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If I don't help Big Brother while he's at the bottom, do I really deserve to stand next to him once he's on the summit?" Si Tongtian answered. Si Lian asked again, "Have you truly made up your mind?" "Yes." Si Tongtian nodded with determination. Si Lian went silent for a long time before he yelled, "Old Zhang." An old man abruptly appeared behind Si Tongtian. He was an elite as strong as divine sovereigns. There were 10 mysterious old men dressed in black robes standing behind him. They were all peak-time immortal realm cultivators. Si Lian's gaze fell on Si Tongtian once more as he said, "You shall head there with old Zhang." Confused, Si Tongtian asked, "Why? What's the point of you going there by yourself?" Si Lian shouted, "Are you going to go there just to bring trouble to me?" Si Tongtian chuckled to himself. Si Lian explained, "Old Zhang and the others can help you out, and you'll also become a bit more influential with them standing behind you. If you go there by yourself, others will belittle you even if your big brother decides to acknowledge your presence." "I understand." Si Tongtian nodded and said, "Thank you, father." He hesitated slightly before asking, "Am I dragging the Si family down with me?" Si Lian calmly replied, "If the Guanxian universe wins, we're still father and son. What if they lose?" Si Tongtian asked carefully. Si Lian glared at Si Tongtian and replied, "We won't know each other by then." Si Tongtian stiffened. Si Lian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go." Si Tongtian turned around and left. "Wait," shouted Si Lian. Si Tongtian came to a halt and turned around to face Si Lian. Si Lian mumbled, "Come back alive." Si Tongtian grinned and replied, "I'll step up if I'm qualified. Otherwise, I'll just use my mouth and trash talk them with all of my might." With that, Si Tongtian turned around and took off to the starry skies with old Zhang and the rest. Si Lian shook his head and chuckled. Little brat. There was another superpower in the Guanxian universe aside from the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. It was none other than the Milky Way clan. The Milky Way clan's history was deeper and longer than the Guanxian Academy, but it was a special superpower that rarely got involved with the matters of the Guanxian universe. The Milky Way clan was also the only clan that wasn't under the governance of the Guanxian Academy. The people thought of the Milky Way clan as an ancient and mysterious clan. Only the higher UPS knew that the Milky Way clan was pretty close to the Yang family. A woman was sitting by herself in the Great Hall of the Milky Way clan. A towering pile of documents stood in front of her. The woman was clad in a black skirt, and her long hair draped over her waist. She was exceptionally beautiful, and there was a black bracelet wrapped around her wrist. Her eyes were transfixed on the document before her as she scribbled a few words on the document. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the Great Hall. He bowed respectfully and said, "Clan Master Yang, the Guanxian universe is in trouble." The woman frowned and said, "Tell me more." The middle-aged man explained, "The true universe has declared a full-fledged war on the younger generation of the Guanxian universe." "A full-fledged war?" The woman's eyes narrowed. She placed the pen down and stared deeply at the man before asking, "A full-fledged war between the younger generation of both universes?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "What should we do, Clan Master?" The woman's expression remained unchanging as she responded, "Do you even have to ask? Pass my orders down. Every member of the Milky Way clan's young generation must return to the Milky Way Hall within 15 minutes. Those who disobey will be kicked out of the clan." The middle-aged man bowed deeply and walked away. "A full-fledged war?" The woman's eyes grew colder, and she suddenly shouted, "Someone!" An old man appeared not too far away, and he bowed respectfully toward the woman. The woman sounded cold as she declared, "Pass my orders down. Everyone who is above the immortal realm must return to the Milky Way Hall within 15 minutes. If I don't see them in 15 minutes, they will be kicked out of the clan." The old man bowed and vanished. The woman shouted once again, "Someone!" This time, a woman wearing a black shirt appeared not too far away from her. The woman stared at the woman wearing a black shirt and said, "Tell the Immortal Treasures Pavilion to activate all teleportation arrays connected to the Guanxian universe. An hour later, all of us will head there." "I understand," said the woman wearing a black shirt. She bowed slightly before leaving the Great Hall. The woman was the clan master of the Milky Way clan, Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lianshuang's eyes were narrowed into slits as she muttered, "The true universe." She balled her right hand into a fist. The Milky Way clan was a participant in that battle many years ago, so she was aware of what had happened back then. It was such a terrible battle, but it was about to happen once again. However, the members of the younger generation from both sides were the ones who were going to fight the war. Yang Lianshuang abruptly stood up and left the Great Hall. Moments later, she appeared in the vast expanse up above. A young woman was seated cross-legged in the vast expanse. Her long hair was tucked behind her ears, and her arms were resting on her knees. Her aura couldn't be felt, and it seemed as though she had become a part of the vast expanse. A black pagoda, a brush, and a golden tree hovered on her left, while a jet-black stone hovered on her right. The jet-black stone emitted a mysterious energy, and the space-time around the young woman was vibrating ever so slightly. Overall, it was an indescribable but terrifying sight. Just then, an old man appeared next to Yang Lianshuang. He bowed toward Yang Lianshuang and said, "Clan Master." Yang Lianshuang stared at the young woman and asked, "How is she?" The old man explained, "Young Clan Master has awakened the bloodline from hell, and she's already at the peak time immortal realm. She's soon going to make a breakthrough and become a divine sovereign." "Divine sovereign?" Yang Lianshuang pondered briefly before saying, "Wake her up." The old man flinched in surprise, and he stammered, "See Clan Master. Tell her that people are ganging up on her younger brother," added Yang Lianshuang. The eyes of the young woman shot wide open, revealing her crimson eyes. She jumped up, and the starry skies were instantly dyed crimson. A violent and fierce killing intent pervaded the vast expanse. The young woman's eyes depicted what looked like a crimson sea of blood, and her hair was also dyed crimson, making her look like a death god from hell. Yang Lianshuang's expression turned serious. The young woman turned toward Yang Lianshuang, and she sounded indifferent as she asked, "People are ganging up on him." Yang Lianshuang nodded. The young woman's expression remained indifferent as she cursed, "I'll fuck them up." Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the young woman turned into a crimson beam of light that streaked across the vast expanse. There was a grand palace somewhere in Milky Way, and a middle-aged man was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand palace. There was a bottle of wine in his right hand, and his eyes were fixed on a woman not too far away from him. The woman was skimpily dressed, and the bare minimum of fabric covered the important areas of her body. Her hips moved smoothly from side to side, and she would sometimes cast a flirtatious look on a middle-aged man before swaying. What was she swaying? Well, it didn't have to be said. The middle-aged man's eyes were sparkling as he stared at the woman. Eventually, he stood up and started swaying with the woman. He was obviously in a cheerful mood today. Swoosh! A monk abruptly appeared in the grand palace. The woman froze and went silent, but she immediately retreated to the side. Meanwhile, the monk was stunned to see the skimpily dressed woman. He shut his eyes and placed his palms together. "Boundless Master, you've fallen? Amichuofo, Amichuofo." The Boundless Master cast a hazy glance at the monk. He lay down on his side and said, "Sang Wu, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Guanxian Academy? You've become one of the academy chiefs, after all." Sang Wu scampered toward the Boundless Master. With a serious expression, he said, "Boundless Master, the true universe has waged a full-fledged war on the Guanxian universe." The Boundless Master shrugged and asked, "What has that got to do with me?" Sang Wu frowned. "What do you mean?" The Boundless Master explained, "Sang Wu, I'm not affiliated with the Guanxian Academy." Sang Wu questioned, "You once protected the Guanxian universe. Are you going to sit by and do nothing now that the Guanxian universe is in trouble once more?" The Boundless Master calmly retorted, "That bastard killed my disciple. Why should I help him?" Sang Wu sighed lightly and said, "Come on, why did you even accept that trash as your disciple?" The Boundless Master sipped on his wine and replied, "His aunt almost killed me." Sang Wu hurriedly corrected him, "You know Destiny's temper. Actually, you got lucky that she didn't kill your true body. Think about it, has she ever cared about anyone else aside from him?" The Boundless Master was silent. Sang Wu continued, "Boundless Master, the Guanxian universe needs you right now." However, the Boundless Master shook his head and said, "I don't really care about the Guanxian universe anymore. Besides, the Yang clan has stepped forward, so there's no need for me to step up as well." A conflicted expression fleeted across Sang Wu's face as he asked, "Are you really going to ignore the Guanxian universe? You and the Sword Master fought your way into the true universe, and you conducted a great massacre. It's all water under the bridge," said the Boundless Master with a chuckle. Sang Wu sighed deeply. The Boundless Master stared at Sang Wu and said, "Sang Wu, just continue chanting and passing your teachings on to people. You don't have to worry about anything else." Sang Wu stared at the Boundless Master and said, "We're talking about your brother's son here." The Boundless Master didn't say anything in response. Sang Wu added, "The battle didn't end in your generation, so the current generation will have to finish it. He's only 18 years old. Anyway, I've said all that I need to say. I'm going to leave now and let you think about it." With that, Sang Wu turned around and left quietly. The Boundless Master sat all by himself in the Grand Palace. He slowly opened his palm and looked down at it. The battle on that fateful day had exhausted all of his Great Deo Destiny aura, and without the Great Deist Brush Master as well as Destiny, what outcome was awaiting him? Death? The Boundless Master walked up to the window. He stared into the distance as he muttered, "Great Deist Brush Master, are you going to stand with the true universe this time? Or do you have something else in mind?" The Boundless Master's eyes inadvertently landed on a street down below. A young woman was walking down that street. She was wearing a simple dress made out of cotton, and her hair was tied into a long braid that fell down to her waist. A white kitten was resting in her arms. All of a sudden, she stopped walking and turned toward the Boundless Master. The Boundless Master felt as if he had been electrocuted the moment their eyes met in midair. The Boundless Master's pupils constricted. He felt as if he had fallen into pitch-black abyss where he couldn't move at all, and his heart pounded madly against his chest. Just then, the young woman looked away. The Boundless Master recovered his wits, but he was still horrified. He stared intently at the young woman, and he saw her walking into a small house. A large dog with golden fur stood in her way. The young woman's eyes landed on the dog, and the dog quivered violently in fear. It bowed submissively and crawled to the side, allowing the young woman to walk casually into the house. The Boundless Master was beyond stupefied. Who was she? There were two women walking side by side in the starry skies above the Suhen battlefield. The woman on the left was wearing a snow-white skirt, and she looked as though she was an angel from a painting. The other woman was wearing a snow-colored robe that matched her silver hair. The two women were absolute beauties in their own right. The two women were none other than Nailan Jia and Ji Xian. The starry skies were peaceful and quiet, and starlight illuminated their figures as they walked next to each other for a long time without speaking. All of a sudden, Nailan Jia opened her palm. A storage ring floated over toward Ji Xian. Ji Xian stared at the storage ring, and she asked curiously, "What's in here, Lady Nailan?" Nalinjia smiled and answered, it contains a Guanxian divine armor. Jishian quietly stared at Nalinjia. Nalinjia explained, things are going to be extremely dangerous soon. Why do you think I'll join the fight? Jishian asked, he doesn't even like me. Lady Jishian, I honestly don't know what to say to you, but, Nalinjia trailed off before saying, I want you to stay safe. With that, Nalinjia turned around to leave. Jishian asked, why? Nalinjia didn't turn around as she replied, I'm sure he's going to be really sad if something untoward were to happen to you. Jishian was silent. Nalinjia added, he was incredibly sad the last time it happened, but he decided to hide it from you. Nalinjia hurriedly walked away, leaving Jishian by herself in the starry sky. Jishian remained quiet for a long time until she suddenly laughed as tears welled up in her eyes. A woman was sitting cross-legged somewhere in the vast expanse. Her arms were folded in front of her chest, and she was exuding a powerful aura. She was none other than Ao Qian. She decided to focus on cultivating after Ye Guan's departure. Of course, Jishian and Nanling Yi did the same. They were all talented, and the Guanxian Academy invested a ton of resources in them. Ao Qian's talent allowed her to reach the immortal realm. Ao Qian abruptly raised her brows. She could hear approaching footsteps. She opened her eyes and was stunned to see her visitor, Nalinjia. Ao Qian gazed quietly at Nalinjia. Nalinjia walked up to her and smiled. Lady Qian. Ao Qian stood up and was just about to bow when Nalinjia stopped her. Nalinjia took out a jade bottle and gave it to Ao Qian. This is for you, she said. Staring at the jade bottle in surprise, Ao Qian asked, what's in it? Nalinjia smiled and answered, Lady Aria's essence. Ao Qian was shocked. Chief Aria was the academy chief of the demon department, and she was the strongest demon one in the Guanxian universe at the moment. The initial shock soon passed, and Ao Qian's expression softened. The jade bottle would definitely change her destiny. Nalinjia took out a storage ring and handed it over to Ao Qian. This ring contains a Guanxian divine armor, and I'm sure you already know that the Guanxian divine armor is the strongest armor throughout the Guanxian universe. Ao Qian cast a curious gaze at Nalinjia and asked, why? Nalinjia shook her head and chuckled. All of you really like to ask questions. Ao Qian stared intently at Nalinjia. She sounded serious as she said, we're love rivals. So what? Nalinjia laughed. Ao Qian hesitated briefly before saying, are you not afraid that I'll steal little Guan away from you? I appreciate the concern. Nalinjia chuckled before continuing. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for saving him at the expense of your life. I know that he should be the one who should thank you rather than me, but I just felt like saying it. With that, Nalinjia turned around and left. Ao Qian quietly looked down at the jade bottle in her hands. Somewhere in the vast expanse, a few divine spells were cast at once, devastating the surrounding space-time. A young woman hovered in the vast expanse. There was a staff in her right hand, and she was exuding a formidable aura. The young woman was none other than Nanling Yi. She had been doing her best in her cultivation since Ye Guan's departure. She became one of the Guanxian Academy's core students, and it was all thanks to a divine Dao inheritance that she had in hand. Nanling Yi swung her staff, and a cacophony of noises echoed as thunder and lightning streaked across the vast expanse. Boom! Space-time itself was annihilated, and Nanling Yi grinned in satisfaction at the sight. She had just confirmed with her own two eyes that she was now a Saint Realm Divine Mage. However, she was cultivating using the cultivation method that the great Daoist Brushmaster had left behind, so she wasn't just an ordinary Saint Realm Divine Mage. Nanling Yi stared excitedly at the staff in her hands and exclaimed, I can finally help him. Nanling Yi whipped around upon hearing footsteps from behind. She was surprised to see Nalinjia. Nanling Yi hesitated slightly before she exclaimed, Lady Nalan. Nalinjia walked up to Nanling Yi and said, Lady Yi, congratulations. Nanling Yi smiled. Thank you. Nalinjia took out a storage ring and gave it to Nanling Yi. Lady Yi, this is for you, she said. Confused, Nanling Yi asked, what's in here? Go ahead and take a look, said Nalinjia with a smile. A staff appeared from out of nowhere and landed in Nanling Yi's hands. It was a 2-meter-long pitch-black staff. The staff was slightly curved at the tip, and a tiny crystal lamp was attached at the tip of the staff. There were 2 miniature thunder dragons tied to the lamp. Nanling Yi was stunned. Lady Nalan, what is this? She asked. Nalinjia said, go ahead and use it. Nanling Yi hesitated briefly before using the staff. Boom! The 2 miniature thunder dragons spat out lightning, and a powerful electric current wrapped the staff, turning it into a thunder staff. The staff exuded a powerful aura under the influence of lightning, impressing Nanling Yi. Nalinjia smiled and explained, it's called the Thunder Dragon Divine Staff, and it's the best staff throughout the Guanxian universe. In fact, it's a sovereign grade item. Nanling Yi turned to look at Nalinjia and muttered, this is too much. Not at all. Nalinjia shook her head and pointed at the storage ring before saying, there's also a Guanxian divine armor in this storage ring, and I think you should wear it at all times. Nanling Yi muttered, Lady Nalan, this is. Nalinjia smiled without replying before turning around to leave. Nanling Yi went silent as she stared alternatingly between the staff and the storage ring. Li Banzi appeared not too far away from Nalinjia. Li Banzi asked, Little Jia, are you trying to keep them safe? Nalinjia nodded and asked, can I fight with Little Guan in the upcoming battle? Li Banzi shook her head. No, Nailanjia's identity was special, so she couldn't just join the fight. It would be great if she ended up winning, but their morale would plummet to the abyss if she were to lose. In other words, the risk was too high with very little rewards. Nailanjia smiled and explained, Little Guan will be sad if anything untoward happens to them. Li Banzi was silent. Nailanjia's smile deepened as she said, we should be united against the true universe. I don't think we should prioritize our feelings in the meantime. Li Banzi nodded, and she looked at Nailanjia in awe. The true universe would definitely take advantage of internal strife within the Guanxian universe. In other words, they had to be united if they wanted to have any chance of winning. Soon, Li Banzi and Nailanjia departed for somewhere. Ye Guan saw Yaqing sitting cross-legged on the Suhen battlefield. The 9 Dao laws orbited him, and incredibly, he was already an immortal realm cultivator. It was clear that Yaqing's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was all thanks to the non-stop fighting while Ye Guan wasn't around. The Guanxian Academy also helped Yaqing find the remaining laws to form the 9 Dao laws, and the 9 Dao laws made Yaqing an extremely powerful cultivator among his peers. Yaqing sensed Ye Guan's arrival, and he opened his eyes. He smiled and turned into a bolt of lightning that sped toward Ye Guan. Brother Ye Guan, he exclaimed as he landed in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled as well and asked, have you fully recovered? Yaqing nodded and answered, I've mostly recovered. Sounds great, said Ye Guan with a smile. Yaqing stared carefully at Ye Guan before asking, want to spar? What's up with that suggestion all of a sudden? Ye Guan chuckled. Yaqing explained, I've always wanted to spar with you when we were still in the Ye clan. Back then, I also wanted to become the heir, but I was too weak to beat you. I had no choice but to keep on admitting defeat at the time. Ye Guan laughed boisterously at that and exclaimed, let's spar then. All right. Yaqing roared. Boom! However, a deafening explosion interrupted the two. They whipped around and found that a massive rift in space had appeared in the spacetime north of the Suhen battlefield. Soon, a golden light spanning at least a kilometer appeared. The true universe was here. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits. It seems that we can only spar at another time. That's true, Ye Guan nodded and exclaimed, let's go greet them. Ye Guan and Yaqing's figures blurred, and they streaked across the Suhen world toward the golden spacetime tunnel. A large group of talents from the Guanxian universe had already gathered not too far away from the golden spacetime tunnel. Ye Guan landed at the helm of the crowd, and he stared intently at the spacetime tunnel. Soon, divine spirits emerged from the golden light, and the Suhen battlefield was soon engulfed in chaos. The powerful auras of the divine spirits swept across the Guanxian universe like tidal waves. The surrounding spacetime quivered incessantly and turned illusory, seemingly unable to withstand the gathering of powerful figures. Suppress, a voice boomed from somewhere, and the spacetime in the Suhen battlefield was instantly stabilized. The auras of over 100,000 divine spirits were suppressed. The voice had come from Mu Nian, and she had decided to personally see to it that the Suhen world would remain stable in the upcoming fights. The younger generation of the Guanxian universe stared at the divine spirits with heavy expressions. There were a few 100,000 enemies, which meant that they would lose when it came to a numbers comparison. However, none of them showed any signs of fear. So what if there were a few 100,000 enemies? The denizens of the Guanxian universe had lost and perished before, but they had never been afraid of their enemies. They had long resolved to die. Ye Guan glared at the divine spirits. Moments later, he grinned and appeared in front of the divine spirits. He raised his chin and stared contemptuously at them before asking, who's brave enough to step up? One Yao who's brave enough to step up. Ye Guan remained calm and composed in the face of hundreds of thousands of divine spirits. Actually, he was even grinning at them. A white-robed young woman stepped out from the horde of divine spirits. She was none other than Zhuge Haoyu's younger sister, Zhuge Ninger. She glared at Ye Guan, and her eyes were filled with killing intent that she didn't bother to conceal. She wanted to speak, but a voice echoed from behind her. Let me do it. Everyone turned and saw a boy wearing a plain and simple robe. He stood straight, and his long hair was tied up into a bun that sat on the crown of his head. He also looked calm and composed. A wooden spear was in his hand, an ordinary-looking wooden spear. Xian Yang, someone exclaimed, and a ruckus erupted amidst the divine spirits when they heard of the boy's name. Xian Yang was within the top 10 on the true martial list, and he was a peak immortal realm cultivator. He was a cultivator on the spear Dao, and he was only half a step away from the ephemeral Dao phase. In other words, he was the most talented spearman among the younger generation of divine spirits in the true universe. Those in the top 10 of the true martial list were cream of the crop talents of the true universe. They were like heaven's children, and their fates were bound to differ from the ordinary cultivators. The divine spirits instantly realized that the very first battle in this war would be a fight between two heaven-defying monstrous talents. Zhuge Ninger stared quietly at Xian Yang for quite a while before she stepped aside. Xian Yang slowly walked up to Ye Guan. He looked at Ye Guan and thrust his spear toward the latter without beating around the bush. Swing! A powerful wave of energy swept past everyone in the vicinity. A cold ray of light pierced Ye Guan before the powerful wave of energy could even hit him. Xian Yang's spear was so fast that his attack reached Ye Guan first before the shockwaves. However, Xian Yang's spear struck nothing but an afterimage. Ye Guan had disappeared. Xian Yang whipped around and thrust with his spear behind him. A dazzling sword light and spear light collided with each other, creating an even brighter eruption of light. However, a shrill noise echoed behind Xianyang at the moment of collision. A sword was making a beeline for him from behind. However, Xianyang didn't turn around to block the attack. He clenched his left fist, and powerful force surged out of him before flying toward the oncoming sword from behind him. Spear force? A dazzling spear light gathered at the spearhead as Xianyang thrust his spear once more. The spear collided with a flying sword. Clang! The flying sword shattered into innumerable light fragments. It turned out that it was made out of a thin sword energy, which meant that it was a feint. Xianyang turned around and saw 30 swords rushing toward him. Xianyang's eyes narrowed. He took a stance with his spear and thrust forward. Clang! Xianyang was forced 100 meters away. Before he could stop and recover, 30 swords rushed toward him like a deluge. Xianyang deflected the swords, but the 30 swords remained undeterred. They kept on coming again and again. Xianyang's eyes flashed in a cold light. He stumped with his right foot and thrust his wooden spear forward. This time, a cold glow had converged on the spearhead of his spear. Clang! The cold glow shattered, and Xianyang was sent flying away. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. 30 swords chased after Xianyang, and they moved even faster than ever. Xianyang glared fiercely at the oncoming swords. He roared and thrust his spear forward to meet the flying swords. However, Xianyang's expression changed drastically when Ye Guan's 30 swords got close enough to him. Ye Guan's attack was still composed of 30 swords, no more, no less, but each sword was emboldened with the invincible sword intent. In other words, the energy within Ye Guan's sword had gone through a qualitative change. Boom! A deafening explosion rocketed across the Suhan battlefield as Xianyang flew at least a few kilometers away. The spacetime at where the collision had occurred was fragmented. Meanwhile, Xianyang's arm was mangled by the collision. Fresh blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, but Ye Guan clearly had no intention of letting him rest as a flying sword flew toward Xianyang at breakneck speeds. Xianyang clenched his left fist and yelled, "Domain!" Boom! The oncoming sword slowed down. Xianyang roared once more and thrust his sword toward the spear. The surrounding spacetime quivered violently as spear light converged on the wooden spear's spearhead. It was time for him to counterattack. Clang! 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 Hundreds of moves were exchanged in the proverbial blink of an eye. Sword light and spear light bedazzled everyone as they flashed non-stop. Xianyang's spear was fast, but it was too slow compared to Ye Guan's sword. To make matters worse for Xianyang, Ye Guan could easily dodge each and every one of his attacks, and the latter could even counterattack. A minute soon passed, and a deafening explosion boomed across the Suhan battlefield. Xianyang was sent flying, and Ye Guan chased after him with 100 sword lights empowered by the invincible sword intent. Xianyang's pupils constricted. He clenched his left fist and unleashed his spear domain once more. The sword lights were instantly suppressed, and they froze in midair. However, Ye Guan had inexplicably disappeared. Shwick! A sword pierced Xianyang's spear domain. Ye Guan was strong and skillful enough to display the power of 31 swords using just one sword. Boom! The spear domain burst into pieces, and Xianyang was sent flying once again. The moment his spear domain was shattered, the sword lights filled with the invincible sword intent came rushing toward him. Xianyang roared, "Pierce!" He hurled his spear toward the oncoming sword lights, and his spear flew while engulfed in fiery red flames. The flaming spear managed to stop the sword lights, but it couldn't destroy them outright, as every sword light was empowered by Ye Guan's invincible sword intent. Xianyang was furious. His spear flew back to him, and he roared, "Sweep!" He swung his spear horizontally, sending the sword lights away. However, Ye Guan abruptly appeared in front of Xianyang with a sword in hand. The flaming spear was extinguished, and Xianyang was blasted away. Ye Guan immediately chased after Xianyang, prompting the latter to hastily defend himself. Boom! Xianyang hadn't even stopped flying when he was blasted away once more. Unfortunately, another sword was making a beeline for him. Ye Guan was relentless, and each of his sword attacks was faster than the previous attacks. Xianyang was furious. He gripped his spear tightly and yelled, "Burning sky!" He spun around and swung his spear horizontally. A 300-meter-tall wall of flames appeared in front of him, and he thrust his spear forward, sending the wall of flames toward Ye Guan. The wall of flames loomed over Ye Guan like a tidal wave. Boom! The wall of flames managed to resist Ye Guan's sword attack. The spacetime quivered violently at the moment of collision, but it didn't shatter. Of course, Xianyang was still forced backward, and it meant that he was weaker than Ye Guan. Swoosh! Roughly 100 sword lights manifested around Xianyang. Xianyang's eyes narrowed. He glared ferociously at the sword lights. He didn't dare to hold back anymore as he raised his spear and held it in front of his glabella before shouting, "Spear soul!" Boom! A flaming spear soul shot out of him, setting Xianyang's spear light ablaze. The flaming spear light exploded, blasting the oncoming sword lights away. Rumble! Spear soul? The divine spirits were in a jubilant uproar. A spear soul was exactly as its name, it was the soul of a spear. An intent, a domain, and a soul. Awakening the soul of one's Dao was harder than awakening the intent of one's Dao. However, the higher difficulty didn't necessarily mean that a spearman who had awakened his spear soul was stronger than a spearman who had only been focusing on his spear intent. Specializations existed for a reason, and there were some people who had decided to dedicate their lives into cultivating their intent, which could become invincible. Of course, there were also some who had decided to focus on their domain, which could suppress just about everything, while some had decided to focus on their soul. Each and everyone's specialization was bound to differ, but the outcome was often consistent. Cultivating either of the three would improve a cultivator's strength by leaps and bounds. However, there were heaven-defying talents who were talented in all three aspects, and Xianyang was a great example of those heaven-defying talents. He was in the top 10 on the true martial list, so it went without saying that he was extraordinary. Ye Guan frowned and inwardly asked, "Spear soul?" Little Pagoda was silent. "Master Pagoda, you can actually cultivate a soul aside from your intent and domain." Little Pagoda replied, "I guess." Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, "Why did you not tell me?" Little Pagoda said, "I was hoping that you would awaken your sword soul on your own." Ye Guan's expression darkened. "Fuck. How am I supposed to awaken something when I have no idea that it even exists? Is that even possible?" Ye Guan took a deep breath and asked, "Senior, can you tell me a thing or two about it?" The mysterious voice replied, "I can't care less about such an insignificant concept." Ye Guan was silent. "Wow, fine. I guess you guys are really amazing, huh? One of you refuses to teach me, and the other doesn't even care about what I want to learn in the first place. The conclusion? I have to learn everything by myself?" Ye Guan inwardly lampooned. Meanwhile, Xianyang's aura had surged to terrifying levels under the effects of his flaming spear soul. Xianyang glared at Ye Guan and was about to say something when Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. Ye Guan's expression was serious as he rushed toward Xianyang and slashed out with his sword. 32 swords? A dazzling sword light erupted and collided with the flaming spear soul, distorting the surrounding space-time. Ye Guan and Xianyang were sent flying away, but while they were in midair, 10 sword lights streaked across the battlefield toward Xianyang. Boom! Xianyang managed to defend himself, but he was blasted away once more. A brilliant sword light rushed toward Xianyang from afar, and it contained the power of 33 swords. Xianyang's eyes narrowed. He gripped his wooden sword and thrust it forward with all his might. Boom! Strands of spear soul erupted from Xianyang, and they flew toward Ye Guan's sword. Clang! 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 Unfortunately, every strand of spear soul was mercilessly torn apart by Ye Guan's sword. The space-time in the vicinity incessantly trembled, and Xianyang was sent flying once again. However, one would see that cracks had appeared all over Xianyang as he streaked across the battlefield in a flaming beam of light after Ye Guan had blasted him away. Xianyang looked up at Ye Guan, but instead of taking advantage of Xianyang's injuries, Ye Guan closed his eyes and opened his left hand to examine the remnants of Xianyang's spear soul floating around him. Everyone's eyes landed on Ye Guan, and they wondered if he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Xianyang glared at Ye Guan. He could tell that Ye Guan still hadn't revealed his true power. Is he about to unleash his ultimate move? A fierce light fleeted across Xianyang's eyes as he gripped his wooden spear tightly and rushed toward Ye Guan with a roar. Boom! The unscathed parts of his fleshly body erupted into flames. He had decided to ignite his fleshly body in exchange for power. His aura skyrocketed, and the power of his spear soul reached the summit once more. He wasted not a single second as he took a stance with his spear and thrust forward. Shriek! The air itself cried out as Xianyang's spear tore through it to reach Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan didn't even open his eyes as he raised his sword to defend himself. Clang! The collision sent Ye Guan flying at least a few hundred meters away. Xianyang moved swiftly and reappeared in front of Ye Guan with his spear just as Ye Guan managed to recover and stop flying. Xianyang quickly took on a stance with his spear and swung it toward Ye Guan. Boom! Xianyang's flaming spear souls inundated Ye Guan, but his eyes remained shut. He merely raised his sword to defend himself. Boom! Ye Guan flew 100 meters away upon impact. Xianyang glared maliciously at Ye Guan before arriving above the ladder. He gripped his spear tightly and swung it downward as flaming spear souls attempted to drown Ye Guan from above like a waterfall. However, Ye Guan was still refusing to open his eyes. He simply raised his sword to block Xianyang's attack. Clang! Ye Guan was blasted away, and he appeared miserable through and through. The divine spirits were thrilled. Ye Guan was being suppressed. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Guanxian universe's denizens turned ugly, and they stared worriedly at Ye Guan. Swoosh! Xianyang abruptly disappeared. Shuai! A powerful conflagration made out of Xianyang's spear soul towered over Ye Guan. Just then, Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he thrust his sword forward. Boom! Xianyang was sent flying at least a few kilometers away with just one sword thrust, and the onlookers were stupefied to realize that Ye Guan was emitting an indescribably powerful aura. Sword soul? Everyone froze and went silent. Ye Guan closed his eyes once more and roared, "My sword intent shall become a sword soul." Ye Guan transformed his sword intent into a sword soul. The invincible sword soul. Little Pagoda and the mysterious voice were rendered beyond speechless. The invincible sword soul. A powerful aura erupted out of Ye Guan, causing the space-time around him to tremble violently. Ye Guan didn't make a breakthrough into the mortal sword realm, but his sword Dao had reached a greater height. His sword intent had become a sword soul, and it wasn't just an ordinary sword soul, it was the invincible sword soul. Needless to say, everyone was stunned. Did he just cultivate a sword soul right in front of us and just like that? What in the hell? The divine spirits were filled with disbelief, while the denizens of the Guanxian universe felt dizzy from the excitement and joy. Ye Guan's strength reached a new height after transforming his sword intent into a sword soul. Nanjing looked down at Ye Guan with mirthful light in her eyes. Ruler and silently stared at Ye Guan. Her expression was indifferent, but she was inwardly impressed. He's truly a heaven-defying monstrous talent? Little Pagoda exclaimed. He's so talented that it's actually ridiculous. The mysterious voice agreed. True. They didn't expect that Ye Guan would cultivate his sword soul during such an intense battle. However, the shock that Xianyang felt was greater than the shock that gripped anyone else's heart. Sword soul? Xianyang wouldn't have been so shocked if Ye Guan already had a sword soul prior to the fight. After all, there was nothing surprising about someone as talented as Ye Guan cultivating a sword soul, but Ye Guan was enlightened about his sword soul after seeing Xianyang's spear soul. And that was exactly why it was terrifying. Xianyang stared deeply at Ye Guan. He had ignited his fleshly body in exchange for power, and he was already running on fumes. In fact, his aura was weakening as time went on. Xianyang swept his gaze across the divine spirits. They were also staring at him. Moments later, Xianyang smiled. Boom! A pillar of flame burst out of his divine soul and rushed toward the heavens. He had chosen to ignite his soul? He knew that he would not be able to defeat Ye Guan, who was now able to use his sword soul. Furthermore, Ye Guan still had not exerted all of his power and energy. Xianyang knew that there was no way he could still defeat Ye Guan when the latter had just cultivated a sword soul. In addition, Ye Guan had never really gone all out against him. In other words, Xianyang only had two choices left: surrender or perish. He had evidently chosen the latter. The onlookers went silent upon seeing Xianyang ignite his soul in exchange for power. The eyes of every divine spirit converged on him. They already knew the outcome of this fight the moment Ye Guan transformed his sword intent into a sword soul. The sword master's son was much stronger than they thought. Xianyang, someone abruptly yelled from the crowd. Xianyang, someone else shouted, and the divine spirits eventually chanted Xianyang's name. Xianyang turned to look at the divine spirits chanting his name. He smiled at them before his gaze fell on the golden spacetime tunnel. Melancholy and regret fleeted across his eyes as he muttered, "Farewell, manner." He stumped and turned into a beam of concentrated fire that shot toward Ye Guan. Whoosh! Powerful flames transformed Xianyang's wooden spear into a towering flaming spear that rushed toward Ye Guan. In response, Ye Guan slashed out with his sword. Boom! Beneath countless gazes, Ye Guan was sent flying at least 100 meters away. The flames were soon extinguished, and Xianyang was no longer there. All that remained was a wooden spear. Xianyang was dead. Everyone fell silent. Just then, a young woman charged out of the golden spacetime tunnel, and she went beyond pallid upon seeing the wooden spear on the ground. She abruptly came to a halt and stared at the wooden spear in a daze. Moments later, she ran over to the wooden spear as if she had lost her mind. Tears were streaming down her face, and her voice was trembling as she lamented out loud, "I'm sorry, I was too late." The nearby divine spirits could only stare at her in silence. Just then, the young woman smiled sadly and muttered, "We promised that we would be together forever, but it's fine, we'll be together in our next lives. Wait for me." Boom! The young woman had ignited her fleshly body and soul. The faces of the divine spirits changed drastically. They wanted to help her, but she had already been reduced to ashes. Only the wooden spear could be seen at where the young woman was last seen. The faces of the divine spirits turned ugly. Swoosh! Ruler and abruptly appeared in front of Ye Guan. She picked up the wooden spear and looked down at it with a complicated light in her eyes. "Someone," she shouted. A black-robed old man appeared behind her. Ruler and handed the wooden spear over to the black-robed old man and said, "Send it to the Heroic Spirits Hall." Xianyang definitely deserved to enter the Heroic Spirits Hall. The black-robed old man took the wooden spear and turned around before disappearing into the golden spacetime tunnel. Ruler and turned to look at Ye Guan. She was about to say something when Ye Guan shouted, "Shut up." Ruler and froze with her words stuck in her throat. Ye Guan added, "I'm not interested in your nonsense." With that, he turned around and walked over to the crowd of young divine spirits. Ruler and was so angry that her chest was hurting. "Who's next?" Ye Guan asked the crowd. His voice sounded calm and soft, but every divine spirit had heard him. However, they didn't dare to say anything. Xianyang was in the top 10 of the true martial list, but Ye Guan had just killed him. In other words, most of them weren't Ye Guan's match. A man walked out of the golden spacetime tunnel. The man was extremely tall, towering almost 3 meters tall. His face was like a square with lush eyebrows and big eyes, while his arms were like large pillars. His chest was broad, his muscles were bulging with veins. Overall, he looked like a man to be reckoned with. He was Hung Shanryu, and he was ranked 9th on the true martial list. Most importantly, he was a physique cultivator. The divine spirits moved aside to let him pass. Hung Shanryu walked up to Ye Guan. His voice boomed as he said, "The few people above me on the true martial list really want to fight you, but I feel like I should fight you first since I'm ranked directly above Xianyang." Ye Guan looked at him and asked, "Why don't I just fight the first placer on the true martial list? I don't mind it." The divine spirits were furious. Was Ye Guan playing with them? The divine spirits thought about it and realized that Ye Guan was extremely powerful to the point that they couldn't say for sure if the true martial list's first placer could even defeat Ye Guan. The divine spirits went silent. One had to be strong enough to rebuke others. If one were too weak to argue with others, one could be said to be arguing just for the sake of it. Hung Shanryu shook his head and said, if you want to challenge the #1 cultivator among the younger generation of the true universe, then you'll have to work your way up by defeating us first. Hung Shanryu balled his right hand into a fist. Boom! A powerful shockwave that sent tremors throughout the surrounding spacetime burst out of his fist. Hung Shanryu charged forward, aiming a punch at Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt as if mountains were plummeting toward him. Hung Shanryu was indeed an elite physique cultivator. Ye Guan stared with narrowed eyes at the oncoming fist. The fist contained nothing but fist force, but it was already capable of sundering the heavens and splitting the earth. Ye Guan found himself stuck in a powerful vortex that was created by Hung Shanryu's fist force, and he realized that he was feeling suffocated. Of course, it was mostly because Hung Shanryu didn't dare to hold back against Ye Guan, and he decisively used a killing move for his first attack. Just then, Ye Guan's invincible sword intent rushed out of him and resisted Hung Shanryu's fist force. At the same time, Ye Guan thrust out with his sword. 35 swords? Boom! A dazzling sword light collided with Hung Shanryu's fist force, creating a massive explosion that sent Ye Guan at least a few kilometers away. When he stopped and recovered, the spacetime around him was still quivering violently from the impact. However, the spacetime didn't shatter, and it was all thanks to Mu Tiandao reinforcing the spacetime on the Suhen battlefield. The people of the Guanxian universe frowned. Hung Shanryu was just ranked 9th on the true martial list, but he was already so terrifying. They could only imagine just how horrifying were those higher than him on the list. Ye Guan looked down at his right hand and found that it was badly mangled, blood incessantly dripped to the ground. His 35 swords were too weak against Hung Shanryu. Ye Guan stared at Hung Shanryu and shouted, again. With that, he rushed forward with his sword in hand. Swing! A brilliant sword light erupted and rushed toward /Hung Shanryu. 37 swords? The surrounding spacetime quivered violently under the influence of Ye Guan's terrifying power. Hung Shanryu saw that, but he didn't retreat. He advanced and aimed a punch at Ye Guan's sword. He had decided to face Ye Guan's attack head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion rocketed across the Suhen battlefield. Both Ye Guan and Hung Shanryu were blasted away upon impact. Ye Guan flew for thousands of meters, while Hung Shanryu only flew for hundreds of meters. However, Ye Guan wasn't idle while he was flying across the air. His flying swords left dazzling lights in their trails as they made a beeline for Hung Shanryu. Hung Shanryu crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend himself. Clang! The flying swords bounced away as if they had encountered the sturdiest metal in existence rather than flesh. Hung Shanryu emerged unscathed from the attack, and it made him look like he had an invincible physique. Hung Shanryu glared furiously at Ye Guan. He lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. He soon appeared in front of Ye Guan and punched out. One fundamental principle, he roared. Hung Shanryu's move looked ordinary and tacky at first impression, but it was the amalgamation of Hung Shanryu's training as a physique cultivator. A physique cultivator need not embellish their moves, and Hung Shanryu had always only cared about cultivating his fist and punches. He had thrown the same punch over 1,000,000 times over the course of his life. The spacetime around Ye Guan abruptly distorted, and even the onlookers who were kilometers away from them could feel Hung Shanryu's terrifying fist force. They took a few steps backward to escape the influence of Hung Shanryu's fist force. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred. He didn't retreat. He stood still, and when it was time, he took a step forward to unleash one move. 40 swords? However, his sword move was empowered by both his invincible sword intent and invincible sword soul rather than just his invincible sword intent. Everything trembled, the heavens up above, the ground, and everything in between. Boom! A dazzling light blinded everyone as a fist and a sword collided with each other. Ye Guan and Hung Shanryu were blasted away in the blink of an eye. However, Ye Guan abruptly vanished into thin air as if he were a ghost. Far in the distance, Hung Shanryu's eyes shot wide open, and he was about to make a move when he saw a sword hurtling toward him, targeting his eyes. Hung Shanryu hurriedly closed his eyes. Swing! A blinding ray of sword light struck his glabella, and the force behind the attack made Hung Shanryu retreat frantically. A myriad of sword lights pelted down on him as he retreated. Hung Shanryu raised his arms above his head and allowed his body to withstand the sharp sword lights. Fortunately, his body was like a fortress wall, and he remained unscathed no matter how many sword lights struck him. His physique was practically invincible. A sense of foreboding abruptly gripped Hung Shanryu's heart. He opened his eyes, and he saw a sword rushing toward him. Incredibly, the lone sword one contained the power of 41 swords. Ye Guan shattered his limits and went beyond 40 swords. The power of his attack underwent a qualitative change. There was a huge chasm between the 40 swords and the 41 swords, and Ye Guan had just crossed that chasm. However, the chasm would only get bigger and bigger, and Ye Guan would find it increasingly difficult to condense the power of multiple swords into one. Fortunately, condensing the full prowess of one more sword into one would drastically improve his overall prowess, so it was worth the trouble. In the blink of an eye, 3 more swords made a beeline for Hung Shanryu, and each sword contained the condensed power of 41 swords. Ye Guan had unleashed 4 sword attacks at once, and they were all aimed at Hung Shanryu's head. Alarm bells rang in Hung Shanryu's head, and he responded by stomping with his right foot and yelling, "Immovable divine power." A mysterious golden band of light filled with runes enveloped Hung Shanryu. The 4 swords struck the golden light. Clang! The golden band of light immediately shattered, and Hung Shanryu was sent flying away. A crack appeared on his forehead, and blood haphazardly spurted out of it. Hung Shanmu's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists to ignite his fleshly body and soul, but a sword pierced his glabella. Hung Shanmu abruptly froze. His fists were still clenched, but he could no longer move. Hung Shanmu had lost. A deathly silence blanketed the Suhen battlefield. Everyone's eyes landed on Ye Guan. A stream of fresh blood flowed down the corner of his lips. He had exhausted a ton of energy to unleash such powerful sword attacks. More importantly, Hung Shanmu's defense was just too strong. Even though Ye Guan managed to shatter it, he still couldn't avoid suffering injuries as a result. Ye Guan wiped away the blood on the corner of his lips before sweeping his gaze across the divine spirits. Who wants to die next? The divine spirits were rendered speechless. A fierce light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes as he roared, "Just call the first placer on the true martial list here. I want to fight the strongest. Come here. Come and kill me. I'm right here." Everyone had no idea what to say. One, this means Ye Guan doesn't have to physically wield multiple swords to display the power of multiple swords. He can just wield one and make it as powerful as a certain number of swords. The divine spirits were furious upon hearing Ye Guan's words. Is he looking down on the true universe? Fighting the first placer on the true martial list, just who does he think he is? Ye Qing and the others frowned. They felt that something was wrong. It was weird how Ye Guan still wanted to fight, and it seemed that he was prepared to fight every divine spirit all by himself. Ye Qing's face fell. It wasn't that difficult to deduce Ye Guan's thoughts. Ye Guan didn't want them to fight the talented divine spirits. After all, the younger generation of Guanqian universe paled in comparison to the talented younger generation of the true universe. To make matters worse, every match would end in a casualty. If a true universe talent survived, it meant that a young talent of the Guanqian universe had died. Ye Qing walked up to Ye Guan and said, "Brother Ye Guan, let me fight the next one." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that." Ye Qing wanted to say something when Ye Guan smiled and added, "I can do it." Ye Qing muttered, "Brother Ye Guan, we know what you want, but..." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "No buts. I can fight, so let me do it. It's that simple." Ye Qing was silent. Ye Guan smiled. "You can step up once I lose." Ye Qing's expression was complicated. He wanted to say something when a male divine spirit walked up to Hung Shanmu. He was about to take Hung Shanmu's corpse when Ye Guan warned, "Touch him, and you'll die." The divine spirit turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan spat indifferently, "Get lost." The divine spirit was furious, and he said, "Ye Guan, you've won against him, but don't you think you should give him some respect, even though he lost?" Ye Guan stared intently at the divine spirit and said, "I heard that the corpses of those who have perished in the heavenly garrison are still hanging from the stone pillars there. Is it true?" The divine spirit's expression turned ugly. "Did you give them even an ounce of respect?" asked Ye Guan. "That is that, this is this," the divine spirit argued. Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Swoosh! The male divine spirit's head flew into the air, and blood haphazardly spurted out of the headless stump. The other divine spirits got even more furious at the sight. They were about to attack Ye Guan, but Ye Guan swept his gaze across them and snorted before saying, "Can't defeat me one-on-one, so you're trying to gang up on me now." The divine spirit's expression turned hideous. They felt as if there were dirt in their lungs that they couldn't cough out. Just then, footsteps echoed from the golden spacetime tunnel. Everyone looked over and saw a woman walking out of the golden spacetime tunnel. The woman was wearing a simple dress with flowers and clouds embroidered on it. Her long hair was casually let down behind her and was tied with a simple ribbon. She looked to be about 18 years old. Her features were beautiful, but her aura was so cold she appeared as though she were a block of ice. "Yu Yucheo," exclaimed a divine spirit. Yu Yucheo was ranked 8th on the true martial list. Yu Yucheo slowly walked up to Ye Guan. She stared at him before pointing at Hung Shanmu's corpse. "Can you move that away?" she asked. Ye Guan shouted, "Men." Two old men abruptly appeared and dragged Hung Shanmu's body away. Yu Yucheo's gaze landed on Ye Guan, and she said, "Please." Yu Yucheo opened her right palm. Strange red scriptures filled the space a kilometer around Yu Yucheo. The spacetime trembled violently when the red scriptures appeared, and crimson lightning could be seen from within the red scriptures. Soon, multiple crimson bolts of lightning shot toward Ye Guan. Boom! Every lightning contained an immense power, and it was one of Yu Yucheo's biggest moves. Clearly, she didn't dare to underestimate Ye Guan. Swoosh! Ye Guan vanished, and a sword light flashed in front of Yu Yucheo. The sword attack was as fast as lightning, but Yu Yucheo was already gone by the time Ye Guan reached where she once stood. At the same time, quite a few crimson lightning bolts made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He opened his palm, and multiple strands of sword energy surged out of his palm. The strands of sword energy turned into sword lights that sliced the crimson lightning bolts apart. Slash, slash, slash. The onlookers watched as the sword lights split every crimson lightning bolt that came their way. The sword lights seemed invincible, but it failed to split every crimson lightning bolt into two. Ye Guan looked up and saw Yu Yucheo 100 meters away from him. Yu Yucheo opened her palm and brought it down as if it were a sword. Bam! Thunder boomed, and lightning flashed as a kilometer-long divine lightning made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan stomped with his right foot and transformed into a beam of sword light that took to the skies. In the blink of an eye, Ye Guan reached Yu Yucheo, but his sword struck nothing but thin air. Yu Yucheo was long gone by the time he arrived, while the 1,000-meter-long divine lightning was still chasing after him. Ye Guan had to turn around and swing his sword at the oncoming divine lightning. Boom! Lightning crackled as the divine lightning burst into pieces. Ye Guan rapidly retreated, but crimson lightning bolts streaked across the battlefield and headed straight for him. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword once more. 40 swords. Boom! The crimson lightning bolts burst into innumerable light crystals. A blurry figure appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan was about to attack, but he realized that the sword in his hands was being suppressed by a lightning current. Ye Guan decisively let go of the sword and punched out with his right fist. World Devastation Art. The World Devastation Art was Ye Guan's very first martial skill. It wasn't a high-level martial skill, but it seemed capable of devastating an entire world in Ye Guan's hands. Rumble! The space-time shook violently as Ye Guan's fist blocked the oncoming lightning bolt. Yu Yucheo's figure was revealed when the lightning bolt dissipated. It turned out that she had to use the lightning bolt to protect herself. Yu Yucheo glared at Ye Guan, but before she could make her next move, a sword headed straight for her from her flank. Yu Yucheo's eyes flashed in a crimson light. Boom! Yu Yucheo and Ye Guan had to retreat when their attacks collided with each other. Crimson lightning and Ye Guan's sword lights incessantly tore at each other, creating a horrifying sight. The two retreated several hundred meters away from each other before stopping. Yu Yucheo stared deeply at Ye Guan and opened her palm. Boom! A ball of lightning shot out of her palm and took the skies. The space-time a kilometer around her was dyed crimson in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan frowned upon seeing the lightning bolt. He then turned into a beam of sword light and rushed toward Yu Yucheo. The air let out a shrill shriek as Ye Guan tore it apart to reach Yu Yucheo. Yu Yucheo's expression turned sinister. She roared and brought down her right hand that had been controlling the lightning ball. Shuai! The battlefield was instantly enveloped by flames. Everyone watched as sword lights and lightning bolts clashed in the sea of fire. The fight was intense, and the two moved so fast that the onlookers were struggling to keep up with their speed. They could only see the afterimages of the two as well as their sword lights and lightning bolts. The Guanqian universe and the true universe observed the ongoing battle within the sea of fire. Ye Guan and Yu Yucheo moved faster and faster as time went on. In the end, the onlookers lost sight of the two, and they only knew that the fight was still ongoing because of the booming thunder and the shrill shriek of air as Ye Guan's sword cleaved through them. Nanjing looked down at the two from above. She was strong enough to track their movements, but she remained calm and composed. Not even a hint of emotion could be seen on her visage. Rulerin was spectating the battle as well, but her gaze was transfixed on Ye Guan. She had just realized that Ye Guan was still holding back. To make matters worse, he still hadn't pulled out that peerless sword. Rulerin knew that Ye Guan could instantly kill Yu Yucheo using that sword. Rulerin was familiar with that sword's might, as she had witnessed its might with her own eyes. Back then, Ye Guan's cultivation realm was incredibly low, but he managed to kill a divine king using the help of that peerless sword. Ye Guan was a swordsman, and he would become incredibly powerful with that sword in hand. However, Ye Guan still hadn't pulled it out. Why? Rulerin frowned in confusion. Boom! Meanwhile, a crimson lightning bolt shot to the skies, and it was quickly torn apart by a sword light. Under everyone's gazes, Ye Guan's sword lights converged and attacked a particular spot at the same time. Crackle! Lightning crackled, and a lightning bolt would move backward with every crackle. Yu Yucheo was standing within the lightning bolt as it frantically zoomed away. Yu Yucheo retreated a few hundred meters away, but when she stopped, a sword light had already appeared not too far away from her. Yu Yucheo's pupils constricted. She placed her palms together, and a powerful lightning current burst out of her before taking to the skies. The lightning current burst open and turned into a 3-kilometer-tall lightning god projection. The lightning god projection moved, and a horrifying lightning current surged toward Ye Guan like a deluge. Boom! Ye Guan was sent flying at least a kilometer away. When Ye Guan regained his footing, he stared intently at Yu Yucheo. The lightning god projection above Yu Yucheo was emitting waves of horrifying lightning current with its palms pressed together. The seemingly boundless lightning current made even space-time quiver violently under its influence. Ye Guan remained calm and composed as he stared at the lightning god projection. Just then, Yu Yucheo turned into a bolt of lightning and fused with the lightning god projection. Crackle! A kilometer-long lightning bolt abruptly flew toward Ye Guan. It was a lightning bolt filled with a horrifying power that made even the onlookers feel a sense of dread at the mere sight of it. Ye Guan vanished into thin air. Hum! A resonant sword hum pervaded the skies as a sword light split the kilometer-long lightning bolt and made a beeline for the lightning god projection. Extinguish! Yu Yucheo shouted. The lightning god projection swung its palm toward the sword light. Rumble! The ground quaked violently as the palm of the lightning god projection moved slowly toward the oncoming sword light. Ye Guan looked up at the massive palm looming over him. A sinister light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes as he decisively accelerated and rushed toward the oncoming palm. He had decided to face it head-on using the power of 45 swords in one sword move. The sword move was empowered by both the invincible sword intent and the invincible sword soul. A resonant hum echoed once more, and everyone on the Suhan battlefield heard it loud and clear. The onlookers stared with bated breaths as the sword light struck the lightning god projection and tore it into pieces. Yu Yucheo clenched her fists. Her fleshly body and soul burned brightly as she ignited them at the same time. Yu Yucheo's beautiful face was distorted as she roared, "Let's die together." She rushed toward Ye Guan as if she had lost her mind. Shwick! Ye Guan's sword pierced her stomach, but she was still alive. She hurriedly grabbed Ye Guan's shoulders and, boom! The immense energy within her exploded with such a powerful blast that it shook the entire Sahen battlefield. The abrupt turn of events stunned everyone. They truly didn't expect that Yu Chao would decisively burn her fleshly body and soul for the sake of bringing Ye Guan down with her. Even Ye Guan was shocked. When Yu Chao grabbed his shoulders, a terrifying invincible sword intent burst out of him, and it protected him at the critical moment. Boom! The entire world seemed to tremble as the explosion rocked the battlefield. The explosion was so loud that everyone felt pain in their ears. Ye Guan flew several kilometers away, and blood haphazardly spurted out of his mouth like arrows. He streaked across the skies. Eventually, he managed to recover and stop, but his clothes were already drenched in blood. Blood was also dripping out of his lips. The denizens of the Guanxian universe were horrified. Meanwhile, the expressions of the divine spirits were incomparably ugly. Yu Chao was gone. She had become yet another casualty in this war. 3 prodigies on the martial list had already perished since they started fighting. The divine spirits had to admit that this was out of their expectations. The divine spirits' expressions were gloomy as they stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan wiped the blood off his mouth and smiled. He turned to the divine spirits and roared, "Next! Next!" He still wanted to fight. The divine spirits glared at Ye Guan, but they were inwardly reeling in shock. Just then, a divine spirit walked out of the golden spacetime tunnel. The divine spirit was a tall man clad in a simple white robe with a saber in hand. Sui Xin, a divine spirit exclaimed. Sui Xin was ranked 6th on the true martial list. Sui Xin was here rather than the one ranked 7th on the list. The divine spirit's expressions turned pensive, but they were also hopeful. Sui Xin was a legendary saber cultivator in the true universe. It was rumored that he somehow managed to kill a time immortal realm cultivator, who was 3 realms above him at the time. Yes, 3 realms above him. He was a heaven-defying monstrous talent whose overall prowess couldn't be measured by his cultivation base. After that battle, Sui Xin disappeared and focused on cultivating. People would occasionally hear news about him, but that was about it. He had completely secluded himself to focus on cultivating. And that was exactly why everyone was so surprised to see Sui Xin here. After the initial surprise and shock, however, the divine spirits were thrilled. Sui Xin slowly walked up to Ye Guan. His gaze was steady and without even the slightest ripple. Ye Guan was about to attack when Ye Qing appeared beside him. Ye Guan wanted to speak, but Ye Qing berated him and said, "If you're not going to let us fight, then why are we even here? Are we here to watch you die fighting?" Ye Guan grinned. He wanted to say something, but Ye Qing looked away and shouted, "Help him out." Yu Chen and Gu Teze appeared to help the staggering Ye Guan walk away. Ye Qing turned to look at Sui Xin and said, "I will fight you." Sui Xin shook his head. His eyes were on Ye Guan as he said, "I want to fight him." Ye Qing frowned. "I'll give him time to heal. Once he has recovered, I'll fight him," added Sui Xin. Ye Qing stared deeply at Sui Xin and suggested, "You can kill me, heal, and then you fight my brother Ye Guan afterward." Sui Xin pondered over it before nodding. "Okay." As soon as his words fell, he rushed toward Ye Qing with his saber. A kaleidoscope of saber lights manifested, suppressing everyone within 10 kilometers of it. Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. He didn't hold back as he raised his hand and shouted, "Open." Boom! A door manifested and opened above him, the door of laws. Ye Qing didn't dare to underestimate the talents on the true martial list. The 9 Dao laws emerged from the door of laws. Ye Qing kicked off of the ground with his right foot and rushed toward Sui Xin while the 9 Dao laws orbited him. He had chosen to fight Sui Xin head-on. Boom! An ear-shattering explosion echoed throughout the Sahen battlefield. Ye Qing and Sui Xin retreated at the same time, but a shrill noise gradually became clearer in Ye Qing's ears as he retreated. It turned out that a saber was flying toward him, and it carried with it a deluge of saber light akin to its tsunami. The saber light was both towering and mighty, seemingly capable of inundating the entire Sahen battlefield. Ye Qing smiled sinisterly. He opened his arms and roared, "Converge." The 9 Dao laws rushed toward him and melted into his glabella. Ye Qing's aura surged dramatically as the 9 Dao laws bestowed their power unto him. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Ye Qing clenched his fist and sent a punch. It was a punch carrying the power of the 9 Dao laws, and it was so powerful that the space-time a few kilometers away from him quivered violently. Boom! The entire Sahen world seemed to tremble upon impact. The collision generated a backlash that struck both Ye Qing and Sui Xin, sending them flying away from each other at the same time. However, just as they stopped flying and managed to stand on their feet once more, the two rushed toward each other once again as if they couldn't wait to see who would emerge victorious amidst their bout. Boom! A powerful wave of energy spread across the Sahen battlefield, and the space-time between Ye Qing and Sui Xin trembled uncontrollably. Ye Qing and Sui Xin had to retreat and widen the distance between each other. Soon, the dust settled, and both fighters took time to catch their breaths. Sui Xin closed his eyes and placed his right hand on his saber, seemingly in concentration. He appeared as though he were a monk deep in meditation. Meanwhile, Ye Qing gestured with his hands, and the door of laws trembled. The power of laws incessantly flowed out of the door, making space-time quiver as if it were about to shatter anytime soon. If it hadn't been for Mu Tiandao, the heavenly Dao of the Suhen world wouldn't have been able to keep up with the space-time repairs. Just then, Sui Xian's eyes shot wide open. A horrifying saber force burst out of him, and even the onlookers standing over 10 kilometers away from him could feel the terrifying pressure that he was emitting. They all felt suffocated. Astonished, the onlookers rapidly retreated. Sui Xian paid them no heed and rushed toward Yeqing. He appeared in front of Yeqing in the blink of an eye, and he swung his saber toward the crown of Yeqing's head. It was a scary move that made the Suhen world tremble. However, Yeqing wasn't afraid. There wasn't even a hint of fear in his eyes as he dashed toward Sui Xian and hurled a punch. The 9 Dao laws turned into an imprint and strengthened his punch, sending ripples throughout the battlefield. It was going to be another head-on collision. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, and the two were sent flying once again. The onlookers were stunned to see a massive shockwave spread outward from where the collision had occurred. The powerful shockwave lasted for quite a while, hitting everyone within 10 kilometers of it. Everyone's eyes fell on the distant battlefield. Yeqing and Sui Xian were about 2 kilometers away from each other, and they looked miserable through and through, as their fleshly bodies were a bloody mess. They looked as if they were shattered vases, and blood dripped down their wounds non-stop. The divine spirits were gloomy. The members of the Guanxian universe's younger generation are actually this strong. Meanwhile, Ye Guan had more or less recovered. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with worry as he stared intently at Yeqing in the distance. Just then, Sui Xian stretched his hand out and clenched it. Boom! His fleshly body exploded into a bloody mist. Sui Xian's fleshly body was already a mangled mess, so he had decided to just abandon it. Sui Xian then turned to Yeqing. He lifted his saber and walked slowly toward Yeqing. The horrifying pressure boring down on Yeqing got heavier and heavier as Sui Xian got closer to him. Yeqing suddenly clenched his fists, and his fleshly body also exploded into a bloody mist. With that, he looked up and grinned sinisterly at the powerful saber force Sui Xian was exuding. Come, he roared, and the 9 Dao laws burst out of his glabella. Shuai! Beams of light in 9 different colors took to the skies, and the distinct power of each and every Dao law abruptly pervaded the skies above the Suhen battlefield. Every Dao law was like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. Come at me, Sui Xian roared. He picked up the pace, and he was soon running across the battlefield with a dazzling saber light in tow as his saber energy reached its peak. Yeqing boisterously laughed and shouted, I'm coming. He ran like mad toward Sui Xian, and his momentum was no less than the latter. Clearly, he was about to unleash his ultimate move. The 9 Dao laws up above the battlefield converged and eventually merged, creating an amalgamation of power that the spacetime of the Suhen battlefield could barely endure despite Mu Tiandao's reinforcement. The spectators more than 10 kilometers away stared with trepidation. Sui Xian had abandoned his fleshly body in exchange for power, and the power of his saber reached a new peak. The two had clearly decided to perform their ultimate moves with all their might. The onlookers could hardly breathe, and their eyes were unwittingly transfixed on both fighters as Yeqing and Sui Xian's ultimate moves finally collided with each other. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore through the Suhen battlefield. An indescribably powerful energy burst out at the moment of collision, making the surrounding space-time undulate frantically as if it were about to be obliterated. Yeqing and Sui Xian were sent flying at least a few kilometers away, and they struck the ground roughly after a mighty long fall. They tumbled and rolled for quite a while before finally coming to a halt. The Suhen battlefield abruptly descended into silence, and both sides glanced warily at each other. Ye Guan stared nervously at Yeqing's blurry soul form. His fists were clenched as he gnashed his teeth in silence. Just then, the 9 Dao laws turned into beams of light that stabilized Yeqing's soul. Meanwhile, the saber in Sui Xian's right hand turned into a beam of light that shot into Sui Xian's glabella. Sui Xian's strong saber soul stabilized his injured soul. Their conditions had stabilized, but they could no longer continue fighting. Ye Guan abruptly vanished into thin air and reappeared in front of Yeqing. He looked down at Yeqing and muttered, "Rest well." A middle-aged man suddenly manifested next to Yeqing. The middle-aged man was none other than Yeqing's teacher. Ye Guan stared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned his gaze away from Yeqing and onto Ye Guan before saying, "Young master Ye, you have to be careful." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Senior, please take care of him." The middle-aged man nodded, and he brought Yeqing's soul away. Yeqing needed enough time to heal and recover his fleshly body. Reconstructing a cultivator's fleshly body wasn't that difficult of a task for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the Guanxian Academy. They could easily reconstruct the fleshly body of a cultivator and heal their soul so long as their soul was still alive. Ye Guan slowly turned around. Rulerin was already standing in front of Sui Xian. Rulerin looked down at Sui Xian and muttered to no one in particular, "Take him away." An old man abruptly appeared next to Sui Xian, and the old man brought him away. Ruler N's gaze fell on Guan, and she asked, "I'm pretty young, you know? Do you mind if I fight you?" Ye Guan opened his palm, and the path sword appeared in his mind. "Sure, I don't mind." Rulerin glanced at the path sword before staring deeply at Ye Guan and asking, "You didn't pull that sword out during your earlier fights, but you're actually willing to use it against me. Do you mind if I ask why?" Ye Guan stared indifferently at Rulerin and said, "If you're that curious, then I can only say that I just don't like you." Let me guess, Rulerin smiled and said, you've been refraining from using that sword, as that sword is extremely powerful. It's beyond your league, and you're afraid that the sword will start controlling you rather than the other way around. To be more specific, you simply don't want to rely too much on an external tool. Is that it? You're really smart, miss. I'm impressed. Ye Guan said with a nod. He wasn't lying when he said that Ruler An's deduction had impressed him. Ruler An stared intently at Ye Guan before saying, I want those on the true martial list to listen to what I'm about to say. I forbid you from using extremely powerful artifacts against Ye Guan. Let's fight as fairly as possible, and I'm sure Ye Guan will not use his artifacts if you don't use yours. Little Pagoda was astonished, and he lampooned. Damn it, she really knows how to play this game, huh? She knows that this brat's sword is peerless, and there isn't any artifact in the true universe capable of matching up to it. She knew that all too well, so she decided to make sure that Ye Guan wouldn't use that sword during his future fights. If the talents of the true universe refrain from using their artifacts, then Ye Guan will definitely not pull that sword out. Little Guan's enemy is too smart. I really feel like the risk is getting higher and higher the longer we're playing this game. I think it's great, said the mysterious voice before explaining, there's no way he'll improve if he relies on the path sword, and it'll also be just overkill if he uses the path sword against the younger generation. Moreover, his goal isn't to become the king of relying on others but to reach the peak of the invincible sword Dao. Little Pagoda went silent. Yeah, that makes sense. In addition, Little Pagoda already knew what would happen if the sword was stronger than the swordsman. The sword master had been there, after all. Ye Guan stared quietly at Rulerin. Rulerin turned and shouted, the third placer shall fight. Boom! A horrifying aura burst out of the golden space-time tunnel. Ye Guan ended up skipping a few ranks to fight the third placer on the true martial list. A powerful energy undulation seeped out of the golden space-time tunnel, and a young man walked out of the space-time tunnel under everyone's gazes. The young man was wearing a cotton robe with clear and sharp facial features. He stood up straight as if nothing could make him bend. His eyes were shining beneath his lush eyebrows, and his lips were curled up into a smile. He was radiating a mad and sinister vibe. Yangqi, the divine spirits exclaimed. The crowd erupted into murmurs upon hearing his name. Yangqi was ranked 3rd on the true martial list, and he was the youngest time immortal realm cultivator the true universe had seen in the past 1,000 years. He became a time immortal realm cultivator when he was just 17 years old, and he was bestowed the great sovereign title at 18 years of age. In other words, he was the youngest time immortal realm cultivator and holder of the great sovereign title that the true universe had seen in the past 3,000 years. Understandably, the divine spirits were thrilled to see Yangqi. The divine spirits were frustrated because they hadn't won even a single match since the fight started, and they felt especially suffocated whenever Ye Guan was fighting one of their own. Ye Guan was just too strong, and he was also a hooligan, frustrating the divine spirits to no end. Honestly, they wanted to make the top 3 listers on the true martial list fight, but the others on the list didn't like the idea. They were all prideful cultivators of the true universe, so who among them wouldn't want to fight for their universe? Fortunately, Rulerin took the words out of their mouths. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to send their people to their deaths. Mu Nian abruptly appeared next to An Nanjing. She looked down at Yangqi and said, it's going to be a difficult fight. An Nanjing nodded in agreement. Mu Nian continued. This batch of young talents from the true universe are extraordinary. An Nanjing's gaze quietly landed on Ye Guan, and her eyes were shining with worry. At the moment, Ye Guan and Ye Qing were the only ones strong enough to fight the younger generation of the true universe. In other words, the Guanshan universe's younger generation was indeed too weak compared to the true universe's. Yangqi walked until he was about 100 meters away from Ye Guan. He stared deeply at Ye Guan, but he didn't bother talking as he lifted his hand and punched out. Rumble! Yangqi's punch seemed to contain a cataclysmic might that sent ripples throughout a kilometer of space-time around him. Ye Guan felt like a small boat in the middle of giant waves, but his expression was calm as he thrust his sword forward. His sword move contained the combined power of 45 swords. Ye Guan's limit was 45 swords, but his sword move couldn't be underestimated, as it was enhanced by the invincible sword intent and the invincible sword soul. Neither of the two decided to test the waters, they immediately went all out. A dazzling sword light bloomed at the tip of Ye Guan's sword. Boom! Ye Guan was sent flying at least a few hundred meters away, but Yangqi remained unmoving. The denizens of the Guanshan universe looked somber. He's that strong? Meanwhile, the divine spirits erupted into raucous cheers. It was their first time seeing Ye Guan being dominated in a fight, and they felt like their pent-up frustration was finally released, causing them to cheer to no end. Ye Guan looked down at his arm. It had gone numb from the collision just now. How terrifying. Ye Guan's sword move just now contained the power of 45 swords, and it had also been enhanced by his invincible sword intent and invincible sword soul, yet his sword move actually failed to match up to his opponent's attack. Again. Yangqi shouted before sending out another punch. It was a simple punch, but the power it held distorted the surrounding space-time. The onlookers were already more than 10 kilometers away, but they still retreated in a hurry. The powerful undulations radiating from Yangqi's fist gripped their hearts with a sense of trepidation, making them feel breathless. Ye Guan stared calmly at the oncoming punch before stepping out. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Ye Guan circulated the full extent of his power as a great sword sovereign to perform another sword move. It was the same sword move earlier, but it was enhanced by not just his invincible sword intent and invincible sword soul but by his great sword sovereign sword force as well. Boom! Ye Guan's attack collided with Yang Qi's fist, and the spacetime around them briefly turned illusory. The surrounding spacetime failed to withstand their power and was obliterated before it was quickly restored by the heavenly Dao. However, it seemed that Yang Qi was dissatisfied as he clenched his fist once more and sent another punch. Rumble! An indescribably powerful energy wrapped his fist, but the spacetime around Yang Qi abruptly collapsed. Ye Guan was blasted at least a few kilometers away, and when he stopped, he was shocked to find the spacetime in front of him pulsing and twisting into strange shapes. Mortal One Fist Force, someone exclaimed, sending the crowd into an uproar. The denizens of the Guanxian universe stared at Yang Qi in disbelief. He had actually cultivated his fist until it reached the mortal fist realm. It had to be known that there was an incomparably massive chasm between the mortal realms and the realms beneath them, so no one would have thought that Yang Qi had already reached the mortal fist realm. The expressions of the Guanxian universe's denizens turned ugly. Meanwhile, the divine spirits erupted into cheers. They all believed that there was no way Yang Qi could possibly lose against Ye Guan. It wouldn't make sense for Yang Qi to lose when his cultivation base and fist cultivation base were higher than Ye Guan's cultivation base and sword cultivation base. Ye Guan looked down at his sword force and chuckled. His enemy had completely dominated his sword force, and he found it so absurd that he couldn't help but laugh. The divine spirits frowned upon seeing Ye Guan laugh. Why is this guy laughing? Does he still have a trump card? A divine spirit with a spear in hand sneered, "It's funny how you're laughing in the face of death. It seems that the Guanxian universe isn't anything special." Shut up. A man in white glared at the divine spirit holding a spear and said, "You speak as if you can do what he has done." What? Want to have a go at it? Everyone rolled their eyes at the divine spirit holding a spear. They weren't stupid enough to keep underestimating Ye Guan after what he had done over the past few matches. Honestly, if Ye Guan were a denizen of the true universe, he would have definitely become a part of the true martial list. Only fools would mock those stronger than them. The expression of the divine spirit holding a spear turned ugly when he realized that even his fellow divine spirits were staring at him with disgusted gazes. The man in white glared coldly at him and said, "Even Yang Qi doesn't dare to underestimate Ye Guan, so who are you to look down on him? I don't think he can beat Yang Qi, but he can definitely beat you up like you're his grandson." The man in white turned to look at Ye Guan and muttered, "He's extremely talented, and he's going to become a massive headache to the true universe if he were allowed to grow any further." The divine spirits went silent. The true universe was the hegemon of the all worlds and the other universes, but it had never dared to underestimate the Guanxian universe. After all, the sword master had once fought his way into the true universe. In addition, the Guanxian universe was the only place that the true universe had never truly conquered. Meanwhile, Ye Guan chuckled and exclaimed, "Let me see just how powerful you are with your mortal fist." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished, and a sword light streaked across the air. Yang Qi's eyes narrowed. He stepped out and threw a punch. Boom! A tidal wave of overwhelming force swept across the battlefield, and the entire Sahen world itself seemed to tremble as it loomed over Ye Guan. Crackle! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying at least a kilometer away. However, Ye Guan disappeared as soon as he regained his footing. The onlookers blinked once, and they found a dazzling sword light not too far away from Yang Qi. Yang Qi threw another punch, shattering the sword light and blasting Ye Guan away. However, there was a change on the battlefield as Yang Qi chased after Ye Guan in midair and sent a punch toward the latter. Ye Guan twisted and adjusted his position in midair before swinging his sword with his waist in a sword thrust. It was a haphazardly executed sword move, but it still contained the power of 45 swords, and it sent ripples throughout the surrounding space-time. Yang Qi's punch shattered Ye Guan's sword made out of sword energy, blasting Ye Guan a kilometer away. Yang Qi chased after Ye Guan once more. This time, a powerful fist force formed a vortex that converged on his hand. His figure turned blurry, and he reappeared not too far away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained calm in the face of the oncoming punch. He raised his sword and thrust forward. Kaboom! There were no surprises. The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying once again. The denizens of the Guanxian universe were anxious. It was their first time seeing Ye Guan being dominated by his opponent. Yang Qi was so strong that it seemed like Ye Guan was stuck in a quagmire. Was he really going to lose? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ye Guan. They didn't want to admit it, but Ye Guan was the only one who could fight the young talents of the true universe. Ye Guan's defeat would put the lives of the Guanxian universe's younger generation in danger. Ye Guan was their most powerful and only fighter. They would all die if he ended up losing because none of them were strong enough to fight the divine spirits. How about asking the older generation of the Guanxian universe for help? It was impossible. The Guanxian universe's younger generation would never be able to lift their heads again if they were forced to do such a thing. Simply put, Ye Guan's death also meant the death of an entire generation. The younger generation of the Guanxian universe would lose all their backbone and motivation. In other words, the Guanxian universe itself was in peril. Nalan Jia clenched her fists as Ye Guan was sent flying by his opponent again and again. Meanwhile, the divine spirits cheered at the exciting sight. Ye Guan was the Guanxian universe's most powerful young talent. Despair would fill the hearts of the Guanxian universe's younger generation once Ye Guan was dead. By then, they would be like lambs at the slaughterhouse. Ye Guan had to die today? Boom! All of a sudden, a loud explosion rocked the Suhen battlefield. Ye Guan flew at least a kilometer away, and blood spurted out of his mouth as if it were an arrow that had just been let go. Ye Guan's fleshly body was mangled, and he was drenched in his own blood. Yang Qi stepped forward. This time, he used all his might for his next punch. Rumble! The heavens and the earth themselves seemed to groan as Yang Qi's punch tore through the air. The punch contained a cataclysmic might that made Ye Guan feel as if a mountain was falling down toward him at breakneck speeds. The spacetime around Yang Qi twisted and distorted violently as the punch made a beeline for Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan didn't retreat before the terrifying might of Yang Qi's punch. Instead, he closed his eyes and examined the power of the oncoming fist. Moments later, he grinned and muttered, "So this is what being mortal means." Ye Guan bravely stepped forward. Boom! A horrifying sword force burst out of him. A sword manifested in the blink of an eye, and Ye Guan immediately thrust it toward Yang Qi's fist. Boom! The sword and the fist collided, but the sword didn't shatter. It seemed undisturbed as it rushed toward Yang Qi. The onlookers were beyond stupefied. Mortal Sword Realm? The entire battlefield went quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. One similar to the Mortal Sword Realm. I guess it's not swordsman exclusive. Everyone was flabbergasted. How could this be? Their minds went blank. They truly couldn't understand how Ye Guan was enlightened to his mortal sword in the middle of a battle. After the initial shock, the denizens of the Guanxian universe erupted into cheers. Ye Guan had just gone past the Great Sword Sovereign Realm to reach the Mortal Sword Realm, which meant that he had just become a true monster. And Nanjing and Mu Nian were pleased, but they were actually worried earlier. They were also aware of the grim consequences if Ye Guan were to end up defeated. The younger generation of the Guanxian universe would definitely be annihilated. Therefore, they were more than pleased to see Ye Guan make a breakthrough into the Mortal Sword Realm. Ye Guan's sword intent and sword soul were special, so he had become drastically more powerful after making a breakthrough in his sword Dao than if he hadn't awakened his sword soul. At this point, a cultivator with the same accomplishments as him on their own Daos would find it difficult to match up to Ye Guan. Ruler knew that as well, so her expression was extremely ugly right now. The Mortal Sword Realm. For God's sake, why did he make a breakthrough at such a critical juncture? Ruler was well aware of just how dangerous a Mortal Sword Realm swordsman was. Even worse, Ye Guan had also awakened his sword soul. Ye Guan's sword obliterated Yang Qi's fist force. Yang Qi's eyes narrowed, and he started panicking. He never expected that Ye Guan would make a breakthrough mid-fight. There was a loud bang as Yang Qi flew backward. Yang Qi flew a few hundred meters before he managed to stop. The divine spirits frowned, but they were also filled with disbelief. Why was the fist Dao so much weaker than the sword Dao when both Yang Qi and Ye Guan had the same accomplishments on their own Daos? Yang Qi glanced down at his right hand. It was completely ripped apart, and his white bones were exposed. He was at a loss for words. Clearly, he hadn't expected that a swordsman at the Mortal Sword Realm would be so strong. Unbelievable? Yang Qi glared at Ye Guan in the distance, and his right hand slowly curled into a fist. Ye Guan suddenly vanished, and a shrill, resonant cry pervaded the battlefield. Yang Qi's eyes narrowed, and there was an icy light in his eyes as he punched with all his might. His punch contained the power of 100,000 troops galloping to war on their horses, and it made the surrounding spacetime quiver violently. Kaboom! Ye Guan's sword struck Yang Qi's fist force, shattering it. A powerful force swept Yang Qi away. The surrounding kilometer of space undulated wildly, and Yang Qi's fleshly body was in terrible shape. Blood incessantly poured out of him, and he looked like a bloody zombie. A few divine spirits spectating the fight clenched their fists. They cast an anxious gaze on Yang Qi. Was Yang Qi going to lose as well? Just then, Ruler N's voice echoed in Yang Qi's head. Retreat, stop fighting him. Retreat? Yang Qi shook his head. A retreat was tantamount to a surrender, and he didn't want to surrender no matter what. Ruler N tried to convince him. He's made a breakthrough into the Mortal Sword Realm, and you are no longer his opponent. You're talented enough to become a divine sovereign. You just have to survive this fight. Ruler N stared deeply at Yang Qi. She didn't want Yang Qi to die here. Yang Qi would certainly become a divine sovereign in the future, and it would be a waste to see him die here. However, Yang Qi shook his head and laughed. Ruler N, I would rather die than surrender. Surrender? No way. With that, he walked slowly toward Ye Guan. A powerful explosion as an insidious flame rushed out of him. A tempest of energy abruptly enveloped him. He wasn't planning on going down so easily. Boom! A deep rumble echoed from within Yang Qi as his prowess reached a new peak. It was a power that he had obtained after sacrificing both his fleshly body and his soul. The divine spirits went silent at the sight, and they stared intently at Yang Qi burning brightly like the sun. They felt conflicted deep inside. Ruler N's expression darkened. Yang Qi had a bright future ahead of him, but he was willing to die here. Ye Guan stared quietly at Yang Qi while mulling over something. His breakthrough had increased his strength significantly, and he couldn't wait to see just how strong he had become after reaching the Mortal Sword Realm. Yang Qi took one final glance at the golden spacetime tunnel. His eyes seemed to pierce the spacetime tunnel to reach the true universe. There was regret and a forlorn light in his eyes. He knew that he wouldn't be able to go back home. He was truly regretful. He was regretful that he couldn't say goodbye to so many people back home. Yangqi turned toward Ye Guan and laughed hysterically. My name is Yangqi, and I'm from the true universe. I will drag you down with me. He stumped and dashed forward, and the full extent of his cultivation base fueled him as he made a beeline for Ye Guan. He had become extremely powerful. Yangqi reckoned that he had never felt so powerful before. Soon, he brought his hand back and clenched his fist. He poured everything he had, even his life, into his fist before sending it toward Ye Guan. Yangqi's fist rapidly approached Ye Guan, and his aura became even stronger as it inched closer and closer to the latter. The spacetime a few dozen kilometers away from Yangqi quivered violently despite the distance. The onlookers were shocked. Yangqi was about to become a divine sovereign? Ruler and looked down at Yangqi with disbelief. She stared closely at Yangqi and discovered that Yangqi was indeed on the cusp of becoming a divine sovereign. Ruler and glared at Ye Guan with her hands clenched powerfully. She fell into deep contemplation as she ruminated over her options. The older generation of the true universe was strong enough to fight the older generation of the Guanxian universe. However, Ruler and reckoned that if she were to make a move, war would most likely erupt between the older generation of both universes. It would be a bloodier war than that war 30 million years ago. After all, Ye Guan's Dao protector was destiny. Ye Guan stared calmly at Yangqi running over toward him. Yangqi's outstretched fist was filled with an indescribably powerful fist force. When Yangqi was just inches away from Ye Guan, Yangqi shattered the shackles of the time immortal realm to become a divine sovereign. At the same time, Ye Guan made a move. A dazzling sword light streaked across the skies, and both fist and sword collided in midair, generating a powerful explosion that sent tremors throughout the entire Sahen battlefield. A figure was sent flying away. The onlookers took a closer look and found that the figure belonged to Ye Guan. Ye Guan flew rapidly, and he tumbled on the ground quite a few times before he finally came to a halt. When the dust settled, Ye Guan appeared once more, but his fleshly body was no more. Meanwhile, Yangqi had been reduced to ashes by the collision of their ultimate moves, and the only traces of his existence were his overwhelmingly powerful fist force and fist intent that the onlookers could still see and feel in the air. Yangqi was dead. A deafening silence landed on the heads of the divine spirits. They clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth. They were furious, but they also thought of it as a waste of life. If Yangqi were still alive, his future would have been very bright. He ended up becoming a divine sovereign a few moments before he perished. He was truly a heaven-defying monstrous talent of the true universe, but it was a pity that he ended up dying here. Just then, a powerful shockwave burst out of Ye Guan. The onlookers turned to Ye Guan and were stunned. Lightning clouds had gathered above Ye Guan. Was he going to go through his heavenly tribulation right there and then? What the hell? The heavenly Dao of the Sahen world stared quietly at Ye Guan. A cultivator on the cusp of becoming a divine tribulation realm cultivator had to withstand a heavenly tribulation before they could truly make a breakthrough. Heavenly tribulations were under the management of heavenly Daos, so the heavenly tribulation clouds above Ye Guan were under the management of the Sahen world's heavenly Dao. However, the heavenly Dao seemed like it had no idea what to do. Should it send a heavenly tribulation on Ye Guan's way? The Sahen world's heavenly Dao was scared. It was afraid of messing up and being held accountable for its mistake. Ye Guan was the king of the Guanxian universe, after all, so Ye Guan was the manager of every heavenly Dao located in every world under the Guanxian universe's jurisdiction. Just then, Mu Tiandao's voice echoed in its head. Send one his way. For formality's sake, she said. Ye Guan had already broken through, and a heavenly tribulation wouldn't affect him both negatively and positively. Still, he had to go through a heavenly tribulation for the sake of formalities. The heavenly Dao was relieved, and it sent a bolt of divine lightning on Ye Guan's way. Ye Guan merely glanced at the divine lightning and waved his sleeve. It was a casual action, but the divine lightning inexplicably burst into pieces. Ye Guan was now a divine tribulation realm cultivator. The heavenly Dao saw that Ye Guan had successfully vanquished a bolt of divine lightning, and it rewarded Ye Guan with a gift that the latter frantically absorbed. After a while, Ye Guan discovered something weird. The heavenly Dao's gift seemed a bit too much, and it seemed like the heavenly Dao wouldn't stop giving him heavenly Dao energy. A few experts on the Guanxian universe's side couldn't help but laugh at how absurd the sight they were staring at. The heavenly Dao's gift wasn't supposed to be that bountiful, and the amount of heavenly Dao energy that it would give as a gift also depended on the heavenly Dao's mood. However, the heavenly Dao of the Sahen world seemed like it had decided to devote its life to strengthening Ye Guan. Mu Tiandao shook her head and chuckled. She then glanced at the heavenly Dao and said, "That's enough." The heavenly Dao of the Sahen world immediately stopped and retreated. It had lived for so long in the Guanxian universe that it knew what to do to survive. Of course, the same could be said for the cosmic spirits of the Guanxian universe. The heavenly Dao of the Sahen world knew that connections were vital to survival, so it had made sure to refine its ability to please and make connections with supreme elites to the limit. Ye Guan's aura continued to rise as he consolidated his power. He had been suppressing his cultivation base all this while, so he practically took off to the skies when he finally made a breakthrough. The divine spirits stared at Ye Guan with grim looks. They finally recalled that Ye Guan was just a paltry Dao tribulation realm cultivator while he was fighting Yangqi earlier. The divine spirits suddenly felt worried. Ye Guan had just become a mortal sword realm swordsman, and he had also just become a divine tribulation realm cultivator. He was already so strong before his breakthroughs, so the divine spirits were afraid to even imagine his current strength. Ruler An's expression was solemn as she stared at Ye Guan. Things weren't looking good for them. Ye Guan's sword cultivation base was so high that most of them had forgotten that he was just a Dao Tribulation Realm cultivator while fighting Yangqi. What would happen once Ye Guan reached the Time Immortal Realm? Ruler An was convinced that even divine sovereigns wouldn't be Ye Guan's match once he became a Time Immortal Realm cultivator. To make matters worse, Ye Guan's accomplishments on the Sword Dao were exceedingly high, and he was exceptionally talented as well. Rumble? Just then, a young man walked out of the golden spacetime tunnel. A piece of wild grass was in his mouth, and he was chewing on it as he walked out of the golden spacetime tunnel. He looked like he couldn't care less about what was happening. Mo Woolian won. He's Mo Woolian? The divine spirits were stunned. Someone shouted once again, he's ranked second on the true martial list. Everyone was astonished. They weren't familiar with the faces of those within the top 3 on the true martial list, as they rarely appeared in public. Mo Woolian walked up to Ye Guan and said, "You're incredible? You actually defeated Yangqi." Ye Guan stared at Mo Woolian and asked, "Would you mind if I reconstruct my fleshly body first before we fight?" Mo Woolian hurriedly nodded. "Of course, I mind." The onlookers froze and went silent. Mo Woolian added, "Of course, I wouldn't want you to recover before we fight." Mo Woolian then swept his gaze across the denizens of the Guanxian universe and laughed before saying, "Come on, don't look at me like that. I mean, there's no point even if you look at me like that. I'm shameless, and I'm proud of it. I also have a penchant for taking advantage of others. Ha ha ha." Mo Woolian turned toward Ye Guan and smirked. "I love it when people glare at me hatefully. Anyway, come on. Come here and kill me. What a shameless bastard." Ye Guan was silent. He opened his palm, and the path sword appeared in his hand. He snickered and thought, "He's so shameless, so I'll be shameless as well. Wait, I think being shameless is actually pretty fun." One Woolian means shameless, but Mo shameless sounds weird lol. Mo Woolian's smile and delighted demeanor were replaced by a grim look when Ye Guan whipped out the path sword. "I'm in danger?" A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Elite cultivators were naturally sensitive to danger because of the hardships they had gone through to become elite cultivators. The feeling that Mo Woolian got from Ye Guan changed completely and abruptly when Ye Guan took out the path sword. Mo Woolian stared with narrowed eyes at the path sword, and his heart was pervaded by unease. Mo Woolian remembered that Ye Guan had a mysterious sword that allowed him to fight divine kings, but his anxiety went through the room when he discovered that the mysterious sword in Ye Guan's arsenal was far stronger than he thought. Just then, Ruler An's voice echoed in Mo Woolian's head. "Let him recover." Mo Woolian blinked and smiled. "Young Lord Ye, why don't you recover your fleshly body first? We'll fight fair and square afterward. The true universe strongly advocates fairness and justice, and I don't want you to feel wronged." The onlookers' expressions turned weird. Mo Woolian was truly shameless. Ye Guan glanced at Mo Woolian, and then he sat down cross-legged to recover. Mo Woolian smiled, and he did not make a move. He knew that he had zero chance of winning if Ye Guan were to use that sword against him. As such, everyone watched as Ye Guan recovered his fleshly body. Soon, Ye Guan was fully recovered. Ye Guan examined himself and shook his head. His fleshly body was too weak, and it was actually destroyed so easily. However, Ye Guan had no plans to cultivate his physique anytime soon. He didn't want to bite off more than he could chew, after all. He was also a martial god aside from being a swordsman. Ye Guan didn't want to divide his time and resources any further, so he decided to focus on his martial arts and swordsmanship in the meantime. Ye Guan's eyes fell on Mo Woolian. "Come," he said. Mo Woolian grinned and pointed at the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. "Ah, this." Ye Guan said, "Don't worry about this, you can use your spiritual artifacts one as well." Mo Woolian was stunned. "Huh? You're still going to use that sword?" Ruler An appeared in front of Mo Woolian. She glared at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you going to go back on your word?" "Going back on my word?" Ye Guan frowned. He seemed confused as he asked, "When did I promise that I wouldn't use my sword?" Ruler An went silent at that. Ye Guan explained, "Ruler An, I'm a swordsman, so it's only natural for me to wield a sword. However, you're actually not going to let me wield my sword? How shameless is the true universe? Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" Ruler An's eyes narrowed. "Are you not ashamed of what you're doing?" Ye Guan glanced at Mo Woolian and smirked. "I'm just being shameless like him." Mo Woolian glared at Ye Guan, but he didn't say anything in response. Ruler An wanted to say something, but Ye Guan smiled and said, "Ruler An, I'm a swordsman. It is only natural that I use a sword, right?" Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled before adding, "Ruler An, I haven't been using a real sword because I wanted to experience hardships during battles for the sake of becoming even stronger. I've been making swords out of sword energy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I can't use a real sword, right?" Ruler An glared hatefully at Ye Guan, but she was quiet. Ye Guan turned to Mo Woolian and said, "You're shameless, right? Well, I'm shameless as well. Do you have any overpowered spiritual artifacts with you? Then, go ahead and bring them out. Artifacts and treasures are a part of one's power, after all." Mo Woolian stared nervously at the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. He was about to say something when Ruler An said, "Young Lord Ye, you're right. You can use your sword. It is indeed only natural for a swordsman to wield their swords." Ye Guan stared with narrowed eyes at Ruler An. He had always been wary of Ruler An, so he couldn't help but think that the latter had a trick up her sleeves that she was about to unleash. Ruler and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Talents on the true martial list." Boom! More than a dozen powerful auras burst out of the golden spacetime tunnel. Each aura belonged to a talent on the true martial list. The true martial list contained 20 heaven-defying talents, and they emerged from the golden spacetime tunnel to respond to Ruler N's goal. Ruler N glances at Ye Guan before shouting, "Where are the candidates?" Rumble! A few hundred divine spirits stepped out at the same time, causing a powerful surge of energy. The surrounding spacetime quivered violently when they emerged from the golden spacetime tunnel. These divine spirits were strong, but they didn't make the cut. However, they had been consistently trying to become a part of the true martial list. One could argue that they were just foolish individuals who couldn't put their foolish ambitions to rest, but challenging the true martial list was a form of training for the denizens of the true universe. This group of divine spirits had never been able to make it on the list, but they were considered elites when compared to the average cultivators of the all worlds. Ruler N stared at Ye Guan and chuckled. She turned to the divine spirits and said, "The Guanxian universe apparently has a myriad of talents. Go ahead and challenge them. Challenge whoever you want to challenge, and do not hold back. Holding back here means inviting humiliation to yourself. We'll challenge the young talents of the Guanxian universe." Talents, the young talents of the true universe roared. Their voices boomed in the skies like thunder. Ye Guan glared at Ruler N. Ruler N chuckled and explained, "Young Lord Ye, the true universe has declared war on the younger generation of the Guanxian universe. It's war rather than one-on-one challenges. In other words, there's no reason for the young talents to wait for their turns to fight, and that is exactly why I invited everyone here." Ye Guan was silent. He wanted to speak when someone shouted, "Bring it on." The voice belonged to Ye Guanzi. She was an elder in the Guanxian committee, but she was still a part of the Guanxian universe's younger generation. Someone else stepped forward after Ye Guanzi. He was Chen Ji, the student representative of the martial department. The young talents of the martial department stood proudly behind him. Ji Xian, Nanling Yi, Crown Prince Gu, and many young talents, along with the swordsmen of the sword sect, stepped forward. The younger generation of the Guanxian universe truly couldn't compare to the true universe's younger generation, but the Guanxian universe wasn't afraid of them. So what if they ended up losing? The outcome was just death, nothing serious. The young talents of the Guanxian universe glared fiercely at the young talents of the true universe. Their eyes were burning brightly with the intent to fight, and there wasn't even a trace amount of fear in their eyes and demeanor. The Guanxian universe had never backed down from a challenge. They hadn't cowered in fear when the Sword Master was still around, and there was no way they would cower anytime soon, even though the Sword Master was gone. Ha ha ha. A peal of boisterous laughter echoed from up above. "Count me in, brother Ye." Ye Guan looked up and saw Lian Shuang with 1,000 young talents behind him. The Lian clan of the Xian world was here, and Ye Guan was stupefied to see them. Lian Shuang walked up to Ye Guan with a smile and asked, "How have you been, brother Ye?" Ye Guan muttered, "Brother Lian, you. The Lian clan's number of young talents cannot compare to the Guanxian universe, but we still hope that you'd be willing to let us fight with you." Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "Brother Lian, I appreciate your intentions, but I don't want to drag down your clan. You should." Lian Shuang shook his head to interrupt Ye Guan before saying, "Brother Ye, I know the consequences of my actions, so you don't have to worry about it. I've made up my mind before I went here." Ye Guan glanced at the middle-aged man behind Lian Shuang. The middle-aged man was obviously Lian Shuang's father. Lian Shuang's father, Lian Cheng, stared at Ye Guan with a smile. "The Lian clan agrees with Lian Shuang," he said. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, "Much obliged, Lian clan." Lian Shuang burst out laughing before he beckoned at the young people behind him. "Follow me," he said, and led the over 100 young talents of his clan to join the Guanxian universe's camp. Ha ha ha. Someone's boisterous laughter echoed up above from out of the blue. Ye Guan looked up and saw 1,000 people making a beeline for him. Zhong Xiao stood at the helm of the group. Obviously, the people behind him were the young talents of the Zhong clan. Zhong Xiao smiled brightly and said, "So we meet again, brother Ye." Ye Guan smiled at him as well and stammered, "You. I won't waste any words." Zhong Xiao chuckled and turned toward the people behind him before shouting, "Follow me." Ha ha ha, great. Everyone's already here. Another raucous laughter erupted from up above. Everyone looked up and saw a few thousand people emerge from a rift in space. Han Zong was walking at the helm of the ground, and the young talents of the Han clan were walking behind him. Han Zong was all smiles as he walked up to Ye Guan. "How have you been, big brother?" he asked. Han Zong's sister, Han Yun, was standing next to Han Zong. She curiously examined Ye Guan. She was well aware of his brother's prideful personality despite his seemingly naive demeanor. In other words, Ye Guan was definitely an extraordinary young man. Otherwise, Han Zong wouldn't have spared him even a glance. Han Yun soon realized that Ye Guan wasn't like the average swordsman. His demeanor wasn't cold nor prideful. He seemed easygoing and kind. He was incredibly handsome as well. Ye Guan muttered, "Han Zong, you." Han Zong smiled. "How can I not come here when you're in danger?" Ye Guan's heart felt warm as he said, "Thank you. Come on, we're brothers. You don't have to thank me. Haha." Han Zong chuckled before turning toward the young Han clan members behind him and saying, "Follow me." Ruler and frowned while staring at Han Zong. "The unyielding bones," she muttered. She was instantly reminded of a certain someone, the unyielding sovereign? There was no way she would fail to recognize the unyielding sovereign. The latter was the supreme elite capable of suppressing divine sovereigns even though his cultivation base fell short of a divine sovereign. He had defeated too many divine sovereigns that the true god had to step in and defeat him. Rulerin was truly surprised to see that Hanzong had obtained the unyielding bones. In other words, Hanzong had obtained the unyielding sovereign's inheritance. However, Rulerin wasn't too worried. To be more precise, the true universe didn't have to feel worried about a greenhorn who had just inherited the unyielding sovereign's inheritance. Rumble? A low groan echoed overhead as the sky was split open. A woman wearing a black skirt walked out of the rift. Ye Guan looked like he had been struck by a hammer upon seeing the woman, as she was none other than the woman marred by a birthmark whom he had met at the foot of Mount Unyielding. Ye Guan was truly caught off guard by her arrival. The others also didn't expect to see her here, as she was very reserved during her time with them at the time. The woman marred by a birthmark walked up to Ye Guan and said, "My name is Panwu Chi, and I'm from the Panwu world." Panwu world? The onlookers were astonished. The Panwu world was the biggest world of the Panwu universe, and the Panwu universe was one of the 4 acknowledged universes. "I'm no longer a part of the Panwu clan," added Panwu Chi. Ye Guan was taken aback. She's no longer a part of her clan? Ye Guan was about to say something, but Panwu Chi had already rushed toward the Guanxian universe's camp. Ye Guan's expression was complicated. Rumble? However, a loud rumble interrupted his train of thought. He looked up and saw someone walking out of the rift. Big brother. The figure belonged to none other than Si Tongtian. Ye Guan didn't expect to see the brat here, but incredibly enough, Si Tongtian was standing at the helm of the Si family members. He jumped toward Ye Guan and gave the latter a tight hug while shouting, "I'm here, big brother." Si Tongtian let go of Ye Guan, and he sounded serious as he said, "I'm willing to fight with you, but please don't expect too much from me." "I won't." Ye Guan shook his head and laughed. "Thank you. We're brothers, so you don't have to thank me," said Si Tongtian with a chuckle. He then turned toward Rulerin and shouted at him, "Hey, lady. Yes, you. There's this popular saying about how wrongdoers die early. You're quite beautiful, so why don't you run away from the dark side and marry my big brother here? Give birth to a few cute babies for him, and time will eventually allow us to sit down and have a nice chat. Isn't it great to have universal peace? Why don't you advocate for it and strive to achieve universal peace for the greater good with us?" Everyone was at a loss for words, and a deafening silence enveloped the battlefield. Rulerin stared deeply at Si Tongtian and asked, "You're from the Si family located in the UN world, right?" Si Tongtian bravely shouted, "Yes, I am." Rulerin nodded. "I'll remember you." Si Tongtian frowned slightly. Ye Guan suddenly said, "She's Rulerin." "She's a ruler?" Si Tongtian froze, and his knees abruptly grew weak. Goodness? He wanted to piss off their enemies, so he knew that he would inadvertently offend quite a few of them. However, Rulerin was just way out of his league. Ye Guan turned toward Rulerin. "Since the true universe wants a gang fight, then so be it," he shouted. "A gang fight?" Boom! Each and every young talent from both sides mustered the full extent of their cultivation base, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the entire Sahen world. One worded as divine item in Chinese, but I think Ye Guan is just referring to the path sword as an op weapon by using the word divine to describe it. Ye Guan didn't waste any time. He turned into a beam of sword light that sped toward Mo Wullian. The path sword was in his hand, and he moved as fast as lightning. The path sword tore through space-time and rushed to Mo Wullian. Ye Guan was determined to kill the shameless idiot first before anyone else. Mo Wullian was aghast. He knew that Ye Guan's sword was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. His hair stood on end when Ye Guan wielded the path sword and rushed toward him. A feeling of impending doom gripped Mo Wullian's heart, and he realized just then that he would die if he were to face Ye Guan's sword head-on. His heart pounded madly against his chest, and he was panicking. What exactly was that sword? How could it be so strong? Rulerin jumped in front of Mo Wullian. She opened her right hand and brought it down. The space-time around Ye Guan quivered violently and turned into a stream of powerful yet ethereal energy that rushed toward Ye Guan. A shrill noise echoed as the path sword carved a path in the middle of the space-time torrent. The path sword seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Mu Tiandao had strengthened the surrounding space-time, but it still couldn't withstand the path sword. Ruler An's eyes narrowed, a trace of panic fleeted across her eyes. She didn't dare to face the path sword, and her figure blurred as she reappeared a few hundred meters away from Ye Guan. Swing! The torrent of space-time was destroyed. Meanwhile, the young talents on the Guanxian universe's side rushed forward. The powerful auras of roughly 1,500 cultivators inundated the Sahen battlefield. Han Zong stood at the helm of the crowd. He was a physique cultivator with the unyielding bones within him. He moved like a raging bull and clashed bravely with the young talents of the true universe. However, a young man quickly blocked his path. He was Nanggong Yuan, and he was ranked 11th on the true martial list. Nanggong Yuan rushed toward Han Zong. Han Zong's figure blurred, and he disappeared. He didn't run away. He exuded the oppressive aura of a towering mountain as he charged toward Nanggong Yuan. Boom! Nanggong Yuan was blasted away, and the space where he had been standing crumbled apart. Han Zong roared and rushed toward Nanggong Yuan. Nanggong Yuan glared hatefully at Han Zong, and his figure turned into a dazzling streak of light that flew toward the latter. A cacophony of noises filled the Suhan battlefield, and the Suhan world quivered incessantly. Rulerin stared deeply at Ye Guan. She then glanced at Mo Wullian and said, "Leave him to me." She had one job to do. She had to stop Ye Guan so that Mo Wullian could join the fray and fight the young talents of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan was the only one capable of fighting Mo Wullian. Without Ye Guan's deterrence, Mo Wullian could easily slaughter the young talents of the Guanxian universe. Mo Wullian knew what Rulerin was thinking, and he turned his attention to the young talents of the Guanxian universe. However, a young woman abruptly appeared in front of him. Ye Guan? She was carrying a large bowl on her back, and she was munching on a chicken thigh while staring at Mo Wullian. Mo Wullian frowned while staring at Ye Guan. Just then, Ye Guan said, "Ye Guan, don't hold back. Kill him if you can. I'll cook you 10 meals if you manage to kill him." Ye Guan's eyes widened with glee, and she gasped. "Goodness, are you serious?" Ye Guan nodded and exclaimed, "Yes." Ye Guan laughed boisterously as her gaze fell on Mo Wullian. "You're worth 10 meals. All right, stay there and let me kill you." Ye Guan excitedly charged at Mo Wullian, and the space-time beneath her feet was obliterated with a loud boom the moment she took a step forward to charge at Mo Wullian. Mo Wullian's expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless. His figure vanished into a beam of light that took off to the skies to meet Ye Guan. Boom! The space-time domain that Mo Wullian had unleashed was shattered the moment Mo Wullian's attack collided with Ye Guan's attack. A sorry figure plummeted to the ground, and it shockingly belonged to Mo Wullian. Rulerin was filled with disbelief. She was well aware of Mo Wullian's true prowess, so she was stupefied to see that an eccentric young woman carrying a large bowl on her back had actually managed to send Mo Wullian flying away. Who was she? Rulerin's shocked gaze landed on Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan didn't even glance at Rulerin. Her gaze was fixed on Mo Wullian as she excitedly shouted, "Get ready to die." She hurled a punch at Mo Wullian. Every inch of space-time in the path of Ye Guan's fist was annihilated, and the surrounding kilometer of space-time crumbled as well, creating a frightening sight. Mo Wullian's eyes narrowed as he stared deeply at Ba Wan. Moments later, quite a few streaks of brilliant light rushed out of him. Mo Wullian's figure emitted a dazzling light, and the space-time around him was torn apart as the streaks of brilliant light orbited him. Boom! However, the orbiting light failed to withstand the power of Ye Guan's fist, forcing Mo Wullian to retreat. Ye Guan chased after Mo Wullian. She wasn't willing to let him go just like that, as he was worth 10 meals in her eyes. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief at the sight. He then turned toward Rulerin and saw her staring at him. "Are you even a part of the younger generation?" asked Ye Guan. Rulerin laughed and said, "I'm only 20, am I not young?" 20? Ye Guan went silent. Rulerin wasn't lying because the members of the Guanxian universe's older generation still hadn't interfered in the fight. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly vanished. He wanted to end this as soon as possible. Rulerin's eyes narrowed as she stared at the oncoming Ye Guan. She raised her right hand and brought it down. Shuai! Waves of space-time loomed over Ye Guan, threatening to drown him. Rulerin wasn't brave enough to face Ye Guan with the path sword in hand, so she decided to just stall for time and make sure that Ye Guan's attention would stay on her. Shik! However, a dazzling streak of sword light flew across the battlefield. Rulerin gasped because Ye Guan had just turned around to attack the nearby young talents of the true universe. Rulerin wanted to stop Ye Guan, but a dozen heads were already in the air. They were killed in the blink of an eye. The path sword transformed Ye Guan into the incarnation of death himself. Aside from Rulerin, no one could withstand his attacks. Rulerin hurriedly jumped in front of him with a hateful glare. Ye Guan was basically forcing her to face him head-on. However, Ye Guan merely glanced at her before vanishing. Swing! A powerful yet ethereal streak of sword light fleeted across the Suhan battlefield, and its target was the young talents of the Guanxian universe rather than Rulerin. Ye Guan knew that there was no guarantee he could kill Rulerin, even with the path sword in hand, so he decided to switch targets and attack the young talents of the true universe. His figure was like a ghost dancing on the battlefield, and more than a dozen heads would fall to the ground whenever he attacked. Every target that unfortunately caught his eyes was killed in an instant. The path sword was a weapon of mass destruction. Ye Guan felt that he could kill as many divine spirits as he wanted, and he felt like he could even kill the true god as well. Swoosh! Rulerin flickered through the air. Her target wasn't Ye Guan but the young talents of the Guanxian universe. Boom! Rulerin instantly killed a few dozen young talents of the Guanxian universe. She was one of the strongest elites of the true universe, and she had already been bestowed the title ruler despite her young age. The young talents of the Guanxian universe were obviously not her match. Even Ye Guan had to use the path sword if he wanted to stand a chance against her. Rulerin didn't even bother to stop Ye Guan, as the latter was wielding the path sword. She decided to kill the young talents of the Guanxian universe to forcefully stop Ye Guan from doing the same to the young talents of the true universe. The two remained stubborn, and they seemed to be competing about who could kill the most number of young talents before the other party gave up. However, Ye Guan was between a rock in a hard place upon realizing what Rulerin was trying to do here. Stop Rulerin? It meant playing into her hand. Furthermore, the Guanxian universe would be at a disadvantage without Ye Guan killing the young talents of the true universe. If he were to stop Rulerin, the young talents of the Guanxian universe would still lose eventually. Ye Guan's expression darkened. What if he unleashed the viciousness in his heart and continued slaughtering the young talents of the true universe? Ye Guan's mind was at an impasse. In the end, he roared and swung his sword, sending dozens of heads into the air. Ruler Anne's expression was as cold as ice, but she didn't back down. She had no choice but to continue because the true universe would suffer a great loss if she were to stop. A malevolent light flashed in her eyes as she rushed toward the young talents of the Guanxian universe. Swoosh! Ruler Anne killed quite a few young talents of the Guanxian universe in the blink of an eye. They couldn't even attempt to defend themselves, as Ruler Anne was simply too strong for them to fight head-on. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was deep in the Divine Spirit's camp. Every time he brandished his sword, a few heads would go flying. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was beyond cold. He knew that the young talents of the Guanxian universe were dying every second, but there was nothing much that he could do aside from killing his enemies. Ye Guan's killing intent soon soared to new heights. Just then, Ye Qing appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Qing had already recovered from his injuries, and he looked straight into Ye Guan's eyes as he said, "Brother Ye Guan, we're going to get wiped out at this rate." Ye Guan gripped the path sword in his hand tightly, and he was shivering in fury as he shouted, "Qian Qian." Swoosh! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield, and a beam of white light melted into Ye Guan. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged like a blazing furnace. Ruler Anne stopped and turned toward Ye Guan, but she wasn't alone. The divine spirits were staring at Ye Guan, and their pupils quivered incessantly in fear. "Ruler Anne, go ahead and kill as many of them as you please," said Ye Guan to Ruler Anne before looking up and shouting, "Sky-connecting pagoda." Boom! The illusory figure of a massive pagoda manifested overhead, and it gave off a terrifying and inscrutable energy fluctuations. Ye Guan pointed at the pagoda with the path sword and yelled, "Open the heavenly gate." The pagoda emitted a dazzling light, and a brilliant streak of white light rushed toward the skies above it. Boom! The white light shattered the boundary between the Guanxian universe and the true universe, and a massive heavenly gate appeared. The heavenly gate towered at over a kilometer, and it led to the true universe. This was the heavenly gate's second appearance, and the first time it appeared was 30 million years ago. The divine spirits were beyond stupefied. What is Ye Guan going to do? Ruler Anne glared angrily at Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned toward her and saw a pile of corpses around her. The young talents of the Guanxian universe had died with their eyes wide open. There was fear in their eyes, but they bravely glared at Ruler Anne. Ye Guan stared deeply at the corpses before muttering, "I'm sorry." Moments later, Ye Guan turned his head back and roared, "Abandon the Guanxian universe. Those who can still fight shall follow me to the true universe." Boom! The ground beneath Ye Guan cracked open as he transformed into a streak of sword light that rushed toward the heavenly gate. The young talents of the Guanxian universe let out a battle cry as they followed closely behind Ye Guan. They had decided to abandon the Guanxian universe and fight behind enemy lines. The divine spirits were stunned. Ruler Anne stood frozen in disbelief. Go to the true universe? Was Ye Guan crazy? However, Ruler Anne's expression turned ugly upon seeing Ye Guan lead cultivators on the Guanxian universe's side into the heavenly gate. If she allowed Ye Guan to barge into the true universe, they would be humiliated. They had yet to wash away the shame from 30 million years ago. If Ye Guan managed to do the same, the true universe's reputation. Ruler Anne glared at Ye Guan. She knew what Ye Guan was trying to do. He was forcing her into a decisive battle. She could keep on avoiding battles in the Guanxian universe, but what about when Ye Guan was already in the true universe? Was she still going to avoid fighting him? If that were to happen, Ye Guan would just barge into the true God Hall. Ruler Anne had no choice but to do something, and she chuckled boisterously upon realizing it. Ruler Anne, good. Ye Guan, you're indeed resourceful, courageous, and unyielding. With that, Ruler Anne turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. Follow me. The divine spirits followed closely behind her. They had to stop Ye Guan from entering the true universe with the Guanxian universe's cultivators. Otherwise, their entire generation would become everyone's laughingstock. And Nanjing looked at the heavenly gate in silence. Soon, Qi Bishan appeared next to her with everyone else. Mu Nian looked at Nanjing and asked, "Lady Jing, what do you think we should do next?" Nanjing's reply came a bit late as she said, "The younger generation shall fight their peers. What if the older generation?" Nanjing interrupted indifferently. "The same goes for them." Everyone nodded. Mu Nian said softly, "I'm afraid that brat won't be able to handle it." Nanjing cast an inscrutable gaze at the heavenly gate before saying, "His birth was the highest point in this universe. However, it also means that the burden on his shoulder is heavier than what anyone can imagine. We can only protect him by making sure that the older generation won't bully him. As for the rest, he has chosen his path, and he has to walk down on it by himself." Mu Nian nodded quietly, and they soon disappeared. Meanwhile, Nailan Jiao was staring at the heavenly gate with Li Banzi next to her. Li Banzi had stopped her from following Ye Guan into the true universe. The powerful members of the older and younger generation of the Guanxian universe had just departed for the true universe, which meant that the Guanxian universe was currently an empty shell. In other words, someone had to stay back and take care of the Guanxian universe. Otherwise, the Guanxian universe would soon be plunged into chaos. Nailan Jiao was the only one with the authority to manage the Guanxian universe's affairs. The man would work hard outside to earn money while the woman would manage the house. Of course, Nailan Jiao wasn't completely helpless. Qin Guan had given her a myriad of spiritual artifacts. It was just a pity that Nailan Jia's cultivation base was too low for her to use those spiritual artifacts. They would all die if Nalanjia were to casually use Ye Guan's formidable spiritual artifacts. Nalanjia asked, will they come back? Will they come back? Li Banzi inwardly repeated, and she went silent. Li Banzi looked up at the heavenly gate, and her gaze dimmed. Many had gone to participate in that war, but only a few of them were fortunate enough to return. Ye Guan entered the heavenly gate along with the cultivators standing on the Guanxian universe's side. There was a teleportation array beyond the heavenly gate, and everyone entered it. Moments later, the array whisked them away. The array broke through the boundary between universes and sent them to the heavenly garrison in the true universe. Ye Guan turned to look behind him and saw only about 300 people. Their ages varied, but the youngest was just 14 years old. The young man was a disciple of the sword sect. As a testament to his talent, he was already a sword sovereign despite his young age. He clearly had a bright future ahead of him. The young man's baby fat hadn't melted just yet, so her pale, exhausted demeanor made her look pitiful to the extreme. The young man's sword was trembling slightly as he gripped it tightly. The young man noticed Ye Guan's gaze. His voice was trembling as he said, Senior, my name is Xiaoyu. Ye Guan smiled gently and asked, are you afraid? Xiaoyu grinned and replied, nope. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, I'm really not afraid of death. Ye Guan nodded. He then swept his gaze across the other cultivators. There were many familiar faces, but there were quite a few individuals who were no longer there. Ye Guan went silent. Back then, he couldn't quite grasp the burden his father had been carrying for the sake of protecting the Guanxian universe. Today, he could finally feel the heaviness of the burden his father had been carrying for so many years. Unfortunately, there was no other choice. Someone had to do it. Ye Guan took a deep breath. Turning around, he looked at the heavenly garrison gate and saw thousands of individuals pinned to the stone pillars around the heavenly garrison. Each and every single one of them was a denizen of the Guanxian universe. They were members of the previous generations that had lost against the true universe. They lost, and their corpses were pinned to the stone pillars here in the heavenly garrison. Ye Guan led everyone toward the stone pillars. His eyes became filled with tears as he looked up at the people pinned to the stone pillars. Everyone was silent as they looked around. The legendary figures whose feats they had only ever heard from in stories were here, and they were all pinned to a stone pillar for seemingly an eternity. They were aware that the battle back then was a gruesome one, but they weren't aware that it was this gruesome. Staring at the corpses before them, they soon understood that they had been underestimating the brutality and magnitude of the war back then. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan muttered and asked, did you participate in that war? Little Pagoda responded, yes. Ye Guan gripped the path sword tightly and said, I think this burden is too heavy for me to carry, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda was silent. He knew better than anyone the difficulties that every generation of the Yang family had to handle while they were on their way to the summit. Ye Guan seemed like he was already at the peak, but it turned out that his enemies were standing on a higher peak. Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master had gotten enough time to cultivate, but Ye Guan hadn't been able to take even a single break since he embarked on his journey to the summit of cultivation. His enemies were supreme elites, and the burden on his shoulders was significantly heavier than the burden that both Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master had to carry on while they were on their path to becoming a supreme elite. When Sword Master Qingshan and the Sword Master were the same age as Ye Guan, their enemies weren't considered supreme elites, nor were they fighting against an entire universe. Little Pagoda sighed. He had always been afraid that Ye Guan would take the same path as them, but he had completely forgotten about just how strong were Ye Guan's enemies. It was indeed too heavy of a burden. Just then, Ye Guan appeared next to Ye Guan. She tugged on his sleeve and said, I killed him. Ye Guan cast a stunned gaze at Ye Guan and saw that there was blood on her face. Ye Guan explained, I would have killed him earlier if I weren't eating while fighting him. I am usually even stronger, really. Ye Guan was silent, but he was inwardly stupefied. Ye Guan killed Mo Wulian just like that? Wasn't he the second placer on the true martial list? Ye Guan was so shocked that he had no idea what to say. After he got over his shock, Ye Guan smiled at Ye Guan and said, I'll cook for you once we're done with this fight. What do you think? Is that okay? Ye Guan grinned. Sure. Ye Guan chuckled and went silent. Eventually, he spoke inwardly, Master Pagoda, I only have one request. If I die here, please save Lady Ye Guan. I brought her out to see the world, not to make use of her. Protecting the Guanxian universe is not her responsibility, so I won't be able to rest in peace if she ends up dying here. Little Pagoda belatedly replied, all right. Ye Guan looked at Ye Guan before glancing at his stomach. There was confusion in her eyes. Why was there noise coming from his stomach? Little Pagoda asked in the tiny pagoda, did she just hear me? The mysterious voice asked, what do you think? Little Pagoda went quiet. Lady Ye Guan's origins were a mystery even to them. Just then, Rulerin appeared in front of the heavenly garrison with the young talents of the Guanxian universe in tow. Rulerin stared quietly at Ye Guan. Words were meaningless at this point. The true universe and the Guanxian universe had no other choice but to fight. Ye Guan took a stance with his path sword and stared at Rulerin. He then turned to everyone behind him and said, you've come here voluntarily, and it's already too late for us to go back. Kill to your heart's content. Kill. Furious roars echoed behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan shouted, Qian Qian. A dragon roar boomed throughout the battlefield as a beam of light melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Boom! A loud noise echoed from within Ye Guan as his aura surged crazily. Soon, his cultivation base soared from the divine tribulation realm to the earth immortal realm, which was 6 realms above his original cultivation base. Ye Guan's sword force had become so powerful that it instilled fear in every divine spirit staring at him. What was Ye Guan's biggest weakness? His cultivation base. However, Qian had merged with Ye Guan, boosting the latter's cultivation base and vanquishing Ye Guan's greatest weakness. Ye Guan's defenses also reached another level. His weaknesses were no more, and he was holding an extremely overpowered spiritual artifact. The divine spirits stared at Ye Guan with trepidation. At this point, Ye Guan was virtually invincible. Rulerin glanced at the young woman next to her and asked, "Where's the first placer?" The first placer of the true martial list had yet to appear. The young woman's expression was somber as she said, "He is on his way from the Wujian universe." Rulerin went quiet. Eventually, she said, "Tell the Jin guards to come here." The young woman trembled. Rulerin added, "I want you to inform the True God Hall to send the members of the Jin Guard's younger generation. If possible, tell the younger generation of the Martial God Guards to come here as well." The young woman's expression changed, and her voice was trembling as she muttered, "Rulerin." Rulerin stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "I want you to tell the left counselor that she should be wary of the owner of the overpowered sword in Ye Guan's hands. The expedition army should also come back here and get ready for the worst." The young woman hesitated. She wanted to say something, but Rulerin slowly closed her eyes and said, "Hurry up and do it." With that, the young woman went silent and surreptitiously left. Rulerin opened her eyes slowly. She smiled at Ye Guan and asked, "Young master Ye, I'm sure you've been wanting to take my head, right? Why don't we duke it out right now?" Ye Guan stared deeply at Rulerin and pointed out, "You're trying to buy time." Rulerin smiled and said, "You are truly admirable." Ye Guan rushed toward Rulerin with the path sword in hand. He didn't bother speaking to her, as he knew that she was just trying to stall for time. Ye Guan's goal was to lead everyone into the true universe. The true universe had already barged into the Guanxian universe, so what was stopping the Guanxian universe from doing the same? They've already barged into our universe, so we should just do the same to them? Ye Guan wanted to give the true universe a taste of their own medicine. Rulerin was all smiles while staring at Ye Guan. Whoosh! Ye Guan vanished. Ruler An's eyes narrowed. Boom! Ruler An's aura surged like crazy as her fleshly body crumbled into ashes. The people around here were forced to retreat in a panic. Everyone was shocked. They truly didn't expect that Rulerin would ignite her fleshly body in exchange for power in this fight. Rulerin took a stance and balled her hand into a fist before sending a punch toward Ye Guan. A mighty fist imprint covered in flames manifested overhead, and it suppressed everyone standing beneath it. However, Rulerin still failed to block Ye Guan's sword. Whoosh! Ye Guan split the massive fist imprint into two, and a dazzling streak of sword light quickly made a beeline for Rulerin. Rulerin stared deeply at the path sword in Ye Guan's hands. A millisecond later, she clenched her right fist. Boom! Her soul burned brightly. Rulerin had decided to ignite her soul. T/ends, those words by Little Pagoda are so true. We know that this novel is progressing so quickly. We never expected that Ye Guan would reach the true universe so soon. But Little Pagoda is right. Ye Guan has always been fighting talents at the top. He doesn't have room to breathe, and the translators and editor don't have either. The cultivators of the true universe and the Guanxian universe were in disbelief. Even Ye Guan found it hard to believe. He couldn't have thought that Rulerin would decisively ignite her soul in exchange for power when the battle had just started. However, her decision was a testament to her determination. After his initial shock, Ye Guan's expression turned cold. His right hand gripped the path sword, and he unleashed a powerful stream of sword force, sword intent, and sword soul. Rulerin was both smart and powerful, so Ye Guan had never underestimated her. Meanwhile, Ruler An's aura reached a new height upon igniting her soul. She stepped forward and opened her palm. She pushed out gently, but horrifying energy surged out of her palm. Dimensional energy? Ye Guan's expression turned heavy. It was his first time experiencing this kind of pressure. Swoosh! However, Ruler An's attack using dimensional energy failed to withstand Ye Guan's path sword. It seemed that the path sword was capable of cutting down anything that dared to stand in its path. Ye Guan tore through the dimensional energy, and Rulerin vanished in a fiery blaze. A monstrous energy swept across the battlefield as Rulerin rushed toward Ye Guan. It was going to be a head-on confrontation. Rulerin had no choice. She had to stop Ye Guan from infiltrating the true universe. This battle was between the younger generation. She was the only one strong enough to stop Ye Guan, so she had to step up. The reason behind Ye Guan's decision to lead the forces of the Guanxian universe to the true universe was to deprive Rulerin of a choice. In the Guanxian universe, Rulerin could avoid fighting, but she couldn't do the same here. She had to face Ye Guan. Boom! A dazzling sword light briefly blinded everyone. When their vision recovered, they found Ye Guan and Rulerin staring at each other. Blood dripped down Ye Guan's lips, while Ruler An's soul had turned so illusory that it seemed like a cloud of smoke rather than a soul. Rulerin stared at the path sword in Ye Guan's hand and chuckled. "I underestimated your sword," she said. Ye Guan didn't speak. He started walking toward the heavenly garrison gate with the path sword in hand. "Everyone retreat!" Rulerin shouted, "Wait for Hao Xian." The divine spirits looked at Rulerin with their fists clenched, but they didn't leave. Rulerin growled, "Leave." The divine spirits glanced at Ye Guan before rushing past the heavenly garrison gate. Ye Guan didn't chase after them. He took his time walking to the heavenly garrison gate. Soon, he walked past Rulerin, and that was when Rulerin muttered, "Young master, yeah." Ye Guan came to a halt. Rulerin smiled. "Can I ask you a question before I die? I'm not buying time." Ye Guan continued walking toward the heavenly garrison gate. Rulerin asked, "Your sword doesn't belong to the sword master, right?" Ye Guan didn't respond. Rulerin smiled quietly. Ye Guan suddenly said, "You could have lived." Rulerin was so strong that there was no way Ye Guan could keep her here if she wanted to leave. "Yes, but the true universe is behind me." Ye Guan stopped and turned to Ruler An. "Let me ask you then, when your universe invaded my Guanxian universe, have you ever considered?" "Young master, yeah." Ruler An shouted and said, "Young master, yeah, I read in a book that the Guanxian universe wasn't united many years ago. The sword master then united the universe. Have you ever thought that the sword master was an invader in the eyes of the people whose land he had conquered for the sake of uniting the universe?" Ye Guan was silent. "The law of the universe is the survival of the fittest," said Rulerin. She turned to look at the vast expanse up above before saying, "Young master, yet, it is truly a pity that you weren't born in the true universe. We could have been friends if you were." With that, Ruler An's soul vanished. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan turned and started walking to the heavenly garrison. Soon, he arrived in front of its massive gate, and he discovered a transparent wall in front of him. It was a dimensional barrier? The cultivator's expressions turned grim upon seeing the dimensional barrier. Only one sword had managed to shatter this dimensional barrier so far, and it was the sword master's Qingxian sword. However, the Qingxian sword clearly wasn't in Ye Guan's hands. Just then, Ye Guan took a stance with his sword and thrust forward. Whoosh! The dimensional barrier was torn open, astonishing everyone. They knew that Ye Guan had an overpowered sword, but most of them had no idea that they were staring at that overpowered sword at the moment. Naturally, no one could recognize the path sword. Aside from the sword master and a few of his relatives, everyone else who knew about the path sword had perished long ago. 30 million years was just a mind-boggling amount of time. In fact, the number of people who still knew about Plainskirt destiny was even fewer than the number of those who could recognize the path sword. Ye Guan suddenly said, Qian, what I'm going to do is really going to be dangerous. I might even die. Are you still willing to follow me? Ao Qian said, I was willing, and I'm still willing. Ye Guan chuckled. Then, he lifted his foot and entered the heavenly garrison. He put away his path sword, and the dimensional barrier quickly recovered. Ye Qing and the others rushed toward the dimensional barrier. Boom! Ye Qing had raised his hand and punched the barrier, but it was unscathed. Ye Qing was horrified, and he shouted, "What are you doing, brother Ye Guan?" Ye Guan swept his gaze across the cultivators on the Guanxian universe's side and smiled before saying, "Brother Ye Qing, I want you to take care of clan leader Gu and the Ye clan. We can fight together." Ye Qing roared, interrupting Ye Guan. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, "I'm your older brother, and I'll deal with it myself." Ye Qing went quiet. He displayed his determination to fight with Ye Guan by punching the dimensional barrier again and again to no avail. He even summoned the 9 Dao laws, but the dimensional barrier remained unscathed. Ye Guan's gaze fell on Ji Xian, and Ji Xian stared at him. Ye Guan smiled and said, "Lady Ji Xian, thank you for risking your life to save me. I have too many words to say to you, but I just haven't been able to find the courage to speak of them. Anyway, I'm really glad that I met you." Ji Xian flinched and started tearing up. Ji Xian had matured and had gotten even stronger, but she still couldn't control her tears and her heart. Ye Guan turned to Nanling Yi and smiled, "Senior disciple Yi, I've always wanted to bring teacher with me to the academy, but I've been really busy lately, and I have too many things to do that I can't afford to spend time on anything else." "Junior disciple, I've gotten really strong," said Nanling Yi before asking, "Can I go with you?" Ye Guan shook his head. He swept his gaze across everyone, and his gaze landed on Xiaoyu, the youngest swordsman. He smiled and said, "Bring him home. Bring our seniors pinned to the stone pillars back home. Everyone, we will definitely meet again." With that, Ye Guan decisively turned around and turned into a beam of sword light that soon vanished from everyone's eyes. Everyone was silent as they stood rooted. "Wait," someone exclaimed. Everyone turned and saw a young woman carrying a large bowl running toward the heavenly garrison. She was none other than Ye Guan. She looked extremely anxious. She didn't want to lose Ye Guan, as the latter still owed her 10 meals. Food? He still hasn't kept his word? How can he leave me like this? He didn't even attempt to bring me along with him. Is he reneging on his promise? I can't let that happen. Under everyone's gazes, Ye Guan rushed toward the dimensional barrier. Their expressions changed, and they were about to stop her, but Ye Guan entered the dimensional barrier without any hitch. Everyone was shocked. She got in just like that? Si Tongtian appeared next to Han Zong and said, "Brother Han Zong, you're a physique cultivator. I think you can punch your way in." Han Zong stared at Si Tongtian. He wasn't really close to Si Tongtian, but Ye Guan had allowed Si Tongtian to call him Big Brother, which meant that the two of them could truly be considered brothers. Han Zong nodded and said, "Let me try it." Then, he rushed toward the dimensional barrier and struck it with his head. Boom! However, Han Zong was blasted several hundred meters away. His forehead was bleeding, making him look miserable through and through. Si Tongtian's eyelid twitched as he rushed to hide to the side. In the distance, Han Zhong's brain was buzzing. Everyone stared at the dimensional barrier in silence. Han Zhong was a powerful physique cultivator. However, the dimensional barrier remained unscathed despite his attack. Obviously, they were too weak to make a hole in the dimensional barrier. Just then, Ye Qing wielded the 9 Dao laws to make another move. This time, he used all of his might to deliver a mighty strike. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The dimensional barrier seemed to be able to repel and reflect the attack of those daring enough to attack it. Ye Qing flew several hundred meters away, but the dimensional barrier wasn't damaged in the slightest. Everyone's expression sank. Ye Qing's expression turned ugly. He was about to make another move, but a mysterious voice echoed in his head. You can't make a hole in it. I think even I am not strong enough to do it. Ye Qing went quiet and clenched his fists. Rumble! A crimson streak of light rushed toward the dimensional barrier. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked closely at the streak of light to find a young woman. The young woman waved her sleeve, and a vertical crack appeared in the barrier. Whoosh! The young woman turned into a crimson beam of light and went past the barrier. The dimensional barrier had recovered by the time everyone came to their senses. It was that easy? Everyone stared quietly at the dimensional barrier. Ye Guan had infiltrated the true universe by himself. Could he make it back alive? A young woman was standing on the sky-connecting pagoda located on the Suhen battlefield. Her gaze was inscrutable as she stared at the heavenly gate above her. The young woman was Nailan Jia, and she was wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix dress. She was already gorgeous, but her outfit made her look beyond stunning. Nailan Jia's right hand was holding a jade hairpin, which was Ye Guan's gift to her. She was unwittingly transfixed on the heavenly gate as she muttered, "If you come back, this will be my wedding outfit, but if you die, this will be my mourning clothes." Ye Guan noticed many powerful auras upon entering the heavenly garrison. The auras belonged to the elites that the true universe had imprisoned here. Shockingly, quite a few auras were extremely powerful, hinting that they were at least great sovereigns. Ye Guan closed his eyes. Great sovereigns were rare throughout the all worlds, but a great sovereign couldn't be considered a supreme elite in the true universe. Ye Guan reckoned that there were more powerful divine sovereigns in the true universe. The mysterious and powerful cultivators around him didn't attack him. They were aware that the ongoing war between the true universe and the Guanxian universe was between the members of their younger generation. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan asked, "What do you think? Will the members of the true universe's older generation attack me? Why are you even asking when you don't even care?" Little Pagoda retorted. Ye Guan laughed out loud. Did he care? If he cared, he wouldn't have come here. Little Pagoda added, "They shouldn't interfere unless you break the rules first. For example, if someone from the Guanxian universe's older generation tries to save you." Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes. "Don't worry. The true universe has its rules, and I will also obey them. I won't ask for reinforcements as long as they don't send their old fogies toward me. The denizens of our Guanxian universe can afford to lose and die." Little Pagoda went silent. Call for reinforcements. Now that he thought about it, Ye Guan had never really called for reinforcements. He had also never used the path sword unless he had no choice. However, he wasn't a stickler. It would be foolish to be a stickler for rules against an incredibly powerful foe. After this, Little Pagoda muttered, "You should impart some pointers to him." Little Pagoda was aware that he wasn't qualified to give Ye Guan even a few pointers, so he decided to turn to someone more qualified. Of course, Little Pagoda would eventually ask Plainskirt Destiny to give Ye Guan a few pointers. In the meantime, the mysterious voice's pointers would serve Ye Guan well and for a long time. "Sure," said the mysterious voice. She had taken a fancy to Ye Guan. "It's been a long time since you started patching yourself up in my pagoda," Little Pagoda said before asking, "Have you recovered yet?" The mysterious voice said, "I'm almost done recovering." Little Pagoda went silent at that. Meanwhile, Ye Guan closed his eyes and called out, "Qian Qian." Ao Qian Qian replied, "I'm here." Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and said, "I feel really bad. You've been helping me, but I haven't really done anything for you." Ao Qian Qian said, "Is that really necessary between us?" Ye Guan smiled. He was about to speak, but he abruptly turned around. A young woman was rushing toward him. "Ba1?" Ye Guan was shocked. How did she get in? Ba1 seemed agitated as she said, "Where's my food? You said you'd cook me 10 meals." Ye Guan froze and went silent. "You crossed the border between the Guanxian universe and the true universe just to ask for a meal?" Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Of course, he was more curious as to how Ba1 had somehow slipped into the dimensional barrier. If it hadn't been for the path sword, he would have had no choice but to stay outside. However, Ba1 actually managed to cross the boundary by herself. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Ba1, how did you come in?" Ba1 looked at Ye Guan, "I just ran inside." Ye Guan frowned. "You just ran inside?" Ba1 nodded. Ye Guan went silent. Ba1 wasn't the type to lie unless she was starving. "Can we eat first?" Ba1 gulped before saying, "We'll continue talking afterward." Ye Guan's lips twitched. He had no choice, he could only cook for her. Ba1's eyes lit up, and she started drooling upon seeing Ye Guan cooking right in front of her. Soon, Ye Guan served her 3 pots of rice and a pot of dragon meat and beef. Ba1 placed her large bowl in front of her and started eating out of it. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued by Ba1's behavior, and he asked, "Senior, why does she have such a huge appetite?" The mysterious voice responded, "She has a special physique. Ye Guan frowned slightly. A special physique. The mysterious voice replied, yes. Ye Guan asked, what's the name of her physique? The mysterious voice went silent. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. He went quiet as well. The mysterious voice didn't want to tell him anything, so he decided that it would be more polite for him to refrain from asking any more questions. Ba1 started grinning in satisfaction upon making quick work of her meal. Looking at Ba1, Ye Guan hesitated before saying, Ba1, why don't you go back? Once I'm done with my business here, I'll go back and look for you? No, Ba1 exclaimed. She stared intently at Ye Guan and said, I won't go back. Ye Guan was confused. Why? Ba1 was silent. Ye Guan was a living meal coupon, but how could she tell him that? Ba1, Ye Guan said, it's going to be really dangerous. Ba1 replied, I can help you fight. Ye Guan was quiet. He truly didn't want to drag Ba1 into the chaos. Ba1's head drooped, and she asked softly, do you despise me because I eat too much? Will you let me go with you if I eat a bit less? Ye Guan's face darkened. He stared deeply at Ba1 and said, I know that you want to help me, but this is really going to be dangerous. There was no way he would let her follow him. Ba1 was naive. She was a glutton, but she wasn't stupid. In other words, she had an idea about what kind of danger Ye Guan was about to face. She briefly contemplated something before asking, why don't you go back with me? Ye Guan shook his head. He was already here. How could he turn back without accomplishing anything? Ba1's gaze shone in a determined light. I'll follow you, then. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, Ba1, you might really die if you go with me. Is that so? Ba1 asked nonchalantly. Ye Guan was speechless. What's up with her? Just then, the mysterious voice said, I know that you do not want to drag her into the muddy waters of your affairs, but she's special. She won't get hurt. Special. Ye Guan stared deeply at Ba1, and he hesitated briefly before saying, let's go. Ba1 grinned. Okay. Ye Guan smiled. How many people can you fight at once? Ba1 sounded serious as she said, I can fight as many people as I want as long as I'm full. Ye Guan's temples throbbed in pain. How many pots of rice and meat did he have to feed her for her to feel full? Ye Guan looked ahead and found a dazzling white light. Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and focused. They would soon arrive at the periphery of the true universe. Ye Guan held Ba1's hand as the dazzling white light engulfed them. When they came to their senses, they found themselves standing on a massive plain. They looked around and saw blue skies, white clouds, and grasslands. However, thousands of divine spirits were standing a kilometer away from them. They were the powerful young talents of the true universe. Unfortunately, the surprise didn't end there. There were roughly 1,000,000 divine spirits standing on a sea of clouds, but the auras they were emitting were significantly weaker than the divine spirits standing on the plains. Ye Guan opened his hand and a Guanxian divine armor in front of Ba1. Give it a drop of your blood. Ba1 shook her head. No, it's going to hurt. Ye Guan stared deeply at Ba1. Ba1 blinked and exclaimed, no, 10 pots of rice. Ye Guan declared firmly. Ba1 hesitated. Ye Guan added, an additional 10 pots of meat dishes. Ba1 immediately bit her finger. She allowed a drop of her blood to land on the Guanxian divine armor. Ba1 was taken aback when the Guanxian divine armor immediately turned into a beam of light that disappeared into her. Ye Guan gripped the path sword and started walking toward the divine spirits. Ba1, be careful. With that, Ye Guan turned into a streak of sword light. He decisively rushed toward his opponents. There would only be one outcome of this battle, his death or the death of each and every single enemy standing in front of him. Sword in hand, Ye Guan's eyes shone with a determined light. The divine spirits were furious. The divine spirit standing at the helm shouted, hold him down? We have to hold him down until Hao Xian and the others are here. He took the lead and charged at Ye Guan. The divine spirits followed him closely. Kill him. The divine spirit's furious roar pervaded the air. Ye Guan flicked his wrist, and a beam of sword light flickered, sending more than a dozen heads flying into the air. However, the gap was quickly filled up by the other enraged divine spirits. Meanwhile, Ba1 started attacking. She was fierce, and each of her attacks was extremely powerful and domineering. Her fists seemed to contain a cataclysmic might capable of splitting the earth. Ye Guan tore through the divine spirits with the path sword in hand, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. It seemed like he was cutting bamboo rather than divine spirits, as none of the divine spirits managed to withstand the path sword. Heads would roll whenever he went, and dozens of corpses were already strewn across the plains. They had perished in the true universe, so their deaths were considered final. Ba1 seemed like she wasn't willing to eat Ye Guan's dust despite her gluttonous nature. She moved at breakneck speeds, and her powerful fists left those unfortunate to meet them either severely injured or dead. Ye Guan and Ba1 had already killed tens of thousands of divine spirits at the 15-minute mark. Hills of corpses had piled up behind them, and each hill was made up of over 1,000 corpses. Ye Guan and Ba1 abruptly came to a halt. Ye Guan turned to look at the group of divine spirits in the distance, and the divine spirits were also staring at Ye Guan. There was wariness and fear in their eyes. Ye Guan had given them enough proof that his sword was terrifying. Every single divine spirit that stood in his way couldn't withstand the path sword. Ye Guan's clothes had lost all colors aside from crimson. He was drenched in the blood of his enemies. Ye Guan turned to look at Ba1. Her clothes were also drenched in blood. Ye Guan grinned. Let's continue. Ba1 nodded and asked, Can we eat once we're done fighting? Ye Guan laughed. Okay. He then turned to the divine spirits and laughed heartily. Come here. Boom. Ye Guan turned into a dazzling streak of light that rushed toward the divine spirits. The dense spacetime of the true universe was as weak and as flimsy as a piece of paper before Ye Guan. Ye Guan followed closely behind him. A divine spirit glared sinisterly at Ye Guan and said, Isn't it just death? There's no reason for us to be afraid. Let's kill him. He roared and ran like mad toward Ye Guan. The divine spirits behind him also decisively took off. The Guanxian universe and the true universe had no cowards. More than 20,000 divine spirits ran like mad toward the oncoming streak of sword light, but they soon fell lifelessly to the ground one by one. The streak of sword light was like an unstoppable force, and it seemed to be piercing rotten wood. Despite the terrifying sight, the divine spirits remained steadfast. In fact, many of them directly ignited their fleshly bodies and souls, resulting in a cacophony of noises as they threw themselves at Ye Guan and exploded one after another. The divine spirits looking down at the battlefield from above felt as if their hearts were being repeatedly stabbed as the divine spirits below them fell lifelessly to the ground one by one. They hated that they were too weak to participate. Ye Guan cut down dozens of divine spirits at once. They had killed so many divine spirits that the plains appeared to have become a swamp full of blood. Ye Guan looked down at his trembling right hand. Blood was dripping down the corners of his lips. The divine spirits had ignited their fleshly body and souls. However, instead of using their power to fight Ye Guan, they had decisively hurled themselves at him and had chosen to self-destruct. The resulting explosions were so terrifying that Ye Guan couldn't escape unscathed. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Qian, are you okay? Ao Qianqian's reply came a bit late. I'm okay. Ye Guan frowned slightly and said, Don't lie to me. Ao Qian smiled and replied, I'm serious. I'm really okay. Ye Guan took a deep breath as he swept his gaze across the divine spirits in the distance. There were only about 20,000 of them left, but quite a few of them had already ignited their fleshly bodies and souls. Their gazes held no trepidation nor hesitation, only killing intent. They had already given up on their lives, so there was no reason for them to be afraid of the strong. In the end, they would just die. Death was nothing in their eyes. Their leaders had already perished. No one was giving them any orders, but they still seemed united. Just then, a young man in black emerged from the group of divine spirits. His gaze was fixed on Ye Guan and Ye Guan. His expression turned fierce, and he laughed boisterously as he said, I hope to reincarnate as divine spirit in my next life. Rumble? A rumbling noise echoed from within him as he set fire to his fleshly body and soul. His aura surged crazily, and the young man in black cackled. Die. He transformed into a ball of fire and made a beeline for Ye Guan along with the other divine spirits. Roughly 20,000 divine spirits mustered the full extent of their cultivation base while charging toward Ye Guan. The pressure coming from so many cultivators made Ye Guan feel as if he were standing before a tsunami. The energy fluctuations alone shattered the dense spacetime of the true universe. The divine spirits had thrown all caution to the wind. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He smiled sinisterly and roared, Die. He stumped with his right foot. Crackle. Thunder boomed as Ye Guan rushed to meet the divine spirits halfway. Ye Guan chased after him. Boom. The divine spirits at the forefront collapsed to the ground, and their blood haphazardly painted the skies. Ye Guan carved a path in the middle of 20,000 cultivators. He then conducted a slaughter that lasted for quite a while. Soon, he stopped and looked around to find that he had killed over 5,000 divine spirits by himself. Ye Guan's right hand trembled violently. He was getting tired. The divine spirits whom he had been fighting were the true universe's cream of the crop. To make matters worse, each and every single one of them had ignited their fleshly body and soul. Ye Guan wiped the blood dripping down the corner of his mouth before looking at Ye Guan next to him. Ye Guan saw blood dripping down her lips, and he asked softly, Does it hurt? Ye Guan nodded. Yes, it hurts. Ye Guan stared deeply at Ye Guan before inwardly saying, Master Pagoda, you must not let her die with me. With that, Ye Guan turned to look at the divine spirits. They were also staring at him. The young man in black earlier had already perished. A young divine spirit drenched in blood stepped out and glared at Ye Guan. Die, he roared and stepped forward. Rumble? He caught himself in time and looked up. The rumbling had come overhead, and a voice soon boomed across the plains. Everyone, retreat. Hao Xian, will fight. Hao Xian was the first placer of the true martial list. The divine spirits were thrilled upon realizing that Hao Xian was emitting the energy fluctuations of a divine sovereign. Rumble? The spacetime behind Ye Guan distorted before it was quickly torn open. A cold voice echoed from the rift in space. Keep killing those divine spirits, I'll fight the strongest one among them for you. Boom! The jet-black spacetime rift abruptly turned crimson. Ye Guan was stunned, and he turned around in shock. Who was it? A young woman hovered behind him. She was wearing a crimson skirt, and her entire body was red. She didn't look like a human being at all. Ye Guan was bewildered. He couldn't recognize the young woman. Was she from the Guanxian universe? Who was she? Suddenly, he flinched in realization, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The blood coursing through her veins felt way too familiar to him. He couldn't recognize her, but he recognized the mad demon bloodline running through her veins. She's my sister? Ye Guan was sure of it. The young woman had to be the sister he had never met before. Wow, she looks strong. Ye Guan was surprised and excited to see his sister, as he had never expected to meet her here. He couldn't help but hope that he had more powerful sisters somewhere. The young woman walked up to Ye Guan while emitting a sharp killing intent that swept past Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan was unperturbed. On the contrary, he felt familiar with it. It was all thanks to the same blood coursing within them. The young woman stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Ye Guan nodded excitedly. "You're my sister." The young woman's cold face softened, and she nodded. "I'll fight the strongest one," she said before turning around and walking toward the young man in the distance. The young man was wearing a crown, and he was dressed in silk robes. He was emitting an inscrutable majesty as he strolled unhurriedly toward Ye Guan and the young woman. There was a strange tinge of energy in his aura, and the world seemed to tremble in his presence. He was Hao Xian, the strongest on the true martial list. He was only 18, but he was already a divine sovereign. He was the best talent that the true universe had ever seen over the past few million years. In addition, he was the fastest individual to reach rank 1 on the true martial list. It only took him a single day to defeat the talents on the true martial list and climb his way up to the top. Furthermore, he had already gotten strong enough to kill divine sovereigns despite being just an immortal realm cultivator, and it was a testament to his prowess. Hao Xian was now a divine sovereign. There were 10 young men and 2 young women standing behind him. They were very young, the oldest was only 19 years old. However, they were time immortal realm cultivators despite their young age. They were all emitting an intense fierceness, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was clear that they had a lot of experience when it came to fights. Ye Guan didn't know them, but the divine spirits were familiar with them. The onlookers were solemn, but their eyes were filled with respect. They were the young talents of the Jin Guards. The Jin Guards were the strongest armed force among the armed forces of the true universe. The true universe was massive and complicated. The waters were muddy, and there were multiple factions fighting for supremacy, just like the Guanxian universe. The only difference was that the clans and aristocratic families of the true universe groomed their own talents, while the true universe looked for talents to groom among the common folk. Those talents would end up being extremely loyal to the armed forces they were affiliated with as well as to the true god. They were the type of people who thought of fame as nothing but useless embellishments. In other words, they weren't the type of people to challenge the true martial list. The duty of the true universe's armed forces was to protect the true universe from external threats. During that war, the Jin Guards fought the hardest, and the Sword Master had almost annihilated them. However, the Jin Guards remained steadfast despite their casualties, and they all died in front of the true God Hall. The Jin Guards didn't retreat even when the Sword Master had spurred his mad demon bloodline to action and went mad. As a result, the true universe earned the respect of the true universe's denizens, and they were still respected even now. Ye Guan swept his gaze across Hao Xian and the Jin Guards. He could feel it, they were strong. Hao Xian walked up to the young woman wearing a crimson skirt. He glanced at Ye Guan before saying, "Let's fight." Hao Xian clenched his fist, and a resonant boom echoed as the spacetime before the young woman wearing a crimson skirt distorted. She was engulfed by the distorted spacetime, and Hao Xian entered the distortion as well. The two were now on an isolated battlefield. The young woman wearing a crimson skirt stared calmly and indifferently at Hao Xian. Moments later, she flicked her sleeve, and an ink-like streak akin to a brush stroke drew an arc in the air. The young woman wearing a crimson skirt was decisive. She knew that there could only be one winner between them. Swing! The ink-like streak peeled the spacetime away as if it were an onion. Those ignorant would assume that spacetime was the only thing getting ripped apart, but those with trained eyes would be able to see that the attack was lacerating the deos of the true universe as well and was gnawing away at its life at the same time. In other words, the young woman wearing a crimson skirt could destroy an entire world if she wanted to do so. Hao Xian's eyes narrowed. He didn't underestimate his opponent. He hurled a fist imprint, and it shattered every inch of spacetime that dared to stand in its path as it made a beeline for the young woman wearing a crimson skirt. However, Hao Xian sent another punch. Boom! The surrounding kilometer of spacetime crumbled, and the two of them entered a dark patch in spacetime. The young woman wearing a crimson skirt's attack was stopped by the fist imprint, but she quickly vanished. A powerful wave of bloodline energy struck Hao Xian, sending him a few hundred meters away. The two were now outside of the dark patch in spacetime. This time, they found themselves in what seemed like a boundless stretch of spacetime. The simultaneous destruction of two domains had flung the two into the boundless stretch of spacetime. Hao Xian took a moment to compose himself. He glanced at his right hand and found that it was gone. It had been devoured by the dark patch in spacetime. Hao Xian burst out laughing. No one was daring enough to challenge him, as he was ranked 1 on the true martial list, but at last, he finally found his match. Come! Hao Xian yelled and stomped. The boundless stretch of spacetime turned chaotic as his fist imprint pervaded everything as far as the eye could see. A sinister light fleeted across the young woman wearing a crimson skirt's eyes. Swoosh! She vanished and reappeared in front of Hao Xian to face his fist head-on. Boom! A crimson light inundated the entire boundless stretch of spacetime, and it started crumbling beneath the sheer power that the two cultivators were using as they fought such a fierce battle. Ye Guan looked away and muttered, "It seems that I'm the weakest in my family." Ye Guan was truly quite shocked upon realizing just how overpowered his sister was. A typical divine sovereign wouldn't stand a chance against her. Furthermore, it seemed that his sister was only a year older than him. She was incredibly talented. Ye Guan sighed to himself. Originally, he had been worried that he was progressing too quickly, but now, it seemed that he was still too weak. There would always be someone better than him out there. Eventually, Ye Guan put his thoughts aside as close to 20,000 divine spirits rushed to kill him. Just then, a Jin guard yelled, "All of you, back off." The divine spirits froze in their spots, and they hesitated for a while before they backed off to the side. Ye Guan stared at the leader of the Jin guard's younger generation while the latter also stared intently at Ye Guan. Right as Ye Guan was about to make a move, a young woman among the 12 Jin guards suddenly disappeared like a ghost. At the same time, the spacetime 500 meters around her crumbled. A mysterious crimson iron chain appeared, and it made a beeline for Ye Guan in an attempt to immobilize him. Without wasting any time, Ye Guan swung his sword. The iron chain was shattered, but a beam of red light struck the path sword. Ye Guan's brows furrowed slightly. He wanted to make another move, but he was horrified to find that the path sword wasn't in this spacetime anymore. He had been separated from the path sword. An illusory figure rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's arms quivered violently as he pushed his palms forward. Shake the heavens? Boom! The illusory figure was blasted away. Just then, a young man rushed toward him. The young man was a part of the Jin guards, and he decisively punched at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was surrounded by 5 Jin guards, and she wouldn't be able to help Ye Guan even if she wanted to do so. However, Ye Guan remained calm and composed despite the oppressive aura that the oncoming fist imprint was carrying with it as it flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan stepped forward and performed a punch with the world devastation art. Rumble! The forceful punch sent the young man flying, but Ye Guan was also forced backward by his opponent's formidable fist imprint. He had yet to recover his balance when a rift in space-time appeared before him and out came a spear. It was a simple and humble spear thrust, but Ye Guan felt a sense of foreboding. The spear shattered every inch of space-time on its way to Ye Guan. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He opened his palm and gestured as if he were plucking celestial bodies. Pluck the stars? Rumble! A colossal hand manifested and burst through the clouds, hitting the spear and sending it to the ground in the blink of an eye. The resulting shockwave sent the young Jin guard flying a few hundred meters away. Ye Guan hurriedly followed up with a powerful punch. World devastation art? A thunderous boom echoed as another Jin guard was blasted backward. Ye Guan pointed at an oncoming Jin guard with his finger, and a sword made from sword energy streaked across the skies, cutting down the ladder. Immediately afterward, Ye Guan attempted to recall the path sword with a thought. However, he couldn't sense the path sword at all. What's going on? Ye Guan frowned and turned to look at the path sword. It was hovering in a bubble of space-time not too far away from him. A member of the Jin guards, a young woman, was casting spells on the path sword. Ye Guan instantly saw through what she was trying to do. She was trying to break the spiritual connection between the path sword and Ye Guan. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. The young woman had isolated the path sword in a different layer of space-time, and she was in the middle of severing Ye Guan's spiritual connection with the sword. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the other Jin guards and said, "I will be honest. You should send the path sword back to me or be prepared to accept the consequences." The young man, who seemed to be the leader of the young Jin guards, stared at Ye Guan and asked sarcastically, "Is that so?" Ye Guan stared alternatingly between the young man and the path sword. "It's soon going to play on its own." Ye Guan couldn't finish his sentence upon being interrupted by a resonant hum. The path sword quivered violently, and a radiant sword light bedazzled everyone. When they recovered their vision, they were stunned to discover that the young woman next to the path sword had vanished as if she had never even existed in the first place. The bubble of space-time that she had deployed had been obliterated. The young Jin guard stood frozen in place. Ye Guan was silent as well. He was indeed not worthy of wielding the path sword. Goodness! The path sword left to its own devices was more overpowered than in Ye Guan's hands. The 11 remaining Jin guards stood frozen in place. They were stupefied, and their eyes were quivering in fear. What in the hell just happened? They were completely bewildered. How did a sword become even more powerful without its wielder? It actually destroyed an independent bubble of space-time by itself? The Jin guards had no idea what to say. They weren't the only ones. Ye Guan was also left utterly flabbergasted after the path sword took off on its own. It transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into thin air. Ye Guan gulped. His voice was trembling as he stammered, Master Pagoda, where did it go?" Little Pagoda's reply was a bit late as he said, "I don't know." Ye Guan hurriedly said, "Call it back." "I can't," Little Pagoda answered. Ye Guan felt the blood rain from his face. He wanted to recall the path sword, but his connection to the path sword had weakened significantly that it was severed once the path sword got too far away from him. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Just then, the mysterious voice said, "I think it got lost." "It got lost?" Ye Guan asked with a frown. The mysterious voice explained, "It got isolated in a special space-time domain, and I think it got lost the moment it was let go." Ye Guan was annoyed, and he hurriedly asked, "Senior, how come it got lost when it's so strong?" The mysterious voice replied, "The sword is a spirit, and it's currently sleeping. It's a lazy spirit that spends most of its time sleeping. That's why that young woman earlier managed to isolate it from you." The mysterious voice paused before continuing. "I can recall the path sword and guide it here, but it means breaking the rules." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He felt like the two were trying to bamboozle him. How could the path sword get lost? "Senior, Master Pagoda, and I think even the path sword wants me to fight using my own strength." Ye Guan shook his head and laughed. He could still fight without the path sword. He opened his palm, and his powerful sword energy gathered in his hand. Soon, it became a sword, and Ye Guan wielded it before walking toward the Jin guards. He was emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as he walked unhurriedly toward the Jin guards. Little Pagoda turned to the mysterious voice and asked, "Did he believe us?" The mysterious voice asked, "What do you think?" Little Pagoda sounded doubtful as he said, "He's so smart, so I don't think he believed us." "You're right." The mysterious voice chimed in, "He's kind and warm on the surface, but he's truly smart and prideful." Sigh. The mysterious voice seemed worried about Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Ye Guan focused on his battle. He wasn't afraid despite not having the path sword with him. His belief had always remained strong. It would be great if he had the path sword, but he would be fine even without it. Ye Guan's aura climbed up crazily, even though the path sword wasn't in his hand. The 11 Jin guards wasted no time and charged toward him. However, 5 of them targeted Ye Guan. Ye Guan was exceptionally talented, and she had almost overwhelmed 4 Jin guards earlier. Therefore, they decided to fight her in a group of 5. Ye Guan was fighting 6 Jin guards by himself. The terrifying aura they were emitting made even space-time quiver as they ran toward Ye Guan. The path sword was no longer in Ye Guan's hand, so his sword light wasn't as dazzling as his sword lights earlier. However, he seemed to have gotten even more powerful than before. In fact, he showed no signs of falling behind against 6 enemies at once. Boom! Just then, Ye Guan was forced a few hundred meters away. When he stopped, the space-time behind him crumbled. Blood dripped down the corner of his lips. Ye Guan licked it away, and he took a stance with his sword in hand. With the path sword, even divine sovereigns had to be wary of Ye Guan. The path sword was a sword seemingly capable of slicing through just about everything. The path sword wasn't in his hand, so Ye Guan's current prowess was his true prowess. Ye Guan smiled. He felt great upon knowing his true strength. Soon, he disappeared. Swish! A streak of sword light flashed across the battlefield, and the 6 Jin guards also disappeared. There were only 6 of them, but Ye Guan felt like he was fighting an entire garrison filled with troops. Boom! A dazzling sword light erupted, and the Ye Guan was sent flying away. He had just recovered, but a spear was already making a beeline for his forehead. The terrifying spear might shattered space-time. Ye Guan thrust his sword forward using the critical method. Upon facing Ye Guan's sword move containing the power of 50 swords, the approaching Jin guard's expression changed abruptly. He attempted to retract his spear, but it was already too late. Boom! The spear shattered with a thunderous roar, and the young man was thrown a few hundred meters back. His fleshly body had exploded into a bloody mist while his soul was reduced to nothing but innumerable light particles. Ye Guan had just killed a time immortal realm cultivator with a single move. The 5 Jin guards were furious, and their leader shouted, "Avenge number 7. The leader of the Jin guards thrust his spear toward Ye Guan. The spear light that blossomed at the spearhead was at least a few kilometers in length. Needless to say, it was extremely destructive. Ye Guan stared deeply at the oncoming attack. A drop of blood dripped down his lips, and the sword in his right hand abruptly shattered. Ye Guan's sword strike was just too strong. His sword failed to withstand it, and his fleshly body would have perished as well if it weren't for Aoqian. Another sword made out of sword energy appeared in Ye Guan's hand. He then took a step forward and thrust his sword toward the oncoming attacker. Bam! Ye Guan and the attacker were sent flying away. The Jin guard's fleshly body crumbled in midair. Ye Guan was blasted away as well, and he coughed a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was covered in a thin layer of golden light. Aoqian had just taken the brunt of the attack for him. Just then, another spear closed down on Ye Guan. A violent glint flashed across Ye Guan's eyes, and he stumped with his left foot before thrusting forward critical method, 50 swords. Boom! The space-time ahead of Ye Guan was annihilated. Ye Guan and the attacker were flung away from each other. However, 3 figures appeared in front of Ye Guan, and they were time immortal realm cultivators about to deliver a decisive blow. Ye Guan smirked, and he charged forward with all his might. He was going to face them head-on? The Jin guards' attack patterns weren't complicated, and their attacks would always end with a spear thrust. Unfortunately, every move they made contained a cataclysmic power that Ye Guan didn't dare to underestimate. However, Ye Guan was too fast. He was too fast for his enemy to track, and he had also resorted to attacking with only the basic sword moves. However, it wasn't like he was doing this on purpose. He simply had no chance but to do this, as his enemies were too powerful to be left to their own devices, so Ye Guan had no time to consider anything else. 51 swords? It represented Ye Guan's limit, and it was his peak as a mortal sword realm swordsman. He had infused his invincible intent and his invincible sword soul into just one attack. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed. Ye Guan was blasted backward, while 3 figures cut a sorry figure as they flew away. Eventually, they managed to recover in midair and land, but their fleshly bodies had sustained so many heavy injuries that they had become practically unusable. Ye Guan was a few hundred meters away from him. The residual energy of the collision just now was still wreaking havoc across the battlefield, distorting spacetime here and then. Needless to say, Ye Guan's attack was extremely devastating. Unfortunately, the Jin guards weren't ordinary cultivators. They were the absolute elites among their peers, so their willpower and prowess made them virtually invincible against their peers. This battle was the most difficult battle Ye Guan had ever fought in so far. Ye Guan used his sword to prop himself as blood trickled down his mouth. The ground was stained with his blood, and his fleshly body was groaning at him. He was at his limits. Soon, he wiped the blood from his mouth and called out gently, Qian Qian. Ao Qianqian's reply came a bit late. I'm here. Ye Guan grinned and said, this time, we might really die here. I'm not afraid of death. Ao Qian Qian declared. Ha ha ha. Ye Guan burst out laughing before standing up. With a sword in hand, he started walking toward the Jin guards in the distance. The Jin guards exchanged looks, and their leader suddenly yelled, we're soldiers, so how can we be afraid of death? Brothers, if there's another life, let's be brothers again. Boom! The leader ignited his fleshly body and soul ignited. The 4 Jin guards next to him did the same almost at the same time. They knew that they had to go all in if they wanted to stop Ye Guan here. The true universe was right behind them, so they had nowhere to run. Right or wrong? Since when did right or wrong matter in this universe? Strength was the only thing that mattered. The Jin guards of the true universe were loyal to the true god, and they knew that they had to protect the true universe, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. The cultivation base of the 5 Jin guards soon reached new heights after igniting their fleshly body and cultivation base. Ye Guan had also decided to ignite his fleshly body. He stomped powerfully and streaked across the battlefield. A dazzling sword light converged on his sword, and it was getting stronger with every passing second. Ye Guan had thrown all caution to the wind, death be damned. The 5 Jin guards stomped and took to the skies, turning into 5 streaks of light that rushed toward Ye Guan. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion occurred, and the surrounding space-time was obliterated as 6 streaks of light dimmed instantaneously upon impact. The streaks of light plummeted to the ground, and one of them was Ye Guan. He rolled on the ground for a few kilometers before he came to a halt. Swoosh! Ao Qian Qian emerged from him, looking beyond pallid. Ye Guan held Ao Qian Qian gently in his arms. Her fleshly body was no more, and she had become nothing but a wisp of soul. Her soul was dissipating rather quickly as well. Ao Qian Qian held Ye Guan's right hand with her left hand and smiled. Her voice sounded as soft as a mosquito's droning as she said, I am sorry. I can't stay with you any longer. Ye Guan gripped Ao Qianqian's hand and stared into her eyes. Can I ask you one last question? Ao Qian Qian went silent before asking, did you ever like me? A deafening silence descended upon the two until Ao Qian Qian smiled again and said, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Ao Qian Qian was determined to hear his response to her last question. Ao Qian Qian was not one to hide her feelings. She liked Ye Guan, and everyone knew about her feelings. After all, she had never really attempted to hide it. She liked Ye Guan, and she was willing to do anything for him. In fact, she was willing to die for him. Ye Guan smiled meekly while staring at Ao Qian Qian, but he didn't reply to her. Ao Qian Qian grinned. She already knew the answer to her question. Ye Guan carried her in his arms. You won't die, and I'll die first, even if we have to die. Ye Guan opened his palm, revealing a soul wood. It was the soul wood that he had obtained at the Undying clan. Ye Guan filled it with his profound energy, and the soul wood emitted a light that enveloped Ao Qian Qian. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief when Ao Qian Qian stabilized. The soul wood was protecting her soul from further injuries. Ye Guan then put away the soul wood inside the tiny pagoda and forced himself to stand up. Ye Guan's fleshly body was no more, and he was currently in his soul form. If Ao Qian Qian hadn't taken the brunt of the attack earlier, his soul would have perished along with his fleshly body. Ye Guan came to his senses upon hearing a loud explosion. He turned and saw Ye Guan fighting the Jin guards. Ye Guan looked around and was surprised to see 3 corpses belonging to the young talents of the Jin guards. He truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would be so strong. Just then, a Jin guard left Ye Guan and rushed toward Ye Guan. He decided to eliminate Ye Guan first, as the latter's injuries were severe. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned into that of ruthlessness as he vanished into thin air. Swing! Instant death strike. Ye Guan moved as fast as possible, and he left nothing but after-images in his wake, along with a shrill cry that reverberated across the battlefield as his sword tore through space-time. The oncoming Jin guard fell to his knees while holding his throat. Ye Guan's instant death strike had lacerated his throat, effectively sealing his fate. However, Ye Guan's figure had become visibly blurrier after the attack. Boom! A loud explosion occurred, prompting Ye Guan to turn around. The last remaining Jin guard had just perished beneath Ye Guan's fist. Ye Guan stared at her with a serious expression. It seemed that he had still ended up underestimating her strength. He fought 6 Jin guards by himself, while Ye Guan only had to fight 5. Ye Guan ended up winning, but he and Ao Qian Qian had almost died. However, Ye Guan looked relatively unscathed. Ye Guan reckoned that even if the Jin guard hadn't abandoned his fight with Ye Guan to execute Ye Guan would have still emerged victorious. She was just too strong? Ye Guan walked up to Ye Guan and said, I could fight 10 of them by myself at once as long as I'm full. Ye Guan went silent at that. Ye Guan didn't seem to be lying. She could truly fight 10 Jin guards by herself as long as she was full. Of course, Ye Guan didn't have the luxury to cook for Ye Guan at the moment. He took out the chunks of dragon meat that he had cooked beforehand and gave it to Ye Guan. The storage ring was capable of preserving food, so the dragon meat that Ye Guan had cooked a while ago still looked fresh. Ye Guan's eyes brightened, and she had to have been starving because she ate with gusto. Ye Guan stared deeply at Ye Guan. He was curious about her physique. What kind of physique was so strange? He asked inwardly, Senior, can you tell me more about her physique? The mysterious voice said, she gets stronger the more she eats. Ye Guan was astonished. She gets stronger as she eats. Yes, the mysterious voice replied. Ye Guan was silent. It was no wonder that Ye Guan seemed ignorant about cultivation methods. She truly didn't need one, as she just had to eat to become even stronger. The mysterious voice continued. She's gotten stronger since she started following you, and it's all because of the quality of the food you've been feeding her. Ye Guan remained silent. Just then, he recalled something, and he looked up to find his sister fighting Hao Xian in a boundless patch of space-time. They were quite far away, a few domains one away, but Ye Guan could feel the intensity of their bout. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. Hao Xian truly deserved to be the strongest member of the true universe's young generation. Of course, his sister was incredibly strong as well. The mysterious voice suddenly said, you should take this time to heal up. Ye Guan snapped back to reality, and he hurriedly sat cross-legged to heal himself. He looked at the group of divine spirits in the distance and saw that they were staring at him as well. Quite a few of them were walking toward Ye Guan, but it seemed that they were hesitating because they were too weak to withstand any attacks from Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan was currently in his soul form, which meant that he was at his weakest. It was a temptation that most of them couldn't resist, as they knew that if they were to attack now, they would most likely succeed. Ye Guan. Ye Guan yelled, show them how to shake the heavens. Ye Guan gulped the food that she was chewing and rushed in front of Ye Guan before pushing both of her palms forward. Boom! An entire kilometer of space-time ahead of Ye Guan was obliterated, leaving nothing but a dark patch of space-time. The divine spirits hurriedly retreated, and they stared at Ye Guan with fear in their eyes. Even Ye Guan was afraid. Ye Guan was truly incredibly powerful. Ye Guan swept her gaze across the distant divine spirits before wolfing down the rest of her food. She seemed afraid that the divine spirits would steal her food from her. Meanwhile, Ye Guan focused on recovering once more. Everyone, a young man yelled in the divine spirits' ranks. He took off to the skies, and then he swept his gaze across the other divine spirits and shouted, he's in the middle of recovering, so this is our golden opportunity to kill him. There are only 2 of them while there's a myriad of us. We have to be brave. We can't let the 2 of them deter us from attacking lest we become the laughingstock of the all worlds. Our relatives will also mock us for our cowardice. The divine spirits were silent. Moments later, a young woman hesitated before saying, the divine dusk guards and the other young talents of the Jin guards are coming soon. Isn't it better if we just wait for them? The young man shook his head. He stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, he's extremely strong. He'll become a huge headache to handle if we were to allow him to recover his fleshly body. We must ensure that he won't recover his fleshly body until our reinforcements are here. A fierce glint fleeted across the young man's eyes as he shouted, those who are immortal realm and above should follow me to kill him. He then took the lead and rushed toward Ye Guan. His goal was to stop Ye Guan from recovering his fleshly body. He wasn't alone, more than 10,000 divine spirits followed closely behind him. The sheer number of the oncoming divine spirits made them appear as though they were a massive army. The energy undulations that they were emitting made everything between heaven and earth quiver incessantly. Meanwhile, the divine spirits below the immortal realm didn't dare to make a move. They weren't afraid of death, they simply knew that they wouldn't be helpful even if they entered the fray. They couldn't even track Ye Guan's movements, so they would only become baggage if they were to make a move. Ye Guan's expression darkened. He tried to stand up when Ye Guan suddenly said, you heal up, I'll handle them. Ye Guan tore a chunk of dragon meat, and she rushed to meet the oncoming divine spirits while chewing on her food. She took to the skies and swiped downward as if she were forcefully seizing something. Seize the moon. Rumble. The surrounding space-time abruptly collapsed as a colossal illusory hand manifested and swung downward. It seemed intent on seizing something, creating a surreal sight reminiscent of someone attempting to seize the moon for themselves. Boomy. A few hundred divine spirits were swept away by the illusory hand. Those unfortunate enough to have stood at the front lines were obliterated. They couldn't even scream as the hand reduced their fleshly body and soul into ashes. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. She thrust her palms forward and yelled, shake the heavens. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore apart the space-time in front of Ye Guan. The divine spirits suffered a horrible fate. They had died in an instant with their fleshly body reduced to ashes and their souls dissipating into nothingness. Incredibly, the divine spirits at the rear managed to survive. They appeared a few meters away from Ye Guan. They glared hatefully at Ye Guan, and their expressions were cold. Ye Guan didn't retreat despite the threat they posed. She stood still, and an overwhelming amount of energy rushed out of her. The divine spirits were horrified, but they didn't stop. Ye Guan jumped and brought her fist down to the ground as if it were a hammer. Bury the gods, she roared. Rumble. The skies parted, and the spacetime groaned and swayed as a massive illusory fist manifested and plummeted toward the terrified divine spirits. Ah! The leader of the young divine spirits howled in fury. He transformed into a beam of light and threw himself toward the oncoming fist. Hundreds of divine spirits did the same, and the resulting collision created multiple loud explosions. The illusory fist started to fade away. However, the divine spirits had paid a heavy price. Their fleshly body was no more, and the chunks of flesh and coagulated blood on the ground created a grotesque pool of gore. Unfortunately, the illusory fist continued on its way to the ground. A massive chunk of space-time was annihilated along with over 1,000 divine spirits. Those who managed to run away were sent flying away, suffering severe injuries upon getting hit by the remnant shockwaves. A cloud of dust shot at least a few kilometers into the air. When the dust settled, the divine spirits no longer dared to approach Ye Guan. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's visage was beyond pallid. She felt extremely exhausted as the wondrous martial skills she had executed consecutively had taken quite a toll on her. However, there were still more than 8,000 divine spirits before her. Ye Guan swept his gaze across them. The divine spirits' eyes were filled with awe and dread as they stared at her from afar. She was so strong that her strength seemed to exceed some of the widely acclaimed divine sovereigns of the true universe. The fear gnawing at the divine spirits' hearts made them hesitate. Just then, a brave divine spirit stepped forward. He glared at Ye Guan and said, "Some of us should keep her busy while the rest should go after Ye Guan. We must not let him recover his fleshly body." With that, he rushed toward Ye Guan with roughly 200 divine spirits in tow. They were all afraid of death, but they had chosen to make a move in an effort to protect the true universe. Ye Guan balled her hand into a fist. She was beyond pallid, but she resolutely dashed toward her enemies. She had decided to face them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Guan sent a flurry of punches toward the divine spirits, killing a few of them with every punch. Meanwhile, the rest of the divine spirits charged at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan appeared in front of Ye Guan. She took a stance with her fists in front of her, and the spacetime around her distorted as she squeezed out every ounce of strength within her. The powerful aura she was emitting startled the divine spirits. None of them dared to make a move. "Everyone," yelled a divine spirit, "we're not going to live to see another day, and since we're going to die, anyway, we should die for a cause." The word surrender does not exist in the dictionary of the true universe. "I'll see myself out first." He decisively ignited his soul, and a few dozen divine spirits quickly followed after him. They knew that they had to go all out against Ye Guan and Ye Guan, and they knew that it was better for them to die fighting than die a coward. A few hundred divine spirits ignited their souls at once, and the amalgamation of their surging auras created a pillar of energy that pierced the skies. "Die!" A divine spirit roared and turned into a beam of light that flew toward Ye Guan. The rest of the divine spirits boisterously laughed as they followed his lead. Ye Guan licked the blood on her lips as she stared at the oncoming enemies. She wasn't going to back down from a challenge, but she lamented softly, "If I had known I would die, I would have eaten a good, hearty meal until I was stuffed." One for reference, a domain is a million miles of space-time. Enhance Ye Guan simply wanted to eat until she was stuffed. She really just wanted to have a decent, hearty meal until she was full to the brim. It was a pity that these divine spirits weren't going to let her eat another meal. Ye Guan's expression turned indifferent as she stared at the oncoming divine spirits. She took one step out and slammed both of her fists on the ground. Boom! The spacetime in front of her was torn apart, and a terrifying shockwave burst out in all directions. Ye Guan was blasted away by the shockwave. When she finally stopped, she wiped the blood dripping down the corner of her lips. She looked down at her mangled arms. She used her upper arm to wipe the blood dripping down her lips, but it seemed that there was no end to it. The divine spirits were no more, and all that was left were cinders. They perished and had scattered like burnt pieces of firewood. The eyes of the remaining divine spirits watered at the sight. They all knew that dying here meant that they would rest for eternity, but they had still chosen to face death. The divine spirit's gaze landed on Ye Guan. Ye Guan was in a terrible state. She suffered severe external and internal injuries after taking the brunt of the divine spirit's attacks. Rumble? A low rumble echoed from the distant horizon. The sky seemed to tremble as 10 powerful auras swept across the battlefield. Ye Guan looked up and saw a rift in space. Soon, 10 figures emerged from the rift. The figures looked young, and they were all-time immortal realm cultivators. The weaker divine spirits sighed in relief. The rest of the Jinn guards and the divine dusk guards were here. A white-robed young man exuding a terrifying aura stood at the helm of the group. He was a quasi-divine sovereign realm cultivator. A killing intent so thick it was palpable was about the white-robed young man, and even space-time itself seemed to tremble beneath the ferocity of his killing intent. The young man was the deputy commander of the Jinn guards, Chen Ji. The Jinn guards had 1 commander and 3 deputy commanders. Chen Ji was the youngest of the 3 deputy commanders. He was just 18 years old despite his exceedingly high cultivation base. 10 young talents of the divine dusk guards and 22 young talents of the Jinn guards stood behind him. In a nutshell, they were the best young talents of the divine dusk guards and the Jinn guards. Chen Ji glared at Ye Guan before turning to look at the other divine spirits. "All of you, scram," he said coldly. The divine spirits retreated like a tide. They knew that they were too weak to be useful in the upcoming battle. Chen Ji cast a cold gaze on Ye Guan and shouted, "Kill her." With that, he rushed toward Ye Guan. He didn't bother beating around the bush, as words were meaningless at this point. There could only be one survivor of this battle. Chen Ji rushed out with his spear. He looked like a furious dragon emerging from the boundless ocean. The terrifying aura he was exuding had pervaded every cardinal direction. Ye Guan wiped the blood at the corner of her lips and rushed to meet Chen Ji with a punch. Bam! The space-time between them was obliterated. Ye Guan and Chen Ji were blasted away from each other. However, the 32 heaven-defying young talents arrived to surround Ye Guan, and they attacked Ye Guan at the same time. Ye Guan rushed to defend herself, but the resulting collision still sent her flying at least a kilometer away. She twisted in midair and landed on the ground, but a powerful aura descended upon Ye Guan. She raised her arms to defend herself, but the attack blasted her away. Boom! Ye Guan's figure was riddled with injuries, and blood incessantly flowed out of them, drenching her clothes crimson. Chen Ji was about to chase after Ye Guan when he suddenly recalled something and whipped around to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was still in the middle of reconstructing his fleshly body. Kill him first! Chen Ji yelled before vanishing into thin air. Whoosh! His spear tore through the air as he rushed toward Ye Guan. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly appeared in front of Ye Guan. No one is allowed to touch him, she roared. A ferocious glint flashed past her eyes as she took to the skies and slammed both of her fists on the ground. Bury the gods? A massive illusory fist manifested in midair and descended upon Chen Ji. Boom! Chen Ji and the others managed to dodge in time, but the resulting shockwave still sent them flying away. The space-time between Ye Guan and Chen Ji had been annihilated, and it seemed that it wouldn't recover in the meantime. Ye Guan coughed out multiple mouthfuls of blood as the color drained from her face. Chen Ji and the others stared solemnly at Ye Guan. She was too strong. Chen Ji didn't bother to conceal the killing intent in his eyes as he shouted, "She's exhausted? Keep this up, and she's eventually going to die." With that, he took a stance with his spear and rushed toward Ye Guan once more. Ye Guan wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. A determined and fierce light fleeted across her eyes. She took a deep breath and took a stance with her mangled fists before rushing to meet Chen Ji in the others halfway. Bam! A dazzling fist light briefly pervaded the battlefield, but Ye Guan was sent flying away, and she cut a sorry figure as if she were a kite that had lost its strings. A loud and dull noise reverberated as she plummeted to the ground. Chen Ji didn't chase after Ye Guan. He thrust his spear toward Ye Guan. Swoosh! Ye Guan appeared in front of Ye Guan. She clenched her fist and punched the ground between her and Chen Ji. Crack! Boom! A grotesque noise echoed upon impact. Ye Guan's arm snapped, and blood spurted out haphazardly from her wounds. Every single bone in her arms had shattered the moment she punched the ground. However, her move was effective. The collapse of the space-time between Ye Guan and Chen Ji forced the latter to retreat along with the others. Of course, Ye Guan wasn't spared from the shockwaves. She staggered backward and fell with a dull thud in front of Ye Guan. She turned to face Ye Guan as blood poured out of her mouth. "It hurts," she muttered. Meanwhile, Chen Ji and the others had repositioned, and they were rushing toward Ye Guan and Ye Guan once more. Ye Guan whipped around, but the shrill cry of a sword abruptly reverberated. A dazzling streak of sword light flew toward Chen Ji. Ping! Chen Ji was blasted away. Ye Guan grabbed Ye Guan, and his figure blurred as he retreated a kilometer away from Chen Ji and the others. Boom! Ye Guan's retreat was timely, as the space-time at where they had been standing was obliterated by the attacks of Chen Ji's colleagues. Ye Guan stared deeply at Chen Ji and opened his palm. A powerful aura gushed out of him, and he started exuding the aura of a seal-shattering realm cultivator. Chen Ji frowned. Why is his cultivation base so low? Ye Guan's aura underwent a huge change upon making a breakthrough. He hadn't been making breakthroughs for the sake of a stable foundation. Ye Guan looked away from Chen Ji and cast his gaze on Ye Guan. She was extremely pale, and blood was flowing down her lips. Her arms were a mangled piece of flesh, and her condition was extremely horrible. Ye Guan took out a pill for her to eat. Ye Guan saw that and grumbled, "I won't feel full with that." Full? Ye Guan had no idea whether to laugh or to cry. He was rendered speechless by the fact that Ye Guan still cared about eating despite the ongoing crisis. In the end, he took out a huge chunk of dragon meat and handed it to her. Ye Guan's eyes lit up. She grabbed the chunk of meat and chewed on it. She looked so happy that it appeared as though she wasn't in pain. Ye Guan's heart ached as he watched her eat the dragon meat. He gently wiped the blood from the corners of her lips and asked softly, "Why are you helping me so much?" Ye Guan blinked and replied, "Because you've been treating me so well." "Is it because I've been cooking for you?" asked Ye Guan. "Yes, and," Ye Guan trailed off and smiled crookedly before continuing. "You've never complained about how much I eat." Ye Guan shook his head. "You silly girl." Ye Guan rolled her eyes at him. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes as she replied playfully, "You're the silly here, you dummy. You big dummy." Ye Guan chuckled and said, "Ye Guan, why don't you eat inside the pagoda?" Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Inside the pagoda? You can come back out once you're done eating," Ye Guan said with a nod. "I can still fight," Ye Guan insisted. Ye Guan smiled. This brat was definitely more clever than she appeared, so he added, "I know, but you'll be able to help me better once you're stuffed, don't you agree?" Ye Guan pondered over it before nodding. "You're right. Time to eat my fill?" she exclaimed inwardly. She just couldn't resist such an offer. Ye Guan inwardly exclaimed, "Master Pagoda." A golden light burst out of Ye Guan and engulfed Ye Guan. Ye Guan had a variety of dishes for Ye Guan to eat in the tiny pagoda. With that, Ye Guan stared with a calm demeanor at Chen Ji and the others. "Come at me," he shouted. Boom! Practically simultaneously, a radiant sword force burst out of him, obscuring the skies and shattering the surrounding space-time. Chen Ji glared at Ye Guan and roared, "Kill him!" He transformed into a beam of spear light that made a beeline for Ye Guan. Not even the slightest hint of fear was visible in Ye Guan's eyes as he stared at the oncoming Chen Ji and his group. Just then, he vanished into thin air. Swoosh! A streak of brilliant sword light shot through the air, but boom! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent a kilometer away. He twisted and recovered in midair, but 33 powerful auras attacked him from all sides. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. With a sword in hand, he tore through the air and slashed out. The slash contained the combined power of 45 swords, and it represented his current limit. Qian wasn't supporting him at the moment, after all. Boom! The powerful slash descended upon Chen Ji and the others, creating a deafening explosion as fine streaks of sword light erupted in all directions. Chen Ji and the others hurriedly defended themselves, but the mighty attack still sent them flying away. Ye Guan was blasted at least a kilometer away as well. When he stopped and looked back, he found that a kilometer of spacetime behind him had spiderweb-like cracks all over it. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan suddenly asked, I have a Dao imprint, right? Little Pagoda replied, yes, you do. Ye Guan asked, what can it do? Little Pagoda explained, it can suppress your opponent's cultivation realm. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Suppress my opponent's cultivation realm. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, why have you never told me about it? Little Pagoda replied, well, you never asked about it. Ye Guan went silent at that. Eventually, he said, Master Pagoda, you're just trying to raise the difficulty level of my life, aren't you? Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Ye Guan closed his eyes to sense the Dao imprint within him. Meanwhile, Chen Ji and the others disappeared and charged toward. 33 strong auras loomed over Ye Guan as the 33 divine spirits decided to attack Ye Guan from all sides. The spacetime failed to withstand their combined power, and it crumbled inch by inch as Chen Ji's group ran to Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and a Dao imprint appeared on his glabella. Boom! A mysterious and inscrutable energy engulfed Chen Ji and the others, and their cultivation bases instantly went down by 2 realms. Practically at the same time, Ye Guan vanished into thin air. 45 swords? Ping! A massive chunk of spacetime was annihilated as an explosion of sword lights inundated Chen Ji and the others. They flew backward at least a kilometer away, and they all cut sorry figures. Soon, Chen Ji and the others landed, but Chen Ji immediately coughed a mouthful of blood. The other divine spirits had also sustained severe injuries. Ye Guan had inexplicably brought their cultivation bases by 2 realms, which meant that they no longer had an advantage against Ye Guan. With a sword in hand, Ye Guan swept his gaze across Chen Ji and the other divine spirits. Master Pagoda, Ye Guan suddenly asked, since my Dao imprint can suppress my opponent's cultivation base, can it perhaps boost my cultivation base? Yes, Little Pagoda replied. Ye Guan went quiet. Soon, he let out a sigh and said, you wouldn't have told me anything about it if I hadn't asked, right? Well, of course. How can I answer a question when there's not even a question in the first place? Little Pagoda argued. Ye Guan went silent at that. Eventually, he said, you'll be partially responsible for my death if I end up dying here, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. Ye Guan then said, Master Pagoda, my dad didn't adopt free-range parenting to punish me. I want you to be more prudent in the future. My enemies are really powerful, and I'm going to struggle a lot if you keep on doing this. Little Pagoda replied, all right. Ye Guan sighed under his breath. Master Pagoda is too unreliable? He's going to be the death of me one day? Chen Ji and the others were about to strike once again, but they seemed to have noticed something, and they all looked up at the same time. Boom! A rift in spacetime appeared, and a young woman slowly walked out of the rift. She was Ye Guan's older sister, and she was carrying a head in her right hand. The head belonged to Hao Xian, the strongest member of the True Universe's younger generation and the first placer of the True Martial List. Chen Ji's face changed. He was horrified. Hao Xian is dead. The divine spirits on the battlefield went beyond pallid, and their faces were painted with disbelief. Hao Xian was a divine sovereign realm cultivator. Most importantly, he was strong enough to cross the gap between realms and fight those whose cultivation bases were higher than his. However, he still ended up dying in the young woman's hands. Needless to say, Chen Ji and the rest were beyond terrified. They were well aware of Hao Xian's true prowess, yet he was actually killed by someone born in the same generation as well. The young woman was a much more terrifying monster than Hao Xian. Even Ye Guan was shocked. His sister was just too strong. The young woman wearing a crimson skirt walked slowly toward Ye Guan. She looked at him and asked, are you not going to greet your sister? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, greetings, sister. They were related, so Ye Guan didn't really have to hesitate. The young woman wearing a crimson skirt nodded slightly and tossed Hao Xian's head away before taking out a storage ring and handing it over to Ye Guan. This was his, now it's yours, she said. Ye Guan had no plans of standing on ceremony. He accepted the storage ring and asked, sister, what's your name? The young woman wearing a crimson skirt calmly replied, just call me sister, why do you have to know my name? Ye Guan's expression darkened. The young woman saw that and said, Yen. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He then smiled and said, Sisterin, are we going to the True God Hall to take a look? Yes. Yen replied. It seemed that she was a woman of few words. Ye Guan laughed heartily before he swept his gaze across Chen Ji and the others. Chen Ji and his group were glaring at Ye Guan and Yen. They were about to make a move, but the space in front of them quivered slightly. Chen Ji flinched. He seemed to have received an order as he yelled, retreat. They retreated as fast as possible. Ye Guan frowned. The divine spirits of the true universe were tough and brave, and they had been throwing their lives for their cause, so Ye Guan found it weird to see them retreating. Yan suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, she transformed into a crimson beam of light that disappeared into the horizon. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before he hurriedly chased after her. The two had set their sights on the True God Hall. They had no idea where the True God Hall was located, but they still went on their way. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Sister, can we talk about something?" Yan agreed and asked, "Sure, what is it?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, "Sister, can you become the Academy Master of the Guanxian Academy for me? I'll give you Master Pagoda in exchange, what do you think?" Little Pagoda was utterly speechless. The mysterious voice laughed boisterously. Ye Guan was obviously nursing a grudge against Little Pagoda. Yan made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan before saying, "No, you will stay as the Academy Master." Yan's tone made it obvious that she didn't want to hear any objections. Ye Guan hurriedly said, "I think I'm just a bit too young to take on such a monumental role. I think you'll do better than me as the Academy Chief of the Guanxian Academy." Ye Guan's motive was freedom. He had both external and internal enemies, the true universe and his Master Pagoda, who had been digging a hole for him to jump into. Ye Guan believed that he was resilient, but things had gotten just a bit too much when he discovered that Master Pagoda seemed intent on making his life more difficult. He truly wanted to be free so he could focus on becoming even stronger. Yan glanced at Ye Guan before saying, "No, you will stay as the Academy Master." Ye Guan started. However, Yan abruptly came to a halt and said sternly, "One more word, and I'll beat you up." Ye Guan's expression stiffened, and he went silent. Yan added, "You'll stay as the Academy Master, and I'll help you with your affairs. We're siblings, and together, we are invincible." Ye Guan laughed bitterly. "Looks like I won't be able to get a taste of freedom in the meantime." The siblings caught a random divine spirit and asked them for directions to the True God Hall. Afterward, they picked up the pace and headed straight for the True God Hall. There had never been an outsider who had managed to set foot onto the True God Hall since the Sword Master trespassed on the True God Hall 30 million years ago. The incident became the biggest stain in the history of the True Universe. Ye Guan was certain that the True Universe would definitely not allow them to even get close to the True God Hall. They would stop them at all costs. Ye Guan chuckled all of a sudden. Yan turned to look at him and asked, "What's funny?" Ye Guan replied, "I really want to see what the True God Hall is like." Yan was silent. She placed both her hands behind her back and looked straight ahead, far into the horizon. Ye Guan glanced at her. "My sister's personality is quite cold, and she has a short fuse as well. She's definitely capable of teaching Master Pagoda a lesson. It's a pity, but I don't think I can force her to take Master Pagoda away from me." Ye Guan suddenly recalled something, so he inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, how's Jian?" Little Pagoda replied, "She's recovering steadily, so you don't have to worry about anything." Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. The siblings continued on their journey, and they were astonished to find not even a single divine spirit as they made their way to the True God Hall. As such, the two soon arrived at the True God City. The True God City was the capital of the True Universe, and the siblings were surprised to find a myriad of divine spirits standing on the city walls. True God City was extremely majestic. The city walls were almost 1,000 meters high, and they were created from a special stone that seemed both sturdy and luxurious. However, the crux of the problem here was that the city walls were crowded with divine spirits. They were all glaring down at Ye Guan and Yan. Some of them were furious, some were curious, while some looked somber. Of course, most of them were furious. How dare they come here? Are they looking down on the True Universe? Ye Guan stared at the True God City and inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, my father killed his way into the city from where I'm standing right now, right?" "Yes." Little Pagoda exclaimed before explaining, "Young Master killed his way into the city starting at where you are standing at the moment. On that fateful day, he killed hundreds of thousands of divine spirits here by the gates of the city. The blood that had pooled on that day created a river that never dried up for thousands of years. A river of blood that never dried up for thousands of years." Ye Guan stared deeply at the city gates. Then, he smiled and exclaimed, "Sister, let's kill them all." With that, he charged straight for the city gates. Words were unnecessary. They were already here, so they would converse through slaughter. Yan transformed into a crimson beam of light and chased after Ye Guan. 70 figures suddenly appeared in front of the city gates. A young man wearing a lavish robe stood at the helm of the group while Chen Ji was standing next to him. They were all-time immortal realm cultivators aside from the young man in a lavish robe, who was a divine sovereign. A young woman was standing next to the young man in a lavish robe with a sword in hand. The mysterious voice suddenly echoed in Ye Guan's head. "Tell your older sister to be careful. The young man in the lavish robe is a reincarnated cultivator." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "A reincarnated cultivator?" Reincarnated cultivators were once peerless supreme elites, but they had chosen to reincarnate to restart their cultivation journey. Reincarnated cultivators are absolute monsters during the early stages of their cultivation, but of course, there are some drawbacks to reincarnating and cultivating once again from scratch. The mysterious voice paused to give Ye Guan time to absorb the information before she continued. The higher their cultivation base, the harder it'll be for them to progress. Their tribulations are also twice as difficult compared to other cultivators, and it's all because their great Dao contains the experiences that they had accumulated during their past lives. Unfortunately, reincarnated cultivators are virtually invincible during the early and mid stages of their cultivation journey. Invincible? Ye Guan frowned and asked, isn't that against the rules? No, the mysterious voice replied and explained, he's considered a part of the younger generation, as he restarted cultivating at roughly the same age as his peers. Ye Guan went silent at that. Eventually, he glanced at Yen to find that she was staring at the young man in a lavish robe. I'll fight that one. It seemed that she still wanted to fight the strongest. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Yen had already turned into a streak of crimson light. The young man gazed contemptuously at the oncoming Yen before waving his sleeve. Boom! Yen was blasted backward until she arrived next to Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. He's really strong. As expected of a reincarnated cultivator. Meanwhile, the divine spirits on the city walls cheered at the sight. The young man in a lavish robe stared at Yen and said, come at me. Yen allowed her actions to speak rather than her mouth as she vanished into thin air. The young man in a lavish robe responded with a punch. Boom! The space-time around him caved in, but an ink-like brush stroke suddenly painted the air. The young man in a lavish robe was sent flying as a result of the collision. He struck the city gates, eliciting a dull noise to reverberate throughout the city. The faces of the divine spirits fell, and they turned to look at Yen. A brush had inexplicably appeared in her hands. Ye Guan's gaze landed on the brush, and he sounded astonished as he inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, what brush is that? It's so strong. Little Pagoda exclaimed, it's trash. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Little Pagoda added, it's a traitorous, garbage artifact. Why do you say that, Master Pagoda? Ye Guan asked, do you recognize it? Little Pagoda was silent, rendering Ye Guan speechless. Yen vanished once more. The young man in a lavish robe frowned and exclaimed, the great Dao brush. The young man in a lavish robe wasn't so contemptuous anymore. He opened his right hand, and an ancient mirror appeared. Moments later, he vanished into a streak of dazzling white light that rushed toward Yen. Boom! The surrounding space-time was obliterated. Yen and the young man in a lavish room entered a boundless path of space-time to continue their fight. They had no choice but to do so, as even the dense space-time of the true universe couldn't withstand their power. With that, Ye Guan swept his gaze across the 69 figures in front of him. He had no idea what to say. It seemed that they would gang up on him once more. Ye Guan couldn't help but regret his decision to allow his sister to fight the strongest. A white-robed young woman holding a sword stepped forward. A shrill noise echoed as a dazzling beam of sword light made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan raised his sword and made a move. 45 swords. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated, and Ye Guan was surprised to find himself flying after defending himself from the attack. Nan Nishui, someone yelled from the top of the city walls. The divine spirits gasped at practically the same time upon hearing that. Nan Nishui, a disciple of the Jin Guard's head law enforcer? Just then, the mysterious voice echoed in Ye Guan's head once again. Be careful, she's already in the ephemeral Dao phase. Her sword cultivation base is also higher than yours, and her physical realm, she's a divine sovereign. Ephemeral Dao phase? Divine sovereign realm? Perfect. Ye Guan exclaimed, rendering the mysterious voice utterly speechless. It was perfect? Ye Guan had been wanting to fight a powerful swordsman for quite a while now. Fighting against a strong swordsman was the only way he could discover his shortcomings. From there, he could start working on them and become stronger. It was meaningless to fight those weaker than him. He looked at Nan Nishui, and Nan Nishui was staring straight at him as well. Their gazes locked onto each other, and both of them disappeared at the same time. Swing, swing, two rays of sword light tore through the air and rushed toward each other. The space-time ahead of the sword lights was directly torn apart. Shrill noises continuously echoed, piercing the ears of everyone around. Ping! The moment their swords collided with each other, both Ye Guan and Nan Nishui were knocked backward, but Nan Nishui twisted in midair and recovered. When her gaze landed on Ye Guan, a sword was already a few inches before the latter. A cold glint shone brightly. It was bone-chilling, similar to the cold water in a lake during winter. Ye Guan stabilized himself before he thrust his sword toward Nan Nishui. Clang! Nan Nishui's move was interrupted, but a mysterious force abruptly sprang up from her. It was none other than a sword domain. Nan Nishui's frost sword domain? Ye Guan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the cold pierced his bones. He was stupefied, as Nan Nishui's domain was the most terrifying domain he had encountered so far. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he was certain that his blood would freeze along with his bones. Just then, Nan Nishui thrust her sword forward. The temperature plummeted, and Ye Guan started to freeze. He hurriedly unleashed his sword attack. 45 swords? The frost sword domain was suppressing him, so he could only unleash 45 swords. Clang! Ye Guan flew backward as a result of the collision. Nan Nishui chased after him, and she swiftly caught up to him. Her frost sword domain engulfed Ye Guan once again. Ye Guan unleashed another sword attack with all his might. 45 swords? He strengthened his attack with his sword soul and sword domain. Clang! However, Nan Nishui shattered his attacks once again, and he was blasted away, cutting a sorry figure in midair. To make matters worse, he was still in midair, but Nan Nishui's sword was already a few meters away from him. Just like that, Nan Nishui made Ye Guan bounce like a ball, suppressing him thoroughly. The divine spirits on the city walls sighed in relief. They were aware of Ye Guan's reputation. He was the strongest young swordsman in the Guanxian universe, and he had already killed many monstrous talents from the true universe, especially those on the true martial list. His accomplishments in the Sword Dao allowed him to become practically invincible figure among his peers in the Guanxian universe. Obviously, Nan Nishui's accomplishments in the Sword Dao also allowed her to become the strongest swordsman among the younger generation of the true universe. It seemed that the true universe's representative was capable of suppressing the Guanxian universe's representative, and it brought immense relief to the divine spirits. Meanwhile, Nan Nishui had to have already sent Ye Guan flying by at least a kilometer away from his initial location. Nan Nishui was completely suppressing him, and he couldn't do anything other than defend himself. He had been attempting to go on an offensive, but Nan Nishui had somehow been managing to suppress him. It was clear that Nan Nishui's accomplishments in the Sword Dao were higher than his accomplishments. To make matters worse, his cultivation base couldn't compare to Nan Nishui's. Clang! His sword light was shattered, and he was blasted hundreds of meters away. However, Nan Nishui inexplicably stopped attacking. She glared at Ye Guan and said, "You're studying my sword domain." She discovered something off. Ye Guan was holding back despite his predicament, which meant that he had to have been studying her sword domain. Ye Guan didn't reply. He rushed forward and aimed his sword at her. He was finally going to make his first move? Nan Nishui frowned. Ye Guan's response made her certain that Ye Guan had been studying her sword domain. But why? Nan Nishui snapped back to her senses upon seeing Ye Guan's approach. She took a stance with her sword, and she thrust her sword forward as well. However, she decided to refrain from using her sword domain. Ping! The two sword attacks collided, and the two were sent flying away from each other. Nan Nishui frowned. She realized that she couldn't suppress him without using her sword domain. Ye Guan's sword intent and sword soul were just too terrifying for her to handle by herself without any domains. Nan Nishui stared at Ye Guan in a new light. She didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. In addition, Ye Guan clearly had no domains to use, which was exactly the reason he had been examining Nan Nishui's frost sword domain. He was trying to become enlightened to his own domain using Nan Nishui's sword domain. It was kind of absurd, but heaven-defying monstrous talents were called heaven-defying for a reason. In other words, Nan Nishui believed that someone out there had to be capable of succeeding in such an endeavor. Nan Nishui stared at Ye Guan. She took a stance with her sword and exclaimed, "Swords, gather!" Buzz! A million buzzing noises filled the city. Soon, a million sword lights took to the skies. It was extremely terrifying to see a million rays of sword light taking off to the skies at practically the same time. Ye Guan frowned. The young woman clearly had no intentions of fighting a long, drawn-out battle with him. It was proven by how Nan Nishui had just unleashed her ultimate move. Ye Guan was silent. The young woman was clever, and she managed to successfully foil his plans. Just then, Nan Nishui stepped forward. She pointed her sword at Ye Guan and yelled, "Behead him!" Swoosh! Nan Nishui's sword domain engulfed Ye Guan, ensuring that he would die in the face of the oncoming attack. Ye Guan was immediately suppressed by Nan Nishui's sword domain. At the same time, a million swords appeared in the sky, and they all descended upon Ye Guan, creating a picturesque sight akin to a meteor shower. An extremely terrifying sword force erupted between heaven and earth. Frost sword force? Ye Guan felt that there was no way he could withstand such an attack, and Nan Nishui had even borrowed the power of a million swords. The divine spirits stared intently at Ye Guan. Their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Ye Guan's death meant that no one could threaten the true universe anymore. The Guanxian universe would become like a meek little lamb before them. Ye Guan stared deeply at the oncoming swords. He closed his eyes slowly, and the world seemed to have quietened down. He calmed his mind and cleared his head. What was a domain? The mysterious voice had once asked, "Why not use your sword to create your own domain?" He had to use his sword to create a domain. His sword's foundation was the invincible sword intent. If he were to use his sword to create a domain, it would mean transforming his sword intent into a sword domain. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he thrust his sword forward. Suddenly opened his eyes and thrust his sword forward. An innumerable streak of invincible sword intent filled the spacetime in front of him. Boom! The spacetime quivered violently before it was reborn into a domain. The invincible sword domain. The oncoming swords were instantly suppressed the moment they entered Ye Guan's invincible sword domain. Nan Nishui's pupils constricted, and her heart was gripped by disbelief. She was right. Ye Guan had been trying to get enlightened to his own domain by examining her domain. Shockingly, he had succeeded. A fierce glint fleeted across Nan Nishui's eyes. "Kill him," she roared and disappeared. Nan Nishui's sword was enveloped in her unique sword energy as it entered Ye Guan's invincible sword domain. Nan Nishui deployed her domain within Ye Guan's domain. It was a fight between domains. The spacetime failed to withstand the expansion of two domains at the same point in space, and it crumbled almost immediately. However, Ye Guan and Nan Nishui entered a boundless patch in spacetime, which had infinite durability. Nan Nishui roared in fury. She thrust her sword forward. A million swords trembled violently and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan made a move as well. It would be a head-on confrontation? Boom! Nan Nishui's 1 million swords were sent flying along with her. Her frost sword domain had failed to withstand Ye Guan's invincible sword domain, but it wasn't really strange as the strength of a swordsman's domain was determined by the strength of their faith. The swordsman whose faith was more resolute than the other would emerge victorious in a battle between domains. And what was Ye Guan's faith? It was invincibility. He thoroughly believed that his sword Dao was invincible, so his sword Dao's foundations were extremely sturdy, seemingly unshakable. Nan Nishui was astonished to see her sword domain being suppressed. What is going on? It hasn't even been 2 minutes since he learned how to expand his sword domain. Just then, Ye Guan took a step forward, and his sword domain engulfed Nan Nishui. Nan Nishui's pupils constricted, and she rushed toward Ye Guan with a sword in hand. She couldn't let Ye Guan take the initiative in this fight, so she had to go on the offensive. Sword lights shining in an icy, cold glint burst out of Nan Nishui, and they all flew toward Ye Guan. However, the speed, power, and energy within each streak of sword light were shredded the moment they entered Ye Guan's sword domain. Ye Guan thrust his sword forward. Clang! Nan Nishui's sword lights shattered into innumerable light fragments, and she looked as though she were a kite with its strings cut as she was blasted away at least several kilometers from where she initially stood. The divine spirits froze at the incredulous sight. She lost? Nan Nishui lost? Their expressions darkened. He actually got enlightened during battle? This is too ridiculous. Little Pagoda asked, what's up with him? Why is he always getting enlightened during battles? The mysterious voice's reply came a bit late. He's probably one of those geniuses who are only capable of breakthroughs through battles. I've met talents like him before, and they strive to improve through constant combat. Unfortunately, people like him have one giant weakness. Little Pagoda's curiosity was piqued. What is it? The mysterious voice replied, they'll eventually get beaten up to death. Little Pagoda was speechless. The mysterious voice added, his talent is comparable to the unfettered swordsman. He's incessantly challenging those stronger than him, and he's constantly on the lookout for opportunities to go beyond his limits. Little Pagoda pondered silently and agreed. Indeed, Ye Guan and the unfettered swordsman were indeed a bit too similar. Ye Guan stared deeply at Nan Nishui. He was about to make a move when 17 cultivators appeared next to her. Ye Guan was stunned, and he asked, you're trying to gang up on me. Nan Nishui glared at him and shouted, you can call for backup, too. Ye Guan was silent. I see, so you want to be shameless? I'll show you what shamelessness means. Nan Nishui added, young lord Ye, I don't think you should whine about how we're ganging up on you because it's not like I'm prohibiting you from calling for help. Call for help? Ye Guan met her gaze and said in a serious tone, the members of the Yang family never call for help in battle unless we're truly struggling against our opponent. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Nan Nishui glared contemptuously at Ye Guan and taunted, sounds like you just don't have anyone to help you. Ye Guan remained calm as he replied, my mother told me that I should fight on my own if my opponent is just a lone individual, but if my opponents gang up on me rather than fighting me one-on-one, I'm apparently allowed to call my aunt here. Are you sure you want me to call her? Nan Nishui chuckled and said, I heard your father was the king of relying on others. You must be the prince of relying on others, then. Come, let me see just what kind of people are willing to back you up. Sure. Ye Guan nodded and said, as you wish. Little Pagoda wanted to retort, but he eventually decided against it. He couldn't afford to mess with the young master, there would be dire consequences awaiting him if he were to do so. Nan Nishui's eyes narrowed upon hearing Ye Guan's words. However, she made her move without waiting for Ye Guan's reinforcements. Hum? The frost sword in her quivered and let out a resonant hum. The tidal wave of power born from the combination of 70-time Immortal Realm cultivators' strongest moves and Nan Nishui's sword move made Ye Guan feel as though he were standing before a million mountains. The space-time around him disintegrated like tofu, and the world itself seemed to turn illusory beneath the astonishing power. Just then, Ye Guan stretched out his right hand and yelled, sword. Hum? A sword cry echoed throughout the world, and a beam of sword light landed in Ye Guan's hands. When the sword light dissipated, the path sword appeared. Ye Guan took a stance with it and slashed out. Boom! The tidal wave of power looming over Ye Guan was split into two. Nan Nishui's beautiful eyes widened in shock. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet as he vanished into thin air. Swing! Ye Guan rushed toward Nan Nishui and her group with the path sword in hand, and even the dense spacetime of the true universe was as fragile as a piece of paper before the path sword. Nan Nishui hurriedly shouted, watch out for his sword. Ye Guan turned and slashed out at Nan Nishui, sending her into a panic. She didn't dare to take any chances. She immediately unleashed her frost sword domain, but the path sword easily split it into two. Ye Guan cleaved his way through Nan Nishui's frost sword domain in one fluid motion, stupefying Nan Nishui. Alarm bells immediately rang in her head, and she decisively dodged Ye Guan's sword move. Ye Guan's sword move missed Nan Nishui, but he didn't chase after her. His figure blurred as he turned into a beam of sword light that rushed toward the city gates. He raised the path sword up high and swung it down. Boom! The city gates crumbled. Ye Guan immediately disappeared for his destination, the True God Hall. Indeed, Ye Guan's priority was to infiltrate the True God Hall rather than to kill these divine spirits. The divine spirits' expressions turned ugly upon seeing Ye Guan making a beeline for the True God Hall. They let out furious roars and transformed into beams of light to chase after Ye Guan. They weren't going to let Ye Guan infiltrate the True God Hall, but they were completely helpless as well. Ye Guan was just too fast, they blinked once, and he was already at the distant horizon. The divine spirits ahead of Ye Guan didn't dare to stand in his way, but it wasn't like they were afraid. The path sword was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, the members of the older generation didn't dare to move as well because of the agreement. Just like that, Ye Guan soon found himself standing in front of the largest building in the city. He looked up and found a plaque that said True God Hall. Ye Guan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cried out, Master Pagoda, I'm here, I made it. True, but, Little Pagoda sounded hesitant as he pointed out. You can't really say that you killed your way here. Ye Guan ignored Master Pagoda's remark and looked around. 12 stone pillars were standing before the hall, and 12 figures wearing pristine white armor stood next to the stone pillars. They all exuded an indescribably powerful aura, and they were all staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. The figures staring at him were so strong that Ye Guan realized on a visceral level that they could instantly suppress him, even if he were to wield the path sword against them. Nonetheless, Ye Guan had to enter the True God Hall. He gritted his teeth and dashed into the hall. He couldn't hesitate because a massive group of divine spirits were chasing after him. As he sprinted toward the True God Hall, he muttered a prayer to himself. Father, please protect me. Grandfather, please protect me. Aunt, please protect me. Master Pagoda, please never mind. He was worried. If the True Universe decided to gang up on him, he would have no way out as he was too deep behind enemy lines. Even his father had failed to conquer the True Universe 30 million years ago, so how could he even dream of conquering the True Universe? Moreover, he was just 18 years old. Ye Guan was aware of his own strength. He could be arrogant among the younger generation, but he had to be more humble with the older generation. Ye Guan finally arrived before the True God Hall. He turned into a beam of sword light that rushed to enter the True God Hall, but the mysterious voice shouted, No, don't go in. Unfortunately, the mysterious voice was too late. Bam! The beam of sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying at least a few hundred meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, causing it to crack. He hurriedly stood up and wiped the blood dripping down his lips. Ye Guan looked up and saw a middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man was wearing a simple white robe, and his right hand was placed behind his back. His hair draped loosely over his back, and he was exuding a domineering aura despite his humble appearance. He was obviously not a member of the True Universe's younger generation. Ye Guan burst out laughing. The True Universe had violated the agreement, so he felt like he could finally rest. Ye Guan took out the tiny pagoda and raised it up high before shouting, Master Pagoda, it's your generation's time to shine. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Ye Guan fell to the ground and decided to have a good rest. He was utterly exhausted, but he was smiling. He could finally rest, after all. However, the mysterious voice suddenly asked, Are you not going to run away? Run. Ye Guan was stunned. Why am I going to run away? Since their older generation has attacked, it means they've already succeeded in blocking the elites of the Yang family, the mysterious voice explained. Ye Guan jumped to his feet. He looked around, and his voice was trembling as he said, Seniorin and the others aren't around. The mysterious voice replied, No. Ye Guan was puzzled. Where are they? The mysterious voice replied, The True Universe's experts must be blocking them at the moment. Ye Guan's eyes widened. Does that mean? Yes, the mysterious voice replied, You're in big trouble. Ye Guan's heart was in his throat as he asked, What happened to our agreement? I deal with the younger generation, and the older generation will deal with the older generation. The mysterious voice said, They're fighting each other, so it's technically in accordance with the rules. Ye Guan went silent. He felt like he had been pranked. What should he do now? Ye Guan turned to the tiny pagoda in his hands. Little Pagoda, isn't it time for you to step up? He asked. I'm really just a pagoda. Little Pagoda exclaimed. With that, Little Pagoda turned into a beam of golden light that melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan was silent. He felt a sense of impending doom. He and his sister had impulsively rushed here, and now they were too deep behind enemy lines to retreat. Little Pagoda was too unreliable for him to rely on, and he wasn't strong enough to make it out of here without any external help. Senior, can you lend me a hand? Asked Ye Guan. The mysterious voice replied, I can help you later, not now. Ye Guan stared off into space. What did she mean, later? Was she going to wait until he was dead so that she could just collect his corpse and bury him? Meanwhile, the simply dressed middle-aged man's eyes were on Ye Guan, but he didn't make a move. Meanwhile, Nan Nishui and her group had finally arrived. They sighed in relief upon seeing that Ye Guan had failed to enter the True God Hall. They would have had to face the consequences if Ye Guan had somehow managed to trespass on the True God Hall. Ye Guan looked up and stared at the simply dressed middle-aged man in the distance and asked, Can the True Universe truly not accept defeat? Ye Guan was aware that he could no longer win through a fight, so he decided to try and win through his tongue. The simply dressed middle-aged man replied, I didn't attack you earlier. The True God Hall is surrounded by a powerful array. You ran into it by yourself, it has nothing to do with me. Ye Guan glanced at the True God Hall and found that it was emitting terrifying energy waves. The simply dressed middle-aged man suddenly took a step forward and said, Your sword is a bit unusual. You couldn't defeat me in a one-on-one fight, and you've decided to gang up on me, but it still didn't work, so now, you're nitpicking about my sword. Ye Guan said. He shook his head and smiled. Am I really in the True Universe? I thought the True Universe is supposed to be invincible. The faces of Nan Nishui and the divine spirits behind her turned ugly. The simply dressed middle-aged man asked, Do you really think it's fair for you to wield that sword? I'm a swordsman, Ye Guan said with a smile. What am I supposed to wield? The simply dressed middle-aged man stared at Ye Guan and asked, Are we not supposed to gang up on you, then? No, you can gang up on me, Ye Guan exclaimed. He then turned to Nan Nishui and shouted, "Come here, let's all fight together." Ye Guan felt like it was fine for him to wield the path sword against a myriad of enemies. Nan Nishui went silent as she stared at the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. The sword was like a terrifying monster capable of splitting everything in its path into two, so Nan Nishui was afraid of it. The sword was too strong for anyone to resist. Just then, the middle-aged man glanced at Nan Nishui. Nan Nishui instantly understood his intentions. She charged at Ye Guan and slashed out. In response, Ye Guan swung his sword at her. Boom! Nan Nishui was sent flying away. She couldn't take the brunt of Ye Guan's powerful sword attack, so the remnant energies of Ye Guan's sword moved scattered in all directions. The simply dressed middle-aged man was struck by one of the remnant energies, and he staggered backward. Blood had already drenched his robes when he finally came to a halt. Nan Nishui hurriedly escaped toward the other divine spirits. The simply dressed middle-aged man's gaze fell on Ye Guan. There's an agreement about how the older generation of both universes can't interfere, but it doesn't mean that you can attack the members of our older generation. You attacked me first, and I'm going to attack you. However, this is a personal grudge, it's completely unrelated to the true universe. Little Pagoda couldn't help but exclaim at that. What the fuck? The mysterious voice exclaimed. How despicable. Ye Guan frowned and asked, is everyone here as shameless as you? You attacked me first, the simply dressed middle-aged man exclaimed. He opened his palm and brought it down. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. The simply dressed middle-aged man was a great sovereign? Ye Guan decisively thrust his sword forward. Boom! Ye Guan cut a sorry figure as he was blasted away by a terrifying force, and the ground beneath him split open the moment he landed. The simply dressed middle-aged man frowned. Ye Guan's sword had managed to withstand the brunt of his attack, but Ye Guan was too weak to take the remnant energies of his attack. Ye Guan was drenched in his own blood, but he struggled to climb to his feet. He took out the tiny pagoda and raised it up high. They're bullying me, Master Pagoda? Go fight them, he shouted. Little Pagoda's reply came a bit late. I only know how to work behind the scenes, and I'm not too good at fighting. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Just then, the simply dressed middle-aged man charged forward and threw a punch toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically, and he hastily lifted his sword. Boom! Ye Guan flew as if he were a kite with its strings cut. His fleshly body had cracked open, and his own blood created a pool beneath him. He struggled to climb up to his feet, and then he gazed up at the sky. Father, he muttered. Little Pagoda reminded him, you've gotten even stronger, so your current opponent isn't 11 realms higher than you. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. The simply dressed middle-aged man was about to make another move. Ye Guan hurriedly turned to the path sword in his hand and muttered, "Ant." He received no response. Ye Guan went silent, and his heart was gripped by trepidation. He was in big trouble. He suddenly thought of something, prompting him to look up at the sky. Grandfather. Ye Guan yelled, my children and grandchildren will be surnamed Yang. I'm from the Yang family. The simply dressed middle-aged man said, so you've decided to call your grandfather because you can't call your father. Buzz? A resonant sword hum echoed throughout the true world, and a beam of sword light landed not too far away from Ye Guan. The sword light soon dispersed, revealing the figure of a man wearing a blue robe. My goodest grandson, the blue-robed man boisterously laughed. Your grandfather is here. One fake the agreement is that Ye Guan's father will help if Ye Guan's enemies are 11 plus realms higher than him, but if they're 1 to 10 realms higher, Ye Guan has to deal with them by himself. Best parents ever. Facing a great sovereign head-on? Ye Guan wasn't that foolish. Ye Guan wasn't foolish enough to face a great sovereign head-on. The most important ability one could cultivate in life was self-awareness. Ye Guan knew that there was no way he could defeat a great sovereign, even with the path sword. The gap between cultivation bases was just too great for even his overpowered sword to cross. Moreover, he was still too weak to wield the path sword properly. To make matters worse, his master Pagoda was unreliable, his father wasn't around, and his aunt wasn't available. Left with no other options, he had to call his grandfather. Ye Guan had made a gamble, and he didn't expect that it would pay off. However, his grandfather before him wasn't his grandfather's true body. He was just an avatar, but Ye Guan couldn't afford to be picky at the moment. The simply dressed middle-aged man stared at the blue-robed man with a frown. His keen senses were telling him that the unassuming blue-robed man before him was an extremely dangerous opponent. The blue-robed man grinned at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hesitated before calling out, Grandfather. Sword Master Qingshan burst into hearty laughter. Yes, your grandfather is here. Ye Guan was dumbfounded. This guy seemed even less reliable than his father? He finally understood why Master Pagoda's personality was so eccentric. It seemed like that kind of attitude ran in the family. Sword Master Qingshan asked, has your father ever mentioned me to you? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, no. Sword Master Qingshan furrowed his brow and muttered, that rascal. Ye Guan was silent. Sword Master Qingshan examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and smiled. You're not bad, but you still have a long way to go compared to me during my prime. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. It seemed that birds of the same feather would truly flock together, and his Master Pagoda's personality had truly been shaped by both his grandfather and father. Sword Master Qingshan wanted to say something, but Ye Guan suddenly gasped. He pointed at the simply dressed middle-aged man and exclaimed, watch out, grandfather. That's a great sovereign right there. Sword Master Qingshan glanced at the simply dressed middle-aged and chuckled. Did your father not tell you just how strong I am? He asked. Ye Guan thought for a moment and said, Master Pagoda told me that you abandoned my father and that you don't deserve to be a father. Fuck. Little Pagoda screamed. He trembled in fear as he argued, what are you talking about? When did I say that? Don't make things up. You have no idea just how dangerous words can be. Meanwhile, the smile on Sword Master Qingshan's lips had vanished. Little Pagoda panicked. Sword Master Qingshan opened his palm, and a tiny pagoda appeared in his hand. He looked down at the tiny pagoda and said, I was wondering why my son was so rebellious. It turns out that you've been instigating him. Little Pagoda trembled as he cried out, Old Master, I don't dare. As for your grandson, he's just mischievous. Sword Master Qingshan seemed somewhat displeased. Nonsense. I find this young man very sensible. He's more sensible than his father. Little Pagoda, don't you dare speak ill of my grandson, or I'll give you a piece of my mind. Little Pagoda was speechless. The simply dressed great sovereign suddenly said, Feloda. Sword Master Qingshan whipped around and thrust his sword. Shwick. The simply dressed great sovereign was instantly immobilized, petrifying everyone. Ye Guan's eyes widened, and his face filled with disbelief. A great sovereign was immobilized with just one sword move? His grandfather was truly formidable? Sword Master Qingshan cast an annoyed gaze at the simply dressed great sovereign and grumbled, My grandson and I are talking, so you should mind your business. The simply dressed great sovereign's eyes filled with fear as he gazed at the blue-robed man. One sword move from the latter had immobilized him? Even worse, the blue-robed man had done it so quickly that he failed to react to it. He was a proud great sovereign, so it shouldn't have been like this. In addition, how come the Guanxian universe still had a supreme elite like the Sword Master? The nearby divine spirits were as still as statues. Sword Master Qingshan smiled at Ye Guan and explained, it's not that shocking. They're called great sovereigns, but they're mere ants. Ye Guan was silent. His grandfather was just showing off, but he didn't dare to point it out or argue. Everyone here was indeed like an ant in front of his grandfather. Sword Master Qingshan's gaze landed on the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. Grandfather. Ye Guan exclaimed, and he proudly said, this is the path sword, and it's really strong. Strong. Sword Master Qingshan replied calmly, it's just a broken sword. Hum? The path sword let out a resonant hum and vibrated. Ye Guan's face turned pale. It felt like the path sword was about to throw a tantrum. Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and said, what's wrong with what I said? What? Do you want to fight me one-on-one? Come here, then. Let me teach you a lesson. The path sword went silent and melted into Ye Guan's glabella. The path sword knew that the blue-robed man didn't have the word shame in his dictionary, so the path sword decided to avoid a direct confrontation in the meantime. Ye Guan was truly surprised by the path sword's reaction. It was the first time he saw the path sword so timid. It seemed that his grandfather was even stronger than what he could imagine at the moment. The cogs in Ye Guan's mind turned rapidly, and his brain soon reached a conclusion. He had to suck up to his grandfather and inflate his grandfather's ego. Grandfather. Ye Guan suddenly exclaimed, he's a great sovereign, but you took care of him in a split second. Goodness, grandfather. Why you incredible. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. The blue-robed man laughed boisterously and said, stop trying to suck up to me, you brat. I'll let you know, but bootlicking is my weakness. A great sovereign is like a god to me, but you made quick work of such a powerful elite. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and shook his head with a sigh before saying, I feel like I brought you shame, grandfather. The blue-robed man smiled and said, it's fine, you're still young. When I was your age, I was far more let's just say I was pretty remarkable. Not to brag or anything, but I'm probably the most heaven-defying talent since the universe's conception. Little Pagoda was left speechless. Unfortunately for the blue-robed man, Little Pagoda had borne witness to the 3 generations of the Yang family, and Ye Guan was undoubtedly the most talented out of the 3. His father and grandfather's talent just couldn't compare to him. Actually, Sword Master Qingshan was quite pitiful back then. People were chasing and attacking him every day. In fact, he almost perished by having his head smashed in. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, Grandfather, I'm curious. You're an extremely powerful supreme elite, so you must be a renowned supreme elite. And that's exactly why I find it weird that I've never heard of you before. Why is that? Sword Master Qingshan smiled and replied, it's not weird that you haven't heard of me. It's been many years since I've vanquished all of my enemies who were born in the same generation as me. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Sword Master Qingshan's smile deepened as he said, it's my turn to ask you a question, and I want you to answer me honestly. Ye Guan nodded. Ask away, grandfather. Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and said, you said that all your descendants will bear the Yang surname. I assume you know about certain matters between your father and me. So tell me, was it my fault or your father's fault? Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He felt like his very own grandfather had just created a hole for him to fall into. Little Pagoda laughed heartily, finding the situation quite amusing. Ye Guan's brain worked on overdrive, and he soon answered, it's only natural for a man to endure some hardships and difficulties, but I agree with what Master Pagoda said about how it's a bit too much for a parent to abandon their children without any guidance or help. My enemies are so formidable, and I need even the tiniest bit of help to defeat them, otherwise, it's just impossible for me to overcome the so-called hardships and grow stronger. By then, it'll be abuse rather than letting your children grow. That's what Master Pagoda said to me, and I think there's some truth to it. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. The mysterious voice laughed and pointed out. He wants you to take the blame. Little Pagoda felt like crying. Sword Master Qingshan asked, is that what you think, too? Ye Guan smiled and replied, we're family, grandfather. We can be frank with each other during conversations. In fact, I'll be frank, there's nothing wrong with leaving your children to fend for themselves. I believe a person who had to start from scratch is bound to achieve great things. The hardships will build and temper their character, tenacity, and willpower. I'm sure even you, grandfather, had to go through many hardships when you were young. Sword Master Qingshan grinned and nodded. That's right. Ye Guan went on, grandfather, you left my father to raise himself with the intention that he could reach the heights you've achieved today. That initial motive was undoubtedly good. Sword Master Qingshan's smile grew even warmer as he listened to his grandson's words. He found himself growing increasingly fond of Ye Guan. Ye Guan added, however, I think you should have paid more attention to the bond between father and son, grandfather. You probably didn't spend a lot of quality time together with father. For example, look at us, we're having a heart-to-heart conversation. Sword Master Qingshan was silent as he reflected on Ye Guan's words. Ye Guan continued, actually, I think my father never blamed you for leaving him. I think the source of his resentment is that he never felt any fatherly love from you throughout his childhood and beyond. I doubt he blames you for the hardship he had to face because he knows the importance of facing hardships. We're cultivators, after all. However, the absence of a father's love and companionship is just I think that's why he resents you. A certain thought abruptly popped up in Ye Guan's mind. Were you left to fend for yourself, too? Sword Master Qingshan nodded without saying anything. Ye Guan reeled in shock. Why are my ancestors such bad parents? Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself before saying, I believe that companionship is the most important thing when it comes to relationships between two people. In fact, you were just a name to me until now, grandfather. However, you decided to help me in my time of need, which makes me feel all warm inside. I also feel like we now have a connection. You're no longer just a name to me, grandfather. You've become family in my eyes, which is exactly why I think that from now on, we should talk to each other more often for the sake of nurturing our relationship. Grandfather, can you leave me a way to contact you? Little Pagoda, the mysterious voice, and Sword Master Qingshan were speechless. There wasn't anything wrong with Ye Guan's words, but why did it sound so wrong? Sword Master Qingshan stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was staring at Sword Master Qingshan with an unwavering gaze, but Sword Master Qingshan had already seen through Ye Guan's intentions. He burst into a peal of boisterous laughter. Pfft! You little rascal, ha ha ha. Grandfather, how can I contact you if I want to see you in the future? Ye Guan asked earnestly. He had made up his mind. He needed someone who could come and help him whenever he needed help. Otherwise, he would eventually get himself beaten to death. Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and said, don't worry about that for now. Just focus on becoming even stronger. You're my grandson, so you don't have to worry about the rest of the riffraff. I won't let anyone bully you. Ye Guan went silent. He was still somewhat reluctant to let go of the issue. He was about to ask more questions when Sword Master Qingshan suddenly pointed his finger at him. A wisp of sword energy melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Ye Guan exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Sword Master Qingshan smiled. A sword technique, it'll serve you well. Ye Guan closed his eyes slowly. Beheading Heaven's sword art? Just then, Sword Master Qingshan said, I have to leave. Grandfather, wait. Ye Guan hurriedly said, we still have to. He tugged on Sword Master Qingshan's sleeve and dragged him into the True God Hall. They were already here, so Ye Guan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity by visiting the True God Hall with his grandfather. He needed bragging material to use in the future. If he somehow managed to enter the True God Hall, he would exceed his father. His father had reached the front yard of the True God Hall, but he failed to enter the hall. Sword Master Qingshan stared quietly at Ye Guan with a smile. He felt a certain kinship with his grandson. Just then, the divine spirits in the True God Hall were staring at the two of them. All of them were prepared to fight, and they were not afraid of Ye Guan. However, Sword Master Qingshan was a different story. He was merely an avatar, but he defeated a great sovereign with one strike. He was a terrifying supreme elite that they couldn't carelessly fight against. Swoosh! All of a sudden, 10 powerful figures appeared in front of the True God Hall. Sword Master Qingshan was calm. Meanwhile, the simply dressed great sovereign shouted, retreat. No one among them was strong enough to stop Sword Master Qingshan. It was a foolish endeavor that would only result in meaningless death. The 10 elites in front of the True God Hall were reluctant, but they all retreated. Ye Guan led Sword Master Qingshan into the True God Hall. The hall was very spacious, and there was only a statue of a woman inside of it. The woman was clad in a simple dress, and she had long braids. A cat was sitting in her lap. She was none other than the True God. Ye Guan's expression was grim as he stared at the statue. The statue had to be none other than the statue of the True God, the invincible hegemon of the true universe. Ye Guan looked at Sword Master Qingshan and asked, Grandfather, can you defeat her? Sword Master Qingshan smiled and replied, yes. Ha ha ha. Ye Guan chuckled. My grandfather is invincible. Pfft. Sword Master Qingshan burst into laughter but said nothing as he cast his eyes upon the statue. However, Ye Guan was still curious. How many sword moves would it take you to kill her? He asked. Sword Master Qingshan ruffled Ye Guan's hair and smiled. I know what you're thinking, but this woman is not simple at all. She's truly powerful. Of course, if she dares to bully you, I'll step in. At that time, I wouldn't care about anything else. No one should dare to think about harming my grandson. Sword Master Qingshan's words truly moved Ye Guan. He had decided to truly acknowledge his grandfather. After all, there was no way he would refuse to acknowledge his powerful ancestors. Sword Master Qingshan continued. Your cultivation journey started out well, but you need to stay grounded. You will have to face many things on your own. You're the only one who can walk down the path you've chosen, after all. Do you understand? Ye Guan nodded quietly. He didn't mind handling most of his opponents by himself, but facing a great sovereign with his trivial cultivation base was just too much. He had no choice but to call for help. Sword Master Qingshan saw Ye Guan's expression and shook his head. My boy, he muttered and chuckled before saying, you think more than your father. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before asking, once you've reached a certain level of strength, do you start viewing everything in the world with indifference? Sword Master Qingshan looked at him with surprise. What's up with that question? Ye Guan replied solemnly, the books I've read all told me the same. Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it does happen. With that, he stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, was that great sovereign earlier really strong in your eyes? Ye Guan nodded. Great sovereigns were strong, and he reckoned that he still wouldn't be able to defeat one, even with the path sword in hand. Sword Master Qingshan stared at the simply dressed great sovereign, who was still being suppressed by his sword energy. He then cast his gaze on Ye Guan once more before saying, he's considered a top-tier elite in this universe, but he's nothing more than an ant in my eyes. If he hadn't tried to bully you, I wouldn't have bothered to make a move against him. Ye Guan fell silent. He felt like his grandfather wasn't bragging at all. Sword Master Qingshan continued. Cultivation is like water. You're the only one who can define its taste. You have to experience life by yourself and just take a look at yourself right now. You've come a long way on your own, right? Didn't you get stronger in your own right? Yes, I did. Ye Guan nodded. Sword Master Qingshan was right. He had overcome many challenges by himself, and he had to admit that those hardships had tempered him to who he was today. Sword Master Qingshan laughed and asked, what would have happened if I kept on interfering in your battles and saving you from your hardships? Do you think you would have become stronger? Ye Guan was silent. Sword Master Qingshan continued. Joy and sorrow, anger, and happiness, it is necessary for one to experience these emotions. Without parting, there would be no joy in reuniting. Without death, you wouldn't appreciate the value of life. To put it simply, I believe that as long as you are not going to get killed, you should endure as many hardships and difficulties as you can by yourself. That's the only way you'll grow even stronger at the fastest speed possible. At that, Ye Guan finally understood why his grandfather was known as a bit of an extreme individual. He also finally understood why his grandfather and father didn't get along. If he were in his father's shoes, he also wouldn't acknowledge his grandfather. His grandfather's method of upbringing was too extreme, it was borderline abuse. However, Ye Guan could sense that his grandfather had to have experienced some trauma or an unfortunate event when he was still young. It would explain his extreme method of upbringing. Sword Master Qingshan gently brushed some dust off Ye Guan's shoulder and said softly, I had nothing but good intentions when I left your father to fend for himself, but I admit that it was a bit too extreme. I should have given him a hand when he needed it the most. The fact that I chose not to do is something that I regret, even to this day. Ye Guan quickly interjected, you can still make amends. Sword Master Qingshan asked, make amends? Ye Guan nodded urgently and said, what happened between you and father is already water under the bridge, but don't you still have me? Your grandson? We can spend a lot of time in the future, and we can grow even closer over time. Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. Sword Master Qingshan laughed boisterously. He laughed even louder than he did when Ye Guan had sucked up to him. Soon, he stared deeply at Ye Guan and eventually shook his head with a smile. Ye Guan was much craftier than his son, and he believed that Ye Guan needed more hardships to temper his character. With that in mind, Sword Master Qingshan transmitted his voice to Little Pagoda through profound energy. I want you to make sure that he's going to face more challenges in the future. Don't let him become too cocky. I'm afraid he's going to end up getting addicted to relying on others. Great. That's a great idea. Little Pagoda replied almost immediately. He truly found Sword Master Qingshan's suggestion to be worthy of his full support. Just then, Ye Guan asked, what do you think, grandfather? Sword Master Qingshan's expression was serious as he replied, you're right. We should make sure that we become even closer over time. Ye Guan saw the golden opportunity and immediately took it. In that case, can you leave me a way to contact you? When I'd like to contact you whenever I start missing you. Sword Master Qingshan fell between a rock and a hard place. However, he quickly composed himself and said, if you want to contact me, just tell Little Pagoda. He knows how to get in touch with me. Ye Guan was a bit hesitant about the idea of consulting Little Pagoda. He had truly lost trust in the tiny pagoda, and he was convinced that he could never rely on Little Pagoda. Just then, a thunderous explosion boomed in the distance. Ye Guan quickly turned to Sword Master Qingshan and said, "Have you met my sister yet? If you haven't, would you like to meet her?" Sword Master Qingshan nodded and said, "Sure." With that, they made their way outside. Ye Guan stole one last glance at the statue of the true god inside the hall. Once he encountered the woman depicted in the statue, he would make sure to get her real good. Wait, what am I thinking? Ye Guan's face flushed red, and he found his choice of words a bit inappropriate. Of course, he quickly blamed Little Pagoda for corrupting him. Sword Master Qingshan looked up. Yan was still engaged in a fierce battle. Her opponent was truly extraordinary, and Yan seemed unable to suppress him. Yan's opponent abruptly came to a halt. He seemed to have sensed something. He cast his gaze downward and upon Sword Master Qingshan. Before he could react, a dazzling sword light pierced him. The young man's face filled with disbelief. Who was he? What just happened? Yan turned and froze upon seeing Sword Master Qingshan. Sword Master Qingshan waved his sleeve, and Yan appeared in front of him and Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked up to Yan and tugged on her sleeve. "He's our grandfather," he said. Yan stared quietly at Sword Master Qingshan. Ye Guan quickly added, "Sister, grandfather defeated a great sovereign with one sword move." Yan glanced at the simply dressed great sovereign, who still couldn't move. She hesitated briefly before finally saying, "Grandfather." Ye Guan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He felt like his sister was a bit eccentric. Why was it that it felt like Yan wanted to fight their grandfather? Sword Master Qingshan examined Yan and smiled. "Your bloodline, has it awakened?" "Yes." Yan nodded. Sword Master Qingshan contemplated for a moment before pointing his finger a few inches away from Yan's forehead. Moments later, a drop of blood was squeezed out of Sword Master Qingshan's fingertip, and it fell on Yan's forehead. Boom! A crimson pillar of light burst out of Yan and took to the skies, dyeing even the skies crimson. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn. He could feel the surging bloodline power bubbling within Yan. Soon, Yan opened her eyes, and they were bloodshot. Sword Master Qingshan explained, "I've increased the power of your bloodline, and the full extent of its growth now depends on you." Yan clenched her fists. She suppressed the powerful killing intent surging within her. Moments later, her gaze fell on Sword Master Qingshan, and she said, "Thank you." Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and asked, "Do you have any grievances against me?" Yan calmly replied, "I don't dare." Sword Master Qingshan smiled. "You're a member of the Ying family, so feel free to express your grievances if you have any. Don't worry, I'm not that petty." Yan stared deeply at Sword Master Qingshan before saying, "Boundary Pagoda told me that you neglected my father to the point that he had to live a miserable life until he made it big. Is it true?" Sword Master Qingshan blinked in confusion. He opened his palm, and the Boundary Pagoda flew over to him. He looked down calmly at the tiny pagoda in his hand before saying, "I think this pagoda is outdated and is in dire need of an update. Let me modify it a bit so you'll have an easier time with it." Sword Master Qingshan pointed at it, and a swarm of dazzling sword lights inundated the Boundary Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Shwick, shwick, shwick. Sword Master Qingshan's control of his sword energy was so fine and exceptional that every sword light left a mark on the pagoda without actually damaging it. However, it seemed that the process was still painful as Ye Guan and Yan heard a horrible agonizing scream from within the pagoda. The siblings went as quiet as a mouse. Sword Master Qingshan chuckled and explained, "The process is indeed a bit painful, but it's going to be fine." However, the screams grew even shriller and heart-wrenching as time went on, which sent chills down the spine of the siblings. Little Pagoda was silent. He didn't dare to speak as the Yang family was filled with experts in pagoda torture. The miserable screams made their hair stand on end. Ye Guan and Yan didn't dare to move as the agonizing screams pierced their ears. Ye Guan was slightly embarrassed. His grandfather didn't seem like a good person. Yan was also silent, seemingly lost in thought. Sword Master Qingshan eventually stopped. He opened his palms, and the Boundary Pagoda flew to Yan. Yan looked at Sword Master Qingshan and asked, "What happened?" Sword Master Qingshan calmly replied, "I just replaced the spirit inside of it with a new one." Ye Guan froze and went silent. Yan's expression stiffened. The spirit inside of it was replaced with a new one? Little Pagoda was drenched in cold sweat. What did that mean? It meant killing the spirit inside of it and replacing it with another spirit. Little Pagoda realized just then that Sword Master Qingshan was furious. Sword Master Qingshan wasn't easily angered, but the consequences were dire once he was enraged. Sword Master Qingshan stared deeply at Yan and said, "People can talk about our Ying family behind our backs, but how dare a mere pagoda meddle in our affairs and stir up trouble? Unlike its name, it doesn't know its boundaries. Did that pagoda think that it could get involved in our family affairs?" Yan was silent. She actually wasn't familiar with her grandfather, but she had heard that her grandfather had a bad temper. It seemed that they weren't lying back then. Sword Master Qingshan calmly said, "I haven't mentioned this yet, but it's fine even if you don't want to use the Yang surname. I treat others based on how they treat me. If you treat me like family, I'll treat you like one." Sword Master Qingshan was truly furious, but it wasn't strange at all. The matter between him and Ye Xian was between the two of them. He didn't mind even if Ye Xian resented him, but no one else could interfere in the matter between them, even if those who wanted to interfere were his grandchildren. Sword Master Qingshan had already admitted that he was mistaken, but no one was allowed to criticize him for it. Yan clenched her fists tightly, looking unhappy. However, Sword Master Qingshan remained calm. Familial ties. He had always placed great importance on familial ties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Yang family to support Ye Guan as well as Yan's Milky Way clan. He had been putting in the effort to make up for his mistakes in the past, so he was furious when Yan criticized him. However, Sword Master Qingshan was right. The grandchildren had no right to interfere in the matters between their father and their grandfather. In fact, even their father hadn't said anything about it, so how come the grandchildren were complaining? Sword Master Qingshan had always been like this. He wouldn't recognize even family once he was angered. Ye Guan quickly walked up to Sword Master Qingshan and tugged on his arm. I think you should take it easy. We're all family here, so don't say things you'll regret. Sword Master Qingshan glanced at Ye Guan and smiled. Good luck. With that, he turned into a streak of sword light that took to the skies and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. He left just like that. Ye Guan sighed. His grandfather was truly furious earlier. It turned out his grandfather's temper was too fierce. Ye Guan recalled something, and he walked over to Yan. He was about to say something when Yan's figure blurred. She transformed into a crimson beam of light that rushed toward the distant horizon. How come the two of them have such bad tempers? Ye Guan froze and went quiet. It seemed that he would have a difficult time being a grandson and a younger brother in this family. However, there wasn't anything Ye Guan could do about it. Sword Master Qingshan shook his head with a smile while staring at Yan. He realized that Yan's temper resembled him, while Ye Guan's temper was more similar to his son's. How was it? A voice asked from out of nowhere. Sword Master Qingshan turned and saw a woman in a purple dress. He chuckled and replied, it became a bit unpleasant. The woman in a purple dress stared contemptuously at Sword Master Qingshan and said, you're the only one capable of throwing a tantrum against the members of the younger generation. Yes, you're the only one. Sword Master Qingshan laughed at that and said, let's go. With that, he vanished into the vast expanse along with the woman in a purple dress. Ye Guan looked up and realized that his grandfather had truly departed. The mysterious voice suddenly asked, are you not going to leave as well? Leave? Ye Guan was stunned. He turned and saw that even though the simply dressed great sovereign was still immobilized, the other divine spirits could move, and they were all staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan decisively turned around and fled. The simply dressed great sovereign roared, don't let him leave. Ye Guan's talent could only be described as frightening. If they were to let him leave, they would definitely see the advent of the next sword master. To make matters worse, Ye Guan had infiltrated the True God Hall. They couldn't allow him to leave so easily, lest the true universe's reputation be ruined. The divine spirits immediately gave chase. A divine spirit muttered hesitantly, Great Sovereign Nanshan, that blue-robed man earlier. Great Sovereign Nanshan's expression dimmed, and fear quickly filled his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, don't worry, the Yin spirit and the rest are on their way here. The divine spirit hesitated. He wanted to ask if Yin spirit could beat that blue-robed man, but he decided against it. It was a question tantamount to disrespecting the Yin spirit, which meant he would only be inviting trouble upon himself. With that in mind, he decisively turned around and left. Meanwhile, Great Sovereign Nanshan was staring worriedly at the skies. The waters of the Guanxian universe were more mysterious and deeper than he initially thought, and the current generation was particularly remarkable. He didn't expect to see so many powerful young talents from the Guanxian universe, but it was the harsh reality, and it was a fact that made him feel worried. After leaving the True God Hall, Ye Guan headed to the Guanxian universe. He had to hurry up and return to the Guanxian universe now that the true universe clearly had no intentions of keeping its word. Not long after he started his journey back, a sword light flashed in front of him. Nan Nishui appeared. Ye Guan thrust his sword toward her, but his expression changed dramatically. He abruptly turned around and slashed out with his sword. Bang! A fist imprint shattered, and Ye Guan was sent flying away. The fist imprint had come from an old man a kilometer away. Incredibly, he was a great sovereign? Ye Guan's face darkened, feeling irritated. The true universe was too much. When it became clear that divine sovereigns no longer posed any threat to him, the true universe actually decided to send a great sovereign one after him. Go right, exclaimed the mysterious voice. Ye Guan's brows furrowed slightly. The mysterious voice explained, a powerful cultivator is waiting for you at the heavenly garrison, and you can't use that path anymore. Trust me, go right. Ye Guan decisively turned and went right, disappearing into the horizon as a beam of sword light. The old man standing a kilometer away from Ye Guan glared at Ye Guan and opened his palm. He reached out toward Ye Guan and clenched his fist. Bam! The space-time around Ye Guan collapsed as immense pressure bore down on Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression turned ugly. So this is the power of a great sovereign. It was too much, and he couldn't withstand it with his current cultivation base. With that in mind, Ye Guan slashed out and carved a hole for him to escape the constraints of the dense and heavy space-time. His figure blurred as he disappeared into the horizon. The old man appeared in front of Ye Guan and threw a punch. Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He was about to attack when a stream of golden light rushed out of him like a deluge. Buzz! The golden light took the brunt of the old man's attack. Go! Little Pagoda shouted before immediately enveloping Ye Guan in his golden light and dragging the latter away into the horizon. The old man frowned at the sight. He was about to give chase when a white light flashed past him and chased after the golden light. The old man was stunned. He sounded curious as he muttered, that aura. Eventually, he turned into a streak of light that chased after Ye Guan. Ye Guan gripped the path sword tightly and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, where are we going?" The mysterious voice replied, "We're going to the true God world." Ye Guan frowned slightly. True God world. Yes, it's the world where the true God was born, and there's a rule there that says fights are forbidden in the true God world, explained the mysterious voice. Fights are forbidden there? Ye Guan was astonished. You should take advantage of that world's rule to become even stronger, the mysterious voice said. The divine spirits will have to be cautious about dealing with you there. Ye Guan's brows furrowed slightly. The true God world. Yes, it's an incredibly sacred world in the eyes of the divine spirits, the mysterious voice explained. They won't make a move on you in that world, so you will be safe there. Ye Guan went silent. Eventually, he shattered the ice and asked, "Senior, are you perhaps from the true universe?" "Guess," said the mysterious voice. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. He also thought his question just now was nonsense. Swoosh! Ye Guan turned around at the shrill cry coming from behind him, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing a beam of light tearing through spacetime just to chase after him. The beam of light's aura was stronger than the great sovereign earlier. Is it a cosmic spirit? Ye Guan's face fell. The true universe was going too far? Soon, he started to get worried. Seniorin was definitely fighting against the experts of the true universe at the moment. Ye Guan quietly gripped the path sword. The beam of light behind him was speeding up. The mysterious voice exclaimed, "Go faster." Little Pagoda said, "This is my fastest speed. The Yin spirit will catch up to us," shouted the mysterious voice. "Why don't you help me?" Little Pagoda asked. The mysterious voice's reply came a bit late, but she exclaimed, "Okay." A dazzling light erupted from Ye Guan and enveloped him. Ye Guan's speed surged crazily until he was several times faster than earlier. The Yin spirit's eyes filled with disbelief at the sight. However, her expression quickly turned ugly. It turned out that Ye Guan's destination was the true God world. "How dare you!" the Yin spirit roared while glaring hatefully at Ye Guan. The true God world was more important than the true God hall in the eyes of the divine spirits. If Ye Guan somehow managed to infiltrate the true God world, it would be a humiliation far greater than the humiliation 30 million years ago. The Yin spirit bellowed, "Heavenly Deo." Boom! The weather abruptly turned tumultuous as dark clouds gathered above Ye Guan. A horrifying, inscrutable power swept across between heaven and earth. The world itself seemed illusory beneath it. Ye Guan's face darkened. The mysterious voice shouted, "Take care of the heavenly tribulation, Little Pagoda." Little Pagoda asked, "Why me?" "You know that my circumstances are unique," the mysterious voice explained before casting her gaze on Ye Guan and asking, "Who else can handle it aside from you? Don't tell me you expect this little guy to do it." Little Pagoda was speechless, but he wordlessly shot toward the clouds. Crackle! A divine lightning filled with a cataclysmic might flew toward Little Pagoda. However, Little Pagoda was undeterred, and he collided with the divine lightning. Boom! Everything between heaven and earth was instantly chaotic, stupefying Ye Guan. It turned out that Little Pagoda was more powerful than he thought. Meanwhile, the dazzling light dragged Ye Guan into the distance. The dazzling light tore a rift in space-time and brought Ye Guan into the true God world. The Yin spirit came to a screeching halt and cursed, "Fuck." It's a cultivation realm now rather than a title like what's described in CH 240. So there's a great sovereign title and a great sovereign realm. The Yin spirit's face was beyond dark. She was so angry that the space-time around her trembled incessantly, creating a terrifying sight. Just then, the other divine spirits rushed to the scene. When they saw that Ye Guan had entered the true God world, their expressions turned extremely unpleasant, killing intent suffused their eyes. Ye Guan had infiltrated the true God world. An outsider had actually trespassed on the true God world. This wasn't just the true universe's disgrace, but the true God's disgrace as well. The great sovereign old man earlier stared at the Yin spirit and asked, "What should we do, Yin spirit?" The Yin spirit was silent. There were two reasons the true universe couldn't make a move in the true God world. First of all, it was the burial ground of many individuals related to the true God, so it was considered hallowed grounds. Secondly, the true God had once ordered that fighting was forbidden in the true God world. No one would dare to disobey the true God's order. The Yin spirit was in a tough spot. Should she go there and chase after Ye Guan? The great sovereign old man noticed the Yin spirit's hesitation and said, "We have to chase him. Otherwise, if he ever does anything inside." The Yin spirit frowned and pondered briefly before shouting, "Let's go." With that, she vanished into thin air. The divine spirits chased after her. Ye Guan found himself before a massive graveyard. There were too many tombstones to count that they seemed endless. Ye Guan's brows furrowed, and he asked, "Senior, where am I?" The mysterious voice replied, "You're in the divine cemetery. The true God's burial grounds." "The true God's burial grounds? Is the true God dead?" asked Ye Guan. The mysterious voice replied, "She's still alive. Those buried here were her followers back then. They perished in battle, so she created a world to serve as their burial grounds." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Who were the true God's enemies back then? The mysterious voice replied, "She had many enemies: Sovereign Qing, the heaven-seizing clan, those of the divine Dao bloodline, and even the vast expanse itself as it sent a universe tribulation upon her. These figures are the most powerful out of the true universe's enemies at the time." "Senior," Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, Can you tell me more about the heaven-seizing clan, the divine Dao bloodline, and what a universe tribulation is? The mysterious voice replied belatedly, it's only natural for you to know them, so I'm going to answer you. Let's start with the heaven-seizing clan first. The heaven-seizing clan is filled with extremely formidable cultivators with the heaven-seizing bloodline running through their veins. The heaven-seizing bloodline can suppress almost every other bloodline in existence, but of course, your family's mad demon bloodline is an exception. The heaven-seizing bloodline was invincible before the conception of the mad demon bloodline. They become more terrifying as they fight, and they're capable of seizing the bloodline of others for themselves. One of the biggest reasons those with the heaven-seizing bloodline are all formidable opponents is their unpredictability. It is impossible to know what cards they have up their sleeves because of their ability to seize other bloodlines and use the special abilities of those bloodlines. Which of the two bloodlines is stronger at the moment? Asked Ye Guan. If we're talking about your father and grandfather, it'll naturally be the mad demon bloodline, said the mysterious voice. She paused before she continued teasingly. If it's you, then you already know the answer. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Damn it, I really am the weakest member of my family? Anyway, let me tell you about the universe tribulation, said the mysterious voice. Every universe will someday experience a universe tribulation. Going through it means the end of a cycle. However, the true universe's universe tribulation at the time was extremely terrifying because the true God had been suppressing it. The act of suppressing a universe tribulation is just buying time. It'll eventually return with vengeance, and it's akin to holding back a flood. The water level rises the longer you suppress it until you can no longer suppress it. However, the true God had been suppressing it for over 1,000,000 years. Ye Guan frowned. He found something weird about the mysterious senior's story, so he decided to point it out. I thought tribulations could be destroyed. Isn't that so? It's unlike any other tribulation, so it can't be destroyed, the mysterious voice said. It represents a law of the Dao. Actually, it's already an incredible feat to be able to suppress it, but destroying it is simply impossible. It's a tribulation born from the myriad of sentient beings living in that universe, so destroying it means destroying those sentient beings as well. Ye Guan nodded, but he was still curious. Senior, what's a law of the Dao? The mysterious voice explained. Yin and Yang are the constituents of the Dao. The Dao allows cultivators to harness spiritual energy and transform it into profound energy, and profound energy is what cultivators use to pursue the Dao. In a nutshell, everything boils down to Yin and Yang. It seems complex because it involves a myriad of processes involving the sentient beings throughout the vast expanse, but it is not that complicated in essence. If I were to make it even easier for you to understand, there must be death for there to be life. Life and death are natural laws of the Dao. A universe is born, and it will inevitably perish. This is also another natural law of the Dao. Why do people say that cultivators are going against the natural laws of the Dao? It's all because cultivators are fighting against the Dao to change their destiny. Sadly, it is extremely difficult to do such a thing, and those who have escaped the clutches of their destiny to control the Dao are extremely rare, even throughout the vast expanse. Ye Guan went silent as he pondered over the mysterious senior's words. He found it a bit too complex for him to understand at the moment. However, it seemed the mysterious voice wasn't done just yet as she continued. The true God's action of suppressing the true universe's universe tribulation is an act that had changed her destiny as well as the destiny of the true universe. According to the law of the Dao, the true universe should have perished many, many years ago. Ye Guan couldn't quite grasp the terrors of a universe tribulation, but he believed that it was all because its horrors were beyond his comprehension. Ye Guan believed so, as the mysterious voice was speaking in a different way than usual. As for the true God's might, the fact that she could suppress the tribulation of an entire universe by herself was the greatest testament to her power. Actually, there's someone scarier than an entire universe's tribulation, said the mysterious voice from out of the blue. It's the great Daoist Brushmaster. The divine Dao bloodline runs through his veins, and he's a terrifying figure to face. The great Daoist Brushmaster? Asked Ye Guan with a frown. He's a true Dao user, the mysterious voice said. In addition to escaping the clutches of his destiny by obtaining the Dao, he can also control it. I can only describe him as awesome if I were to describe him. What does it mean to control the Dao? Ye Guan asked. The mysterious voice explained. The Dao can be observed, and it is through witnessing the transformation of many things as they chase after the Dao. The Dao is impartial, and all beings are equal before it. However, the great Daoist Brushmaster is an exception to that. He can control and wield the Dao, which means he can make everything move according to his whims. It happens because the Dao can be a powerful tool in the hands of those with desire. The Dao itself is without desire, but if one with desire were to control it, it would be an exceedingly powerful tool capable of dominating and suppressing every existence. The great Daoist Brushmaster has a penchant for doing that, so you could say that he's an extremely immoral individual. I understand? Ye Guan nodded. The true God is a god in the eyes of the true universe's denizens, but, the mysterious voice trailed off before saying, she's evil in the eyes of the other worlds and the universes. In other words, each and every single individual has their own things they consider important, and it is based on their vested interests. You have a vested interest in becoming stronger. You can become strong enough to become a god in the eyes of many people, and you have to become even stronger, or else those stronger than you will become your god, like the true god. For example, I have a vested interest in the survival of the Guanxian universe, said Ye Guan with a nod. Those daring enough to attack the Guanxian universe are my enemies. Great, exclaimed the mysterious voice. Just then, Ye Guan turned around. Rumble? He heard rumbling noises ahead of him, and a rift in space-time soon manifested. The Yin spirit emerged from the rift along with 3 great sovereigns? Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, are you sure that they won't dare to attack me here? The mysterious voice replied, they probably won't. Ye Guan went numb. The mysterious senior was also unreliable. The Yin spirit stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, what should I do? The mysterious voice exclaimed, do what you want. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Who is the mysterious person inside of you? Asked the Yin spirit while glaring at Ye Guan. She had noticed long ago that there was an extremely powerful existence hiding within Ye Guan. Ye Guan couldn't have escaped earlier if it hadn't been for that existence's intervention. Ye Guan stared deeply at the Yin spirit and said, Yin spirit, we had an agreement that the younger generation of our universes is to fight without the intervention of the older generation for an entire year. Why are you attacking me? The Yin spirit's cold gaze fell upon Ye Guan. Can you even be considered a member of the younger generation with that sword in hand? It was only natural for a cultivator to wield artifacts in battle. However, Ye Guan's sword was just too overpowered. His overpowered sword allowed him to become invincible to anyone beneath the great sovereign realm. In fact, even a great sovereign had to be wary of Ye Guan's sword. It was just too overpowered. Ye Guan asked, does the true universe lack overpowered artifacts? Don't even try to make excuses, Ye Guan, the Yin spirit roared. She clenched her right hand slowly, and an oppressive energy fell upon Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained calm and smiled. Yin spirit, we're in the true God world. Those buried here are the ancestors of the true universe. Fighting here means destroying the peace of this world. Can you bear the consequences of that? The Yin spirit fell silent. She was worried. No one could disobey the true God and withstand the consequences of it, considering the true God's temper. Ye Guan sighed in relief at the Yin spirit's hesitation. It seemed that she wouldn't dare to do anything untoward to him here. Of course, it would be best for him not to provoke her. After all, everyone had their own bottom line, and the Yin spirit would surely attack if he were to cross that. By then, he would be dead meat. Ye Guan started looking around, eliciting a frown from the Yin spirit. One of the 3 great sovereigns behind the Yin spirit couldn't help but speak up. We can't let him roam and do as he pleases here. The Yin spirit's gaze landed on Ye Guan. She sounded solemn as she pointed out. An extremely powerful existence is in him. They're at least on the same level as me, a cosmic spirit. The 3 great sovereigns frowned at that. Where is the adjudication sword master? The Yin spirit asked. She's on her way, replied a great sovereign. She's the only one who can make a move in here, said the Yin spirit. The 3 great sovereigns were silent. The adjudication sword master had a special relationship with the true God, and she had always been by the true God's side. If she were to take action here, the true God would definitely not punish her for disobedience. The Yin spirit stared deeply at Ye Guan and muttered, I want you to uncover the identity of the blue-robed man as well as the identity of the existence hidden within Ye Guan. Despite her words, the Yin spirit had seen that blue-robed war during the war between the true universe and the Guanxian universe 30 million years ago. At the time, she didn't think that the blue-robed man was anything much, as the latter had only stood at the sidelines. The Yin spirit looked worried. She had just realized that the people standing behind Ye Guan were getting more and more powerful. Meanwhile, Ye Guan started walking away. Senior, can you kill the true God? He asked. I can kill the true God in an instant, the mysterious voice exclaimed. What? Ye Guan exclaimed with his eyes shot wide open. The mysterious voice added, there's a special place that even if your grandfather, your father, your aunt, and the true God were to join forces, they still aren't my match. A special place? Ye Guan hurriedly asked, where is it? In my dreams, shouted the mysterious voice. Ye Guan was so dumbfounded he forgot to speak. Ye Guan's face instantly soured. What nonsense is this? In your dreams? I can also instantly kill my father and grandfather in my dreams? Ye Guan was so infuriated that he didn't bother asking more questions. He walked briskly toward the distance, realizing that the mysterious voice had become trickier to handle. Ye Guan soon noticed that the Yin spirit and other divine spirits weren't chasing after him. Ye Guan frowned. Something had to have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed him to walk away. Ye Guan's face turned somber. Stronger cultivators had to be on their way here. Go right, shouted the mysterious voice. Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and turned into a streak of dazzling sword light that flew to his right. Before long, Ye Guan stumbled upon a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest stretched far and wide, and there was a hill at the end of the forest with a bamboo hut on its summit. Ye Guan stared at the bamboo hut and asked, are we going there? The mysterious voice responded, yes. Ye Guan nodded. He hopped onto his sword and was about to fly to the bamboo hut when the mysterious voice said, not on your sword. The true God's power of laws lingers about that hut, and it's not something you can withstand. Power of laws? Ye Guan looked around before slowly walking into the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest was tranquil and quiet. Only the sound of rustling leaves would echo whenever the wind blew. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly appeared next to Ye Guan, startling him. Isn't she supposed to be eating in the pagoda? Ye Guan looked around while muttering, this place. Her gaze became somewhat absent-minded, as if she were in the midst of recalling something. Ye Guan became a bit nervous at the sight, and he hurriedly asked, Ye Guan, have you been here before? I think I've been here before, Ye Guan replied. Ye Guan was stunned. Really? She's been here? Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, are you aware of Ye Guan's origins? The mysterious voice simply replied, go to the hut. Ye Guan's face darkened at the languid response. The mysterious voice obviously knew of Ye Guan's origins. Ye Guan frowned. She still hadn't eaten the meat in her hands. Ye Guan smiled at the sight and said, don't think too much about it. With that, he pulled Ye Guan and started walking away. Ye Guan lowered her head slightly, allowing Ye Guan to drag her away. Ye Guan was silent as they made their way over to the bamboo hut, and his expression was inexplicably gloomy. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, is he trying to guess again? The mysterious voice replied, yes. Little Pagoda asked, did he manage to guess it? The mysterious voice is silent for a while before she said, if it were others, I wouldn't think so, but this brat, he's too good at guessing. Little Pagoda fell quiet. The mysterious voice was right, the little bastard was too good at guessing things. Little Pagoda seemed to have thought of something as he asked, what's Ye Guan's identity? Guess, the mysterious voice replied. After a moment of silence, Little Pagoda asked, how about you guess if I'm taking a guess? How about you guess whether I'm daring enough to beat you up or not? Asked the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda went silent. Ye Guan dragged Ye Guan with him as he made his way to the summit of the hill through the bamboo forest. Ye Guan's expression was inscrutable, and he was abnormally quiet, seemingly in deep contemplation. Ye Guan suddenly stopped walking and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, is there something wrong? Ye Guan asked softly, can we eat? Ye Guan froze and went quiet, but he eventually smiled. Sure. With that, he sat down and started cooking for Ye Guan. Ye Guan sat in front of Ye Guan, hugging her legs with her hands. Her chin was resting in between her knees, and she looked somewhat gloomy. Ye Guan smiled, what's wrong? Ye Guan shook her head slightly, not saying anything. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan smiled, don't think too much for now. Let's think after we've eaten, okay? Eat? Hearing Ye Guan's words, a smile appeared on Ye Guan's face, okay. Seeing Ye Guan's excited expression, Ye Guan laughed heartily and began to cook for her. Ye Guan stared at him, occasionally smiling. Ye Guan looked at Ye Guan and smiled, what are you smiling at? Ye Guan grinned, I realized that you are pretty good looking. Haha. Ye Guan instantly laughed out loud. Ye Guan laughed with him. It was obvious that she was feeling very happy at this moment. After 15 minutes, the rice and meat were cooked. Ye Guan started to devour it. She truly devoured it mouth by mouth. It looked like she was very hungry. Ye Guan sat in front of her. There was a smile on his face as he looked at her. There was really no need to think so much. After some time, Ye Guan wiped out the rice and meat. She wiped the gravy from the corners of her lips and grinned. The food you make is really tasty. Ye Guan laughed before saying, I will cook often for you in the future. Ye Guan blinked. Great. Ye Guan smiled, let's go. He then extended his right hand. Ye Guan placed her hand in his. Ye Guan smiled and pulled her towards the bamboo hut on the mountain. Ye Guan suddenly said, only you are not afraid of how much I eat. In the village, they were all afraid that I would eat for free. Ye Guan smiled, now that you are outside, you can eat however much you want. Ye Guan tilted her head, looking at Ye Guan. There was a smile on her face, but now I only want to eat the food you cook. Ye Guan nodded. As long as you want to, I will always cook for you. Ye Guan smiled brilliantly without saying anything more. Ye Guan suddenly asked, did you remember something? Ye Guan was slightly startled, then whispered, why do you ask? Ye Guan smiled, nothing, just asking casually. Ye Guan remained silent. Ye Guan glanced at her and said with a smile, if you don't want to say, then don't. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Guan nodded. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. She was really not going to say. However, he did not press further. Soon, Ye Guan and Ye Guan reached the bamboo hut. On the left side of the hut, there was a swing. In front of the swing, there was a pond. The water in the pond was crystal clear and the bottom could clearly be seen. There was steam on the surface of the water, it was a natural hot spring. At this moment, Ye Guan suddenly walked to the hot spring, squatted down, scooped up a handful of hot spring water. As she looked at it, ripples of emotion appeared in her eyes, as if reminiscing about the past. Ye Guan walked over to Ye Guan, and she suddenly turned to him with a playful smile, do you want to soak in the hot spring? Ye Guan was momentarily stunned. However, Ye Guan began to undress. Ye Guan immediately held her hand to stop her. He hesitated before saying, this. Ye Guan smiled, don't think too much. She then continued to undress. At this moment, Ye Guan suddenly took out Little Pagoda and said, Master Pagoda, go and entertain yourself for a while. He then threw Little Pagoda into the sky. Little Pagoda. At this point, Ye Guan was completely naked. She did not hide from Ye Guan as she entered the hot spring. The water was very clear and every blade of grass could be seen clearly. Ye Guan could also see everything. It was like a beautiful painting. Ye Guan turned his head away. He felt his breathing speed up. At this moment, Ye Guan suddenly laughed, it feels so comfortable. Do you want to join? Ye Guan hesitated for a moment, then said, well. But at that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Ye Guan's hand trembled slightly. Ye Guan pulled Ye Guan into the water. She looked at him and giggled, it's really comfortable. Let me help you undress. With that, she began to untie Ye Guan's clothes. Ye Guan didn't resist. It is just soaking in a hot spring, what's the big deal? Who hasn't soaked in a hot spring before? Very soon, Ye Guan was also naked. He laid down in the water, completely immersed in it. The water felt comfortably warm. Ye Guan gradually relaxed. After fighting for days on end, coupled with heightened mental alertness, he felt exhausted. Ye Guan was delighted as she swam around like a fish. Ye Guan looked at her and smiled. He felt that this was not right, but as soon as he saw the smile on Ye Guan's face, he wondered why the heck was he thinking so much. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes as he enjoyed the water. The thoughts in his mind gradually drifted away. As he thought of the things that happened recently, he felt as if he had been in a dream. One thing after another, he almost had no time to catch his breath. It was truly exhausting. Moreover, the battle has just begun. With these thoughts, a hint of worry appeared on Ye Guan's face. Just then, he suddenly felt a hand on his chest, and simultaneously, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. Ye Guan quickly opened his eyes, only to see Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned. Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled softly before burying her head in Ye Guan's chest. She said softly, I recall some things. Feeling the difference in temperature and softness, Ye Guan's body stiffened. His pulse sped up before he cleared his throat and asked, what do you remember? Ye Guan slowly lifted her head. Her face was inches from Ye Guan's. Her right hand stroked his chest softly as she whispered, I remember an older sister. Ye Guan frowned slightly. An older sister. Ye Guan nodded. She told me. She then paused. Ye Guan was curious, what did she tell you? After a moment of silence, Ye Guan suddenly smiled. She told me that if I meet someone I like, then I should sleep with him. Ye Guan was stunned. Your sister is really wild. Ye Guan looked at Ye Guan with a heated gaze. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, Ye Guan, this. Ye Guan suddenly blurted out, I am hungry. Ye Guan was shocked. Cook for you? Now? Ye Guan grinned seductively at him as she pressed down on him and blinked her eyes, I will eat something else today. Ye Guan was speechless. There was a powerful force of harmony enveloping this place. The scenery here is beyond what words can describe to outsiders. However, there is a poem that goes, clear sky at dawn, water in pure hues. The warm fragrance of the nephrite is endless. A mountain peak pushes through the clouds. A tender cooing enters the heart of the lover. A sparring was underway. It was both Ye Guan and Ye Guan's first time, but Ye Guan was more ravenous than Ye Guan. Ye Guan quickly got full, but their sparring was so intense that the water in the hot springs had almost dried out from the intensity of their spar. It was a hot day, and the sparring got underway in the middle of high noon. The spar lasted 4 hours, and they were both exhausted at the end of it. They felt weak all over, but it made sense as today was a particularly hotter day than usual. Ye Guan was sprawled out on the floor. He felt like he was dreaming, but the young woman in his arms was definitely real. Rumble? Just then, a terrifying undulation reached the bamboo hut. Space-time itself was starting to distort, prompting Ye Guan and Ye Guan to jump out of the hot spring and wear their clothes in a frantic rush. Ye Guan looked up at the sky and spotted the yin spirit in the distance. Little Pagoda hovered before the yin spirit, and he was emitting a faint multicolored light. It soon became evident to Ye Guan that Little Pagoda couldn't keep the yin spirit at bay without the help of the mysterious senior in the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan frowned slightly at the sight. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and felt that she had become somehow different than before their spar. Just then, the mysterious voice echoed in Ye Guan's mind. Go inside the bamboo hut. Ye Guan decisively pulled Ye Guan toward the bamboo hut. Ye Guan was shocked to find a starry sky beyond the doors of the bamboo hut. There were rows upon rows of books floating about the starry sky. Ye Guan looked around and judged that there had to be more than 1,000,000 books here. Ye Guan's expression turned serious. How come there are so many books? The mysterious voice echoed in his mind once more. Find a golden ancient book. A golden ancient book? Ye Guan furrowed his brows at the difficulty of the task. There were too many books here, and he couldn't use his divine sense to accurately search for such a book. I know where that book is, Ye Guan suddenly said. She grabbed Ye Guan's hand and led him away. Ye Guan turned to Ye Guan and asked, Can you hear the mysterious voice? Ye Guan blinked, but she didn't respond. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. Ye Guan was getting more and more mysterious as time went on. Ye Guan led Ye Guan to a bookshelf that only had a single book. The book was thin and was seemingly covered in gold. Ye Guan's brows furrowed deeply upon seeing the book. Sensing something amiss, Ye Guan looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Ye Guan shook her head and replied, I'm remembering many fragmented memories. It's confusing, and I feel uncomfortable seeing them. Ye Guan held Ye Guan's hand and whispered, Don't think too much of it. Okay, said Ye Guan with a faint nod. Ye Guan cast a complicated gaze upon Ye Guan. It seemed that Ye Guan was about to recover her lost memories. Ye Guan picked up the golden ancient book and handed it over to Ye Guan. Here. Ye Guan accepted the golden ancient book, but his brows furrowed almost instantly upon flipping it open. He couldn't read the words written on its pages. It's the True God Dao manual, said Ye Guan from out of the blue. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze at Ye Guan and asked, You know this book? Ye Guan nodded. Ye Guan fell silent. Ye Guan's hands clenched tightly, and she lowered her head without saying anything. After a while, Ye Guan smiled gently and asked, Do you know what's inside the True God Dao manual? Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I really can't remember anything about it. Ye Guan ruffled her hair gently. Don't worry about it, then. He then looked down at the golden ancient book and fell into deep contemplation. The True God Deo Manual, it has to be related to the true God. It was a pity that he couldn't understand even a single word on its pages. The mysterious voice asked, did you have it? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Leave, the mysterious voice said sternly. Ye Guan held Ba1's hand and was about to leave, but he suddenly came to a halt. He whipped around and flicked his wrist. The floating books were sucked into his storage ring. His storage ring was a top-quality storage ring from the Guanxian Academy, so it had enough space to accommodate so many books. Ye Guan then left the bamboo hut with Ba1. Swoosh! A streak of golden light appeared in front of them. The light soon dimmed, revealing a tiny pagoda. You got the book, right? Asked the mysterious voice. Ye Guan nodded. I got it, but I can't understand any of it. Swoosh! A beam of light struck his glabella and melted into it. His brain was abruptly inundated with knowledge about ancient words. The mysterious voice said, you should be able to read it now. Ye Guan was for quite a while before asking, Senior, what is this True God Deo Manual? The mysterious voice replied, the True God wrote it many years ago. It's more accurate to call it a compendium, as it contains a sword manual, a martial arts manual, and a spells canon. The sword and martial arts manuals will help you tremendously. It'll help me tremendously? Ye Guan was curious. He was about to ask more questions when the Yin spirit suddenly appeared not too far away from him, along with 3 great sovereigns. The Yin spirit's eyes fell on Ye Guan, but she didn't make a move. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, what should I do? The mysterious voice's reply was a bit late. I don't know. Ye Guan was taken aback. You don't know? The mysterious woman continued. You should go and cultivate inside the pagoda for now. Cultivate inside the pagoda? Ye Guan thought about it before turning to someone else. Master Pagoda, he muttered. Swoosh! A dazzling light filled Ye Guan's mind. Moments later, he could sense the tiny pagoda inside of him. Little Pagoda said, enter as you wish. Ye Guan nodded slightly and asked, what should we do about the Yin spirit? The mysterious voice replied, Little Pagoda and I will keep her at bay. All right, said Ye Guan with a nod. He then decisively entered the world inside the pagoda with Ba1 in tow. However, Ye Guan and Ba1's abrupt disappearance baffled the Yin spirit. She frowned and stared at Little Pagoda. Why does your power feel somewhat familiar to me? She asked. Her words weren't directed at Little Pagoda but at the mysterious senior in the pagoda. What do you think? Asked the mysterious voice. The Yin spirit sneered. I think you're just trying to buy time for Ye Guan's sake. Yin spirit, the mysterious voice said sternly, you won't dare to make a move here. Why do you think so? The mysterious voice asked. The mysterious voice responded, it is because you're extremely afraid of the true God. I still remember how she immobilized you with just a single glance. Since then, you've been extremely afraid of her. I don't think you'll dare to defy her orders. The Yin spirit's face turned ugly at that. Who are you? She asked, sounding both furious and surprised. Only a handful of people who had been in that incident were still alive, and none of them could possibly be the mysterious voice, as those people were all in the true universe. Who do you think I am? Taunted the mysterious voice. The Yin spirit was furious, and she erupted. Don't you think you're quite pathetic for hiding your true identity? You seem to be an extraordinary person, but why is it that you insist on hiding? How laughable. The mysterious voice chuckled and asked, do you want a fight? The Yin spirit's eyes narrowed. I couldn't ask for more. Boom! A radiant light burst out of Little Pagoda. The Yin spirit's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. She didn't dare to be negligent as she hurriedly sent a punch to greet the oncoming wave of radiant light. Boom! The collision resulted in a loud explosion that rocked the world, and the Yin spirit was blasted away at least a few kilometers away, cutting a sorry figure through and through. She eventually landed and recovered her balance, but blood was trickling down her lips. Obviously, the collision just now had injured her. The 3 great sovereigns stared at Little Pagoda with their jaws on the ground. It had to be known that as a cosmic spirit, the Yin spirit was stronger than divine sovereigns. However, a mysterious voice had actually managed to send such a powerful expert flying with just a single blow. To make matters worse, they only heard a voice but hadn't seen a figure. It was truly incredulous. The Yin spirit wiped away the blood dripping down her lips and stared intently at Little Pagoda. Her eyes emitted disbelief as she screamed, who are you? The Yin spirit's expression turned grim. The mysterious voice had to be stronger than her, but the Yin spirit was a cosmic spirit, which meant she was one of the most powerful beings in this universe. Of course, there were a handful of people stronger than her, but she was familiar with them all. The mysterious voice sounded familiar to her, but she was also like a complete stranger at the same time, baffling the Yin spirit to no end. Keep guessing, Yin spirit, exclaimed the mysterious voice. The Yin spirit was so furious at the reply that she felt like her heart would explode anytime soon as it pounded violently against her chest. I'll see you, then, Yin spirit, the mysterious voice said with a chuckle. The Yin spirit's gaze remained fixed on Little Pagoda. She looked around briefly and hesitated for quite a while, but she ultimately chose not to make a move. The Yin spirit knew all too well just how that woman thought of this place. She valued this world greatly, and the Yin spirit was aware that there was no way she could bear the consequences if she were to make a move here and inadvertently ruin this world. I have to wait. The Yin spirit closed her eyes. Right now, all she could do was wait. Meanwhile, Ye Guan looked around the world inside the tiny pagoda. The passage of time in the tiny pagoda was drastically different compared to the outside world. He couldn't help but remark, this is indeed a great place to cultivate. He sat down cross-legged and opened the True God Dao manual. The first words he saw on the first page were the words spells canon. Ye Guan flipped to another page and saw a canon named Great Destiny Arts. Upon mastery, one would become capable of severing all bones, destroying karma, and changing destiny. Ye Guan flipped through the pages. After a while, he shook his head and realized that the spells canon section of the True God Dao manual was made for an ancient divine sorcerer. He immediately decided to let Nanling Yi study it. Soon, he reached the martial arts manual section and found 2 martial arts described in the section. Ye Guan froze and went quiet upon seeing the first martial art. It was the unbeatable fist art. However, there were 8 moves written in the True God Dao manual rather than just 6 moves. The 7th and 8th moves were called Palm Dao and Unbeatable, respectively. Ye Guan whipped around to look at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan shook her head, indicating that she had no idea why the unbeatable fist art was in the True God Dao manual. Ye Guan kept on reading, and he soon stumbled upon the second martial art Eternal Moments. He was about to read the details of the second martial art when Ye Guan abruptly looked up with a grave look. Ye Guan was about to ask her, but the mysterious voice beat him to the chase and shouted, "We're in big trouble." A rift in space-time had manifested outside, and a dazzling sword light soon rushed out of it. A domineering sword might swept across the true God world. The most powerful swordsman of the true universe was here. The adjudication sword master was here. Ye Guan immediately left the pagoda with Ye Guan. After exiting the pagoda, Ye Guan looked toward the horizon. His expression instantly became solemn upon sensing the oncoming sword might. The adjudication sword master. He recalled the eternal sword master's challenge against the true God. At the time, the adjudication sword master stepped up to accept the challenge in the true God's stead. The might of the adjudication sword master's sword strike had left a deep and indelible impression on Ye Guan. He knew very well that he couldn't confront the adjudication sword master with his current prowess. The adjudication sword master was still behind the rift in space-time, but the aura of her sword was enough to instill despair in just about anyone. It was terrifying beyond imagination. Just then, a radiant light abruptly enveloped Ye Guan and Ye Guan. "Go!" the mysterious voice shouted. The fabric of space before Ye Guan and Ye Guan was torn apart, and the radiant light carried Ye Guan and Ye Guan into the space-time rift. The Yin spirit's face changed dramatically. She threw a punch toward that section of space, attempting to forcibly detain them by distorting it. However, a streak of radiant light flew out to meet the Yin spirit. Bam! The radiant light shattered, and the Yin spirit was blasted away. The 3 great sovereigns exchanged glances and decisively decided not to intervene. The Yin spirit was stronger than them, but she was being suppressed by their enemy. In other words, there was no way they could do anything here. The Yin spirit's face was beyond ugly. Just then, a burst of sword light landed next to her, and a powerful sword might roiled over the vicinity. The Yin spirit's expression was incredibly solemn as she stared at the young woman next to her. She was none other than the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master appeared young, seemingly in her 20s. She was dressed in a simple and elegant fluffy robe resembling clouds. Her long hair flowed down to her buttocks, and her gaze was both cold and indifferent. A sheathed longsword was in her hand, and the word adjudicate was emblazoned on the hilt of her sword. It was none other than the adjudication sword. Aside from being the most powerful swordsman in the true universe, the adjudication sword master was also known as the head commander of the Jin guards. The Yin spirit and the 3 great sovereigns' expressions were inscrutable as they stared at the adjudication sword master. The origin of the adjudication sword master was shrouded in mystery even in the true universe. Even the older generation knew barely anything about her background. No one knew her true name. All they knew was that she was one of the true God's first followers. The adjudication sword master frowned at the rift in space before her. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes. There's a mysterious existence inside Ye Guan. Her aura feels somewhat familiar to me. She might be. The Yin spirit trailed off. "I want all of you to go to the Guanxian universe," said the adjudication sword master. "I will take care of the young swordsman here." "How about sovereign heaven seizing Dao?" the Yin spirit asked. The adjudication sword master calmly replied, "The martial chancellor and divine dusk guards are there." The Yin spirit hesitated briefly before muttering, "The mysterious senior in Ye Guan." The adjudication sword master snapped, "I'll soon uncover her identity." With that, she stepped forward, creating a rift in space-time. A dazzling sword light bedazzled everyone, and she was already gone when they could finally open their eyes. The Yin spirit turned around to leave. She didn't want to face Ye Guan anymore. She hated Ye Guan, but the people behind Ye Guan were just too powerful for her to handle. He had too many supreme elites to rely on. If she were to continue, her life would eventually be at risk. In fact, this was one of the reasons she had been holding back against Ye Guan. Loyalty was one thing, but risking her life was another. She decided not to dwell on it any further and turned around to leave. The 3 great sovereigns followed closely behind her. Ye Guan found himself in a starry sky. He was enveloped in a radiant light and was speeding at breakneck speeds across the starry sky. He was so fast that if it weren't for the radiant light around him, his fleshly body and soul would have crumbed, unable to withstand the sheer speed at which he was traveling. Ye Guan asked in a deep voice, "Senior, can you defeat the adjudication sword master?" The mysterious voice replied, "I'm not telling you. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Even Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. However, Little Pagoda finally discovered that the mysterious voice was becoming more and more bold. He suspected that it was all because her condition was improving rapidly. Just then, a blinding light caught Ye Guan's eyes in the distance. Ye Guan instinctively closed his eyes, and he soon found himself going past the white light. After a while, he felt his feet land on solid ground. He opened his eyes slowly and frowned. There was a strong stench of blood around him, and Ye Guan found himself in a desolate plain. The earth beneath his feet was crimson, as though it had been drenched in blood. The air was also pungent with the thick smell of rust. "Senior, where are we?" asked Ye Guan, sounding confused. "We're in the Wujian universe," the mysterious voice replied. "The true universe's expedition army once clashed with Sovereign Qing and the 1,000,000 clans beneath him. The powerful warriors of those clans were slaughtered during that brutal war, and their blood ended up drenching a vast expanse of land. So much blood was spilled on that fateful day that even today, the smell of blood in the air had yet to disperse." Wujian universe? Ye Guan was taken aback. He didn't expect that the mysterious voice would bring him to Sovereign Qing's land. He looked around and realized that the Crimson Land seemed endless. It seemed the battle on that day was truly brutal. Ye Guan gathered his thoughts and asked, "Senior, why did you bring me here?" The mysterious voice replied, "You and the Guanxian universe don't stand a chance against the true universe without the Three Swords intervention, and the vast expanse will actually end up in more chaos if you end up winning." Ye Guan furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" The mysterious voice sounded solemn as she continued. "The true universe has been fighting all of its enemies by itself. Aside from the Guanxian universe, they're also suppressing the heaven-seizing clan, the Panwu clan, and those with the divine Dao bloodline running through their veins. Haven't you still not realized that the true universe seems like it doesn't have enough experts on their side despite its massive size?" Ye Guan nodded and asked, "Yeah, I noticed that. Why?" "It's all because the majority of their elites are trying to kill the first clan leader of the heaven-seizing clan," the mysterious voice explained. Ye Guan asked, "The first clan leader of the heaven-seizing clan?" The mysterious voice explained, "To be precise, they're hunting his reincarnation. I don't think you're aware, but the first clan leader of the heaven-seizing clan, Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao, has already reincarnated. He's both remarkable and ruthless. Most cultivators would grow weaker compared to their previous lives after each reincarnation, but he's the opposite. He becomes even stronger after each reincarnation. In addition, he would always slaughter the supreme elites of the true universe once he recovers his previous peak before challenging the true god. So far, he has reincarnated a total of 9 times. Ye Guan was shocked. Even the true god can't make him stay dead. He's quite unique, and he holds one of the 3 greatest divine artifacts won throughout the vast expanse called the Gate of Reincarnation. If one wanted to kill him, one would have to destroy the Gate of Reincarnation first before any assassination attempts. Unfortunately, the consequences of destroying the Gate of Reincarnation are too extreme for the true universe to withstand because it meant that none of the divine spirits in the true universe would be able to reincarnate upon death. By then, dying will mean staying dead for eternity. Of course, the Guanxian universe will be safe because the great Daoist Brushmaster had established the land of return in the Guanxian universe. "What is the Gate of Reincarnation?" asked Ye Guan. The mysterious voice explained, "It is a supreme divine artifact of the divine Dao. It was crafted by the great Daoist Brushmaster based on the laws of a great Dao. It is capable of controlling the reincarnation of all living beings, and it is an artifact tied to the cycle of reincarnation, so the current cycle of reincarnation will collapse if such an artifact is destroyed. In other words, the true universe is doomed without the Gate of Reincarnation. The Guanxian universe would suffer the same fate as the true universe if it weren't for the Land of Return's existence in the Guanxian universe. After all, no reincarnation meant the cessation of birth." Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, "If the true god is so powerful, why can't she just establish a new cycle of reincarnation and let the current one be destroyed for the sake of ending Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao's life once and for all? She can actually do it." The mysterious voice trailed off before continuing, "I have no idea why she hasn't done it yet. To create a new cycle of reincarnation, one has to sacrifice an entire generation," said Ye Guan. She simply couldn't bear to pay such a price. Ye Guan was stunned. He cast a hesitant gaze upon Ye Guan and said, "Ye Guan, please don't tell me that you're actually the true god in disguise. It's not going to be a funny joke, I tell you." Ye Guan's background was just too strange, and Ye Guan's mind couldn't help but jump to ridiculous conclusions. It wasn't completely unfounded. Ye Guan knew of the True God Dao manual, and her words just now had also come from out of the blue. Ye Guan didn't say anything in response, and she only stared deeply at Ye Guan. "Come on," Ye Guan said, "please don't do this to me, all right?" Ye Guan smiled at that, but she was silent. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled to himself before asking, "Senior, since the Gate of Reincarnation is so important, doesn't that mean that the clan leader of the heaven-seizing clan can effectively control all living beings in the world?" "He was once like that," said the mysterious voice. "The denizens of the heaven-seizing universe were under the control of the heaven-seizing clan many years ago, and they were incredibly ruthless. The reason the heaven-seizing bloodline is so strong is that they've been seeking out those with special bloodlines throughout the vast expanse for the sake of seizing and devouring the special abilities that come with those bloodlines. I'm sure that there were a myriad of special bloodlines in the vast expanse that had gone extinct because of the heaven-seizing clan's doing. The mysterious voice sighed and said, the strong rule over the weak. This is the constant law of the vast expanse. The heaven-seizing clan believes that they can do whatever they want as long as they are powerful enough. Ye Guan frowned and asked, devouring bloodlines. The mysterious voice confirmed. Yes, your bloodline can devour other bloodlines, but you no longer have to do that. Your ancestors were too strong, and they defied their destiny against all odds. Your family's bloodline does not need to consume other bloodlines to become even stronger. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, I understand. The mysterious voice continued, the divine Dao bloodline once ruled over countless realms and worlds, too. The great Daoist Brushmaster also wanted to control the destinies of all living beings. He wanted to create a new order where everything and everyone had to move according to his will and desire. The mysterious voice paused for a moment before adding, he is undoubtedly powerful, and I can't say that his ideas are entirely wrong. After all, he was the one who established order in the first place, and he hadn't really done any evil deeds. However, I want you to be cautious of him. As I said, he's a true Dao user. He can control the Dao, and he has a deep understanding of both destiny and the laws of the myriad Daos out there. I will. Ye Guan said with a nod. Anyway, the mysterious voice said, I brought you here for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're in Sovereign Qing's territory, and his will still remains here. In other words, the Adjudication Sword Master will definitely hesitate to barge in here. The second reason is that you might be able to obtain his inheritance or make contact with his descendant here. She's not afraid of Sovereign Qing's will. Ba chimed in. Ye Guan turned toward Ba. Rumble? Rumbling noises echoed from behind Ba before Ye Guan could even speak. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, what should we do if she's not afraid of Sovereign Qing's will? You've grown up, and I'm sure you already know how to handle your own affairs. It's about time for me to rest, so I'll catch you later, then, the mysterious voice said before going completely quiet. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. It's a proper term now. Ye Guan was truly speechless. He was well aware of his current prowess, and he knew that the Adjudication Sword Master wasn't someone he could handle with his current prowess. Just then, a rift in spacetime manifested, and a woman slowly walked out of it. Her gaze was ice cold, and even though they were separated by hundreds of meters, Ye Guan could still feel the bone-chilling aura she was exuding. Ye Guan was silent. He knew that any tricks were useless against her. Ba frowned deeply while staring at the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan turned to Ba and asked, do you know her? Ba nodded slightly but remained silent. However, her grip around his arm tightened. Seeing this, Ye Guan couldn't help but smile wryly. It was clear that Ba knew the Adjudication Sword Master, but how come? Ye Guan shook his head. He didn't dare to think that Ba could be the true god. As the Adjudication Sword Master approached Ye Guan, a powerful aura abruptly swept across the world. Ye Guan was taken aback by the advent of the powerful aura, and even the Adjudication Sword Master's eyes narrowed. A powerful will pervaded both the heavens and the earth, making the entire world appear as though it was illusory. Ye Guan's expression grew extremely grave. It was a terrifying will, even more terrifying than the unyielding will Ye Guan had to face before. It had to be Sovereign Qing's legendary will. The Adjudication Sword Master's gaze was transfixed on Sovereign Qing's will, but she remained both calm and composed. Soon, Sovereign Qing's will converged and transformed into the figure of a man wearing a cyan robe. The cyan-robed man stood tall before the Adjudication Sword Master, and his hands were behind his back, making him exude an authoritative aura. He was smiling lightly as he stared at the Adjudication Sword Master. The cyan-robed man was none other than Sovereign Qing. Ye Guan flinched and noticed the arrival of quite a few powerful but inscrutable auras. He looked around and noticed that more and more supreme elites were rushing toward where they were. Ye Guan reckoned that they were the survivors of the clans Sovereign Qing had led to battle against the true god. Each and every single one of them was a powerful cultivator in their own right. Many clans were annihilated post-war, but quite a few clan members of those clans had survived the massacre and had united as one since then. Overall, they were a formidable force. Sovereign Qing's gaze landed on the Adjudication Sword Master. It has been a long time since a formidable figure like yourself has set foot in any of the Wujian universe's worlds, said Sovereign Qing with a smile. The Adjudication Sword Master met Sovereign Qing's gaze in midair and replied, I'm here to pursue someone. Sovereign Qing made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. His gaze was dyed with surprise. Ye Guan noticed Sovereign Qing's gaze, and he hurriedly cupped his fist and greeted, my name's Ye Guan, and it is my honor to meet you today. Sovereign Qing chuckled. It seems that the current era is full of talents. Ye Guan replied, Senior, I apologize for causing you trouble. Sovereign Qing shook his head and said, the fact that you've made this young woman, the Adjudication Sword Master, personally come after you suggests that your background is quite extraordinary. Ye Guan glanced at the Adjudication Sword Master but remained silent. He felt bitter deep inside. His enemies had scampered away when his grandfather arrived, but they all came running back for him the moment his grandfather left for somewhere else. Sovereign Qing smiled wordlessly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I should leave now, Senior. He believed it was best to take the initiative and leave. He didn't want to trouble them any further. Sovereign Qing suddenly cried out, wait. Ye Guan turned to Sovereign Qing. Sovereign Qing explained, young man, you've misunderstood me. It seems that you're from the Guanxian universe. Your universe has been in conflict with the true universe, so I'm willing to lend you a helping hand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all, right? Ye Guan was truly surprised. He didn't expect that Sovereign Qing would be willing to assist him for such a reason. Just then, the Adjudication Sword Master stepped forward and unleashed a powerful sword strike. Sovereign Qing's presence had failed to deter her. Sovereign Qing burst into laughter. He stuck a finger out and pointed, causing a surge of bright light to fly toward the oncoming sword light. In response, the Adjudication Sword Master stepped forward and rushed toward Sovereign Qing, bringing with her an incredibly powerful sword might. Boom! The Adjudication Sword Master and Sovereign Qing found themselves in a boundless patch of space-time. The Adjudication Sword Master's figure turned blurry as she moved at breakneck speeds in the boundless space-time. Sovereign Qing laughed heartily, and his figure turned into a cyan beam of light that rushed toward the Adjudication Sword Master. Boom! The powerful collision generated enough force and immense pressure to make it seem as though an entire patch of boundless spacetime was boiling. The terrifying forces born from their exchange of moves sent shockwaves rolling in all directions. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he stared intently at the ongoing battle. Despite the great distance separating both parties from him, he could still feel an overwhelming pressure on his shoulders. The pressure was heavy as if there were 1,000 mountains boring down on him. To make matters worse, it was just a fraction of pressure seeping through the countless layers of spacetime. So strong? Ye Guan clenched his fists tightly. It was the first time he was struck with this feeling, but it had just become more pronounced. Ye Guan felt weaker the stronger he became, as every step he took would expand his horizons. Ye Guan suddenly said, "He can't defeat her." Ye Guan looked at her. Ye Guan repeated, "He can't defeat her." Ye Guan asked, "Why?" Ye Guan stared at Sovereign Qing in the distance and calmly replied, "If his true body were here, he could have defeated her. However, he's just a will. A mere will cannot stop her, as her sword has already stepped into the realm of a great Dao." Before Ye Guan could ask any more questions, Ye Guan shouted, "Run! Run!" Ye Guan looked down at his hand. Ye Guan's grip on his hand was tighter than ever. Ye Guan inwardly asked, "Senior, I'm sorry." The mysterious voice whispered, "I truly didn't expect that the Adjudication Sword Master had already become so powerful. Senior, please take me back to the Guanxian universe," Ye Guan said. He had no choice other than to pray that Senior was strong enough to fight the Adjudication Sword Master. The mysterious voice whispered, "I think it's already too late. Don't worry, Ye Guan's here, so you won't die. However, you'll definitely take a beating." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Just then, there was a deafening explosion in the boundless patch of spacetime overhead. A myriad of sword lights dissipated, and each sword light effortlessly split a section of spacetime into two. The spacetime near Ye Guan turned illusory from the pressure. Every single sword light soon dissipated, revealing Sovereign Qing's blurry figure. Ye Guan turned and found the Adjudication Sword Master walking slowly toward him with an icy gaze. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Sovereign Qing's will was indeed too weak to compare to the Adjudication Sword Master in the flesh. The Adjudication Sword Master made a sidelong glance at Sovereign Qing. Then, she turned and vanished with a step. Sovereign Qing vanished along with her, and they reappeared not too far away from Ye Guan. The Adjudication Sword Master looked down at Sovereign Qing and asked coldly, "If you're going to die anyway, you should have just accepted your death and left not even a single trace here. What's the point of leaving a will? Is it to show off?" Sovereign Qing smiled wordlessly at the Adjudication Sword Master's remark. He turned to Ye Guan and said, "Young man, I apologize. It's my fault, Sovereign Qing." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I brought you trouble." Sovereign Qing broke out into a grin and asked, "Young man, are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Ye Guan was taken aback. Sovereign Qing spoke once more before Ye Guan could reply. "Are you willing?" he asked. Ye Guan stared deeply at Sovereign Qing and replied, "I'm willing." Sovereign Qing laughed boisterously and pointed his finger at Ye Guan. A streak of cyan light melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Boom! Ye Guan's aura skyrocketed, and the illusory figure of a tree appeared above him. The divine tree of nature. The elites of the clans here felt conflicted at the sight. The divine tree of nature was the best divine artifact of the Wujian universe, and it was once worshipped by the clans. Sovereign Qing had just passed it on to an outsider, so they understandably felt bitter about the arrangement. Boom! Ye Guan's aura crazily, and he quickly made a breakthrough into the pinnacle realm. However, Ye Guan's aura showed no signs of abating, and he soon reached the ultimate realm. Ye Guan started to panic, and he hurriedly shouted, "Senior, please help me suppress my cultivation base." He broke through too quickly. Ye Guan was afraid that his foundation would become unstable if he didn't suppress his cultivation base. Swoosh! A radiant white light enveloped him and forcibly suppressed his surging aura. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. The Adjudication Sword Master didn't make a move. Her gaze was unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan. No, it wasn't just the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan was also staring at the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan's aura soon stabilized, and the imprint of a tree appeared on his glabella. The imprint was dark blue in color, and it exuded an inscrutable, mysterious energy, but it wasn't anything harmful. In fact, the aura made Ye Guan feel comfortable all over. Ye Guan's curious gaze landed on Sovereign Qing. "What was that, Senior?" he asked. Sovereign Qing smiled and explained, "I just gave you the divine tree of nature. It was a tree that was born together with the Wujian universe, and every living being here is under its protection. It decided to follow me on its own, and now, it has a new master to serve. I hope that you'll treat it kindly. Ye Guan nodded. I will. Sovereign Qing glanced into the distance with a complex expression and said in a low voice, the clans are no longer as numerous as those distant days, and the people whom I shared fond memories with are no longer here. I can't force them to follow you, but if you can, please look after them in the future. Ye Guan replied, of course. Sovereign Qing smiled. He cupped his fist and said, farewell, young man. With that, Sovereign Qing's figure faded into nothingness. His will was no more, which meant the definitive end of Sovereign Qing's life. Even supreme elites like Sovereign Qing would inevitably die, and their Dao would inevitably fade away beneath the erosion of time. How strong did Ye Guan have to become for him to be invincible? Ye Guan clenched his fists. He finally realized just how difficult his journey would be. Just then, a thought came to Ye Guan. He turned to Ye Guan and found that she was still staring at the adjudication sword master. Ye Guan felt nervous. Ye Guan was clearly familiar with the adjudication sword master. Could she really be the true god? No, there's no way. Ye Guan was about to say when Ye Guan suddenly said, Saijing, long time no see. Long time no see, the adjudication sword master replied. Ye Guan was rendered utterly speechless at the incongruous sight. Ye Guan had his suspicions, but he still found it hard to believe now that it had come true. It turned out Ye Guan was indeed a divine spirit. Ye Guan shook his head. He smiled bitterly and inwardly asked, Senior, you knew it all along. The mysterious voice replied, yes. Ye Guan asked, Senior, are you a divine spirit? After a few moments of silence, the mysterious voice replied, yes. She's a divine spirit as well? Ye Guan chuckled. It's not even funny. Ye Guan is a divine spirit, and the mysterious senior in the pagoda is a divine spirit as well? Ye Guan flinched upon thinking of something, and he inwardly asked, Master Pagoda, please don't tell me that you're a divine spirit as well. Little Pagoda replied, actually, you're a divine spirit, too. Ye Guan's face darkened. Ye Guan's eyes landed on Ye Guan. She smiled and explained, I remembered some of my past. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and pulled Ye Guan's hand. What did you discover? Ye Guan simply stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan started. However, Ye Guan interrupted him. Her name is Yen Saijing, and my name is Yen Sishu. We're sisters related by blood. Sisters related by blood. Ye Guan froze. Are you kidding me? Ye Guan added, I also have another name, True Selflessness 1. True Selflessness? Ye Guan quivered ever so slightly. Isn't True Selflessness the supreme elite who had established her own Dao outside the 3,000 great Daos? Ye Guan slowly loosened his grip on Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan was still staring at Ye Guan with a smile, but tears welled up in her eyes as Ye Guan slowly let go of her hand. Seeing that, he gripped her hand tightly and wiped her tears away. He said softly, I knew that your origins aren't simple, and I had my own suspicions. I just didn't think that you're actually true selflessness. However, Ye Guan wasn't the only one caught off guard. Everyone else in the vicinity was also shocked to discover that true selflessness was actually a divine spirit all this while. Ye Guan said softly, it would have been great if I hadn't recovered some of my memories. Ye Guan's expression turned cold, and his voice sounded icy as he asked, Senior, is this what you wanted to happen? The mysterious voice explained, I wanted you to get your hands on the full unbeatable fist art. I didn't tell you to fool around and sleep with someone. I'm also surprised by this turn of events. Why did you even sleep with her? What are you going to do now? Ye Guan was speechless. He also couldn't believe what he had done. Ye Guan suddenly said, you should return to the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan looked at her and asked, what about you? Ye Guan blinked without saying a single word. I want you to go with me to the Guanxian universe, Ye Guan said. Swoosh! The adjudication sword master abruptly unleashed a sword move toward Ye Guan before Ye Guan could even say anything. She moved so fast that there was no way Ye Guan could dodge it. However, a hand reached out and snatched it out of midair just as it was an inch away from Ye Guan's forehead. The hand belonged to Ye Guan. The adjudication sword master stared silently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan pushed the sword away and chuckled. Saijing, your temper still hasn't changed despite the passage of time. You still raise your sword against someone the moment they say something you dislike. The adjudication sword master snapped her fingers, and the sword flew back to her. You're going to let him go? She asked Ye Guan. Her voice sounded extremely cold. Ye Guan nodded quietly. The adjudication sword master's gaze turned cold at that, and she said fiercely, you know he's an enemy, right? Ye Guan was silent. The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan and said, I asked if you know that he's our enemy. Ye Guan chuckled and said, Saijing, do we really have to antagonize each other? It's our first meeting after so many years. The adjudication sword master remained expressionless and silent, but a domineering aura rolled out of her. Needless to say, she was furious at Ye Guan's attempt to protect Ye Guan. Ye Guan's gaze fell on Ye Guan. The little brat inside of you isn't Saijing's match at the moment, so I'm going to send you. Ye Guan interrupted her with a shake of his head. What about you? I'm from the true universe, Ye Guan replied. Are you saying that we're going to be enemies the next time we meet? Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan's tone became gentler as he asked, Ye Guan, why don't you come with me? The adjudication sword master frowned. Guan and Ye Guan were closer to each other than she initially thought. At first, she never thought that they were more than friends, as she considered it impossible. However, she finally realized that there was something amiss upon seeing them holding each other's hands. The adjudication sword master's gaze fell upon Guan. You did it with him, she questioned. Guan smiled and replied, did you not tell me to just go for it once I've met someone I like? Ye Guan was rendered speechless. The adjudication sword master stared coldly at Guan. Have you ever thought about our relationship with the Guanxian universe? I know what you're trying to say, Guan replied. However, I would have still done it, even if I had recovered some of my memories prior to it. Is it necessary to care about so many things when you like someone? The adjudication sword master was furious. She was so mad that she swung her sword toward Ye Guan. Guan stood in front of Ye Guan and punched the oncoming sword. Boom! A dazzling fist light bloomed, and it didn't shatter in the face of the adjudication sword master's sword. It seemed that Guan's strength had gone through a qualitative change. The adjudication sword master's eyes flashed in a fierce light. She rushed forward and swung her sword once more. Guan dragged Ye Guan behind her and sent another punch. Boom! A fierce force struck the adjudication sword master's sword, while a gentle force sent Ye Guan at least a few kilometers away. The adjudication sword master's face turned extremely ugly at the sight. Did you just attack me because of him? A terrifying typhoon of sword force burst out of the adjudication sword master. The world itself turned illusory beneath her might. Guan smiled at the adjudication sword master and said, it's been so many years, so how come your temper is still so bad? Are you really going to protect him today? The adjudication sword master asked. You won't be able to kill him, Saijing. Guan shouted with conviction in her voice. Want me to try it then? Said the adjudication sword master with dissatisfaction strewn across her face. She vanished almost at the same time as she spoke the final syllable of her sentence. Guan vanished into thin air as well. Moments later, a kaleidoscope of lights pervaded the skies. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Guan and the adjudication sword master found themselves in a boundless patch of space-time. The surrounding space-time turned illusory beneath their combined might. It seemed that even the dense and boundless nature of space-time in the boundless space-time couldn't withstand their power. To make matters worse, each and every single attack from the adjudication sword master was filled with rage, and every sword move seemed capable of splitting even the heavens into two. Guan's current prowess could only be described as terrifying. She was not falling behind in defending herself against the adjudication sword master's attacks. Their battle was way more intense than the battle between the adjudication sword master and Sovereign Qing. Ye Guan stared at them from below and inwardly asked, Senior, do you personally know the true God? The mysterious voice was silent for a while before she replied, yes. Ye Guan asked again, are you too close? The mysterious voice said, we've slept together before. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Little Pagoda chimed in and asked, is it the wholesome kind? The mysterious voice retorted fiercely, I'm really going to beat you up sooner or later. Little Pagoda went silent at that. The mysterious voice added, I know that you're curious about my relationship with Guan and the true God, but I don't really like to talk about the water under the bridge. Ye Guan nodded and said, I won't force you to say it if you don't want to, but I'm curious about something. You should know about the enmity between the Guanxian universe and the true universe, but you still decided to follow me. Does that mean you're going to fight the true universe along with the Guanxian universe? The mysterious voice thought for a long while before she said, it's complicated, and I don't know how to explain it to you. Regardless, I have no ill intentions toward you or toward the Guanxian universe. There's another reason I've been following you. Ye Guan nodded and went quiet. He knew that the mysterious voice wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have allowed her to follow him. After all, no father in this world could stomach potentially bringing harm to their child. In addition, the mysterious senior had helped him a lot during his previous dilemmas and hardships. Still, Ye Guan couldn't help but become even more curious about her identity. However, one thing was for sure. The fact that she had managed to sleep with the true god meant that she was an extraordinary individual. Just then, the adjudication sword master was sent flying away from the boundless space-time. Guan suffered the same fate upon taking the brunt of the adjudication sword master's sword force. She was blasted at least a few kilometers away. When Guan recovered, she didn't make another move. She stepped onto the boundless patch of space-time, and the adjudication sword master did the same. I don't want to fight you, Guan said. The adjudication sword master pointed at Ye Guan down below. I have to kill him. Guan stared deeply at the adjudication sword master and said, no. With that, she slowly balled her hands into fists. The adjudication sword master pointed at her neck. If one were to look closely, one would be able to see a scar on her neck. Do you remember this scar? The adjudication sword master asked. An outsider almost killed you back then in Stone Village. I protected you by blocking the outsider's sword for you. My head almost went flying, so don't you dare say that you don't remember it. Guan was quiet. The adjudication sword master continued. During the battle at Demon City, a powerful demonic beast injured you severely. I carried you on my back for 3 days and 3 nights back to Stone Village. The injuries I had suffered throughout the journey forced me to lie in bed for 3 whole months. I almost died at the time. Do you still remember it? Guan didn't say anything in response. The adjudication sword master walked up to her and said, "Do you still remember how you got surrounded by 20 peak great sovereigns of the heaven-seizing clan? I had to kill my way into the heaven-seizing clan just to rescue you. I had to ignite my fleshly body, and my soul sustained severe injuries to the extent that I went into a coma that lasted for 100 years. Do you still remember it?" Ye Guan's fists relaxed, and she nodded profusely. "Yes, I remember them all." The adjudication sword master finally arrived right in front of Ye Guan. She stared sternly at her and said, "I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you, but you chose to attack me for a man? Good, good, good. Very good. Come on, then. Kill me." She waved her sleeve, and her adjudication sword hovered in front of Ye Guan. "Kill me? I won't fight back," she roared. Ye Guan stared deeply at the adjudication sword master. After a while, Ye Guan took the adjudication sword and examined it. Eventually, she chuckled and said, "Saijing, I've never forgotten what you've done for me. You're the person whom I feel the closest to in my heart. I still remember how you always let me eat first back when we were still in Stone Village." Ye Guan looked up at the sky and continued softly, "We sure did live a tough life back then, but I enjoyed every single second of it. It is truly a shame that we can never go back to Stone Village." Ye Guan raised the adjudication sword and stabbed herself in the chest. Shwick. Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open. He immediately rushed over to her, but she flicked her sleeve toward Ye Guan, sending a terrifying wave of energy that prevented Ye Guan from getting closer to her. Ye Guan stared at the horrified Ye Guan and smiled wryly. "It was my first time liking someone, and I'm really happy that we met. I'm sorry, I can't fight the true universe with you because it is the home of my loved ones. I can't help them fight you either because you're my beloved." Ye Guan collapsed to the ground and muttered, "I really want to eat your home-cooked meals." The adjudication sword fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Ye Guan's fleshly body and soul turned into innumerable light particles that soon disappeared completely. One more information about true selflessness can be found on ch 234. Enhance your reading experience by remove. Ye Guan stood frozen and in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning. When the pressure bearing down on him had vanished, he ran over to where Ye Guan had been like a madman. Ye Guan's fleshly body and soul had disappeared. Only the large bowl that she had been carrying on her back was all that was left. Ye Guan collapsed to the ground. The adjudication sword master stared at the large bowl in a daze. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would make such an extreme decision. The adjudication sword master looked like her soul had left her. Her voice was trembling as she muttered, Why? Ye Guan suddenly sat up and pleaded, "Senior, please save." "I can't," the mysterious voice exclaimed. It was a decision she made on her own. No one had forced her into it. "I can't save her." Ye Guan went silent, but he quickly recovered and pleaded, "Master Pagoda." "She's very strong," Little Pagoda replied, "and no one can save her from death if she wants to die." Ye Guan went beyond pallid at that. Just then, the adjudication sword master's gaze fell on him. A ferocious expression suffused her visage as she roared, "This is your fault. This is all your fault, you piece of shit." She took a stance with her sword and was about to swing it toward Ye Guan when a dim light abruptly manifested in front of Ye Guan. A woman was standing in the dim light. The adjudication sword master's eyes narrowed, and she exclaimed, "It's you?" The woman said softly, "Saijing, you haven't changed at all." The adjudication sword master tightened her grip on the adjudication sword. Her expression turned menacing as she questioned, "You're helping him, too?" The woman sighed to herself without saying anything. "I know," the adjudication sword master said. "I know that both Sisha and you are still holding a grudge against Big Sister for what happened to the Stone Village. I feel the same. I scolded and even beat her up, but what she had done doesn't mean that we should betray her, the Stone Village, or even the true universe." The woman in the dim light shook her head and said, Ye Guan didn't betray the true universe, and she didn't betray Big Sister as well. I also didn't betray anyone. The adjudication sword master pointed at Ye Guan and yelled, "Do you not have any idea of his identity? He's the king of the Guanxian universe." The woman in the dim light retorted, "Do you really think that can kill him?" The adjudication sword master's eyes narrowed. She was about to say something, but the woman in the dim light beat her to the chase and said, "Saijing, have you still not realized that we're changing, slowly but surely, after we left the Stone Village?" The adjudication sword master looked indifferent, but her eyes radiated a cold and gloomy light. "Regardless of what you say, it all means that you're just holding a grudge against Big Sister for what happened at the Stone Village back then. I feel the same, but if we were in her shoes, would we have done things in a different way?" The woman in the dim light was silent. The adjudication sword master continued, "Did Big Sister have any other choice? No? I would have killed her myself if what she had done was for the sake of her vested interests, but it wasn't the case. She did it for the sake of the Stone Village's denizens. She simply wanted more of them to live." The adjudication sword master closed her eyes and added, "She had saved all of us, but we're actually holding a grudge against her for what she had done. Despite her sacrifice, she had never expected anything in return, nor did she want us to pay her back, never." The woman in the dim light shook her head and said, "I'm not holding a grudge against her, and I do not hate her. I know that she did it for our sake, but what she did afterward wasn't right." The sword adjudication master stared deeply at the woman in the dim light and said coldly, "We did the right thing. We would have ended up being bullied like what had happened to us when we were still in the Stone Village if we weren't strong enough. Imagine what the heaven-seizing clan would have done if we were the losers. Do you really think that they would treat our people kindly? The young woman in the dim glow was quiet. The adjudication sword master continued. What would have happened to us if we had lost in that battle against the holders of the divine Dao bloodline? What about that battle against Sovereign Qing, the Panwu world, and what would have happened if the universe tribulation had been allowed to wreak havoc? The young woman in the dim glow chimed in. Don't you think that what we had done makes us no different from those great demonic beasts? Have you already forgotten how they treated us back then? We've become harbingers of doom and destruction. Wherever we went, doom and destruction would follow. The young woman in the dim glow shook her head and added, we used to think that the cards dealt to us by fate were unfair. We were furious at it, but I later realized that we weren't angry at the cards that fate had dealt to us. We were furious at the fact that we were weak. We eventually grew stronger, but we continued the cycle of injustice rather than eliminating it by bullying those weaker than us. The young woman in the dim glow chuckled sarcastically and said, we treat those who are strong as equals, but we treat the weak as mere ants. The young boy wanted to slay a dragon, but perhaps his ultimate goal was to become that dragon after slaying it. What's wrong about that? The adjudication sword master frowned while staring at the young woman in the dim glow. The vast expanse has always been like this. The strong are esteemed and honored. The true universe would have no shortage of bullies if it were weak. Do you really think that our enemies will be tactful toward us? You're not a child, so stop being so naive. All right. The young woman in the dim glow nodded and said, I never said that you and Big Sister were wrong. I just don't want to lead the true universe's troops into committing any more massacres. Did you sleep with this piece of shit as well? Asked the adjudication sword master. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. For fuck's sake, the young woman in the dim glow snarled, can we talk properly? She waved her sleeve, and a ray of light flew toward the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master swung her sword toward it. Clang! The ray of light shattered. The adjudication sword master rushed over to the young woman in the dim glow and said contemptuously, Sishu is much more straightforward than you. So what if you've slept with him? The young woman in the dim glow responded, whether I've slept with him or not is none of your business. The adjudication sword master stared alternatingly between the young woman in the dim glow and Ye Guan. Her eyes fell on Ye Guan, and she snapped, you're completely unworthy of either Ye Guan or her. You'd be completely worthless without your status. With that, she turned around and left. Ye Guan suddenly called out, wait. The adjudication sword master stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Ye Guan. 3 years, Ye Guan said, give me 3 years, and I will defeat you. The adjudication sword master's face darkened. I'll give you 300 years. Ye Guan raised one finger and said, 1 year. Just give me 1 year. The adjudication sword master stared deeply at Ye Guan without saying anything. If I manage to defeat you 1 year later, I want you to kneel and apologize to me. I want you to say these exact words to me, brother Ye Guan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. If I fail to defeat you, I'll kneel and apologize to you, and then I'll say that you were right. I'm completely worthless without my status, Ye Guan said. The adjudication sword master gazed at Ye Guan for quite a while before saying, I'll give you 100 years. Ye Guan walked up to her and whispered, I just need 1 year. The adjudication sword master relented, fine. 1 year. I'll be waiting. With that, she turned around and walked away. The young woman in the dim glow suddenly said, the universe tribulation is. It's none of your business, the adjudication sword master said coldly, go and live whatever life you want. She took to the skies and disappeared into the horizon. The young woman in the dim glow fell silent. Senior. Ye Guan suddenly said, Ye Guan, she's still alive, right? The young woman in the dim glow stared quietly at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan's firm gaze didn't stray from her as he earnestly waited for a reply. The young woman in the dim glow soon nodded. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. The adjudication sword master and the young woman in the dim glow were definitely close to Ye Guan, so it didn't make sense for them to remain calm despite Ye Guan's death. In fact, they even went on a tirade against each other. Seeing that, Ye Guan guessed that Ye Guan had to be still alive. Of course, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions by himself, so he patiently waited for the young woman in the dim glow's reply. Upon hearing the reply that he had been looking for, Ye Guan finally heaved a sigh of relief. But, the young woman in the dim glow sounded hesitant. There's a possibility that she... Unease gripped Ye Guan's heart as he stared at the young woman. What is it, senior? She had established her own Dao beyond the 3,000 great Daos, and her Dao is called the Forget-Me Dao. In other words, there's a chance that she won't recognize you the next time you see her. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The young woman sighed and went quiet. Ye Guan suddenly asked, how did she recover her memories? The young woman replied, it's because of you. Ye Guan frowned. Me? Yes, the young woman nodded and explained, she liked you, and her feelings allowed her to remember her past. You have to make her like you again the next time you meet here, otherwise. Ye Guan asked, Senior, where can I find her? I don't know, replied the young woman. However, Ye Guan was undeterred. His gaze was transfixed on her, desperate for an answer. The young woman shook her head and said, I really can't say for sure. Ye Guan clenched his fists tightly. Little Pagoda suddenly said, I know someone who probably knows the answer to that question. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, who? The Great Daoist Brushmaster. The Great Daoist Brushmaster, asked Ye Guan. Yes, said the Little Pagoda. Get him to meet me, Master Pagoda. Ye Guan exclaimed. Little Pagoda's reply came a bit late. I don't think he gives a rat's shit about you. Then I'll go and meet him. Ye Guan replied. Little Pagoda was speechless. Ye Guan frowned and asked, what's the problem with that? Little Pagoda replied, can I say a few honest words? Yes. The great Daoist Brush Master is extremely strong. You've seen Ye Guan and the Adjudication Sword Master's strength, but neither of them is the great Daoist Brush Master's match. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? However, Ye Guan remained calm as he asked, what if I go there as the representative of my entire family? Will there be any issues? Little Pagoda had no idea what to say. I guess there won't be any issues if you do that. Ye Guan closed his eyes and said, I know it's going to be difficult, but I would like to meet her again. The young woman chimed in, you should go to the Divine Dao world, then? There's a chance that the great Daoist Brush Master is there. Ye Guan asked, the Divine Dao world. The once glorious Divine Dao bloodline came from the Divine Dao world. It is unfortunate, but the true universe has cordoned off that world since that battle long ago, but if you somehow manage to enter it, you might be able to find him there. Ye Guan pondered briefly before nodding. I understand. Please lead the way for me, senior. The young woman turned around to lead the way, but the spacetime in front of Ye Guan was abruptly torn open. A group of powerful cultivators walked out of the spacetime rift. An old man walked up to Ye Guan. He cupped his fist and said, Young Lord Ye, I'm the clan leader of the Ling clan. I implore you to please stay for a little while. Ye Guan looked at him and asked, Senior, is there anything wrong? The people here had left a great impression on Ye Guan, and it was all thanks to Sovereign Qing's attitude. The clan leader of the Ling clan said, Young Lord Ye, the divine tree of nature is with you, right? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Ling clan's clan leader explained, Young Lord Ye, the divine tree of nature belongs to my Wujian universe, and the myriad clans here have faith in it. Sovereign Qing doesn't have sole ownership of it, it also belongs to us, so. Ye Guan looked at him and asked, the Wujian universe have faith in the divine tree of nature. Yes, yes, yes. The clan leader of the Ling clan hurriedly nodded and said, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Young Lord Ye. Yes, I understand that it is the Wujian universe's object of devotion, Ye Guan said, that's great. You have faith in the divine tree of nature, and the divine tree of nature belongs to me. In that case, you guys can just put your faith in me from now on. I don't mind it at all. Everyone froze and went silent. How would Ye Guan not know what they were thinking? There's no way I'll let you take away the divine tree of nature. Sovereign Qing gave him the divine tree of nature, so he couldn't possibly hand it over to these clans. Ye Guan's good impression of these people vanished when he realized their intentions. The Ling clan's clan leader stared at Ye Guan with a dark look. He quickly realized that young Lord Ye was just acting dumb. The cultivators of the other clans wore gloomy expressions as well. Ye Guan clearly had no intentions of returning the divine tree of nature to them. With that thought in mind, killing intent suffused their eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Guan remained calm. He wasn't afraid of them. He wouldn't hesitate to conduct a massacre here if even one of them dared to make a move. He had engraved Sovereign Qing's kindness in his heart, but these people hadn't done anything for him. Leave, someone shouted. Everyone turned and saw a white-robed young man walking toward them. Everyone went quiet at the sight. The white-robed young man was one of Sovereign Qing's descendants. Of course, Sovereign Qing had descendants. The Qing clan could no longer compare to how it was during its glory days, but it was still a formidable power in the Wujian universe. Everyone stared at the white-robed young man with strange expressions. Why was that? The white-robed young man was a descendant of Sovereign Qing, but Sovereign Qing didn't pass down the Qing clan's inheritance to him. Instead, he gave it to an outsider, which was as good as slapping the entire Qing clan in the face. The powerhouses of the Qing clan stood behind the white-robed young man, and their expressions were unkind as they stared at Ye Guan. It was understandable, however, as they had been waiting for far too long to obtain the inheritance of the Qing clan, but their ancestor had actually passed it on to an outsider. It was a difficult-to-swallow pill, and that was exactly why they didn't bother to hide their hatred toward Ye Guan. The white-robed young man walked up to Ye Guan and cupped his fist. Young Lord Ye, I'm Qing Yu, and I'm from the Qing clan. I'm the current clan leader of the Qing clan. Ye Guan stared quietly at the white-robed young man, but waves had already stirred up in his heart. The young man was a divine sovereign? Qing Yu smiled and said, I've long heard of your reputation, and it seems none of the rumors about you were unfounded. Young Lord Ye, the divine tree of nature is an ancient tree of the Wujian universe, but it does not belong to the clans of the Wujian universe, said Qing Yu. It has its own will, and it must have chosen you as its new master, as it didn't resist you. In other words, our Qing clan will not dare to even think of stealing it from you. Ye Guan was taken aback. Similarly, the powerhouses of the Qing clan were in disbelief. They thought their own clan leader would fight for the divine tree of nature. What was going on? Qing Yu said, Young Lord Ye, I'm planning on visiting the Guanshan universe soon. Do you think it's fine if I visit? Ye Guan smiled. Of course, it's fine. Qing Yu laughed and said, I'll have to thank you for your generosity, then. Ye Guan nodded slightly. The doors of the Guanshan universe will always be open for you, he declared. Qing Yu asked, Young Lord Ye, why don't you visit the Qing world? Ye Guan shook his head and declined. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll have to decline. However, I'll definitely come to visit the Qing world next time. Qing Yu didn't make any attempts to make Ye Guan stay. He nodded and said, "You are welcome to visit us at any time. I'm leaving, then. Farewell," Ye Guan said with his fists cupped. He hopped onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Qing Yu fell into deep contemplation while staring at the distant horizon. After a while, he broke out of his trance and said, "Let's go." He led the powerhouses of the Qing clan away. The powerhouses of the other clans looked extremely ugly at the moment. Of course, they wanted to take the divine tree of nature for themselves, but they didn't dare to attack Ye Guan. Ye Guan was from the Guanxian universe, after all. The Guanxian universe had always been a threat to the true universe, which was a testament to their strength. Furthermore, Ye Guan had also fought his way into the true universe not too long ago, and he had killed many heaven-defying talents along the way. To make matters worse, he managed to escape unscathed. They truly didn't dare to snatch the divine tree of nature from him by force. The Grand Elder of the Qing clan suddenly walked over to Qing Yu and asked in a low voice, "Qing Yu, why did you give the divine tree of nature up so easily?" The elders of the Qing clan were visibly confused, while some were even staring at Qing Yu with dissatisfaction. Qing Yu stopped in his tracks and said, "Elders, what do you think of our ancestor?" "Of course, he's invincible," said the Grand Elder. However, he frowned almost immediately and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Qing Yu sighed and explained, "It is unfortunate, but the Wujian universe is no longer as formidable as it had been many years ago. The same goes for the Qing clan. This is just my assumption, but there are two reasons why our ancestor decided against leaving the divine tree of nature in our hands. First of all, he doesn't think that our Qing clan is strong enough to protect the divine tree of nature. Think about it, how do you think the myriad clans will react once they discover that the divine tree of nature is in our hands?" The expressions of the nearby elders soured. The myriad clans of the Wujian universe would definitely cast covetous gazes upon the divine tree of nature. In addition, Qing Yu was right, the Qing clan was no longer as powerful as it had been. A prized treasure in the hands of the weak would only bring about disaster for them. The elders' expressions turned complicated. "Actually, we're still strong enough to deal with the myriad clans," Qing Yu said. "However, I can't say for sure about the powers outside the Wujian universe. I'm talking about the Panwu clan, and the Heaven-Seizing clan. The divine tree of nature is precious, and it possesses heaven-defying abilities, so those two clans will definitely set their eyes on it. In other words, we would have encountered a catastrophe if the divine tree of nature had fallen into our hands. Of course, if our ancestors were still here, they would be a bit afraid. However, our ancestors has vanished, so there's no way they'll still have any reservations about attacking us." The Grand Elder sighed to himself and went silent. Qing Yu chuckled and added, "Our ancestor has done the Wujian universe and our Qing clan a huge favor by passing his inheritance on to young Lord Ye. The myriad clans are greedy and short-sighted. They have no idea that allowing young Lord Ye to possess the divine tree of nature means that he'll owe us a favor. If anything were to happen to us in the future, young Lord Ye and the Guanxian universe would surely extend a helping hand to us." The elders nodded profusely upon hearing that, and they were all smiles. No wonder the old ancestor had chosen Qing Yu as the next clan leader back then. Qing Yu said, "The myriad clans are coveting the divine tree of nature, but we cannot covet it. I had to let young Lord Ye take it with him, or we would have thrown everything away, including young Lord Ye's favor. If I had chosen to covet the divine tree of nature, it would have been equivalent to wasting our ancestors' efforts." Rumble? The space-time around the Qing clan contingent trembled violently. Countless cyan light orbs manifested, and they all flew toward Qing Yu. Sovereign Qing's inheritance? The powerhouses of the Qing clan were taken aback. So our ancestor did not forget us? He chose to leave a bit of his inheritance behind? Qing Yu clenched his fists as the cyan light orbs melted into him. Of course, he was thrilled to have also received Sovereign Qing's inheritance. Qing Yu understood why Sovereign Qing had decided to give his inheritance and the divine tree of nature to an outsider, but Qing Yu would be lying if he said that he was happy about it. Of course, he had no choice but to accept it. Sovereign Qing had done it for the Qing clan's sake, after all. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for failing to receive his ancestor's acknowledgement. However, it turned out that Qing Yu was mistaken, and he was both thrilled and excited upon receiving his ancestor's acknowledgement. The best course of action an ancestor could take when their descendants were weak was to allow their descendants to live an ordinary life. After all, power in the hands of those incapable would only invite disaster. If the descendants were capable and talented, however, the ancestor ought to lend a helping hand. Ye Guan went straight to the divine Dao world upon leaving the Wujian universe. Ye Guan was standing like a stone statue in a teleportation array. Everything that happened over the past 2 days felt surreal, and he couldn't quite accept it, especially the revelation about how Ye Guan was actually a divine spirit all this while and how the mysterious senior in the pagoda was a divine spirit as well. It was a good thing that Little Pagoda wasn't a divine spirit. Otherwise, Ye Guan would have started doubting his own humanity. Based on the conversation between the mysterious senior in the tiny pagoda and the adjudication sword master, the true god had done something in the past that caused some sort of conflict between all of them, which led to the departure of Ye Guan and the mysterious senior. However, Ye Guan could tell that Ye Guan and the mysterious senior in the pagoda still had lingering feelings toward the true universe, especially toward the legendary true god. "Senior, are you from the stone village like Ye Guan, the true god, and the adjudication sword master?" Ye Guan asked. The mysterious young woman replied, yes. Ye Guan was slightly curious. Are all of you sisters by blood? The mysterious young woman said in a soft voice, they're not related to me by blood, but we're closer than most blood-related siblings. After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan asked once more, could you elaborate? The adjudication sword god, the true god, Ye Guan, and I were all orphans in the stone village many years ago. Our parents perished at the hands of the great demonic beasts, and since then, we started relying on each other. The true god is the oldest, followed by me, and then the adjudication sword master. The youngest is Ye Guan. However, our youngest, Ye Guan, is extremely talented. Her talent is second only to Big Sister. Actually, she's the only one strong enough to match up to Big Sister, said the mysterious young woman. What happened next? Ye Guan asked. We cultivated ravenously and with all our might for the sake of protecting the stone village. However, during the final battle against the great demonic beasts, the mysterious young woman trailed off. Ye Guan asked, what happened? The mysterious young woman was silent. Ye Guan was really curious about what had transpired, but he didn't pry. The mysterious young woman finally said, since time immemorial, there has never been an individual whose nature is either extremely good or extremely evil. Everyone is born neutral until they start doing things for their own vested interests or for the vested interests of others. Anyway, you're still on the good side even though the mad demon bloodline is running through your veins, but it might change depending on how you wield the power you possess as the king of the Guanxian universe. You have to be very careful with the way you do things in the future because you've grown influential enough to determine the life and death of a myriad lives with just a single word. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Power was like a sharp knife, it could prove useful by using it to chop ingredients and slice meat for cooking, but it could be a bad influence if its wielder had an insatiable killing intent in their heart. Of course, Ye Guan was by no means a saint. He wouldn't go out of his way to kick up a fuss or bully others, but he wouldn't hesitate to fight back if someone were to provoke or attempt to bully him. Ye Guan saw a white light in the distance, and he found himself standing on an island after exiting the white light. He was surrounded by the boundless ocean, and aside from seawater, he couldn't see anything else around him. The great deist brush master lives on an island. Well, I guess you can say it's because he likes water. Little Pagoda replied. The mysterious young woman had no idea what to say. He likes water. Ye Guan was slightly puzzled by Little Pagoda's words, and he shook his head with a smile. Little Pagoda's words definitely had a different meaning, but Ye Guan didn't dwell on it too much. He looked ahead at a dense forest with many gourd trees. Each gourd tree had gourds hanging like dolls. There was a massive mountain a few kilometers from the forest of gourd trees. It was majestic, and half the mountain was peeking out of the clouds. Ye Guan also saw the silhouette of an ancient temple from beyond the mist. It was most likely the Divine Dao Hall, and he walked slowly toward it while carefully looking around. He couldn't sense any creatures around him, but he wanted to remain as careful as possible. Senior, is there any danger? The mysterious voice replied, there shouldn't be any danger here. Ye Guan nodded and picked up the pace. Before long, Ye Guan passed through the forest and arrived in front of Divine Dao Hall. The passage of time had marred the ancient temple, and it was hard to discern its original appearance. The passage of time was indeed ruthless. The ancient temple was surrounded by wild grass, and a deafening silence prevailed. Ye Guan looked up and saw a plaque with words that were so weathered that it was barely discernible Divine Dao bloodline. Ye Guan remarked, how desolate. The mysterious voice explained, the Divine Dao bloodline has long since been consigned to the ruthless passage of time, but when it was at its peak, it was much more glorious than the present-day true universe. The owners of the Divine Dao bloodline were rulers of the vast expanse. The great deist Brushmaster wielded the Dao to expand the Divine Dao bloodline's territory, and it was then when he discovered the Guanxian universe. Truly. Ye Guan frowned and asked, he was the one who discovered the Guanxian universe. Yes, and he has been keeping a low profile since then. I think he suffered some injuries, and he is still recovering from them, the mysterious voice replied. Ye Guan was a bit puzzled, and he asked, he's injured. The mysterious voice continued. Yes, my big sister mentioned that he's injured and that she didn't want to take advantage of his injuries by fighting him. Did the true universe overwhelm those with the Divine Dao bloodline after that? Ye Guan asked. The true universe's name at the time wasn't the true universe but the Stone Village, the mysterious voice explained. The Stone Village. Ye Guan gasped and asked, it must have been a brutal battle. The mysterious voice replied, it's more brutal than you can imagine. Those with the Divine Dao bloodline running through their veins were massacred, and the great deist Brushmaster was chased out of the true universe. He was never allowed to enter it again. The supreme elites with the Divine Dao bloodline in their veins were either killed or suppressed. The massacre at the time was so thorough that the Divine Dao bloodline has faded into obscurity. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He had never really heard of the Divine Dao bloodline until it was mentioned to him for the first time by the mysterious senior. Ye Guan soon reached the entrance of the Divine Dao Hall. Upon closer inspection, the hall had truly been eroded by time. It was covered in rust, and the air was filled with the strong smell of decay. Ye Guan sighed and remarked, decline comes after the pinnacle. Ye Guan raised his right foot and stepped into the hall. A cloud of dust rose from beneath his feet. Ye Guan flicked his sleeve, and a wave of energy swept away the dust in the hall. Ye Guan looked toward the depths of the hall and found two statues. The statue on the left was holding a brush. Ye Guan had seen it before. It was the same brush Yan had wielded in battle. The statue obviously depicted the great Taoist brush master's figure. There was a statue of a woman on the right. The woman was smiling with a calm demeanor, and she was holding an ancient scroll. Both statues were covered in spiderwebs and dust, and there was a desolate aura about them. Ye Guan waved his hand gently, and the thick dust that had accumulated on both statues vanished in an instant. Ye Guan's gaze landed on the statue of the great Taoist brush master. Senior, how can I call him? He asked. The mysterious voice replied, I don't know. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The mysterious voice continued. I'm not familiar with him. Ye Guan's expression fell, and he asked, Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda's reply came a bit late. I'm not familiar with him either. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. What are these two trying to do here? Little Pagoda said, just try and speak to him. Speak about what? Ye Guan frowned slightly. Little Pagoda replied, anything. Ye Guan truly had no idea what to say. I'm not familiar with him either. Little Pagoda instructed, think about Lady Ye Guan. Ye Guan? Determination fleeted across Ye Guan's eyes. After a while, he walked up to the statue of the great Taoist brush master and asked, Senior, can we talk? The statue remained silent. Ye Guan pondered briefly before whipping out the tiny pagoda. I know you don't care about me, but how about my master pagoda? The tiny pagoda quickly turned into a beam of golden light that melted into Ye Guan. Ye Guan was astonished. Little Pagoda explained, you have to stop relying on me. You have to rely on yourself more. In addition, you're asking for a favor here, and I don't want to owe the great Taoist brush master anything. Bullshit? Ye Guan inwardly lampooned, but he didn't say anything in response. He actually felt that the great Taoist brush master didn't really care about Little Pagoda. Ye Guan shook his head with a sigh before looking up at the statue of the great Taoist brush master. After a long silence, he took out the path sword. If Little Pagoda was nothing in the great Taoist brush master's eyes, he could only rely on his aunt. He would have to leave if even his aunt were insignificant in the eyes of the great Taoist brush master. As soon as the path sword appeared, the statue of the great Taoist brush master trembled, and an illusory figure slowly floated out of it. Ye Guan was in awe. His aunt was amazing. The illusory figure was too blurry, but Ye Guan was sure that it was the great Taoist brush master. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, Senior. The illusory figure smiled, and it gradually solidified into the figure of a man. The man stared deeply at Ye Guan before walking past Ye Guan. Follow me, he said. Ye Guan nodded and followed him outside. The man looked around outside the great hall, and there was a complicated light in his eyes upon seeing the desolate scene outside. Evidently, the divine Dao hall had to have been lively, but now, it was empty. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze at the man. He was the great Taoist brush master, and those lucky enough to get chosen by him would become the chosen one of the Guanxian universe, and it was all thanks to the great Dao destiny. Many people thought that Lu Tian was the chosen one because they had been fooled into believing that the great Taoist brush master had chosen him. The man smiled and turned to Ye Guan. Why did you come here? He asked. Ye Guan hurriedly explained Ye Guan's situation. Once Ye Guan was done, the man didn't say anything, but he started walking away. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before following him. I can't find Ye Guan for you, the man said. Ye Guan frowned. However, the man smiled and explained, I govern the 3,000 great Daos, but she has established her own Dao beyond the 3,000 great Daos. She's not under my jurisdiction, so I cannot find her. Ye Guan went silent, and he clenched his fists. However, the man said, trailing off. Ye Guan abruptly looked up at the man. The man smiled and continued. You can use the time mirror to find her. Ye Guan asked, the time mirror? The man nodded and explained, yes, it's a divine artifact that depicts the passage of time, and it's the strongest divine artifact related to time. Ye Guan asked, where can I find it? The man chuckled and replied, it's in the time world. You have to pick up the pace if you want to obtain it, as you're not the only one looking for it. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, thank you. With that, he turned around and left. The man suddenly cried out, wait. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man. The man stared deeply at Ye Guan and warned, be careful. Ye Guan was surprised. Why? The man smiled, but he didn't explain. His figure turned blurry, and it was clear that he was about to disappear. I heard that you can control the destinies of countless beings. Is it true? Ye Guan asked. Who told you that? The man chuckled and asked back, was it the young woman inside you? Ye Guan didn't respond. The man said, the world is complex. Everyone has their own perspective when it comes to which is right and which is wrong. Everyone also has their own faiths and beliefs. The true universe is your enemy, and I am your enemy as well. We're standing opposite from each other, and our beliefs are different. Ye Guan fell silent. The man went on to say, good and evil is just a matter of perspective. What do you think about Ye Guan? She's a divine spirit, so do you think she's evil? Ye Guan's gaze was transfixed on the man, but he remained silent. The man was about to continue when Ye Guan said, I understand what you're talking about. The true universe is an enemy in my eyes, and it's a fact that won't change just because I like Ye Guan. If a universe invades another but is not considered evil, what is evil? I know the true God is good in the eyes of the true universe's denizens because her actions are in line with the divine spirit's vested interests. It's complicated, yes, so why don't we just simplify it? The winner shall decide which is right and wrong. The man chuckled and said, what a great phrase, the winner shall decide which is right and wrong. In the end, it comes down to strength. You are just like your aunt. Do you know that your aunt never argues with others? Now you know, and it's all because she believes that her sword can resolve every issue out there. Ye Guan nodded slightly and replied, I think that's a good way to go about it. They were living in a world where strength was supreme. He could use reason with some, but he would inevitably have to use force. After all, not everyone could be reasoned with. The man examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before saying, your path will be even more challenging than the path that your father and grandfather had taken. All the best. With that, the man's illusory figure began to turn even more illusory. Ye Guan's face turned grim, and he hurriedly pleaded, please, I've come a long way, and it's been a tough journey. Please don't make it harder for me. The man shrugged and said, you belong to her, and you're not my concern. But it seems that she's not too concerned about you either. In other words, you have no choice but to take care of your matters yourself. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Be careful, said the man once more before disappearing. The confused Ye Guan muttered to himself, be careful? What does that mean? The mysterious voice didn't reply to him, but Little Pagoda said, you're walking down an extremely difficult path. I'm sure you already know how your father and grandfather had suffered, and your suffering will be worse than theirs. Ye Guan's face turned even darker. After a moment of silence, he asked, Little Pagoda, can I cultivate in your world? Little Pagoda responded, yes, you can. All right. Ye Guan nodded and entered the world inside the tiny pagoda. The mysterious voice asked, you're not going to seek the time mirror. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I'll focus on cultivating. Without strength, I won't be able to do much even if I find Ye Guan. It'll only make things harder for her. He hadn't been able to do anything to rescue Ye Guan from the clutches of death, and Ye Guan no longer wanted to feel that kind of despair. My aunt is the reason the great Daoist Brushmaster emerged to see me, and it got me thinking. What am I without my aunt, my father, and my grandfather? The mysterious voice didn't speak. Yes, I'm worthless. Without my identity, I'm sure that I'm also nothing in your eyes. Am I right, Master Pagoda? Senior. Ye Guan chuckled and shook his head before adding, reality is that cruel. If it weren't for my ancestors, I would have just been a talented cultivator, nothing more, nothing less. What's up with the negative thoughts? The mysterious voice asked. I realized it when I was confronted by the adjudication sword master. I'm too weak to do anything other than call my grandfather, my father, or my aunt for help. Ye Guan clenched his fists and muttered, so, I'm going to. Little Pagoda interrupted with a trembling voice. You can't possibly be thinking of severing ties with your father, right? That's a bit too much. Sever ties? Ye Guan's face darkened at Little Pagoda's words. He couldn't believe that he was now being encouraged to sever ties with his father. He would get beaten up if he were to do that. Little Pagoda had truly gone too far this time. Little Pagoda sounded excited as he said, I'd still support you, even if you were to make that decision. Cutting ties with your father and starting a new family line sounds pretty exciting. Really? Ye Guan replied calmly, I wonder what father and grandfather will think once they hear your thoughts. Fuck. Little Pagoda immediately panicked. Don't snitch on me, come on. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He had decided to focus on studying the True God Dao manual. Raising his strength was crucial, as he had such excellent study material. He didn't want to waste this opportunity. He decided to ignore Little Pagoda's words just now, as he would be thrown out to the streets if he were to sever his ties with his family. Of course, Ye Guan was aware that the strength and prestige of both his father and grandfather belonged to those two alone. He was reminded of his weakness during his encounter with the adjudication sword master. What was he without his relatives? He was nothing? His father and aunt were invincible, but he wasn't invincible. He had to make sure that he had the correct mindset. One moment of carelessness could easily lead him astray. It would be absurd of him to think that he was invincible just because his father and aunt were invincible. With that attitude, he would rely on their strength all the time. Ye Guan didn't want that. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father and grandfather. He wanted to surpass them rather than become a spoiled child. Casting aside these thoughts, Ye Guan began studying the martial arts manual. It contained two powerful martial arts, the unbeatable fist art and the eternal moments. He had mastered some of the unbeatable fist arts moves, but he still didn't have a grasp of the unbeatable fist art's sixth move, Bury the Gods. Ye Guan was already an ultimate realm cultivator. His cultivation base wasn't that high, but it wasn't too low either. In other words, he had no issues cultivating Bury the Gods. A fist to bury a god? Under the guidance of the mysterious voice, Ye Guan quickly grasped the core elements of Bury the Gods. 3 days later, Ye Guan stood in front of the sea with his eyes closed in concentration. He looked as though he were an old monk in meditation. After a long while, his eyes shot wide open, and he clenched his fists. Boom! A powerful fist force burst out of his fists, and the sea before him surged and boiled beneath the intense pressure. Ye Guan smashed his fist fiercely on the ground. Crack! The heavens, the earth, and even the spacetime were torn open as a massive illusory fist descended with tremendous force. Rumble! An extremely tall column of water took to the skies, and a curtain of seawater soon engulfed the distant horizon. Bury the Gods? Ye Guan clenched his fists, looking disappointed. It was too weak. Ye Guan could still remember Ye Guan executing the Bury the Gods, and it was drastically more powerful when she had executed it. I have to keep training? Ye Guan dedicated 5 days to pushing the god's power to his current limit, and he trained without even a moment of rest for the sake of achieving his goal. One day, however, Ye Guan asked, "Senior, what is the palm deo?" The mysterious voice explained, "The palm deo is a move that refines one's palm and fist techniques. Each hand is a deo. Big sister when she was your age. I remember seeing her obliterating a world with a punch, and her fist became the harbinger of death soon afterward. A punch to obliterate a world?" Ye Guan was thrilled at the revelation. "Actually, you shouldn't tackle this move yet. Actually, Ye was the only one who had mastered it before the age of 20. The mysterious voice continued. "It is a good thing that you're quite talented, and your comprehension is great as well." Ye Guan nodded. "I'll give it a try." With that, he closed his eyes and continued on his training. Each hand is a deo. Ye Guan suddenly jumped to his feet. The mysterious voice asked, "What's wrong?" Ye Guan didn't reply. He opened his palm, and a sword made out of sword energy soon manifested in his hand. He was silent for quite a while until he shattered it with a sword thrust. Crack! The sword thrust created a 100-meter-long rift in the spacetime in front of him. "No, this isn't right." Ye Guan closed his eyes. The rift in spacetime had vanished by the time he returned to his contemplation. Moments later, however, Ye Guan thrust his sword once more. The sword thrust was strengthened by his sword energy, sword domain, sword intent, and sword soul. Boom! The spacetime ahead of Ye Guan was obliterated, creating a vacuum that engulfed everything, including sound, so the silence was deafening despite the cataclysmic explosion. Ye Guan frowned and grumbled, "This isn't it." With that, he closed his eyes once again. Little Pagoda suddenly asked, "What is he trying to do?" The mysterious voice replied, "I don't know." Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he thrust his sword once more. Boom! A few kilometers of space-time ahead of Ye Guan disintegrated into nothingness. It didn't look that different from the previous sword thrusts, but it was far more powerful than the previous ones. It had obliterated 3 layers of space-time, revealing the boundless patch of space-time beneath the layers. Ye Guan was thrilled. "Faith? The most important part of this sword move is my faith in my swordsmanship. Each sword is a deo, and each deo is a sword. I am on the invincible sword path? Haha, this is unbelievable." Little Pagoda gasped. The mysterious voice chuckled. "Indeed, it is unbelievable. He has advanced his swordsmanship using a fist art as an inspiration. I truly didn't expect this from him. I can actually see traces of my big sister on him." Little Pagoda asked, "What is she like? How is her temper?" "Her temper's great," the mysterious voice said. "The issue is that she has a penchant for snapping other people's necks." Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was brimming with excitement. Every sword move had to be suffused with his deo. Whenever he made a move, his faith in his sword had to be clear and pronounced. He needed to have faith and believe that his sword was invincible. Ye Guan's swordsmanship underwent a profound transformation. Ye Guan looked down at the sword in his hand and noticed that his sword intent had changed as well. Ye Guan smiled and started studying the final move of the unbeatable fist art unbeatable. However, the mysterious voice suddenly said, "You can't learn it at the moment." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Why not?" The mysterious voice continued, "There are 2 reasons. First of all, this move requires a certain mindset to execute. You need to look down on all living beings, and you don't have that kind of mindset yet. The second and last reason is that this move places tremendous pressure on your body. It is an extremely powerful move, world-shattering if I were to describe it, but at your current level, it'll shatter your physique and soul as well." Ye Guan went silent. "It's too powerful for you to learn at the moment. You should postpone learning it until your cultivation base and physique have reached a certain level," the mysterious voice said. "As for eternal moments, you have to enter the river of time and comprehend the profundities of time first before you should attempt to learn it. It is an endeavor that you cannot do at the moment. My big sister created these martial arts herself, and they're not exactly suitable for cultivators with low cultivation bases." "I understand." Ye Guan nodded. He flipped the pages and quickly arrived at the section called Sword Manual. Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself before flipping to the first page of the Sword Manual. The words he saw on the first page were sword law, the sword is your guide, and the sword's edge is your truth. Ye Guan frowned at the incomprehensible words. "You're reading the essence of the adjudication sword master's deo," the mysterious voice explained before asking, "Are you interested in it?" "Yes." Ye Guan nodded and explained, "How do you think she's going to react if I defeat her using her own sword deo?" The mysterious voice's reply came a bit late as she said, "Her ultimate goal has always been to become stronger than anyone. She'll fall into the abyss of despair if you succeed at defeating her using her very own sword deo. However, it is going to be an extremely difficult endeavor. She's as talented as you are in the sword. Actually, it is nigh impossible for you to defeat her in just a year. It doesn't matter even if you spend the next year cultivating in the world inside the tiny pagoda. You were too rash when you made that bet with her." Ye Guan sighed deeply and said, "I want to honor the faith that you and Ye have in me, and I want to prove to her that both of you didn't make a mistake by choosing me." "Choosing you," the mysterious voice said, "I'll consider you my disciple, then." Ye Guan was stunned. Moments later, he regained his senses, and his expression darkened. He could feel a headache coming as he inwardly lampooned. "Goodness, I really hate the adjudication sword master for even making me think of such a thing." Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and started to comprehend the adjudication sword master's sword deo sword law. It was a domineering sword dao, and its summit was to adjudicate all beings using the sword as the law. The law is my sword, everything else is meaningless. Ye Guan cultivated in the next couple of months without even a minute of rest. Time in the world inside the tiny pagoda flowed differently from the outside world, so Ye Guan had a lot of time up his sleeve. One day, Ye Guan exited the world in the tiny pagoda and took to the clouds. He stood on the clouds and suddenly waved his sleeve. A dazzling sword light flashed in the distance. Boom! The space-time a kilometer ahead of Ye Guan was shredded into pieces, and a kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted afterward. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a sword returned to his hand. He looked down at it and shook his head in disappointment. He wasn't happy with his progress. He had mastered the sword law, but his sword moves enhanced by the sword law were still not as powerful as his sword moves using the path sword. Fortunately, every single stroke of the sword enhanced by the sword law was still extremely powerful. Ah, I almost forgot. Ye Guan exclaimed and quickly closed his eyes. Sword Master Qingshan had left a sword art for him to peruse, and it was none other than the Beheading Heaven's sword art. Ye Guan scrutinized it and was astonished to find that it was similar to the critical method. He didn't waste any time and started to comprehend the profundities of the sword art. The Beheading Heaven's sword art and the critical method had one thing in common: they allowed the power of the swordsman's sword moves to reach even greater heights. Of course, the Beheading Heaven's sword art was better. Ye Guan used another month to master the Beheading Heaven's sword art. His current limit was 30 applications of his dao in one sword move. He couldn't go further than that. His fleshly body and soul simply couldn't withstand it, but it was understandable, as powerful techniques would always exert more pressure on their wielders. To make matters worse, they also consumed a ton of profound energy to execute. He could only unleash both the sword law and the Beheading Heaven's sword art twice before running out of profound energy. His fleshly body and soul would also be thoroughly exhausted afterward, so Ye Guan had to exercise caution using them. Otherwise, he would collapse and lose before the fight started. On the same day, Ye Guan stopped cultivating. He couldn't cultivate in seclusion. He had to go out and gain more experience through fighting. Ye Guan left the world inside the tiny pagoda and departed for his next destination, the time world. He also had another goal aside from becoming even stronger. Naturally, it was the goal of finding Ye Guan. The mysterious voice suddenly asked, "What if Ye Guan fails to recognize you?" At that, Ye Guan asked softly, "Have you ever liked someone, senior? Have you ever had a good knuckle sandwich?" The mysterious voice asked. Ye Guan had no idea what to say to that. Ye Guan was dumbfounded. This is bad. The mysterious voice was getting more and more violent. The mysterious voice said, "Go to the time world, the time mirror is there, and you should get it." Ye Guan nodded slightly. "Senior, please lead the way." A radiant light burst out of Ye Guan and took to the skies. The skies overhead were torn apart. Ye Guan wasted not even a second as he hopped onto his sword and rushed toward the rift in the skies. A space-time tunnel was beyond the rift. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a small tree with emerald green leaves appeared in his hand. Ye Guan asked, "Senior, what can the divine tree of nature do?" He had never really scrutinized the divine tree of nature, so he had no idea what it could do. The mysterious voice responded, "In the past, the expeditionary army was far more powerful than the Wujian universe's myriad clans. However, the expedition army had struggled during that war. Do you know why?" Ye Guan asked, "Is it because of this divine tree of nature?" "Exactly," the mysterious voice said. "The divine tree of nature has a special ability. It can heal a large group of people at once, and it'll heal you back to your feet as long as you still have even a breath in you." "Mass heal?" Ye Guan asked. The mysterious voice nodded. "Yes, and it is an unranked divine item." Curious, Ye Guan asked, "Unranked? Why? Is it because it's blasphemy to categorize it into a rank?" The mysterious voice chuckled slightly and said, "I guess you can put it that way. There are only a few unranked divine items in the all worlds, and the true universe, the Wujian universe, only has one, and it's the divine tree of nature." Ye Guan nodded. He looked down at the divine tree of nature in his hand and examined it closely. With a thought, countless green light orbs seeped out of him, making him feel comfortable all over. Ye Guan clenched his right hand. Boom! A terrifying force flooded out of him, and the space-time tunnel he was in quivered violently as if it were on the cusp of shattering. Ye Guan was startled, and he immediately stopped it with a thought. At this moment, the mysterious voice exclaimed, "Force of nature." Ye Guan was puzzled. "Force of nature?" "Yes," said the mysterious voice before explaining, "the divine tree of nature's force of nature is considered to be one of the primitive forces of the Wujian universe. I heard that Sovereign Qing had apparently used the force of nature as the foundation of his dao, and he made a name for himself by becoming a titled sovereign under the support of the Wujian universe's myriad clans. But he still lost to your big sister," Ye Guan pointed out. The mysterious voice smiled and said, "Sovereign Qing was really strong. My big sister is the only one capable of defeating him consistently. However, someone else has been racking up win streaks against him aside from my big sister." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Who?" The mysterious voice replied. "Take a guess. Could it be you, senior?" Ye Guan replied. "Bingo!" The mysterious voice burst out into laughter and said, "You're really smart." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. "What? Do you not think that I'm strong?" asked the mysterious voice. "Well, the adjudication sword master didn't seem to be afraid of you," Ye Guan replied after a brief pondering. The mysterious voice chuckled and said, it was just her bad temper talking. She's headstrong even against big sister, not just me. She's not particularly bright, and her temper is the worst, but she's extremely loyal. She's also always ready to take the lead during critical junctures. Ye Guan asked, are there any unranked divine items in the true universe? The mysterious voice replied, there are a few. Ye Guan asked, what are they? My big sister has an incredibly powerful unranked divine item, and it's called the Mirror of Deo Reversal. Its special ability allows one to reverse the Deo origin, the mysterious voice answered. Ye Guan asked, what's the Deo origin? It's the origin of a great Deo. Ye Guan asked, what's the origin of a great Deo? We should just stop talking if you're going to ask me stupid questions, the mysterious voice replied, there's no point otherwise. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. He wasn't playing around like what the mysterious voice thought. He truly had no idea what the mysterious voice was talking about. He went silent, and a deafening silence descended upon the two. Soon, the mysterious voice broke the silence by saying, simply put, the Great Deo is everything, and everything is the Great Deo. Life, aging, illness, death, the ebb and flow of tides, and the setting and rising of the sun, all these serve as the foundation of the world. It is the Great Deo, and the Great Deo is everywhere. Ye Guan sounded solemn as he said, the Great Daoist Brush Master can wield the Great Deo, right? Yes, the mysterious voice replied, your predecessors can do it, too. Ye Guan fell silent. After a while, he asked, can the Great Deo be destroyed? Yes, the Great Deo can be extinguished by destroying everything, the mysterious voice answered. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled to himself. The mysterious voice noticed something off and asked, why ask? I'm just going to destroy everything if I get too tired, Ye Guan replied. The mysterious voice went silent. Little Pagoda hesitated slightly before saying, I don't think that's a good idea. The mysterious voice also said, living is a form of cultivation. The process is arduous, but it's quite interesting. Ye Guan chuckled at that and pointed out, Senior, I can tell that you still treasure your relationship with the adjudication sword master and the true god. Considering that I'm at odds with them, why are you following me? It's because I want to help my big sister, the mysterious voice replied. Ye Guan went quiet. He fell into deep contemplation, but he soon emerged and asked in a solemn voice, you're not going to betray me one day, right? The mysterious voice chuckled and asked, why? Are you afraid? Ye Guan boisterously laughed. An esteemed person betraying me? Impossible. He secretly transmitted his voice to Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, keep a close eye on her. There's no harm in being cautious. She heard it. Little Pagoda spoke in a deep voice, you shouldn't have used profound energy to transmit your voice to me. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Awkward? The mysterious voice chortled and said, just you wait. I'm going to stab you when you least expect it. Do you want to get stabbed in the front or in the rear? What dash? The mysterious voice abruptly fell silent. She noticed something weird with the words that she had said, so she decisively cut herself off mid-sentence. Fortunately, Ye Guan didn't dwell on it too much. He simply shook his head and smiled. Soon, he closed his eyes to examine the divine tree of nature's force of nature. He had to admit that the so-called force of nature was an extremely powerful type of energy. It seemed limitless as well, and since it was from the divine tree of nature, he didn't have to enter a state of meditation to make use of it. Ye Guan's prowess increased drastically, thanks to the divine tree of nature. Ye Guan even reckoned that with the path sword, the divine tree of nature, and the sword master's Deo imprint, only great sovereigns could match up to him. He didn't dare to say that he was invincible. He felt like he was still not strong enough to beat his older sister, who was already a time immortal realm cultivator. The vast expanse also housed a myriad of talents, so Ye Guan couldn't say that he was invincible until he was certain that he was truly unrivaled. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to be complacent against his opponents. Swoosh! A dazzling white light appeared in the distance. Ye Guan was thrilled to see the dazzling white light, as it meant that he was approaching his destination. He was so excited that he couldn't hold back and rushed toward the dazzling white light. When he emerged, he found himself on the summit of a mountain. He looked around in awe of the breathtaking scenery before him. A seemingly endless chain of mountains intertwined with each other was shrouded in both clouds and mist. He had arrived in the time world. Ye Guan asked, Senior, where's the time mirror? I don't know, the mysterious voice replied. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. And that was when Little Pagoda chimed in, just go straight ahead. I can feel its unique energy undulation. Ye Guan nodded and hopped onto his sword. He sliced through the crowd and disappeared into the depths of the mountain chain. Under Little Pagoda's guidance, Ye Guan soon found himself at the foot of a massive mountain. A river was flowing next to the mountain, and there was an ancient stone stele by the river that read Time River. Quite a few people had gathered here, and they were extremely powerful. In fact, some of them were time immortal realm cultivators, and there were also a few divine spirits. Clearly, they were here for the time mirror. Ye Guan examined the seemingly endless time river before him and asked, Master Pagoda, can you sense the time mirror? Little Pagoda's voice sounded solemn as he said, I can sense its time energy, but I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. Ye Guan nodded. He hurled a strand of his divine sense toward the time river, but the time river rejected his divine sense. Ye Guan was astonished. The time river has accumulated too much time energy to the extent that a cultivator's divine sense can no longer penetrate it, the mysterious voice explained. Ye Guan asked, do you have any idea about what I should do, senior? No, replied the mysterious voice. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. The mysterious voice definitely knew how to find the time mirror, she just wanted him to look for it by himself. Just then, a wooden raft floated over to the riverbank. A young woman wearing what looked like ethnic clothes was on the wooden raft. Her figure was slender, and she was extremely beautiful. A wooden stick was in her hand, and she was using it to paddle her way to the riverbank. All eyes fell on her, she was just too beautiful to ignore. Of course, Ye Guan was no exception. The young woman looked ordinary, but he didn't dare to think that she was just an ordinary young woman. The young woman swept her gaze across the people next to the river and smiled. I assume everyone is here for the time mirror. A young man in a white shirt stepped forward and chuckled. I was here for the time mirror. I changed my mind after seeing you. The time mirror does not matter to me anymore. Obtaining your heart has become my top priority. Everyone burst out laughing at the young man in a white shirt's words. However, Ye Guan took a few steps backward at the sight rather than laughing with the others. Meanwhile, the young woman chuckled and said, the members of the Miao clan don't marry out. The young man in a white shirt said, rules are meant to be broken, and I don't think people should lock themselves in a cage that they call rules. Everyone should live the life they want to live. I don't like you, the young woman said while blinking innocently. The young man in a white shirt chuckled and asked, who do you like, then? The young woman turned and pointed her finger at Ye Guan. Everyone's eyes fell on Ye Guan. The young woman smiled shyly, appearing all embarrassed. However, Ye Guan stared at the young woman with narrowed eyes. The young woman was targeting him. Just then, the young man in a white shirt turned toward Ye Guan. He examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before asking, friend, how may I address you? Ye Guan ignored the young man in a white shirt and walked over to the young woman. He had to admit that the young woman was stunning, and she looked more beautiful the longer he stared at her. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred as he asked, do you know me? The young woman blinked shyly and replied, no, but I like you because you're too handsome. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I have a wife. The young woman lowered her head and fidgeted with her hands. I don't mind being a mistress, she muttered. Everyone erupted into an uproar. Ye Guan stared deeply at the young woman and said, I have 2 wives. I don't mind, replied the young woman. The onlookers were thoroughly dumbfounded. Isn't it illegal for you to act like this just because you're handsome? However, the onlookers soon realized something strange. The onlookers were powerful cultivators in their own right, and the fact that they managed to reach their current cultivation realms meant that they had a good head between their shoulders. They quickly realized that something was off about the young woman. The young woman was sowing discord among them. Upon realizing that, the onlookers cast wary gazes in the young woman's way. Miss, there's no point in just being handsome. You have to be powerful as well, said the young man in a white shirt. He turned toward Ye Guan and said, let me introduce myself. I'm the young clan leader of the Luo World Sky Clan. My name is Luo Yar, and my father is Luo Feng, a half-step great sovereign. Quite a few cultivators standing close to Luo Yar hurriedly distanced themselves from him. Foreigners had to be mindful and wary of everything around them. The young woman was clearly trying to sow discord, but Luo Yar couldn't see it. Thus, the onlookers judged him to be a foolish young man. The cultivators around him steered clear of him to avoid inviting trouble upon themselves. Ye Guan stared deeply at Luo Yar, but he didn't say anything in response. I'm not trying to boast here. My father is a half-step great sovereign, but the Luo clan has always kept a low profile. Luo Yar stopped mid-sentence to ask, can you tell me your father's name? Ye Guan calmly replied, Ye Xian. Luo Yar frowned and asked, what about his cultivation base? Ye Guan replied, he doesn't have a cultivation base. Oh, you mean he's useless? Luo Yar jeered almost immediately. Ye Guan frowned at Luo Yar's words. How come he has never heard of my father's esteemed name? Little Pagoda suddenly said, tell him your father is the sword master. At that, Ye Guan realized that Ye Xian was known to most people as the sword master. It made sense as he was a widely acclaimed supreme elite whose name most people wouldn't dare to even utter. The people were so afraid of uttering his name that they eventually forgot the sword master's real name. Before Luo Yar could say anything, the young woman asked him, you don't know Ye Xian? Luo Yar chuckled. I don't. The young woman blinked and remarked, how bold. Pfft, I am bold, indeed. Luo Yar burst out into laughter. Ye Guan suddenly waved his sleeve. Swing! A sword pierced Luo Yar's head and pinned him to the ground, astonishing everyone. What terrifying power and speed! Luo Yar was an immortal realm cultivator, but he was completely powerless in front of the young swordsman. Luo Yar's face was filled with disbelief as he cried out, you're a swordsman. Ye Guan was silent. He was about to attack once more when Luo Yar shattered a wooden token. Rumble! A horrifying aura surged out of the wooden token. It took to the skies and pierced the clouds. The onlookers looked up and saw the illusory figure of an old man. Astonishingly, the old man was a divine sovereign. The old man stared calmly at Ye Guan. How dare you harm my son? He roared and swung his right hand downward, causing an avalanche of profound energy to rush toward Ye Guan. The old man was just a projection, but he was the projection of a divine sovereign. In other words, the cataclysmic might he possessed made even the dense space-time in this world quiver violently. Ye Guan stared deeply at the oncoming avalanche of profound energy before swinging his sword. Boom! The avalanche shattered into pieces. Divine Sovereign Luo Feng was dumbfounded. His expression quickly turned incredibly solemn. Unlike his foolish son, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't quite grasp what was wrong, but his question was soon answered. A young man in the crowd said in a trembling voice, Ye Guan, you're Ye Guan? You're the sword master's son. Ye Guan? The onlookers were stupefied. Ye Guan's name had already spread throughout the all worlds, and one would be hard-pressed to find someone who didn't know Ye Guan. It wasn't that strange as Ye Guan had managed to infiltrate the true universe, causing waves of fervent discussions to spread across countless worlds and realms. No one had expected to see Ye Guan here, not to mention Luo Er. Luo Er went beyond pallid at the revelation. The Sky Clan of the Luo world couldn't afford to offend the Guanqian universe? Shit. Luo Er realized that he had been too arrogant, and he wondered if it would be effective for him to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. However, his hesitation didn't last long, as he soon dropped to his knees. He thought words wouldn't be enough for him to receive forgiveness, so he decided to kneel. Meanwhile, Divine Sovereign Luo Feng was dumbstruck. He truly didn't expect that his son would inadvertently offend the king of the Guanqian universe. What could he do to avoid earning the ire of the Guanqian universe? Ye Guan stared quietly at Luo Er. Luo Er looked up and saw the cold light in Ye Guan's eyes. Then, he turned toward Divine Sovereign Luo Feng in the sky and cried out, Father, save me, I don't want to die. Luo Feng's expression was complex as he said, I've been hiding something from you. Perplexed, Luo Er asked, what is it? Luo Feng sighed softly and said, actually, you're not my biological son. Luo Er froze over and went silent. The onlookers were both baffled and stupefied. Ye Guan cast a surprised gaze at Luo Feng. You're adopted, Luo Feng said with a firm gaze. Afterward, he turned to Ye Guan and cupped his fist before saying, Young Lord Ye, he has nothing to do with me, and he has no connections to the Luo clan whatsoever. Please do whatever you must with him. Ye Guan was silent, but he was beyond shocked. What the heck? His gaze fell on the kneeling Luo Er. Is he really adopted? Ye Guan wasn't the only one, as the onlookers were as baffled as him. They really hadn't seen this coming. Luo Er looked up at Luo Feng. Father, he muttered. Luo Feng's expression was indifferent as he said, I'm not your father. Luo Er fell to the ground. He smiled bitterly and cried out, Father, I know that I've caused a huge mess this time. You can just tell me to handle this on my own, I don't mind. You didn't have to say that I'm adopted. But you really are adopted. Luo Feng insisted. Ye Guan shook his head slightly, and he suddenly felt that he had a great father. Not every father deserved to be called father, and the vast expanse was huge enough that there would inevitably be father and son relationships born out of vested interests rather than pure love. In fact, Ye Guan believed that it was more common than he initially thought, as they were living in a world where strength reigned supreme. Ye Guan smiled and shook his head. He had to admit that his family was pretty good compared to Luo Er's. The onlookers cast peculiar gazes on Luo Feng. What a ruthless father. He didn't even bat an eyelid before decisively abandoning his son. The onlookers were convinced that people like Luo Feng were special cases, as not everyone could do what he had done. Luo Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. The survival of the Sky Clan and his life were more important than his son. He could just make another son, but he would stay dead once he was killed. In fact, Luo Feng was willing to sacrifice even 10 sons if it meant his survival. Ha ha ha. Luo Er laughed as if he had lost his mind. Luo Feng was his father, he was definitely his biological father, but Luo Er felt that he was foolish and dumb. It took him too long to realize that family ties were nothing before vested interests and survival. Ye Guan turned to Luo Er and said, Go. The onlookers stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Luo Feng frowned at the sight. Ye Guan said, You can go. Why? Luo Er asked, sounding confused. Ye Guan nonchalantly said, I changed my mind. With that, Luo Er bowed repeatedly toward Ye Guan. Thank you for sparing my life today, young Lord Ye. I swear to repay your kindness one day. He stood up and turned around to leave. Luo Feng's expression was complicated as he stared at Luo Er's departing figure. Luo Er suddenly came to a halt and turned to Ye Guan. Once again, he knelt down and said, Young Lord Ye, I don't think I will be able to leave this place with my life. I implore you to help me once more, young Lord Ye. The onlookers went quiet. It wasn't just Luo Er, they had noticed that Luo Feng was planning on killing Luo Er. He had already severed their relationship as father and son, so Luo Feng had no reservations about killing Luo Er to shut him up. The onlookers' expressions turned grim at the thought of it. Ye Guan looked down at the kneeling Luo Er before turning to look at Luo Feng. If Luo Er dies, I'll wipe out your clan, he said. Luo Feng's face changed drastically, but he quickly composed himself and smiled. I don't dare. I don't dare. Despite the truth, I still consider him my son. Ye Guan's eyes fell on Luo Er. Go. Luo Er kowtowed for quite a while toward Ye Guan before leaving. Little Pagoda couldn't help but ask, why the sudden change of heart? Ye Guan replied, Master Pagoda, I heard you mention that my dad suffered a lot when he was my age. Could it be that? No, no, no. Little Pagoda hurriedly cried out and explained, it's true that the young master had suffered a lot, but the thought of killing the young master had never crossed the old master's mind. The old master had simply left the young master to his own devices so that he would become stronger on his own. He didn't want the young master to become an arrogant young master relying on his backers, so don't be ridiculous. And please don't tell them what I said to you. Little Pagoda was genuinely panicking. he could still remember the fate of the previous Boundary Pagoda's spirit. Ye Guan fell into silence. Knowing his father's difficult life, he couldn't help but feel empathetic toward Luoyar, but the reason behind his father's difficult life was different compared to Luoyar. Ye Xian had been given free rein by his father, while Luoyar was decisively abandoned. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel thankful that he had such a caring father. He could still remember his father's parting words about how his father was willing to bear the burdens with him so long as it wouldn't make Ye Guan stray from his path. As such, Ye Guan considered himself fortunate compared to Luoyar. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda lampooned in the tiny pagoda. This brat can be terrifying with his words sometimes. The mysterious voice chuckled and said, once he has made up his mind, he would mostly see it to the end, but he's still a good person deep inside. I also think that his kindness today will earn him a formidable ally in the future. Little Pagoda asked, are you talking about Luoyar? The mysterious voice said, yes, those at the bottom of the abyss called despair usually bounce back. If he bounces back, he's going to be a powerful cultivator in the future. Of course, his achievements will depend on how he'll shape his destiny. Little Pagoda agreed, absolutely. Luo Feng glanced at Ye Guan. He hesitated for a moment before disappearing. In the end, he gave up on his thoughts. His clan truly couldn't afford to offend the Guanxian universe. Luo Feng wasn't the only one who had decided to retreat, as quite a few powerhouses among the onlookers cupped their fist toward Ye Guan and left. Ye Guan was here, so there was no way they would get their hands on the time mirror. In addition, they couldn't just snatch it away from Ye Guan and offend the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan watched as the onlookers dispersed before turning to look at the young woman from the Miao clan. Young Lord Ye, asked the young woman. We don't know each other, so. Ye Guan walked up to her and said, why are you targeting me? Young Lord Ye, can you take this away first? Asked the young woman. A sword was hovering a few inches away from her neck. Ye Guan stared deeply at her and said, you have one last chance. I'm going to kill you if you can't give me an explanation that will satisfy me. Stop flaunting your body, and stop acting cute. You're pretty, but I'm not interested in you. The young woman smiled and replied, I know where the time mirror is. Ye Guan frowned and asked, where is it? The young woman pointed at the river. It's in the river, of course. It's in the time river. Ye Guan asked. Yep. The young woman replied. Ye Guan inwardly asked, really? The mysterious senior was silent. Ye Guan asked once more, just give me a hint. The mysterious young woman said, she's not exactly wrong. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He really hoped that his master Pagoda and the mysterious senior would stop making things hard for him. Ye Guan pondered over it before shouting, that's a lie. What do you mean, it's a lie? The young woman asked calmly. You know you're lying, and you're asking me what I mean. The young woman started fiddling with the wooden stick in her hand and exclaimed, I'm not lying. The woman inside you is the liar. Ye Guan jumped in fright. You know that there's a woman inside of me. Yep, said the young woman. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Senior, are you not going to say anything? Yes, the mysterious voice replied, because she's too strong, I can't beat her. Ye Guan went pale at the response. You should have told me that earlier, Ye Guan lampooned. The mysterious voice praised, I didn't expect that you'd pull your sword out and threaten her right off the bat. You really are brave. Ye Guan broke out into a cold sweat. Just then, the young woman leaned forward. Ye Guan stepped back, but the young woman grabbed the sword in his hands and started shouting, kill me? Hurry up and kill me. Ye Guan slashed out with his sword. Crack! The sword made out of sword energy shattered into innumerable light particles upon making contact with the young woman's neck. Ye Guan stared agape and in disbelief. The young woman's neck was completely fine. The young woman chuckled at Ye Guan's reaction, and her plump breasts quivered along with her shoulders as she eventually laughed boisterously. Ye Guan was silent as he stared at the young woman. The mysterious voice had just told him that she couldn't defeat the young woman before him. In other words, the young woman was at least a great sovereign. Why was she targeting him? It didn't make sense unless... Ye Guan suddenly exclaimed, you have the time mirror. A hint of surprise flickered across the young woman's eyes, but she was silent. Perhaps. Ye Guan examined her carefully and asked, you're the time mirror. The smile on the young woman's lips vanished. Ye Guan saw that and was convinced that he was right. The young woman was the time mirror? The young woman stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, how did you know? Ye Guan replied, I deduced it. The young woman chuckled and asked, how? Ye Guan explained, Master Pagoda said that the time mirror must be here because he could feel its unique undulations here. You told me that the time mirror is here, and someone told me that you're half correct. In other words, the time mirror is really in the river, but you're the time mirror, and the time mirror is you. Ye Guan paused for a while before continuing. Of course, I was just deducing. The young woman burst out laughing. Young Lord Ye, you're so smart. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, I'm here for the time mirror, but I'm not here to take it away. I just want to borrow it. You don't want to take it? You just want to borrow it. The young woman smiled and said, Young Lord Ye, you don't have to lie to me. Ye Guan opened his palm, and a tiny pagoda appeared in his hand. What do you think of this pagoda? He asked. The young woman cast a casual glance at the pagoda and mumbled, it's lame. The young woman stopped mid-sentence with raised brows. She stared deeply at the tiny pagoda as a solemn look took over her expression. It's incredible, she remarked. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda was trying his hardest to suppress his fury. Ye Guan wasn't quite done just yet. He opened his palm, and the divine tree of nature appeared in his hand. His gaze fell on the young woman as he asked, "What do you think of this?" The young woman's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "The divine tree of nature." Ye Guan nodded. With a thought, the path sword appeared between Ye Guan and the young woman. "What do you think of this sword?" asked Ye Guan. The young woman's expression turned grim as she stared at the path sword. "Do you believe me now?" Ye Guan asked. The young woman was silent. Eventually, she broke the ice and asked, "Just borrowing, right?" Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The young woman asked, "What can you give me?" Ye Guan pondered for a while before asking, "What do you want?" The young woman examined Ye Guan from top to bottom, and her lips curled up into a smile. At that, Ye Guan became slightly warier of the young woman. For some reason, he felt that the young woman was bad news. The young woman fell into deep contemplation. After a while, she emerged from her thoughts and said, "I would like to enter your pagoda to cultivate in it. I also want you to give me a steady supply of the divine tree of nature's force of nature. I also heard that the Guanxian universe has a spirit progenitor. The next time you meet her, I want you to ask her to help me become even stronger. If you agree, I'll help you fight, but I will not acknowledge you as my master nor establish a contract with you. Do you understand?" Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before saying, "Sure." He agreed because he believed that he wouldn't lose anything. The young woman smiled and said, "All right, it's settled, then." "All right." Ye Guan nodded. The young woman broke out into a bright smile. If she were dealing with someone else, she wouldn't have paid even the tiniest bit of attention to them, but Ye Guan was the king of the Guanxian universe. The young woman was confident that she would reap immense profits by staying by Ye Guan's side. Most importantly, the Guanxian universe had a spirit progenitor. In other words, the young woman would gain a lot without losing much. "What's your name?" asked Ye Guan. The young woman responded, "Yu Suiyu." Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "Lady Yu, I would like you to help me find someone." Yu Suiyu smiled, and she was about to respond when her expression changed drastically. "Watch out," the mysterious voice yelled. "Watch out?" Ye Guan's expression turned serious. He knew that the mysterious voice would never warn him unless the danger was exceptionally severe. In addition, the expression of the young woman before him had changed drastically as well. Ye Guan turned around and saw a young man walking toward them. The young man was dressed in a black robe, and his hands were behind his back. He looked pretty young, seemingly about 20 years of age. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. He couldn't sense even the slightest hint of profound energy from the young man. Yu Suiyu's eyes were on the young man as well, and her expression became even more solemn. Ye Guan's face darkened upon noticing that. Yu Suiyu was at least a great sovereign, but she was actually wary of the young man. It could only mean one thing: the young man was at least a great sovereign as well. The young man's gaze fell on Ye Guan. "You must be Ye Guan, the king of the Guanxian universe?" asked the young man. Ye Guan nodded. The young man chuckled and asked, "Ye Guan, are you willing to part with this young woman?" Ye Guan frowned. "What are you talking about?" The young man's eyes narrowed. "If you're not willing to part with her, then I'll have to steal her from you." Swoosh! The young man stepped forward, and a terrifying deluge of energy engulfed both Ye Guan and Yu Suiyu. The young man was a great sovereign? Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He was about to make a move when his figure erupted into a radiant light. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the young man's attack was blocked. Ye Guan was stunned. Why did the mysterious senior intervene? "So, it's you," the black-robed young man grinned and said, "Interesting. I didn't expect you to be involved with the Guanxian universe." Ye Guan's brows furrowed. He knows the senior in the tiny pagoda? He's the reincarnation of sovereign heaven seizing Dao, and he's more powerful than ordinary great sovereigns. The mysterious voice shouted urgently, "Run." Sovereign heaven seizing Dao. Ye Guan was stunned. He was astonished to discover that the young man was actually the reincarnation of the heaven seizing clan's clan leader. Just then, Yu Suiyu grabbed Ye Guan's hand and shouted, "We have to go." Yu Suiyu turned into a beam of white light that disappeared into the distance with Ye Guan. "Want to leave?" Sovereign heaven seizing Dao chuckled and threw a punch. Ye Guan and Yu Suiyu had arrived at a space-time tunnel, and they were running away at their maximum speed. All of a sudden, they turned around and saw a terrifying fist imprint flying toward them. The fist imprint was both tyrannical and powerful. It tore apart every inch of space-time that stood in its way as it made a beeline for Ye Guan and Yu Suiyu, creating an extremely terrifying sight. Yu Suiyu pulled Ye Guan behind her and opened her palm. A beam of light created from time energy soon manifested above her palm. However, the beam of light containing the wondrous, inscrutable profundities of time failed to withstand the oncoming fist imprint. It shattered upon impact. Boom! A radiant light burst out of Ye Guan. Boom! The collision generated a force so terrifying that it hurled Ye Guan and Yu Suiyu backward. When they finally managed to recover and stop, Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao was already standing not too far away from them. Ye Guan stared at Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao and said, "Sir, there are no grudges between the Guanxian universe and the Heaven seizing clan." Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao looked at Ye Guan with a smile. "Young Master Ye, you're taking the wrong approach here if you're trying to intimidate me. The Guanxian universe isn't afraid of the true universe, but my Heaven seizing clan isn't afraid of them." Ye Guan stared deeply at Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao and said, "There is no enmity between us, and I don't think a clan leader should deliberately start a war when we have a common enemy to handle. It doesn't make sense, yes, but it finally makes sense now." Your goal isn't just the time mirror, but the mad demon bloodline running through my veins. Ye Guan could still remember the mysterious voice's explanation about how the members of the Heaven-Seizing clan could seize the bloodlines of others. With that in mind, it wasn't too difficult for Ye Guan to deduce that Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was here to seize his bloodline. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes glimmered in surprise as he jeered, "You're as weak as a chicken, but your intelligence is remarkable." Ye Guan stared deeply at Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. "Are you sure you want to start a war between us?" he asked. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao chuckled. "Young Lord Ye, I know that the Guanxian universe is quite formidable, but you can't scare us. You weren't even born yet when my Heaven-Seizing clan was fighting against the true universe." Swoosh! Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao threw all caution to the wind and hurled a punch at Ye Guan, who was only an arm's length away from him. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes shone brightly with greed. He had seized millions of bloodlines in the past, but Ye Guan's bloodline still managed to surprise him. It was his first time seeing such a powerful bloodline. In fact, he reckoned that Ye Guan's bloodline was on par. No, it was stronger than the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. Ye Guan also had 3 bloodlines running through his veins, and each bloodline was comparable to the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was certain that he would become invincible through and through upon seizing Ye Guan's bloodlines. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao let out a maniacal peal of laughter at the thought of it. He was truly unafraid of the Guanxian universe. The Heaven-Seizing clan was even daring enough to fight the true god, so why would they be afraid of a paltry Guanxian universe? Kill! Boom! A radiant light exploded from Ye Guan, blocking Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's fist. However, the collision still generated enough power to obliterate the nearby chunks of spacetime, and it also sent both Ye Guan and Yu Suiyo flying a few hundred meters away. "Even if you were at your peak, I still wouldn't spare you even a glance," said Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao with a chuckle. His thrilled gaze landed on Ye Guan. "My clan told me about the Mad Demon bloodline upon my rebirth. I didn't really pay much attention to the Mad Demon bloodline at the time, so I was truly surprised to find that it was actually such an extraordinary bloodline. It's a jackpot that I've been ignoring for quite a while now." With that, Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and his eyes were suffused with killing intent. "I don't attack unless provoked," Ye Guan roared. "Men!" Boom! A spacetime rift manifested behind Ye Guan, and an old man walked out of it. The old man bowed toward Ye Guan and greeted, "Greetings, Academy Master." Ye Guan's expression was indifferent, and he sounded languid as he said, "The Heaven-Seizing clan has become our enemy. I want you to impose sanctions on them and put a stop to all dealing with them. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion shall not cooperate with those who are involved with them, and a bounty of 1,000,000 spiritual cores is hereby placed on every member of the Heaven-Seizing clan." The old man was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think that's too much, Academy Master." Ye Guan turned toward the old man. The old man explained, "The members of the Heaven-Seizing clan aren't worth that much. 100,000 spiritual cores for each of them should be enough." 100,000 spiritual cores were enough for each member of the Heaven-Seizing clan? Ye Guan was surprised to hear the old man's words. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was already in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't make a move, but an illusory figure flew out of him. Bang! Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's fist was forcefully blocked by the illusory figure. The illusory figure was none other than the mysterious senior in the tiny pagoda. The two were extremely powerful, and every move they exchanged obliterated layers of spacetime. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn at the sight. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was just a great sovereign at the moment, but he seemed even stronger than cosmic spirits. Ye Guan realized it just then: not all great sovereigns were equal. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao stared at the mysterious lady in front of him and chuckled. "I'm really curious. Aren't the Guanxian universe and the true universe at odds with each other?" The mysterious lady stared deeply at Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao and said, "Do you know what my big sister thought of you back then?" "What?" Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao asked with narrowed eyes. He looked wary, but he was actually pretty curious about what the true god thought of him. The mysterious lady snickered and said, "A fool." Ye Guan was shocked. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's smile froze, and a powerful aura surged out of him like a tide. The mysterious lady laughed and said, "She said it, not me, so don't be angry at me. If you're unhappy about it, you should just go ahead and challenge her." Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao took a moment to compose himself before saying, "She was invincible in her era, but it doesn't mean that she'll be invincible forever." Without further ado, he rushed toward the mysterious lady and threw a punch. Even with the mysterious lady standing in between him and Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao, Ye Guan and Yu Suiyo still felt a terrifying oppressive force boring down on them. Ye Guan was silent. If it weren't for the mysterious lady, Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao would have already seized his bloodlines. So this is a supreme elite. Ye Guan gripped the path sword in his hand tightly. His desire to grow stronger surged like never before. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady fearlessly faced Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's punch. No, she threw her own punch as well. Boom! Many layers of spacetime were obliterated at once, and their immediate vicinity was plunged into darkness. The shockwaves from their collision sent Ye Guan and Yu Suiyo flying away. The two quickly recovered their footing, but Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao and the mysterious lady had already disappeared. They had entered a special patch of spacetime to continue their fight. Little Pagoda suddenly muttered, "She won't last." Ye Guan turned toward the old man and asked, how much longer till our reinforcements arrive? The old man took out a command token. The token quivered slightly, and he turned to Ye Guan before saying, they'll be here soon. Boom! The space-time in front of Ye Guan was abruptly torn open, and a little girl walked out of the rift. The little girl was none other than Arya, and she was accompanied by a white-furred animal sitting on her shoulder. Ye Guan went agape upon seeing the white-furred animal. He could still remember how Little White had almost killed him back then. Meanwhile, Yu Suio was thrilled. A spirit progenitor? Arya was a spirit progenitor? Arya's eyes fell on Ye Guan. She licked her hawthorn candy with a mischievous look. Ye Guan exclaimed, Lady Arya, it's time to fight. Arya nodded and said, Little White, protect this grandson. With that, she turned around and rushed toward the enemy. Grandson? Ye Guan's face twitched, and many different thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Little White hopped onto Ye Guan's shoulder, and her claws gently stroked Ye Guan's head. A loud explosion echoed in the distance. Moments later, Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo cut a sorry figure as he was blasted thousands of meters away. He recovered his balance in midair, and he cast a disbelieving gaze at Arya. A demon, he muttered. Aruya licked her hawthorn candy. Then, she took to the skies and brought her fist down to the ground. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's eyes flashed sinisterly. Instead of dodging, he sent a punch toward Arya. He had chosen to face her head-on. Kaboom! The collision generated powerful shockwaves that swept past everything around them. The two were forced to retreat, but Arya soon recovered in midair. Upon landing, she leaped into the air and rushed toward Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's pupils constricted. He still hadn't recovered, and he was slightly astonished at the fact that he had lost in the head-on exchange of moves just now. Admittedly, he wasn't at his peak, but there was no way ordinary cultivators could compare to him. The little girl was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Who is she? How come there are still so many powerhouses even though it has already been so many years? Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo couldn't help but feel amazed. Arya stared silently at Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Just then, she turned into a streak of light and vanished. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward. He balled his right hand into a fist as a terrifying bloodline force seeped out of him. The heaven-seizing bloodline was on full display. A heavy aura pervaded everything between the heavens and the earth, and it was so heavy that it seemed capable of crushing just about anything beneath its weight. The mad demon bloodline within Ye Guan started boiling upon sensing the heaven-seizing bloodline. Ye Guan was surprised. It felt like his mad demon bloodline was furious at being challenged. Tap. Little White tapped Ye Guan's shoulder with her clan, and the mad demon bloodline was suppressed. Ye Guan turned to look at Little White. Little White grinned at him and pulled out a bomb from out of nowhere. Ye Guan was instantly horrified. He had gotten considerably stronger compared to before, but he still wasn't sure if he could withstand Little White's bombs. Just then, Ye Guan whipped around and stared at the ongoing battle. Arya was keeping up with Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's terrifying strength despite the enhancement of his bloodline. Arya calmly faced his attacks without backing down, and it made sense. After all, Arya was once daring enough to take on even Destiny's sword move. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's eyes glimmered with killing intent. The power of the heaven-seizing bloodline converged on his right arm, and then he threw a punch at Arya. A clash of titans. Boom! A deafening blast rocketed across the world, and the explosion was so loud that it drowned out every other noise. Arya and Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo were sent flying away, but Arya quickly recovered. Meanwhile, Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo flew for a few kilometers before he managed to recover. Unfortunately, he failed to escape unscathed. His right arm burst open, and blood haphazardly dyed the skies and the ground crimson. Arya's right arm was unharmed. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel excited at the sight. Arya was unbeatable. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo was shocked to realize that Arya had somehow managed to emerge unscathed. The shock grew greater upon recalling that his punch just now was capable of killing a great sovereign in an instant. However, a little girl had actually blocked such a powerful punch without sustaining any injuries? This could only mean one thing: the little girl was far stronger than him. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's expression turned solemn. He had no choice but to take her now. Arya licked her hawthorn candy once more before staring silently at Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. After a while, she raised her foot and stepped forward. Boom! The space-time before Arya collapsed inch by inch as she approached Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's pupils constricted at the sight, and he quickly realized that he had no way out of this. He had to face her head-on. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo stomped and rushed toward Arya. Rumble! Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo was blasted a few kilometers away, but Arya wasn't done just yet. She chased after Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo, and she closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo was horrified, and he had no choice but to face her head-on once more. Soon, a series of explosions echoed as multiple moves were exchanged at once, and Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo was clearly being suppressed. Both his physique and prowess were inferior to Arya. Lady Arya sure is scary. Ye Guan muttered in disbelief. Little White nodded and waved her small paws vigorously. Ye Guan inwardly asked, Little Pagoda, can you translate? Little Pagoda said, she says that Arya will become even more powerful upon transforming. Transform? Ye Guan was astonished. Arya can transform? The mysterious lady suddenly said, Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao still hasn't completely recovered his strength. At the moment, his current strength is probably less than 30% of his peak strength. Ye Guan frowned deeply at the remark. He becomes stronger with each reincarnation, and he's currently on his 10th reincarnation, so I don't think it's hard to imagine his true strength, the mysterious lady explained. However, he has become too arrogant. If he advances further, his strength of course, area is also formidable. I feel that her physique is comparable to the true demon around my big sister. No, I think she might be even stronger than that true demon. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. True demon. The mysterious lady explained, it's the most powerful demon in the true universe. It has been following my big sister, and it's incredibly powerful. Ye Guan nodded and cast his gaze on the ongoing battle. Area was still suppressing Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao. Ye Guan's surprise grew deeper as time went on. It was clear that Area's prowess and physique were beyond his imagination. Ye Guan suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly asked, Master Pagoda, can Area withstand the power of the Path Sword? She'll lose if your aunt wields the Path Sword, but... Little Pagoda said, if you're the one holding the Path Sword, she's just going to beat you up until you cry for daddy. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Boom! Just then, Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao took another punch from Area. He was sent flying a few kilometers away, but this time, he didn't make another move against Area. Instead, he swiftly widened the distance between them. Area frowned. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao glared at her and said, just you wait, you demon. I'll tear you into pieces once I've recovered my strength. He turned around and took to the skies, his figure quickly vanished into the distant horizon. Area's face was as dark as the bottom of a kettle. He actually dared to curse at her? Eventually, Area made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, let's go to the Heaven Seizing clan. I'll fight the small fry, and I'll let you fight their elders. Are you willing to come with me? Ye Guan immediately answered, yes. He was also furious at Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao's parting words, but he realized that there was something wrong with Area's words just now. Wait, I'm going to fight their elders? Meanwhile, Little White waved her claws frantically. She glared hatefully at the distant horizon. How dare you scold Area? She waved her claw, and a bomb appeared from out of nowhere. She pressed the button on the bomb out of fury. Die, die. Little White was fuming. How dare you scold Area? Let's all die together. Ye Guan's expression changed. He ran away without a second thought. Bombs were just too frightening. Little White was stunned, and her eyes widened in confusion upon seeing Ye Guan run away. She gestured at Ye Guan with her claws, but Ye Guan couldn't understand her gestures. Area appeared and struck the bomb using her palm. Boom! The bomb exploded, but the energy it generated was suppressed by Area's palm. Area had single-handedly suppressed the chaotic energy born from a bomb explosion. Ye Guan's eyelids twitched. He was aware of just how strong Little White's bombs were, so he was beyond stupefied to see Area suppress such a powerful explosion with just her palm. Area was indeed extremely powerful. Ye Guan made a decision just then. He would ask for Area's blood once Qian had recovered. Area's blood would definitely be of great help to Qian. Area clapped her hands and turned to look at Ye Guan. Want to go to the Heaven Seizing clan? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Area walked up to Ye Guan. She looked into his eyes and asked, are you not afraid? Ye Guan smiled. No. Area nodded as a smile lit up her face. This grandson has guts, she exclaimed. Ye Guan's expression darkened. Why does it sound like a scolding? Area waved her hands and shouted, lead the way. Destroy the Heaven Seizing clan. Ye Guan nodded and turned to a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man hesitated before saying, Academy Chief, shouldn't we head back and create a long-term plan first? The Heaven Seizing clan wasn't as powerful as the true universe, but they weren't weak. In other words, the Heaven Seizing clan held the numbers advantage against Ye Guan's group at the moment. Ye Guan calmly replied, lead the way. The black-robed old man went silent. He turned and gestured with his hands. The spacetime was torn open, and a spacetime tunnel appeared. Let's go. Area shouted, entering the spacetime tunnel. The others followed closely behind her. Area took out a hawthorn candy and ate it casually. She would sometimes let Little White lick it. Overall, Area looked like she was taking a stroll. Ye Guan called over the black-robed old man and gave a few instructions. The black-robed old man bowed deeply to Ye Guan before retreating. Just then, the mysterious voice asked, are you really going to wage war on the Heaven Seizing clan? Ye Guan nodded. The mysterious voice was silent. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, do you really think that I'm that impulsive, senior? The mysterious voice asked back, what do you think? Ye Guan calmly said, the Guanxian universe's archenemy is the true universe. The true universe is extremely powerful, which means the Guanxian universe should make friends rather than enemies whenever possible. The keyword here is whenever possible. It would have been ideal if the Guanxian universe and the Heaven Seizing clan had established an alliance, but as you have seen, the Heaven Seizing clan is hostile toward our Guanxian universe. The clan leader of the Heaven Seizing clan has expressed his desire to seize my bloodline, the king of the Guanxian universe's bloodline. Though his actions were directed at me, it is still a great disrespect to the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan smiled and continued. My principle is to not cause trouble unless provoked. The Heaven Seizing clan has provoked us, so we're going to fight them. There's no need for further discussion. The mysterious voice said, the clan leader of the Heaven Seizing clan is a very arrogant individual. In his eyes, no one else can reach the apex aside from himself and my big sister. Ye Guan laughed and said, I noticed that. The mysterious voice sounded solemn as she said, be careful. The heaven-seizing clan is no longer comparable to during its heyday, but it's still a formidable clan. I understand. Ye Guan nodded. Then, he remembered something and asked, Master Pagoda, can my mad demon bloodline devour bloodlines? Little Pagoda replied, yes. Ye Guan nodded and fell into deep contemplation. The true universe and the Guanxian universe seemed to have reached a temporary truce when the Guanxian universe confirmed that Ye Guan was safe. The people on the Guanxian universe's side gathered in the Suhen Holy Hall, which included the members of the Han clan, the Lian clan, the Si clan, and the Zong clan. Han Zong, Lian Shuang, Si Tongtian, and Zong Xiao were sitting next to each other while their clan members stood behind them. Their clan members looked delighted rather than somber. They had won the gamble? If they had lost, they would have died and perished with their clans. They had won, so they all believed that their clans would rise like a meteor from now on. The rest of the all worlds couldn't compare to the Guanxian universe. They had declared their allegiance and willingness to die with the Guanxian universe, so the Guanxian universe would naturally support them. With the Guanxian universe's help, it wouldn't be that difficult for them to become the top power in their respective worlds. Most importantly, they no longer had to pay the true universe any tributes. Nailan Jia smiled at Han Zong and the rest. Thank you for coming here to support us. From now on, your issues are also our issues. She glanced at Old Zhang. Old Zhang walked in front of them and opened his palm to reveal storage rings. The storage rings flew and descended slowly before Han Zong and the rest. Han Zong hesitated. As sister-in-law, you don't have to do this. We're Ye Guan's brothers, and we didn't come here to help him in exchange for money. Han tugged on his sleeve and said, you'd best take a look at it first. Han Zong froze and examined the storage ring. Moments later, he stood up and said, I think there's no need for me to stand on ceremony. Thank you. He put away the storage ring in a hurry and with a thrilled look. Indeed, he hadn't come here for money, but it depended on the amount. Si Tongtian and the others were stupefied as well. Nailan Jia had given them too much money. They initially wanted to decline her offer, but they decided to refrain from pretending. What if the Guanxian universe took them seriously? The elders and the members of their respective clans were thrilled. They would have missed out if they hadn't come here to support the Guanxian universe. It was a good thing that their young clan leaders were insightful and knew how to draw the bigger picture. Indeed, they would grow steadily with no one daring enough to offend them beneath the banner of the Guanxian universe. In addition, their young clan leaders seemed to have become Ye Guan's sworn brothers. Sworn brothers were beyond superficial relationships, as sworn brothers were willing to risk their lives for the sake of their brothers. Nailan Jia swept his gaze across them and said, everyone, you can use the cultivation grounds of the Guanxian universe anytime you want. Everything is free. Your clan members can also come here to cultivate. The clan members were moved. To think Nailan Jia would allow even their clan members to cultivate in the Guanxian universe's cultivation grounds for free. This was tantamount to the Guanxian universe sponsoring their young talents. Of course, they would help out whenever Guanxian universe was in trouble. After all, they were in the same boat. They would share glory and troubles. Han Zong cupped his fist and said, thank you, sister-in-law. The others also expressed their gratitude. Nailan Jia smiled lightly without saying anything. Just then, Si Tongtian asked, sister-in-law, do you know where Big Brother is? He'll be back shortly. Are you going to wait, or? Nailan Jia trailed off and chuckled. Si Tongtian made a sidelong glance at his father. Si Lian said in a deep voice, Pavilion Master Nailan, we've been away for quite some time. We have many things to handle in our clan. Therefore, we will have to return. If the true universe attacks you, our Si clan will assist you as soon as possible. Nailan Jia nodded. All right. Si Lian cupped his fist and said, farewell. With that, he led Si Tongtian and the members of his clan away. Han Zong and the others also bid their farewells. They had been out for too long, and they really had to return soon. After sending everyone off, Nailan Jia called out, Manager Qin. Qin Feng appeared and bowed slightly. Pavilion Master. Nailan Jia looked at Qin Feng. From now on, the Heaven-Seizing clan is the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's enemy. Every branch of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion in the Heaven-Seizing universe is to be shut down. In addition, put out a notice that anyone who kills someone from the Heaven-Seizing clan will be rewarded with 300,000 spiritual cores. There is no limit. The higher the realm, the higher the reward. Understood. Qin Feng nodded and left. Nailan Jia called out, Zong Lao. An old man holding a scythe appeared behind her. Nailan Jia said in a low voice, head to the Heaven-Seizing clan. No matter what, you have to make sure that he's safe. Zong Lao nodded before vanishing. Soon, Nailan Jia left the Suhen Holy Hall. Moments later, she appeared in a void. A Nanjing stood not too far away from her. Nailan Jia walked to a Nanjing and bowed slightly before speaking. Senior, I received news that Little Guan and Lady Arya are heading over to the Heaven-Seizing clan. A Nanjing frowned. She had been staying here, afraid that the true universe might launch a surprise attack. She sent Arya to reinforce Ye Guan, and she explicitly told Arya to bring Ye Guan back without causing any trouble. However, she still ended up causing trouble. The three brats had chosen to confront the Heaven-Seizing clan. After a moment of silence, a Nanjing said, let them experience some hardship. Nalanjia was taken aback. Nanjing turned to Nalanjia and explained, take care of the academy and the students. Don't worry about him. I will protect him secretly. Nalanjia bowed and was about to speak when Nanjing continued. Don't keep bowing, we're already so close. Your respectfulness makes me feel like we're strangers. Nalanjia grinned brightly and said, all right. The SI clan was speeding down a spacetime tunnel. Every clan member was smiling, and it made sense, as they were about to go home after making it big. SI Tongtian swept his gaze across everyone before turning to look at SI Lian. Father, about the rightful heir, he said, trailing off. The elder's eyes fell on SI Lian. If it were before their excursion to the Guanxian universe, they would have voiced their disapproval, but now, they didn't dare to do so. SI Tongtian and Ye Guan's relationship was clearly special. If the SI clan prevented SI Tongtian from becoming the rightful heir of the SI clan, the relationship between the SI clan and the Guanxian universe would certainly become strained. SI Lian calmly said, I've already discussed it with the elders. You're not good enough to become the rightful heir, so. Clan leader, the Grand Elder exclaimed. He stepped forward and hurriedly said, the circumstances have changed. Our clan reaped tremendous profits and benefits, all thanks to Tongtian's wisdom and martial prowess. If it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't have been able to seize this opportunity. With that being said, I nominate Tongtian as the rightful heir of the clan. I will be the first one to deal with those daring enough to oppose the nomination. The remaining elders clamored to show their support. Si Lian glanced at the Grand Elder and smiled. He still has much to learn, and his talent is mediocre at best. He doesn't deserve to be the rightful heir of the SI clan. Let's choose someone else. Your grandson is pretty good. How about we select him? The Grand Elder hesitated at that. If he had to be frank, it was a great suggestion. Si Tongtian hurriedly said, let's choose Grand Elder's grandson. The Grand Elder instantly looked at Si Tongtian and asked, what are you doing? Si Tongtian laughed heartily. I want to create a new lineage in our family, and I will be the very first member of that lineage. From now on, I'm the ancestor of our SI clan, revered ancestor Tongtian. Si Tongtian's eyes fell on his father, Si Lian. Father, you'll have to help me. What should I call you? Asked Si Lian. Si Tongtian didn't hesitate to say, of course, you should call me revered ancestor. He caught himself in time upon realizing that there was something wrong. He quickly corrected himself and said, actually, you should call me father. We'll maintain our father and son relationship, but I'm the father, and you're the son. There should be no issues with this arrangement. Everyone had no idea what to say to that. Si Lian's expression darkened. Soon, a miserable cry filled the air. The elders looked away and started whistling. They had to curb Si Tongtian's rebellious antics. To think that he even thought of creating a new lineage. It was an idea that could only be described as rebellious rather than courageous. Just then, the second elder walked over to the Grand Elder and shook his head. The Grand Elder was silent. It was just a shake of a head, but it contained 1,000 words. The Grand Elder's grandson was more talented than Si Tongtian, but if Si Tongtian didn't become the clan leader, they would no longer have any relationship with the Guanxian universe. It would be a fatal blow to the SI clan. To make matters worse, the father and son pair were strong and influential enough to start a new lineage in the family. If that were to happen, the SI clan would split into two, and the main SI clan would be ruined. The Guanxian universe was now an ally of the SI clan, but Si Tongtian was the bridge between the SI clan and the Guanxian universe. The Grand Elder let out a sigh. He had to admit that connections also constituted an individual's strength. He was reluctant, but for the sake of the entire clan, he knew that he had to compromise. The SI clan would profit greatly if Si Tongtian became the rightful heir of the clan. When Ye Guan, Arya, and Little White reached the entrance of the heaven-seizing realm, a barrier blocked their way. Ye Guan was about to draw his sword when Arya raised her hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The barrier shattered into pieces. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. Arya's temper was a bit more fiery than he initially expected. Arya said, I'll handle the big fries, you take care of the small fries. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Little White waved her claws around. Arya pondered briefly before saying, stay still, don't cause any trouble. Little White had no idea what to say. Arya, Ye Guan, and Little White charged into the heaven-seizing world. A powerful divine sense swept across them, and a furious roar echoed. How bold? How dare you trespass on the heaven-seizing world? Are you tired of living? Arya hurled a punch at where the voice was coming from. Boom! The space-time there was obliterated, and blood pervaded the air. It was an instant kill. How preposterous! You! Arya sent another punch, and a chunk of space-time 1,000 meters away from her was annihilated. A miserable cry echoed as blood haphazardly filled the air. It was another instant kill? Ye Guan's eyelids twitched. She's too strong. Little White. Arya suddenly called out, go. Little White? Ye Guan was stunned. Go? What does that mean? She's doing pretty great, so I don't think she needs Little White's help. Little White responded to Arya's words by spinning in place and waving her claws excitedly. She waved her claw, and a few dozen watermelon-sized objects manifested before Ye Guan and Little White. The watermelon-sized objects looked ordinary, but Ye Guan's scalp tingled upon seeing them. Why is this cute little thing always seeking the root of mutually assured destruction? Arya's face darkened. She grabbed Little White's tiny paw and said, Little Guan is too weak to withstand the explosions of these things. Little White glanced at Ye Guan briefly before turning to look at Arya once more. It was true, Ye Guan was indeed too weak to withstand these bombs. Spiritual energy. Arya gestured at Little White. Absorb. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. Absorb? Little White nodded at Arya. She put her bombs away and turned to look into the distance. She opened her tiny mouth and inhaled. Rumble? The heaven-seizing world started trembling as rumbling noises filled the air. Under Ye Guan's astonished gaze, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy converged on Little White before disappearing into nothingness. The heaven-seizing world's spiritual energy was vanishing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ye Guan's expression turned grim. This is unbelievable? Little White can destroy an entire universe by herself. Swoosh! Countless powerful auras swept across Ye Guan, Arya, and Little White. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He could feel at least 10 great sovereigns amidst the oncoming enemies. 10 great sovereigns? It seemed that they truly couldn't underestimate the heaven-seizing clan. Rumble? The space-time 1,000 meters away from Ye Guan and Arya was torn open. A fist imprint emerged from the rift. Arya took a step forward and punched the fist imprint. Bang! The fist imprint shattered, but Arya was forced to retreat hundreds of meters away. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao emerged from the rift with the elites of the Heaven-seizing clan. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao frowned deeply at Little White, and the faces of the Heaven-seizing clan members turned extremely ugly. If left all alone, the white-furred creature would eventually ruin the entire Heaven-seizing world. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao chuckled and said, You have guts. I truly didn't expect that you'd come here yourself. Since you're already here, you should just stay here. Swoosh! Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's figure blurred as he rushed toward Arya. Arya hurled her hawthorn candy and took to the air to punch Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao. A terrifying energy surged from her fist. The energy was so terrifying that it seemed capable of splitting the earth and sundering the heavens. However, Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao didn't retreat despite the powerful attack. He clenched his fist and sent a punch in Arya's way. Kaboom! A formidable energy wave erupted when their fists collapsed, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The shockwave sent the cultivators around them to stagger backward at the same time. Ye Guan stood next to Little White. The shockwave couldn't harm them, and it was all thanks to the intense spiritual energy that had enveloped Little White. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao recovered in midair and was about to attack once more when he realized something and looked at Little White. He frowned. She can still absorb more? At this rate, Little White would only take 1 hour to devour the spiritual energy of the heaven-seizing world. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao roared, Kill her. The 10 great sovereigns rushed toward Little White. Arya furrowed her brow and was about to retreat when a powerful divine sense locked onto her. Without a word, Arya charged forward and threw a punch toward Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao sneered and rushed at Arya. Meanwhile, Little White blinked upon seeing the oncoming 10 great sovereigns. She raised her tiny paw and sent a fist imprint flying toward the great sovereigns. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred, and Little White's fist imprint shattered, sending Little White into a daze. She shivered and jumped behind Ye Guan, eliciting a helpless sigh from the latter. Clearly, Little White wasn't good at fighting. Boom! A radiant light burst out of Ye Guan, and the illusory figure of a mysterious lady manifested before him. The mysterious lady swept her gaze across the 10 great sovereigns. She opened her palms, and a myriad beams of radiant light rushed out of her palms, creating a rushing stream of radiant light that threatened to overwhelm the heaven-seizing world. The 10 great sovereigns were forced to retreat by the radiant light. Ye Guan's eyes fell on Little White. Go and absorb. He then transformed into a sword light and vanished. Little White blinked before opening her mouth and exhaling. The spiritual energy around them receded into Little White's mouth. Ye Guan flew into the heart of the heaven-seizing clan. A young man appeared and blocked Ye Guan's way. A great sovereign and about 100,000 powerhouses of the heaven-seizing clan stood behind the young man. Ye Guan also noticed the presence of a few lurkers hidden in the void. Are you Ye Guan? The young man asked. Are you the one who invaded the true universe not too long ago? If you are, then how about a one-on-one? Why not? Ye Guan said with a smile. The young man was about to attack when the great sovereign next to him said in a low voice, Young master, he has a divine item and even the strongest swordsman of the true universe's younger generation Nan Nishui doesn't dare to fight him with head-on while he's wielding that sword. The heaven-seizing clan had clearly investigated Ye Guan. The young man frowned and said, Can you not use that sword? Yes, I won't use it, then, Ye Guan replied with a smile. The young man nodded and immediately vanished. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The young man was a divine sovereign? The young man didn't even look like he was older than 18, but he was already a divine sovereign. Ye Guan didn't dare to underestimate him as he stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. Beheading Heaven's sword art emblazoned with 35 daos? Boom! An incomparably dazzling sword light erupted, forcing the young man to retreat at least a kilometer away. When the dust settled, the onlookers were shocked to find that the space-time between the two fighters had collapsed, becoming a pitch-black void. However, Ye Guan wasn't quite done just yet as he rushed toward the young man as soon as he recovered from the collision. The young man's pupils constricted. He clenched his fists, and a golden light flooded out of him. However, the golden light instantly crumbled upon making contact with Ye Guan's sword, and the immense power blasted the young man away. Of course, Ye Guan immediately chased after the young man. I'm getting absolutely suppressed. The young man was in disbelief. He knew that Ye Guan was a powerful swordsman, but he hadn't expected that Ye Guan would be this strong. Swoosh! An old man appeared in front of the young man and waved his sleeve, blocking Ye Guan's attack. I thought this was a one-on-one. Ye Guan asked, jeering at the great sovereign and the young man. The great sovereign stared deeply at Ye Guan without saying anything. He didn't say anything, as that would only be inviting humiliation to himself. Of course, the great sovereign quickly realized that he no longer had to care about what Ye Guan thought of him, as he had shed all pretenses. With that in mind, he clenched his right fist, and a powerful aura engulfed Ye Guan. He was about to attack when Ye Guan vanished and reappeared in front of him with his sword. The great sovereign glared sinisterly at Ye Guan, and he chose to face Ye Guan's sword with his fist. When both the fist and the sword were only a few inches away from colliding with each other, the sword disappeared and was replaced by the path sword. The great sovereign's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Under everyone's watch, Ye Guan was forced several kilometers away by the great sovereign's fist. However, Ye Guan's path sword had sliced through the great sovereign's fist as if it were a block of tofu. The great sovereign looked down at his right hand in disbelief. Ye Guan had somehow injured him, and he couldn't quite believe it. The great sovereign's gaze fell on the sword in Ye Guan's hand. His expression turned solemn as he stared deeply at Ye Guan before stepping out. Rumble! A red glow burst out of him like a wave, and the wave condensed into a terrifying bloodline pressure that bore down on Ye Guan. Bloodline suppression? The Heaven-Seizing clan's bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines throughout the All Worlds. In fact, it was a bloodline that didn't exist somewhere else, even in the vast expanse of the true universe. It only existed among the Heaven-Seizing clan members, and it was their most powerful trump card. Heaven-Seizing bloodline? The cultivators of the Heaven-Seizing clan rapidly retreated from the battlefield with grim expressions. The Heaven-Seizing bloodline was running through their veins, but one also had to consider the difference in strength between their bloodline power and the fact that the bloodline's suppressive power on those with the same bloodline as them was stronger compared to when the bloodline power was used against outsiders. The Heaven-Seizing bloodline was extremely powerful, and it charged toward Ye Guan as soon as it appeared. Clearly, it had sensed the mad demon bloodline coursing through Ye Guan's veins. Sensing the immense power from the Heaven-Seizing bloodline, Ye Guan squinted. He didn't underestimate the domineering force of the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. After all, Heaven-Seizing clan was once an existence that could match up to the true universe. Ye Guan's blood suddenly started boiling. Boom! The intense power of the mad demon bloodline surged out of Ye Guan and pierced the heavens. The space-time around Ye Guan transformed into a sea of blood, and a sinister, dense killing intent wafted out of the sea of blood. The great sovereign and his Heaven-Seizing bloodline were stopped by Ye Guan's bloodline power. The mad demon bloodline. Everyone cast shocked gazes upon Ye Guan, whose skin had become the same color as blood. They had heard of Guanxian Universe's mad demon bloodline, but they had never seen it in action, which was why they had never seen it as a threat. However, the members of the Heaven-Seizing clan realized just then that they had been severely underestimating the mad demon bloodline. The great sovereign was shocked as well. He never thought that Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline could even stand up against his Heaven-Seizing bloodline. After the initial shock, the great sovereign grew excited at the prospect of battling another bloodline that could match up to the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. Devouring Ye Guan's bloodline meant his bloodline would undergo a qualitative change. Greed and excitement burned fiercely in the great sovereign's eyes, and he didn't even bother hiding his desire to seize Ye Guan's bloodline for himself. However, the great sovereign's surprise didn't end there as Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline surged crazily in power and suppressed the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. The members of the Heaven-Seizing clan were dumbfounded at the sight. Did he just suppress our Heaven-Seizing bloodline? They stared at Ye Guan with solemn looks. It was the first time they felt such a powerful suppression of their bloodline. Meanwhile, the great sovereign's shock was soon replaced by delight. It turned out that the quality of Ye Guan's mad demon bloodline was higher than he initially expected. No, Ye Guan's bloodline was a top-quality product? The great sovereign started wondering as to how many Yang family members were still alive in the Guanxian universe. It would be great if there were many of them, as the Heaven-Seizing universe would grow immensely if they managed to seize the bloodline of every Yang family member out there. Just then, a Heaven-Seizing clan member cried out, "Goodness! The mad demon bloodline is devouring the Heaven-Seizing bloodline." The great sovereign turned to look and saw the mad demon bloodline slowly devouring the Heaven-Seizing bloodline. The great sovereign's eyes narrowed, and he rushed toward Ye Guan with a punch. How horrifying was a great sovereign's punch! The remnant energy of the punch was enough to shatter the space-time even more than 10 kilometers away from it. Ye Guan could already feel the suffocating pressure that was wafting off the fist as it made a beeline for him, even though it was still quite distant. Alarm bells rang in Ye Guan's mind. The mad demon bloodline had awakened by itself rather than through stimulation, so the mad demon bloodline didn't increase Ye Guan's strength. Fight your fight, and I'll fight mine? The mad demon bloodline was still apprehensive of the path sword. Back then, the path sword had almost obliterated it with just one swing. Facing the overwhelming power of the oncoming fist, Ye Guan stepped out and thrust his sword. He had decided to fight the great sovereign with the path sword in hand. Of course, he wouldn't shy from using the path sword. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted at least a kilometer away upon impact. The great sovereign's expression changed drastically, and he retreated like lightning toward his initial location. He looked down at his left hand and found that it was a mangled mess. He couldn't use it anymore, which meant that he had lost 2 arms in just 2 sword moves. Fear filled the great sovereign's eyes. Ye Guan was realms lower than him, and he was a great sovereign as well, a supreme elite. Despite that, a young man whose cultivation base wasn't even as high as a divine sovereign had managed to cripple his arms. This is absurd. The great sovereign was stupefied. His eyes fell on the path sword in Ye Guan's hand. He knew that Ye Guan possessed a divine sword, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. His physique as a great sovereign actually felt like it didn't exist before the path sword. The rest of the heaven-seizing clan's cultivators were surprised as well. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that Ye Guan could cripple the arms of their great sovereign, despite the significant difference in realms. This was just unbelievable. The sword wasn't just powerful, it was overpowered. Unfortunately, Ye Guan sustained severe injuries in the collision just now. He had crippled his opponent's arms, but the remnant energies of the fist still managed to hit him, causing severe internal injuries. It was a close call, but he got out of it with just severe injuries. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He was aware of the huge chasm between him and the great sovereign. If it weren't for the path sword, there was no way he would have stood a chance against a great sovereign, considering his current cultivation realm. I have to work even harder? Ye Guan opened his left palm, and green light orbs manifested around him. The lights converged on him, and his injuries started healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine tree of nature, the great sovereign exclaimed. He glared at Ye Guan and shouted, "You have Sovereign Qing's divine tree of nature." Ye Guan closed his eyes, and he smiled upon sensing his rate of recovery. The divine tree of nature was truly incredible. It was so much more effective than any spiritual pill he had ever consumed. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since he activated its ability, but Ye Guan had more or less healed from his injuries. Its effectiveness was horrifying. The great sovereign's eyes flashed in undisguised greed as he stared at Ye Guan. He had to admit that Ye Guan was indeed a genius capable of defeating every single member of the true universe's younger generation. And it was exactly because of that fact that he couldn't let Ye Guan live. The great sovereign stepped forward, and the space-time in front of him burst into a mighty conflagration. Ye Guan didn't back down. He stumped with his right foot and turned into a beam of sword light that rushed toward the great sovereign. Swoosh! His sword was invincible, and everything in its way was mercilessly torn apart. Ye Guan's sword destroyed the great sovereign's attacks as he made a beeline for the latter. All of a sudden, Ye Guan was struck by a sense of foreboding. Realizing that something was amiss, he stopped and turned around to swing his sword. Swoosh! His sword carved a beautiful arc. Crackle! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was forced to retreat several kilometers away. Upon making sure that he was a safe distance away, Ye Guan looked up and was startled to find another great sovereign standing right in front of him. Swoosh! A black-robed old man wielding a scythe abruptly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He stepped forward, and a crimson light bedazzled everyone. Boom! The second great sovereign was sent flying away. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's eyes fell on the scythe-wielding black-robed old man, and he quickly recognized the latter. He was none other than Zhong Lao, the one and only great sovereign among the group of mysterious cultivators Qin Guan had left behind. The rest of the cultivators in that group were only divine sovereigns. Ye Guan's eyes fell on the second great sovereign and found that they were a woman clad in a black dress. She was beautiful, but her demeanor was beyond icy. She glared coldly at Zhong Lao with a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Swoosh! She vanished without a word, and Zhong Lao disappeared as well. Whoosh! A crimson scythe light fleeted across the battlefield. Bang! The woman clad in a black dress staggered backward, and a solemn look suffused her icy demeanor. Zhong Lao didn't chase her. He retreated to Ye Guan's side and bowed. "Young master." Ye Guan nodded in acknowledgement. He was about to speak when he noticed something, prompting him to turn around. No, it wasn't just him. Everyone's eyes were on Little White. Everyone's attention had been on Ye Guan, and they had forgotten about Little White's existence until they realized that Little White had sucked the entire heaven-seizing universe dry of spiritual energy. Little White hopped onto Ye Guan's shoulder and grinned at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was shocked. Little White wasn't good at fighting, but he resolved to bring her with him the next time he visited the true universe. He was going to let her devour the true universe's spiritual energy. The members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan were horrified, their faces turned ugly at the harsh reality before them. What would happen to a universe if it were to run out of spiritual energy? It meant that the entire universe would become useless. The great sovereign glared at Little White and shouted, "Catch her." The entire heaven-seizing clan would become a laughingstock for being the first clan to move out of their universe if they failed to capture Little White, the spirit progenitor who had just devoured the heaven-seizing universe's spiritual energy. The members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan turned into rays of light and rushed toward Little White. The great sovereign's voice boomed as he roared, "I want her alive." Zhong Lao pulled Ye Guan behind him. Rumble! The surrounding spacetime split open, and 30 scythe-wielding cultivators emerged. The great sovereign's gaze landed on Ye Guan, and he laughed boisterously as he roared, "The bloodline of your Ying family will soon be ours." With that, he made a beeline for Ye Guan. One to clarify, divine sovereigns are weaker than great sovereigns, so great sovereigns are stronger, but they are weaker than cosmic spirits. CSGSDS. Hope this clears up things. The cultivators on Ye Guan's side were much more powerful than the great sovereign had expected, especially the little girl and the mysterious lady. But so what? He wasn't scared at all. Why? It was all because the Heaven-Seizing clan had a trump card. They were in the Heaven-Seizing universe, the home of the Heaven-Seizing clan. The Heaven-Seizing clan had been chasing away the armed forces of the true universe for many years, so how could they be afraid of the Guanxian universe? The Yang family's bloodline would soon belong to the Heaven-Seizing clan. The great sovereign grew more and more excited just thinking about it, and his aura surged crazily to reflect his excitement. The space-time around him quivered violently. The mad demon bloodline was like a blessing from the heavens to the Heaven-Seizing clan. Zhong Lao's eyes narrowed, and his eyes flashed in a sinister light as he roared, "Protect the young master." The scythe-wielding cultivators rushed toward the members of the Heaven-Seizing clan, and Zhong Lao himself headed straight for the oncoming Great Sovereign. Ye Guan's eyes fell on the female Great Sovereign clad in a black dress, and he found that she was glaring at him with eyes filled with killing intent. The female Great Sovereign's name was Heaven-Seizing Yo, and she was the third Grand Elder of the Heaven-Seizing clan. Meanwhile, the male Great Sovereign fighting Zhong Lao at the moment was Heaven-Seizing K, and he was the second Grand Elder of the Heaven-Seizing clan. Heaven-Seizing Yo's figure blurred, and she rushed toward Ye Guan. Seeing her charge over, Little White hurriedly covered her eyes as she sat on Ye Guan's shoulder. "You can't see if I can't see you." Ye Guan was speechless at the sight. It's a good thing that Arya is always by Little White's side. Otherwise, Little White would have perished long ago. It took Heaven-Seizing Yo a blink of an eye to reach Ye Guan, but a spear flew toward her just as she arrived. Boom! Heaven-Seizing Yo defended herself, but the spear was too strong. It obliterated the space-time a few inches away from Heaven-Seizing Yo, sending her flying a few kilometers away from Ye Guan and Little White. A woman slowly descended in front of Ye Guan. She was wearing a white dress, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. She opened her palm, and the spear she had hurled returned to her hand. She was none other than a Nanjing. Heaven-Seizing Yo looked down at her right hand. Her right hand was torn open, and she could see her bones through the injury. Heaven-Seizing Yo's eyes narrowed as her eyes fell on a Nanjing. Swoosh! A dazzling spear light bedazzled Heaven-Seizing Yo as a Nanjing vanished and reappeared right in front of her. Heaven-Seizing Yo's pupils constricted. She hurriedly raised her arms to defend herself. Boom! Heaven-Seizing Yo was blasted a few kilometers away. As soon as she stopped, blood dripped out of her mouth. A Nanjing's gaze was both steady and unperturbed as she stared at Heaven-Seizing Yo. Contempt? A Nanjing was staring at Heaven-Seizing Yo with contempt. Heaven-Seizing Yo's face turned ugly. It was the first time someone had gazed upon her with such disdain. She couldn't quite accept it, and her fury soon turned into determination as she stomped and shattered the space-time beneath her feet. The tiny explosion propelled her to the skies, and a giant illusory hand manifested above Heaven-Seizing Yo as she made a beeline for a Nanjing. Rumble? A low grumble reverberated across both heaven and earth as the giant illusory hand tore through space-time while exuding a terrifying energy fluctuation that seemed capable of suppressing everything beneath it. A Nanjing remained calm and composed. Moments later, she vanished and took to the skies to confront the giant illusory palm head-on. Swoosh! A spear light pierced the giant illusory hand. Crackle! The giant illusory hand shattered, and a figure appeared behind it. Heaven-Seizing Yo? A dazzling spear light converged on a Nanjing's spearhead. Shwick! A spear thrust sent Heaven-Seizing Yo flying into the distance, and her fleshly body crumbled as she flew across the battlefield. When she finally managed to recover her balance in midair, she found that her fleshly body was dead. She was now in her soul form. What an overwhelming victory! Ye Guan cast a stupefied gaze on a Nanjing. Senior and is actually so strong? Ye Guan thought about it and discovered that a Nanjing seemed capable of becoming stronger whenever she was faced with a powerful opponent. She was indeed a martial goddess. She was a true martial goddess. Comparing Ye Guan's achievement as a martial god to a Nanjing's achievement as a martial goddess was like comparing the light of a firefly to the moon. It was an insult to compare the two in the first place. Heaven-Seizing Yo stood rooted in disbelief. She couldn't even fight back as a Nanjing had overwhelmed her with brute force. This was a huge whammy for her as she had never expected that the cultivators of the Guanxian universe would be so strong. It made sense that Heaven-Seizing Yo was unaware of just how strong the other universes were. After all, the Heaven-Seizing clan had entered seclusion in the Heaven-Seizing universe upon learning that Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Since then, they hardly interacted with the outside world, as they found it unnecessary to do so. It could be said that the Heaven-Seizing clan only saw the true universe as their match amongst the all worlds and universes. However, they finally realized that they had grossly underestimated the Guanxian universe. A Nanjing took a stance with her spear and was about to attack once more when she looked up upon sensing something above her. Two figures could be seen flying away from each other after a powerful collision. The figures were none other than Arya and Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. A Nanjing frowned at the sight, and her gaze landed on Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao noticed her gaze as he turned to look at a Nanjing below him. He frowned upon seeing a Nanjing. A Nanjing was yet another supreme elite. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's face sank. He had just reincarnated, so he was unaware of the vast expanse's power dynamics. However, one thing was for sure: he had greatly underestimated the Guanxian universe. Upon seeing a Nanjing, Arya's eyelid twitched. She quickly pulled out a hawthorn candy to disguise her surprise. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao stared deeply at a Nanjing and asked, "What generation are you from? How come I've never heard of you?" A Nanjing didn't respond to Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's question. She looked up and shouted, "Lady Nian." Buzz! The buzzing of a sword pervaded the heavens as a powerful sword light ripped the skies asunder and swept toward the heaven-seizing clan. Sovereign heaven-seizing Dao's pupils constricted. Activate the array, he roared. The heaven-seizing clan was an ancient clan, so it was only natural for them to possess an array capable of protecting the entire clan. The array surrounding their clan was powerful enough to protect the heaven-seizing clan against the true universe. However, Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's shout received no response. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao frowned. A cultivator appeared behind him and bowed slightly. He spoke in a low voice, "Clan leader, the spiritual energy of the heaven-seizing universe has been exhausted by that spirit progenitor. Our array has gone dormant. The array has gone dormant." Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's expression darkened, and he directed a sinister gaze at Little White sitting on Ye Guan's shoulder. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady turned to An Nanjing and said, "I'll leave this battle to you, Lady An." With that, she turned into a beam of radiant light that melted into Ye Guan. Rumble? The battlefield quivered as over 10 great sovereigns from the heaven-seizing clan appeared to join the battle. "Do you still have people?" Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao asked in Nanjing. "If you have more people, then we also have more." Snap. He snapped his fingers, and several indescribably powerful auras burst out of the ground and took to the skies as columns of light. The columns of light stretched over 10,000 meters, and 3 old men clad in black emerged from the columns of light. The 3 black-robed old men were great sovereigns, but Ye Guan's expression turned solemn upon seeing them. The 3 black-robed old men were radiating auras that were drastically stronger compared to heaven-seizing Yo and heaven-seizing K. The mysterious lady noticed Ye Guan's confusion and explained, "They're great sovereigns from the heaven-seizing clan's glory days, and you shouldn't compare them to the great sovereigns of the current generation. Be careful of them." Ye Guan solemnly asked, "Senior, they're all great sovereigns, so how come there's such a great difference between them?" "It's all because great sovereigns are categorized into 3 categories," the mysterious lady said before explaining. "Great sovereigns in the first category are called ordinary great sovereigns. They are exactly as their category says, they are ordinary because they still haven't experienced the baptism of either time or destiny. They're strong, but their strength is superficial when compared to the great sovereigns in the second or third categories. Great sovereigns in the second category are what we call great time sovereigns. They've comprehended the profundities of time, their foundations are profound, and they usually possess their own legacies. Of course, they are stronger than ordinary great sovereigns." Ye Guan asked, "What about the third category?" "Great sovereigns who have undergone the test of time and have shattered the shackles of their own destiny are what we call great destiny sovereigns," said the mysterious lady. "They are incredibly rare, and such great sovereigns are capable of controlling their destiny to a certain extent. They're stronger than both great time and ordinary sovereigns, and in fact, a great destiny sovereign can kill a cosmic spirit. A great example of a great destiny sovereign is the unyielding sovereign. Even the yin spirit of the true universe has to avoid him if she wants to survive, not to mention other cosmic spirits." "I see." Ye Guan nodded. The mysterious lady said, "The 3 great sovereigns before you are great time sovereigns, so you have to be careful." Ye Guan nodded and moved closer to An Nanjing. He wouldn't hesitate when it was time to step up, but whenever it wasn't his time to step up, he had to hesitate, as it meant his enemies were significantly more powerful than him. An Nanjing remained calm despite the presence of 3 great time sovereigns. Her eyes fell on Arya, and she shouted, "Kill him." Arya froze before nodding in a hurry. "Okay." With that, she stepped forward and sent a punch toward Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's expression grew sinister. "I've just reincarnated, so how come I'm already so unlucky? I feel like a tiger that had fallen into a den of savage dogs." Arya appeared in front of Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao, and Arya's extreme power obliterated the spacetime around her. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao turned to the great sovereigns and shouted, "Kill that spear-wielding woman and take Ye Guan alive." He then proceeded to rush toward Arya. Boom! A cacophony of explosions soon reverberated across the battlefield. The 3 great time sovereigns responded to Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's command by charging toward An Nanjing. An Nanjing was silent. She wielded her spear and charged out 1 versus 3. Ye Guan sighed in admiration. Senior An was really strong. Meanwhile, the other great sovereigns turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan frowned upon sensing their gazes. "Get him!" a great sovereign roared, and they rushed toward Ye Guan at the same time with undisguised delight and excitement in their eyes. The mad demon bloodline had turned Ye Guan into a fat, juicy piece of meat in the eyes of these heaven-seizing cultivators. Those with the heaven-seizing bloodline devour and seize other bloodlines to grow, and Ye Guan's bloodline was strong enough to match up to their bloodline. In other words, devouring and seizing Ye Guan's bloodline meant that they were guaranteed to undergo a qualitative change, so in their eyes, Ye Guan was like a gift from the heavens. Moreover, if they could round up everyone from the Ying family and start breeding them for the sake of their bloodline, the heaven-seizing clan would obtain an infinite source of bloodline power. The thought alone was too exciting, and if they succeeded, the heaven-seizing clan was guaranteed to reach greater heights. "We'll round them up and have them propagate in captivity?" The 10 great sovereigns were beyond thrilled at the idea. Ye Guan frowned upon seeing their excitement. "Why are they looking at me with such perverted eyes?" Just then, the spacetime around Ye Guan was torn open, and a ray of light flew out of the rift along with 10 powerful auras. They converged and rushed toward Ye Guan at the same time. Boom! The space-time around Ye Guan was shattered as the 10 great sovereigns were sent flying away, cutting sorry figures in midair. Tianxu, Qi Bishan, and the other members of the Ying family stood next to Ye Guan. The members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan frowned and inwardly lampooned upon seeing them. How come there are so many supreme elites? Kill! Tianxu roared. Then, she transformed into a ray of light that rushed toward the enemies with Qi Bishan, and the rest followed closely behind her. An all-out war had finally broken out between the Guanxian universe and the heaven-seizing clan. Unfortunately, the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe were too strong for the heaven-seizing clan to handle, and they almost collapsed at the first exchange of moves. These supreme elites had gone toe-to-toe against the supreme elites of the true universe, so how could they lose to a mere heaven-seizing clan? Every battle was fast-paced, and the Guanxian universe made quick work of the heaven-seizing clan's forces. In fact, a few great sovereigns had already perished. Ye Guan opened his hand, and the divine tree of nature appeared above his palm. With a thought, the tiny divine tree of nature manifested as an illusory massive tree tens of thousands of meters in both length and width. The tree was so huge that its branches reached every nook and cranny of the battlefield. Upon expanding, the divine tree of nature sent out beams of green light that enveloped the cultivators of the Guanxian universe. The divine tree of nature's mass healing ability had finally shown itself. The appearance of the divine tree of nature made matters worse for the heaven-seizing clan. They had been struggling to fight Tianxu and the rest of the Guanxian universe's supreme elites, so the assistance of the divine tree of nature made it so that they were no longer a threat in Tianxu and the rest of the supreme elites' eyes. Boom! A powerful explosion rocked the battlefield as both Area and Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao had no choice but to widen the gap between each other. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao finally managed to recover in midair, and he looked down at the battlefield below him. His expression turned ugly. The heaven-seizing clan was losing. His face darkened upon seeing Tianxu and the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe. He didn't expect that the Guanxian universe would have so many supreme elites, and he also didn't expect that they would be this strong. Careless? I got too careless. Ah! A miserable wail echoed, signaling the death of a great sovereign. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao decisively shouted, "Retreat to the boundary." He waved his sleeve, and a space-time rift was torn open. The space-time rift was pitch black, making it look sinister, but the members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan didn't hesitate to run straight into the rift in space-time. Of course, Nanjing and the rest didn't just sit down and watch as they fled. They chased after the heaven-seizing clan's members and cultivators. Just then, the mysterious lady said, "Don't chase them into the rift." Ye Guan hurriedly shouted, "Don't chase them into the rift." Tianxu and the rest stopped right in front of the space-time rift, and they managed to stop two great sovereigns from leaving. The strongest members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan managed to escape, but many people were left behind. Qi Bishan smiled at Ye Guan and asked, "How should we deal with these people?" Ye Guan calmly ordered, "Kill them all." Qi Bishan smiled sinisterly and exclaimed, "All right." Nanjing suddenly said, "Bishan, don't let any of those with the heaven-seizing bloodline escape." Qi Bishan chuckled. "Sure." She rushed toward those who couldn't escape. Soon, miserable wails pervaded the air as Qi Bishan conducted a massacre. Ye Guan saw Qi Bishan grinning while kicking heads that had been decapitated, and the sight made his scalp go numb. The strongest members and cultivators of the heaven-seizing clan managed to retreat, so those who couldn't retreat were no match against Qi Bishan and the rest of the supreme elites, even though they weren't exactly that weak. Qi Bishan and the others made quick work of them. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao was somber and gloomy as he stared at the unfolding scene. Ye Guan looked up and met Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao's gaze. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao snarled, "Guanxian universe? Just you wait." He turned into a ray of light that rushed into the space-time rift in the blink of an eye, and Nanjing and the rest didn't even bother about stopping him. One would be hard-pressed to stop a supreme elite as powerful as Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao from leaving a place. Ye Guan stared at the disappearing space-time rift and asked, "Senior, why did you tell us not to go into the rift?" The mysterious lady explained, "What's beyond the rift is a space-time boundary that separates this universe from the outside world. The laws there are chaotic and complicated, difficult to unravel. Even great sovereigns will have to tread lightly in that place." Back then, quite a few supreme elites of the true universe had ended up perishing upon infiltrating that place, and it's precisely because of that special place that the heaven-seizing clan is still around. The true universe doesn't have any clue on how to navigate in the boundary. If it weren't for that fact, the heaven-seizing clan would have been annihilated long ago. Ye Guan asked, "How are the heaven-seizing clan finding their way in that place?" The heaven-seizing clan has a divine treasure known as the space-time ring. It is capable of suppressing space-time turbulence and controlling chaotic space-time energy. The space-time ring's existence is the main reason the true universe hadn't been able to truly annihilate the heaven-seizing clan. Ye Guan asked in a low voice, "Senior, what is the significance of this universe's space-time boundary?" "Well, it's just one of the vast expanse's boundaries. Is there another universe beyond the boundary? I don't know, but there were a few people who had somehow shattered a space-time boundary by themselves. Still, they had to pay a huge price for it. I remember Big Sister being the last one to shatter a space-time boundary. She didn't bother doing it again when the universe tribulation popped up to take advantage of her weakened state after paying such a hefty price to shatter the boundary." Ye Guan nodded and said, "I understand. Just then, a Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan while Arya and Little White appeared next to him. Arya and Little White immediately felt a little guilty when they saw Nanjing, and they instinctively hid behind Ye Guan. Nanjing stared quietly at Ye Guan. I really got a bit reckless this time, Ye Guan said after some hesitation. I might as well admit to my mistakes first. Otherwise, I'll get an apology beaten out of me. Others wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him due to his status, but Nanjing was different. If she was ever upset with him, she would definitely beat him up, and no one would dare to question her. Nanjing calmly asked, did you do something wrong? Ye Guan was slightly taken aback by her words. No, you didn't make any mistakes, Nanjing said and explained, you simply fought back against those daring enough to hurt you. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Nanjing continued. I don't want you to become a bully, but if someone dares to bully you, you must fight back and let them know that you're not easily bullied. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ye Guan hurriedly nodded. I understand. Nanjing nodded and went silent. Swoosh! Qi Bishan appeared in front of Ye Guan. She opened her palm, revealing a bead made out of blood. The bead was as big as an adult's fist, and it was giving off an extremely domineering aura. Ye Guan was surprised. Senior, what is this? Qi Bishan smiled and said, you're looking at the condensed form of the heaven-seizing bloodline? Unfortunately, it's not that pure. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the bead floated over toward him. Waves of astonishment coursed through his heart when he took a closer look at the bead made out of blood. The heaven-seizing bloodline was truly powerful? Devour it, Qi Bishan said. Ye Guan nodded and pinched the blood bead. It turned into a crimson ray of light that melted into his chest. Boom! Ye Guan's figure emitted a crimson light as the mad demon bloodline was stimulated into action, and he started trembling like an aspen tree. Inscrutable and murderous murmurs sounded in Ye Guan's ears. Thoughts of committing violence soon filled Ye Guan's mind, and he felt like wielding the path sword to mow down everyone in swathes. The murmurs started low and slow, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Ye Guan clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress those thoughts. Meanwhile, his mad demon bloodline surged crazily and started absorbing the heaven-seizing bloodline. Of course, the heaven-seizing bloodline wasn't going to let itself be absorbed just like that. It tried to resist, but it wasn't the mad demon bloodline's match now that it was in the latter's territory. Soon, the heaven-seizing bloodline was suppressed and was absorbed by the mad demon bloodline. The mad demon bloodline in Ye Guan became even stronger, affecting even his cultivation base. A few seconds later, boom, Ye Guan made a breakthrough into the true realm. However, his aura showed no signs of abating despite his breakthrough, and it was all thanks to Ye Guan suppressing his cultivation base. It felt as though a dam had collapsed once he absorbed the heaven-seizing bloodline, and he made another breakthrough straight into the immortal realm. Despite that, Ye Guan's aura still showed no signs of calming down. Nanjing walked up to Ye Guan and placed her right hand on his shoulder. Boom! Ye Guan's aura was immediately suppressed. Return to the Guanxian universe. Nanjing shouted. She grabbed Ye Guan and vanished into the distance. The supreme elites of the Guanxian universe followed closely behind her. Unbeknownst to them, a young woman had been watching them from above. The young woman was none other than the Adjudication Sword Master, and she wasn't alone. Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi were standing next to her. They had come here for Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao, but they were astonished to find the Guanxian universe launching an offensive on the Heaven-Seizing clan. They chose not to intervene and simply observe the fight. Rumble! Just then, a space-time rift manifested near the three. A young man walked out of the rift. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned when she saw Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. The Adjudication Sword Master merely looked at him with a straight face. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao swept his gaze across the three of them and smiled before asking, I have a proposal. Would you like to collaborate with me? Collaborate? Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi froze, surprised by what Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao had just said. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao explained, even though we're at odds with each other, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and my enemy is the Guanxian universe. From what I know, the Guanxian universe had defeated the true universe not long ago, and they even made their way to the true God Hall. Why don't we work together to destroy the Guanxian universe? The spoils of war shall go to the true universe. All I need is the Yang family's bloodline. What do you guys think? You remind me of something, the Adjudication Sword Master said. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao smiled and asked, what? An idiot? The smile on Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's lips instantly vanished. An idiot? Left Counselor Feng burst out into laughter. The Adjudication Sword Master's temper was as bad as ever. She truly wouldn't bother about giving face to those she dislikes. However, she wasn't wrong. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was acting like an idiot right now. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao glared at the Adjudication Sword Master before saying, you know that we stand a better chance if we work together, right? The Adjudication Sword Master's face was full of disdain as she said, do you really think that you're worthy of working with us? You bastard. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's face soured, and his aura surged wildly, causing the space-time around him to tremble violently. The Adjudication Sword Master frowned and said, you seem really proud that my big sister didn't manage to kill you back then. I'm really wondering how you've become so shameless and arrogant when you barely survived. You kept on relying on the gate of reincarnation to reincarnate, and you've even devoured the bloodline of your own descendants for the sake of becoming even stronger. You're just a beast. Do you really think that the true universe will hold hands with a savage beast? Stop dreaming while you're awake, and fuck off. Impudent. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo yelled and sent a punch toward the adjudication sword master. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's powerful fist imprint obliterated the surrounding space-time. However, the adjudication sword master remained calm as she slashed out with her sword. Boom! The fist imprint shattered, and an indescribably powerful sword energy swept through the air and toward Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo, sending him flying at least a few kilometers away. When he finally stopped, he glanced sideways at his right arm only to see it covered in slash wounds. He was shocked. He didn't expect that the adjudication sword master had become so strong. The adjudication sword master glared coldly at Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Kill him, she roared before transforming into a beam of sword light that rushed toward Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Meanwhile, Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi rushed to flank Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo. Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's expression changed drastically. He turned and decisively carved a spacetime rift into the spacetime boundary. His figure blurred, and he disappeared into the spacetime rift before the attacks could even land. The adjudication sword master snarled, "Bastard." Left Counselor Feng Qi said, "This is his 10th cycle of reincarnation. If he manages to overcome the restraints that come with being a reincarnated cultivator, his strength." The adjudication sword master's gaze turned even colder as she muttered, "That man has no bottom line. He's a bastard through and through." With that, she turned around to leave. Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi glanced at each other and smiled. The adjudication sword master was as irritable as ever. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi suddenly said, "I'm more worried about the Guanxian universe compared to the heaven-seizing universe." The Guanxian universe? The smile on Left Counselor Feng Qi's lips vanished upon hearing that, and she nodded lightly in agreement with Martial Chancellor Wu Qi's words. The Guanxian universe's threat level was higher compared to the heaven-seizing universe. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi added, "Ye Guan is going to fight the adjudication sword master in a year's time. Does he stand a chance of winning? What do you think?" Left Counselor Feng Qi shook her head and replied, "No, he's going to lose." "Why do you think so?" Ye Guan is indeed a monstrous talent, but the adjudication sword master's talent is comparable to his talent. In addition, the adjudication sword master is better than him when it comes to the sword Deo, and she's also older than him. Considering those variables in mind, it's impossible for him to win after just a year of cultivating, Left Counselor Feng Qi explained. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi nodded and said, "I agree." Left Counselor Feng Qi continued. "He'll also find it harder and harder to make breakthroughs as he becomes even stronger. His rate of improvement at the moment is stupendously fast, but it's all because his cultivation base is too low. I don't think he's going to become a great sovereign in just a year, and even if he somehow managed to become one, the adjudication sword master's strength far exceeds great sovereigns. However, I don't think Ye Guan is an idiot. He was daring enough to challenge the adjudication sword master a year later, so I believe he has a trump card up his sleeves." Martial Chancellor Wu Qi nodded and said, "Indeed. We must not be careless when it comes to Ye Guan. I've already sent people to keep a close eye on him." Left Counselor Feng Qi looked up at the starry skies. "We're truly in the middle of troubling times," she muttered. Then, she turned to look at Martial Chancellor Wu Qi and said, "I want you to recall a part of the expedition army." Martial Chancellor Wu Qi nodded and said, "All right." Moments later, the two left the heaven-seizing universe. The first thing Ye Guan did upon returning to the Guanxian universe was handing Ao Qianqian over to Arya and Little White. Little White could help Ao Qianqian recover her fleshly body, while Arya could strengthen it. This time, Arya and Little White were going to work in tandem to reconstruct Ao Qianqian's fleshly body. Afterward, Ye Guan visited the Guanxian universe's cultivation ground in the starry skies and sat down cross-legged in midair. He was still exuding a faint crimson light that made him look menacing. Ye Guan frowned upon realizing that his mad demon bloodline had become a bit restless upon devouring the heaven-seizing bloodline. It seemed like it wanted to do something by itself, and Ye Guan's face darkened at the realization. My bloodline is in its rebellious phase? His bloodline belonged to him, but it had its own thoughts and ideas. It seemed like it didn't care about Ye Guan at all. Ye Guan was convinced that his own bloodline had its temper and tendencies as if it were a sentient being. Don't overthink it, the mysterious lady said. Focus on soothing your mad demon bloodline. Ye Guan nodded and retracted his thoughts as he began to suppress his mad demon bloodline slowly. However, the bloodline actually got even more energetic and was starting to resist him as he attempted to calm it down. Ye Guan was frustrated to no end, and he eventually took out the Path Sword. Little Path, deal with it. Little Path obediently turned into a ray of sword light and entered Ye Guan. Boom! The mad demon bloodline instantly calmed down. Ye Guan shook his head and laughed. It seemed like this mad demon bloodline was afraid of the Path Sword. It made sense as the Path Sword was a sword of its word. It would really do what it wanted to do, so one couldn't mess around with it. His mad demon bloodline was as bold and as daring as the Path Sword, but it still wouldn't kill its master. It depended on Ye Guan, after all. It needed Ye Guan to become even stronger, and its strength depended on Ye Guan's madness. Ye Guan took a deep breath and opened his palm. The tiny pagoda appeared in his palm, and Ye Guan called out, "Lady Yusuio." Yusuio manifested in front of him with a smile. "What can I do for you?" she asked. Ye Guan replied in a serious tone, "I need you to find someone for me." Yusuio frowned, asking, find someone? Yes. Ye Guan nodded. Inwardly, he asked, Senior, how do I go about doing this? The mysterious lady replied, you still have Ye Guan's bowl, right? Ye Guan nodded and took it out. The mysterious lady said, make her bring you to the Time River. You have to go there with her. Ye Guan looked at Yusuio, and she merely nodded before waving her sleeve. The scenery peeled away, and Ye Guan was shocked upon realizing that he had inexplicably entered the Time River in the blink of an eye. The Time River depicted events that had already happened, and Ye Guan could see them flashing like lightning before him. Aside from what had already happened, Ye Guan could also see what was happening at the moment. However, he failed to catch even a glimpse of the future. Regardless, he was amazed. It turned out that the Time River was like a diary that had recovered everything that happened so far since time immemorial. The mysterious lady suddenly said, do you still remember what I told you about how one has to undergo the baptism of time to become a great time sovereign? I think Sovereign Heaven seizing Deo's motive for stealing the time mirror was to create more great time sovereigns. It is simply too difficult for an ordinary great sovereign to become a great time sovereign without external help. The time mirror is the greatest external help out there if one wants to become a great time sovereign, as the time mirror can grant anyone entry to the path of time. The path of time is the best place to cultivate if one wants to comprehend the profundities of time. In other words, becoming a great time sovereign wouldn't be that difficult anymore with the help of the time mirror. Ye Guan nodded slightly and asked, what do we need to do to find Ye Guan? A ray of radiant light abruptly emerged from Ye Guan, and it soon converged to create the figure of a mysterious lady. The mysterious lady looked around until her eyes landed on a mote of light on the time river. Ye Guan saw countless fragmented scenes within the mote of light. The fragmented scenes depicted the day when Ye Guan chose to self-destruct. Ye Guan clenched his fists upon seeing Ye Guan in those scenes. The mysterious lady opened her palms, and a mysterious energy floated toward the mote of light. The mote of light was enveloped by the mysterious energy, and multiple motes of light manifested next to the mote of light. Ye Guan felt a little nervous at the sight. The mysterious lady closed and opened her palms, and those motes of light converged. There were fragmented scenes in every mote of light, every scene looked blurry, even seemingly illusory. More and more motes of light converged, and that was when something strange occurred. A mysterious strand of energy emerged and flew toward the converging motes of light. Ping! The motes of light were shattered, and the entire time river trembled violently. Ye Guan was knocked backward, and blood trickled down the corner of his lips. A mysterious force tugged at him, and when it disappeared, Ye Guan felt as if his head was made out of lead. He felt dizzy as well. Fortunately, the vertigo soon vanished, and he could finally look around properly. He looked up and saw a pallid Yusuio. Her eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, the mysterious force had done something to her as well. Ye Guan's eyes fell on the mysterious lady. Senior, what happened? He asked. The mysterious lady's reply came a bit late as she said, someone's protecting her. Ye Guan frowned and asked again, someone's protecting Ye Guan? Yes. Who? Big sister. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The true god was protecting Ye Guan. The mysterious lady sighed and said, it seems like Big Sister has been protecting Ye Guan behind the scenes every time she loses her memories and has to start over from scratch. Ye Guan could tell from how she sounded that her feelings were complicated. Does that mean we won't be able to find where Ye Guan is in her next life? Ye Guan asked. She didn't reincarnate, she just has to cultivate from scratch, so her current life isn't considered her next life, the mysterious lady said with a sigh. Is there anything else we can do? Ye Guan asked. No, the mysterious lady said with a shake of her head before explaining, my big sister has obfuscated the already inscrutable threads of fate connected to Ye Guan, and I'm not strong enough to unravel what she had done. Ye Guan clenched his fists, seemingly in deep thought. Don't overthink it, and don't be rash, the mysterious lady said before adding, I also think that Saijing knows where she is. Ye Guan frowned and asked, the adjudication sword master. Yes, the mysterious lady nodded before explaining, they're sisters related by blood, so she definitely knows where Ye Guan is at the moment. Do you really think that she's going to tell me? I don't think so. I think she wants to kill you more than anything. Ye Guan pondered for a while before asking, Senior, am I really out of options? The mysterious lady nodded. Ye Guan nodded and opened his palm. Ye Guan's bowl appeared in his hand, and he looked down at it without a word. Little Pagoda asked, are you giving up? Ye Guan suddenly raised his head and shouted, Father, we're talking about your future daughter-in-law. Are you really not going to care? He's not answering? Ye Guan remained unperturbed as he yelled, Grandfather, we're talking about your future daughter-in-law here? Are you really not going to care? Still no answer. Ye Guan went silent. Moments later, he shouted, she's pregnant? The Yang families descend. Boom, boom, 2 explosions reverberated as 2 powerful auras appeared from out of nowhere. Everyone was rendered speechless. Pregnant? It didn't matter how much hardships Ye Guan had to endure, but a baby of the Yang family couldn't be allowed to suffer. Babies were too young to experience any hardships, and the Yang family wouldn't allow anyone to disturb their peace. The mysterious lady froze and went silent. She's pregnant? You guys didn't use any protection, she asked. What protection? Asked Ye Guan. The mysterious lady was speechless. Ye Guan didn't bother prying as he looked. He could feel 2 familiar auras, one belonged to his father, and the other belonged to his grandfather. Ye Guan could feel their auras, but he couldn't see them, leaving him perplexed. Their auras are here but not them, what's the meaning of this? The mysterious lady suddenly said, hold on, I'll try again. She opened her palm, and a mysterious energy flowed out. Soon, countless motes of light converged under the mysterious lady's control. Ye Guan started to feel slightly nervous. Slowly, those motes of light formed a bigger mote of light the size of a fist. A scene appeared before Ye Guan and the mysterious lady, but it was too blurry to the extent that it looked illusory. Ye Guan quickly walked up to the mysterious lady and asked, Senior. The mysterious lady was silent for a little while before she waved her sleeve. The motes of light spots disappeared, and she said, I know where she is now. Where? She's in the stone village. Ye Guan froze. Ye Guan is at the stone village? Why did she go there? The mysterious lady had told him that the stone village was their childhood hometown. Without thinking too much about it, he asked, how do we get to the stone village? The mysterious lady replied, I don't think we can go there. Why? The mysterious lady sighed and explained, the stone village is a special place, the mysterious lady said with a smile. The most powerful divine spirits of the true universe had come from the stone village, including the true god. The stone village can be considered the divine spirit's ancestral land, so I'm sure you can already imagine just how tight its security is. Others will have no issues going there, but you're an exception. Your status is special, so if you go there, they'll think that you're trying to do something untoward to the stone village, which will eventually lead to an all-out war. What if we make use of stealth? Ye Guan asked. Stealth? The mysterious lady asked, do you really think that you can do that? The true universe's eyes are always on you, you know. Ye Guan thought for a little while before he asked, Senior, do you have any ideas? Yes, but you'll have to wait. I've been repeatedly exerting myself recently, and my old injuries have come back to haunt me. I'll have to rest for a while and recover. Senior, will the divine tree of nature be of any use to you? Yes, but it's not that helpful because my injury is related to a universe tribulation. A universe tribulation? Ye Guan was curious, and he asked, Senior, did you participate in suppressing the true universe's universe tribulation? Yes, I was there, replied the mysterious lady. All right. You should return to the pagoda and tend to your injuries, then, Senior. All right, once my injuries are healed, I'll bring you to the stone village. As for Ye Guan, you don't have to worry about her safety. Not many people in this world can hurt her. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He felt slightly indignant that all he could do was wait, but he had no other choice. He retracted his thoughts and opened his hand. A sword intent condensed into a sword in his palm. He was now an immortal realm cultivator, and his strength had undergone a qualitative change, all thanks to his breakthrough. Ye Guan was convinced that he wouldn't have any issues defeating divine sovereigns. At this point, he probably didn't need the path sword to do it. Of course, he would still have issues defeating great sovereigns, but he was no longer afraid of ordinary great sovereigns. Just then, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Nailin walking toward him. Nailin smiled. She was still as beautiful as ever. You've been here for quite a while, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to barge in. I didn't disturb you, did I? Ye Guan walked up to her and held her hands. Of course not. Nailin leaned forward and hugged him gently. She nestled into Ye Guan's chest and said, it's good to see that you're back. Ye Guan wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said, it's been hard on you. Nailin shook her head, not saying much. Suddenly, Ye Guan said, Little Jia, I have something to tell you. Nailin raised her head to look at him and smiled, asking, what is it? Ye Guan opened his mouth to reply, but Nailin interjected and said, is it about a woman? Ye Guan froze and went silent. Nailin chuckled and said, I can feel how fast your heart is beating, you know. Ye Guan nodded in response. There were some things that he didn't want to hide from her. Once again, Ye Guan was about to say something when Nailin said, let's take a trip back to Nanzhou's ancient desolate city first. What do you think? Ye Guan looked at her for a while before saying, okay. Nailin grinned, and she nestled into his chest once again. They stood like that for a while, hugging each other tightly. Tomorrow, the two made their way to Nanzhou. The Nailin clan and the Ye clan were still in Nanzhou. They could have settled in the Guanxian universe, but they chose not to do so. The main reason was that the two clans still had a very weak foundation. Ye Xiao and Nailin Ming both knew that their clans were extremely weak compared to other clans in the Guanxian universe, even though they had Ye Guan and Nailin Jia. The waters of the Guanxian universe were also murky and deep. Their clans wouldn't be in any danger there, but their clan members would definitely get taken advantage of. Ever since Nailin Jia and Ye Guan's special statuses were made known to the world, their clan doors were almost torn down by the number of people who had come to the Nailin clan and Ye clan to propose marriage to their clan members. Ye Xiao and Nailin Ming felt a sense of foreboding when the younger generation members of the two clans started to become arrogant, so they decided to keep their clans in Nanzhou to make sure that the clan would develop slowly but surely. If they developed too quickly, it would come to bite them back in the end. This was especially so for some of the younger people in their clans who lacked self-awareness. They would easily get manipulated. Ye Guan and Nailin Jia soon arrived at Nanzhou, and there was no grand welcome ceremony held for them. There wasn't anything else aside from a few elders who had come out to greet them. Instead of returning to the Ye clan, Ye Guan followed Nailin Jia to the Nailin clan. The moment they arrived at the Nalan clan's gates, they saw that Nalan Ming had brought all of his clan members to welcome them. Ye Guan was shocked. He turned to look at Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia shook her head and said, I didn't know about this either. They walked up to Nalan Ming and the rest. Then, the people behind Nalan Ming knelt down at the same time. Nalan Ming was also about to kneel down to greet them, but Ye Guan stopped him in time with an awkward chuckle. Please don't. You're my father-in-law, so you don't have to do something like this. With that, Ye Guan swept his gaze across everyone else and said, we're all part of the same family, so please don't stand on occasion. Please get up. The Nalan clan members smiled, and they quickly got up. Nalan Ming looked at Ye Guan with a smile and said, let's go in and talk. Ye Guan nodded and said, okay. He held Nalan Jia's hand and followed Nalan Ming into the manor. Nalan Ming smiled brightly at Ye Guan in the grand hall. Ye Guan suddenly got up and said, father-in-law, according to our contract, I was supposed to get married to Little Jia a long time ago, but it kept on getting delayed. Now that everything has been sorted out, I'd like to marry her as soon as possible. Nalan Jia was slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, Nalan clan members were extremely happy. Nalan Jia's status as Ye Guan's wife was already cemented, but she had yet to marry Ye Guan, which made the Nalan clan worry. If Ye Guan were to get married to some other girl first, Nalan Jia's status would be under threat. Thus, the Nalan clan had been hoping to witness their marriage as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they were the bride's family, so it was hard for them to bring it up first. Unfortunately, Ye Guan had brought it up first and voluntarily. Great. Nalan Ming grinned and asked, when would you like to hold the wedding? In 3 days, Ye Guan answered. Nalan Ming froze and asked, so soon? Ye Guan turned to look at Nalan Jia with a smile and said, I don't want to wait any longer. Haha. Nalan Ming laughed boisterously, and the Nalan clan members laughed with him. Nalan Jia blushed and smiled shyly. Ye Guan carved this moment in the retina of his eyes, as Nalan Jia simply looked incredibly beautiful at the moment. Where do you want to hold the wedding ceremony? Asked Nalan Ming. Ye Guan said, it's up to Little Jia. All eyes fell on Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia stood up and walked up to Ye Guan. She looked at him and said, let's have it here, in ancient desolate city. What do you think? Ye Guan smiled and agreed, I want to get married here, too. He had grown up in ancient desolate city, so this place truly felt like home to him. It would be great if he were to get married here as well. Nalan Ming got up and exclaimed, let's begin the arrangements, then. With that, he turned around and left. The other Nalan clan members left together with him. Since Ye Guan wanted the wedding to happen in 3 days, they had to be quick. They had no time to waste. Ye Guan plucked the white cloth sachet hanging from his waist and said softly, I'm getting married, mother. Will you come and be a host of our wedding? The cloth sachet quivered lightly. Rumble? The space-time above the ancient desolate city was torn open, and a woman walked out of the resulting rift. The woman's figure blurred, and she appeared right in front of Ye Guan and Nalan Jia in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan smiled and greeted, Mother. Qin Guan's eyes watered as she said, yes, I'll be one of the hosts. Ye Guan asked, will father come as well? Qin Guan smiled and said playfully, he's dead meat if he doesn't show up. Ye Guan boisterously laughed. Moments later, Qin Guan left. 3 days wasn't a long time, so she had to make the necessary arrangements right away. Her son was getting married. The wedding had to be grand, no, it had to be magnificent. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the path sword appeared in his hand. He looked down at the path sword and muttered, grandfather will definitely come, but Aunt. Master Pagoda, what do you think? Will Aunt attend my wedding? Little Pagoda was silent before saying, invite her first. Ye Guan hesitated as he looked down at the path sword and said, Aunt, I'm getting married. Would you like to come to my wedding? He received no response, making him feel slightly disappointed. Buzz? The path sword abruptly trembled ever so slightly. Ye Guan broke out into a grin. He was looking forward to seeing his family members at his wedding. Soon, the news about Ye Guan's marriage spread like wildfire throughout the all worlds and the universes. Ye Guan was the king of the Guanxian universe, and his recent exploits at the True Universe had propelled his reputation to exceed his father's reputation. In addition, he had recently fought the Heaven-Seizing clan, and he had emerged victorious against them, which became solid proof of his fierceness and bravery. Meanwhile, the members and cultivators of the Heaven-Seizing clan finally emerged from the boundary in the Heaven-Seizing universe. The entire clan was in a mess after the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe had massacred most of them. Their expressions were dark and gloomy, the humiliation dug deep. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes were cold as he stood quietly, seemingly in deep thought. Just then, an old man appeared and bowed towards Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao before saying, Clan leader, I've just received news that Ye Guan will get married in 3 days. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao frowned. He looked bewildered as he said, he's getting married. The old man nodded and replied, yes. Where? In Nanzhou. Not in the Suhan battlefield. No. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's eyes narrowed. A few seconds later, he smiled sinisterly as he muttered, the heavens are on my side. Everyone looked at him, slightly confused. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao explained, on that day, the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe will definitely stand on guard at the Suhan battlefield to prevent anyone from the True Universe from trespassing and disturbing the wedding. In other words, those supreme elites won't be in Nanzhou, so if we launch an ambush, Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao trailed off, but the sinister smile on his lips got wider. A member of the Heaven Seizing clan chimed in. Clan leader, shouldn't we be more careful? The Guanqian universe has proven that they are indeed quite powerful. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao asked, scared. No, the member of the Heaven Seizing clan replied frantically. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao stared coldly at him and said, we have to avenge our clan members, and we must also get our hands on the Ying family's mad demon bloodline. The Heaven Seizing clan member didn't dare to object, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, we must take revenge. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao nodded and ordered, awaken 10 more great time sovereigns. This time, we'll bring down the Guanqian universe in one blow. He turned to look in the direction of the Guanqian universe. A menacing light fleeted in his eyes as he muttered, I'll give the Guanqian universe a big surprise and turn that wedding into a funeral at the same time. According to traditional Chinese customs, usually the groom's family initiates the marriage and organizes the wedding. The Guanqian universe was abuzz with activity when Ye Guan's wedding was announced. It was a monumental event in the Guanqian universe, and it was even more exciting because one of the event hosts was Ye Guan, the former pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The wheels of the entire Immortal Treasures Pavilion rolled at max speed upon hearing of Ye Guan's return. Naturally, Ye Guan wanted a grand wedding for her son. The starry skies above ancient desolate city in Nanzhou were filled with stars. Ye Guan and Nailinjia strolled leisurely along the streets. It was summer, so there were many crickets in the night, which gave rise to a nice ambience. Ye Guan walked down the street while holding Nailinjia's hand. Ye Guan muttered, there were many twists and turns, but we ended up circling back here. Nailinjia turned to look at Ye Guan and smiled. If I were to ask you to live the rest of our lives in seclusion here, would you be willing? Ye Guan nodded without hesitation. Of course. Nailinjia stopped in her tracks. She gazed at Ye Guan without saying a word. Ye Guan added, I'm serious? Nailinjia smiled lightly. She grabbed Ye Guan's hand and continued walking into the distance. I still remember the time when you came to my clan to break off the engagement, Nailinjia said with a chuckle before asking, why did you want to break it off back then? Ye Guan smiled at that and explained, my cultivation had disappeared inexplicably at the time, and I was nothing more than an ordinary person. I wasn't even sure about my own future, so I didn't want to drag you down. Of course, I also wanted to live a carefree life without any burdens. Nailinjia shook her head and smiled. I knew it. Ye Guan looked at Nailinjia and asked, why did you not agree to my suggestion? I just felt that it's not right to kick someone when they're down, Nailinjia replied. Oh, Ye Guan asked, does that mean you had no feelings for me at the time? What? Nailinjia rolled her eyes at him and said, do you really think that you were some kind of male hunk whom women cannot resist? Ye Guan smiled awkwardly and went quiet. Nailinjia chuckled and added, I had a good impression of you. You seemed neither anxious nor pessimistic, even though you were at the lowest point of your life. Does that mean that you didn't think that we'd end up together? Nailinjia nodded. Yep. Ye Guan held Nailinjia's hand without saying a word. Suddenly, Nailinjia asked, do you still remember what you said to Lady Ji Xian? Ji Xian. Ye Guan was stunned. He looked at Nailinjia, feeling a bit lost. Nailinjia held his hand tightly and smiled. When I was recovering in the path sword, I was awake most of the time. Ye Guan lowered his head slightly without saying anything. Nailinjia looked at Ye Guan, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. She was smiling despite the tears as she said, Lady Ji Xian said that you just have to reciprocate her feelings, and she would treat you as if you were the best thing to have ever existed. You were foolish, and you rejected her. If I were in your shoes, I would have accepted her feelings. And that was when Nailinjia realized that she had fallen for him. Ye Guan wiped away the tears on Nailinjia's face and whispered, I want to tell you something. Nailinjia shook her head and said, let's talk about it later. Ye Guan stared in astonishment at Nailinjia. Do you know what I want to say? He asked. Nailinjia smiled. It's about Lady Guan, right? Ye Guan was stunned. Nailinjia added, I'm the current pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. I oversee the most powerful intelligence organization in our Guanqian universe. Do you really think you can hide anything from me? Ye Guan had no idea what to say, but one thing was for sure, it seemed that it wasn't a great idea to let one's wife become the leader of an intelligence organization. Nailinjia said no more afterward. She held Ye Guan's hand quietly and walked toward the lakeside. The lake reflected stars up above, creating a picturesque sight. Silence descended upon the couple as they walked toward the lake. Nailinjia suddenly said, Lady Guan is in the stone village. Ye Guan was stupefied as he stared at Nailinjia. Nailinjia smiled and explained, I asked for Mom's help. Ye Guan's surprise didn't subside despite the explanation. Nailinjia turned to look at the lake and muttered, I've sent someone to find her for you. However, the stone village is a special place, and my people can't enter it. It is also under the protection of many powerful divine spirits. Ye Guan trembled slightly, seemingly at a loss. He would have felt better if Nailinjia had scolded him, but Nailinjia seemed to have acquiesced, and he had no idea how to respond. Nailinjia turned to look at Ye Guan. She smiled at his bewildered look and said, I have only one request. Ye Guan stared deeply at Nailinjia. Nailinjia sounded serious as she said, if one day you no longer love me, please make sure to tell me. Rest assured, I will leave gracefully, and I will not disturb you afterward. Ye Guan pulled Nailinjia into an embrace. One day, I will no longer love you, Ye Guan muttered. Nailanjia's grip on Ye Guan's hand tightened. When I'm no longer breathing. Nailanjia was stunned. Little Pagoda was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the mysterious lady in the pagoda suddenly said, "It's been recognized since ancient times that scholars are romantic, and those romantic are scholars. Who can resist those who know the path of romance?" Little Pagoda was silent. What did love have to do with him? Ye Guan led Nailanjia away. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it felt as though there were endless topics for them to talk about. Ye Guan spoke for a long time while Nailanjia listened. She knew a lot, thanks to Anu, but it felt different hearing Ye Guan tell her himself. Ye Guan held Nailanjia's hand tightly, and they chatted for a while. Time passed quickly, and dawn soon arrived. Ye Guan and Nailanjia lay on a large rock. Nailanjia rested her head on Ye Guan's arm with her eyes closed. Ye Guan's gaze fell on her, and he was awed by her delicate and flawless demeanor. The sun slowly rose on the horizon. Ye Guan opened his eyes. Nailanjia sensed the movement and opened her eyes as well. She glanced at the rising sun in the distance and snuggled into Ye Guan's chest before whispering, "Are you awake?" Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Nailanjia looked up at Ye Guan. A hint of mischief flashed in her eyes as she asked, "How come you were such a good boy?" Ye Guan was stunned. Nailanjia blinked innocently and asked, "I thought you were going to do something." Ye Guan hesitated. Eventually, his hand traveled upward, but Nailanjia grabbed his hand and glared at him. "We can't do this during the day." Ye Guan's expression froze, and he went silent. Staring at the confused Ye Guan, Nailanjia chuckled and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Then, she lay in Ye Guan's arms and muttered, "Ah, I'm so happy." At the moment, she wasn't the lady of the Guanxian universe nor the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Her two special identities bestowed upon her a ton of power, but they were also a form of shackles. In other words, she could only be herself before Ye Guan with no outsiders around. Ye Guan pulled Nailanjia up and said, "Let's go to the Ye clan." Ye Guan hadn't visited the Ye clan since he arrived at ancient desolate city, and he thought it was about time he visited them. Nailanjia nodded. Sure. The two left and soon arrived at the Ye clan's gates. A guard saw them and flinched. "What the heck?" the guard exclaimed in disbelief. Ye Guan was rendered speechless while Nailanjia giggled. The guard turned around and ran as fast as he could into the residence. Soon, the entire Ye clan was abuzz with activity. Ye Xiao led a group of elites to the gates of the Ye clan. The members of the Ye clan were excited beyond belief upon seeing Ye Guan, while Ye Xiao's grin was so wide it reached his ears. Ye Xiao was about to lead the Ye clan members to bow, but a surge of sword energy immobilized everyone. Ye Guan looked at Ye Xiao and chuckled. "There's no need to stand on ceremony, clan leader." Ye Xiao smiled and said, "All right, let's go inside." Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Ye Xiao led Ye Guan and Nailanjia into the ancestor shrine of the Ye clan. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Clan leader, you're not going to ask me to become the next clan leader again, are you?" Ye Xiao burst into laughter and asked, "Why would I do that?" He wouldn't have minded letting Ye Guan become the next clan leader, but Ye Guan had become the king of the Guanxian universe? Ye Xiao chuckled and changed the topic. "You're getting married to Little Jia, right?" Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Ye Xiao laughed heartily before saying, "Your affairs are our Ye clan's affairs. I have to report your marriage to our ancestors." Ye Xiao picked up 3 sticks of incense. He bowed deeply to the spirit tablets of the Ye clan ancestors when Ye Guan suddenly walked up to him. Ye Guan picked up 3 sticks of incense and was about to pay his respects when Ye Xiao stopped him. "Little Guan, your identity." Ye Xiao stammered. Ye Guan smiled and said, "I'm a member of the Yang and Ye clan." With that, he picked up 3 sticks of incense and bowed deeply to the spirit tablets of the Ye clan ancestors. "Ancestors of the Ye clan, please bestow upon me your protection." Crack! The spirit tablets cracked open at once. Ye Guan was stunned, and the members of the Ye clan were stupefied. Huh? Ye Guan was bewildered. "I didn't do anything?" Little Pagoda explained, "It's the effect of causality, and they simply failed to withstand the karma that comes with protecting you." Ye Guan was a bit embarrassed upon hearing that. The Ye clan members looked at each other in confusion. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before placing the 3 sticks of incense back into the incense burner. "Ancestors, I don't need your protection. Please rest in peace." After a while, everyone left, allowing Ye Guan, Nailanjia, and Ye Xiao to remain and talk to each other in the grand hall. Ye Xiao's heart swelled with pride as he swept his gaze across Ye Guan and Nailanjia. Ye Xiao was ecstatic. He was the one who had arranged their marriage, and they were finally tying the knot. Ye Xiao suddenly asked, "Ye Qing?" Ye Guan grinned and said, "Ye Qing is cultivating in the academy, and he's become a peak immortal realm cultivator." Ye Xiao's expression froze, and a thought jumped into his mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and marvel at the Ye clan's fortune and luck. Ye Guan and Ye Qing? The two brothers were getting along without any issues. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Clan leader, you must be there during our wedding." Ye Xiao burst out laughing and replied, "Of course, I'd be there." "Clan leader," someone shouted from outside the Great Hall. Just then, a member of the Ye clan reached the Great Hall and cried out, "There are many people outside." Ye Xiao frowned. At this point, who would dare to cause trouble for the Ye clan? Ye Guan led Nailanjia out, and they saw tens of thousands of people outside. Incredibly, these people were from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and Qin Feng stood at the helm of them. Upon seeing Ye Guan, Qin Feng smiled and then walked up to Ye Guan and Nalinjia. Brother Qin, Ye Guan asked, who are they? Qin Feng chuckled. You don't know. Ye Guan was puzzled. Qin Feng smiled and added, you had no idea? You're apparently going to get married here. I'm going to get married here? In the Ye clan? Ye Guan was stunned. Qin Feng continued. Pavilion Master Qin has already ordered the expansion of the Ye clan. No, the entire ancient desolate city. The expansion of the entire ancient desolate city? Ye Guan was shocked. He hesitated briefly before asking, do we have enough time? Qin Feng laughed heartily. Of course. Ye Guan smiled and asked, where is my mother? Qin Feng replied, Pavilion Master Qin is busy at the moment, but she has a big surprise for you and Pavilion Master Nalin. Ye Guan and Nalinjia smiled at each other. Now that I've given you the message, please continue with your conversation, Qin Feng said with a smile. I still have something to do, so please excuse me. Sure, Ye Guan responded with a smile. Qin Feng left, while Ye Guan also led Nalinjia away. Ye Guan and Nalinjia quickly realized that millions of people in the ancient desolate city had been mobilized for the expansion of the city, and the people of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion could be seen everywhere. The appearance of so many powerful cultivators shocked the denizens of the ancient desolate city. Initially, there was some dissatisfaction with the demolition, but the dissatisfied denizens were quelled by the exceedingly generous compensation. What was there for them to complain about when the Immortal Treasures Pavilion wanted to pay them to build their houses from the ground up? Thanks to the denizens' unanimous agreement, work went swimmingly, and the denizens were thrilled to see their city being expanded and reconstructed in real time. After leaving the Ye clan, Ye Guan and Nalinjia decided to head to the Guanxian Academy. However, the two chose to fly on a sword rather than use a teleportation array. Nalinjia stood in front of Ye Guan as the two streaked across the clouds on a sword. Ye Guan's hands were placed gently on Nalinjia's waist as they disappeared into the horizon. Nalinjia gazed at the distant sea of clouds and muttered, it's been a long time since I saw Master. I remember she said that she'll be a witness to our wedding, Ye Guan said with a smile. Nalinjia shook her head, and her grip on Ye Guan's hand grew tighter as she muttered, the true universe and the heaven-seizing universe. Ye Guan reassured her by saying, it's okay. Father and mother are with us. Nalinjia nodded and went silent. Ye Guan was right. There was no need for them to worry with those two overseeing their wedding. The powerhouses of the true universe were gathered in the True God Hall for a meeting. The leaders of the meeting were Left Counselor Feng Qi and Martial Chancellor Wu Qi. They were here to discuss Ye Guan's wedding. Speak up, everyone, Left Counselor Feng Qi said. I want to hear your thoughts. I don't think we should interfere, said a great sovereign. Left Counselor Feng Qi asked, why do you say so? The great sovereign sounded solemn as they said, the Guanxian universe is our archenemy, but I find it distasteful and shameless to launch a surprise attack during their king's wedding. The rest of the divine spirits nodded in agreement. If they were to launch an ambush during the king of the Guanxian universe's wedding, it would appear as though they couldn't handle the Guanxian universe in a head-on confrontation. The Yin spirits suddenly said, we have to change our stance on the Guanxian universe. The other divine spirits turned to the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit sounded serious as she continued. We've never really thought of the Guanxian universe as a threat, so we've suffered heavy losses in the conflict against them. The divine spirits nodded. They had to admit that after the Yang family members from the Guanxian universe interfered in the battle, the true universe was quickly overwhelmed by their prowess. Left Counselor Feng Qi suddenly spoke, it's my fault. The divine spirits turned to Left Counselor Feng Qi. Left Counselor Feng Qi explained, we've underestimated the elites of the Guanxian universe, and most importantly, we've underestimated Ye Guan. Ye Guan? The Yin spirit's expression turned cold, while the divine spirits wore solemn expressions. They still hadn't forgotten the incident when Ye Guan and Yan infiltrated the True God Hall. At the time, the younger generation of the true universe suffered heavy losses, and even Hao Xian perished in battle. I'm sure the incident at the time was just the beginning, Left Counselor Feng Qi said before declaring, effective today, the true universe will enter a state of comprehensive war preparation. The first step is cultivating the younger generation. The secret realms of the true universe will be opened to the younger generation for the sake of providing them with opportunities. The divine spirits nodded at once. Left Counselor Feng Qi continued. In addition to this, we will implement a reward system. Those below 20 years of age and whose cultivation base is at the time Immortal Realm will receive 10 million spiritual cores as a reward for their hard work. As for divine sovereigns of age 20 and below, they'll receive 50 million spiritual cores. If a member of the younger generation reaches the Great Sovereign Realm before they are 20 years of age, they will be rewarded with 1 billion spiritual cores and 1 million true core crystals. In addition, they'll be guaranteed a position in any of the true universe's 3 armed forces. The divine spirits were stupefied by the declaration. A guarantee of a position in any of the true universe's armed forces? The 3 armed forces of the true universe were the Jin Guards, the Divine Dusk Guards, and the Expedition Army. The dream of every divine spirit out there was to somehow become a part of any of these 3 armed forces. The divine spirits exchanged glances. It seemed that Left Counselor Feng Qi wanted to attract talents from outside the True God Hall. It had to be known that while unified, the True Universe's waters were as murky as the Guanxian universe. There were many factions in the True Universe with their own vested interests, and those factions had many extraordinary talents. Left Counselor Feng Qi's move of attempting to entice those talents was tantamount to provoking the aristocratic families and great clan factions of the true universe. The divine spirits present were aware of that, and they were visibly uneasy. The Yin spirit pointed out, those factions will surely resist. Resistance means elimination, Left Counselor Feng Qi said, we'll eliminate them. The divine spirits were at a loss for words. Left Counselor Feng Qi continued, those aristocratic and great clan factions have been enjoying benefits from the True God Hall. It's about time they contribute for the greater good, and they are not allowed to run from their responsibilities. The divine spirits fell into deep contemplation. After a while, Left Counselor Feng Qi said, in the name of the true God, pass down my commands. The talents of any family or clan do not just belong to their respective clans and families. They also belong to the true universe. If they're willing to serve the true universe, the True God Hall will nurture them and treat them fairly. I have another suggestion. Left Counselor Feng Qi slowly stood up and said, let's attempt to recruit talents from the all worlds. The divine spirits were stunned. The all worlds had already submitted to the true universe, so they couldn't quite understand how Left Counselor Feng Qi was going to go about doing that. Talents from the all worlds willing to work with our true universe will not only receive resources from us, but their clans are also exempt from paying tributes. If they meet certain requirements and our standards, they can bring their clan to the true universe and settle here. Of course, they'll also enjoy special privileges. A deafening silence enveloped the True God Hall as the divine spirits pondered. Left Counselor Feng Qi swept her gaze across the divine spirits before explaining, if we don't do this, the Guanxian universe will do it. No, they're already doing it. If we want to make sure that the entire all worlds won't stand on the Guanxian universe's side, we also have to make a move. We have to show our goodwill toward them, and we can definitely exceed the Guanxian universe's offer to them. I'm sure the all worlds will accept our offer so long as we reach out to them first. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi exclaimed, I agree. The Yin spirit exclaimed, doing that means destabilizing the aristocratic families and the great clans, which means they'll start leaning toward the True God Hall. It is hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded and said, correct. The Yin spirit nodded lightly and said, I agree to the suggestion. Then, the other divine spirits nodded one after another. Frankly, they didn't think much of the all worlds, and they believed that even if the all worlds worked together, they would still fail to hold a candle to the true universe. However, these divine spirits were also aware that the true universe would eventually have to make a move. Otherwise, the Guanxian universe would inevitably win the hearts of the all worlds. The true universe could afford to ignore the all worlds, but the true universe had to stop the Guanxian universe from becoming even stronger. Hence, the true universe had to make a move sooner rather than later. Left Counselor Feng Qi added, in addition to the younger generation of the all worlds, we can also recruit the older generation. Of course, we're only going to recruit those who are truly talented. As long as they're willing to join our true universe, we'll help exceed their limits. The expressions of the divine spirits changed. The all worlds was massive, so it was bound to contain a myriad of incredibly talented members of the younger and older generations. An example of them was the Eternal Sword Master, and the Unyielding Sovereign. If they had been born in the true universe, they could have reached greater heights. Unfortunately, their growth was restricted by the amount and quality of resources available to them. However, the true universe's declaration about helping people exceed their limits would change everything so long as they were on the former's side would change everything. It was a great move that would inevitably attract countless heaven-defying talents to the true universe. The Yin spirit and the other divine spirits glanced at Left Counselor Feng Qi with complex expressions. They finally understood why the true God had entrusted Left Counselor Feng Qi with full authority over the affairs of the true universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi turned to the Martial Chancellor and said, Martial Chancellor, you will be in charge of this matter. It is the top priority, and if anyone is daring enough to oppose it, I want you to eliminate them without hesitation. Martial Chancellor Wu Qi nodded and said, understood. With that, Martial Chancellor Wu Qi got up and left. Left Counselor Feng Qi looked at the Yin spirit, there's another matter I need you to handle. The Yin spirit asked, what is it? Left Counselor Feng Qi calmly explained, we're not going to make a move during Ye Guan's wedding, but the Heaven-Seizing clan may not necessarily follow our actions. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao is an incredibly formidable cultivator, but he is exceedingly arrogant. He has just reincarnated, so I'm sure he's not fully aware of the extent of the Guanxian universe's prowess. Given his personality, he's not going to bother investigating. In other words, he's definitely going to do something. Left Counselor Feng Qi paused before continuing. I want you to lead a group of powerful creatures to the Suhen battlefield. I want you to stir up some commotion there and intimidate everyone. However, I want you to keep in mind that you must not engage in combat. Your role is to assuage Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's vigilance and worry so that he'll decisively attack the Guanxian universe during Ye Guan's wedding. Understood. The Yin spirit nodded and left. Left Counselor Feng Qi closed her eyes and muttered, in a 3-way war, the one who dies first is the most foolish among the participants. The Guanxian Academy in Nanzhou was thrown into an uproar upon hearing of Neilan Jia and Ye Guan's visit. Ye Guan had already become a hero in the eyes of the Guanxian Academy students long before his identity as the Sword Master's son was revealed, and it was all thanks to Ye Guan's amazing feat of defeating the reigning Qingzhou. One could even say that Ye Guan had become a godlike figure in the eyes of the students rather than just a hero. Nanzhou had never become the champion of the martial contest and defeated Qingzhou, but Ye Guan had done it. It was exactly because of what Ye Guan had done that the denizens of Nanzhou could explore the world while feeling proud of Nanzhou. In other words, Ye Guan's feat had instilled confidence in the hearts of Nanzhou's younger generation. In addition, Ye Guan's prestige reached even greater heights once his true identity was revealed. The students and tutors of the Guanxian Academy in Nanzhou gathered at the gates of the academy early the next morning upon hearing the news. Even the handyman and janitors had gathered to greet Ye Guan and Nailinjia. As a result, there was a seemingly boundless sea of people before the gates of the academy, and they didn't mind the heat as they looked up at the clear skies in rapt anticipation. Academy Chief Songfu stood at the helm of the crowd. Ye Guan had become the academy master of the Guanxian Academy, while Nailinjia had become the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The two were at the summit of the Guanxian universe, but they were once students of the Guanxian Academy in Nanzhou. Aside from excitement, Songfu also felt gratified. He was relieved and gratified that he hadn't chosen to betray Ye Guan at the time when he had become a wanted fugitive of the main Guanxian Academy. If he had made the opposite choice, he would have been lying 6 feet in the ground at the moment with weeds growing on his tombstone. Buzz! The buzzing of a sword pervaded the skies, and a dazzling sword light streaked across the clouds. Ye Guan was here. The dazzling ray of sword light struck the ground before everyone. When the light dimmed, the figures of both Ye Guan and Nailinjia were revealed. One was dashing and handsome, while the other was exceedingly beautiful. They were a match made in heaven. Ye Guan and Nailinjia exchanged glances and shook their heads with a smile. They were a bit surprised to see so many people waiting for them, and they felt that the welcome was a tad bit too grand for them. Songfu hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, "Greetings, Academy Master Ye. Greetings, Pavilion Master Nailin. Greetings, Academy Master Ye. Greetings, Pavilion Master Nailin." The people behind Songfu followed suit, and the combined volume of their voices was so low that it made the ground quiver ever so slightly. Ye Guan smiled and said, "Please don't stand on ceremony." With that, the people looked up at Ye Guan and Nailinjia with excitement in their eyes. Everyone had heard about what they had been through together, especially about how Ye Guan had inexplicably lost his cultivation base, but Nailinjia had stayed by his side despite that. Their romance had long spread throughout Nanzhou, and a popular mindset was born among the people of Nanzhou, which said that one should avoid being too pragmatic and avoid burning bridges just in case. If Nailinjia had decided to deal with Ye Guan pragmatically and burned the bridges between her and Ye Guan, the Nailin clan's status at the moment would have been drastically different than their status today. Songfu suddenly said, "Come on, let's enter the academy and talk." Ye Guan replied, "Sure." The people behind Songfu walked over to the side and created a path for them to enter the academy. Songfu led Ye Guan and Nailinjia toward the Great Hall, but a young man abruptly charged out. He stood in front of Ye Guan and Nailinjia for a few seconds before he knelt down and said, "Nanfeng greets Academy Master Ye and Pavilion Master Nailin." Nanfeng? Ye Guan was slightly taken aback. He wasn't familiar with the young man at all. He was about to say something when Songfu explained, "He's from the Nan clan. He belongs to the same clan as Nan Xian." Nan Xian? Ye Guan was familiar with the Nan clan. After all, there was some enmity between him and the Nan clan while he was still a student at the Guanxian Academy in Nanzhou. Ye Guan stared at Nanfeng and asked, "What is it? Academy Master Ye? My Nan clan has truly offended you at the time, and there is not even a single day since then that we haven't regretted our actions." Nanfeng said, "I implore you to forgive us." "Forgive you?" Ye Guan frowned. "I've long forgotten about the enmity between me and the Nan clan. Are you guys in trouble or something?" Nanfeng wanted to say something, but he stopped himself in time. He seemed afraid of revealing the truth. Songfu sighed and said, "The entire Nan clan became public enemy number 1 since your identity was revealed. Many aristocratic families and clans have joined hands to suppress them in the name of seeking justice for you. Since then, the Nan clan has been in a difficult position." After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan said, "Did the Nan clan ever attempt to avenge Nan Xian by attacking the Ye clan?" "No," Songfu replied. "Clan leader Nan Mo visited the Ye clan to apologize for what Nan Xian had done to you rather than take revenge." Ye Guan nodded at that. His gaze fell on Nanfeng, and he said, "My enmity with the Nan clan ended upon Nan Xian's death. No one should target you guys anymore so long as you don't attract the ire of the public by committing evil deeds." Upon hearing that, Nanfeng fell to the ground and kowtowed. His voice was trembling as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Academy Master, thank you." Nanfeng had risked his life to step up. If Ye Guan didn't pay him any attention, the result would have been disastrous. Silence was ambiguous, after all, and those aristocratic families and clans could make their own interpretation of it. However, Nanfeng was unwilling to see the demise of his entire clan. If he had stood by and had done nothing, his entire clan would have soon been dismantled by the aristocratic families and clans, so he decided to take a gamble. Incredibly, his gamble had paid off. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Your name is Nanfeng?" "Yes." Nanfeng replied almost immediately. Ye Guan smiled and said, "You're brave, I like it." With that, he walked up to Nailinjia, who was already all the way in front. Songfu looked at Nanfeng and smiled lightly at him before following behind Ye Guan and Nailinjia. Nanfeng heaved a sigh of relief before he turned around to leave. He had to return to the clan and tell them the good news: their clan was no longer doomed. Academy Chief Song, are you facing any difficulties at the moment? Asked Ye Guan. Song Fu smiled and replied, no, not at all. Ye Guan was slightly surprised. The main Guanshan Academy has been taking good care of us since your identity came to light. Really, we're not experiencing any difficulties at all, Song Fu added. The main Guanshan Academy was rather sensible when it came to doing things. Ye Guan had come from the Guanshan Academy in Nanzhou, so the main Guanshan Academy would be in trouble if they didn't take care of Ye Guan's alma mater. Ye Guan nodded at Song Fu's words and said, all right, you can go ahead and attend to your own work, Academy Chief. I'll go and walk around with little Jia. All right. Song Fu nodded and left. Nailin Jia suddenly said, I still haven't seen Master. Ye Guan nodded. He also didn't see Fei banking in the crowd earlier. Let's go, Nailin Jia said. She grabbed Ye Guan's hand, and they vanished into thin air. They had decided to come to the academy to visit Fei banking. Moments later, the pair arrived at Mount Banking. Fei banking was wearing a long black dress, and her long hair fluttered in the strong breeze. Her demeanor was elegant, without even the tiniest trace of ferocity, but Ye Guan was well aware of his tutor's personality. She was a hot-tempered woman with a penchant for kicking the balls of those daring enough to offend her. Fei banking smiled at Ye Guan and Nailin Jia. There were too many people, so I didn't go down to welcome you two. You're not going to hold it against me, right? Fei banking said. What are you saying, Master? Nailin Jia walked up to her and said, it's supposed to be the other way around, so it's fine. Nailin Jia grabbed Fei banking's hand and asked, Master, shall we talk inside? Sure. Fei banking replied and erupted into a grin. Nailin Jia was the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion and the wife of the Guanshan Academy's academy master, but in Fei banking's eyes, she was still her precious disciple. The two walked into Fei banking's residence. Ye Guan was about to follow them when Nailin Jia turned around to look at him. We're going to have a girls' chat. Are you a girl? She asked. Ye Guan shook his head and said, all right, I'll go. With that, Nailin Jia and Fei banking disappeared into Fei banking's residence. Ye Guan had nothing to do, so he started looking around before walking into his own residence. Ye Guan still had vivid memories of the time he had spent here, and he was stupefied to see that his residence was sparkling clean. Ye Guan smiled to himself and sat down cross-legged. He slowly closed his eyes and inwardly asked, Senior. The mysterious lady replied, what is it? I've been thinking about it since you revealed your affiliations, and I think the reason you're following me must be related to both the true universe and the true God. Am I right? Ye Guan asked. The mysterious lady didn't reply. Ye Guan went silent and entered the tiny pagoda. However, he didn't enter the world in the tiny pagoda to cultivate but rather to read. He decided to read the ancient books that the true God had collected over the years. The collection was composed of hundreds of millions of books, and Ye Guan was astounded to find books from various genres as well as various civilizations. Senior, Ye Guan suddenly said, I guess it's obvious, but I think the true God loves to read. Yes, the mysterious lady replied, she loves to write books as well. She writes books? Ye Guan asked, stunned. Yes, she once traveled across the vast expanse and has even visited the Milky Way. Ever since her visit to the Milky Way, she acquired a penchant for writing her own books, but she never really had readers aside from us sisters. Is she a good writer? What does she write? Ye Guan asked. Her books aren't for men. What do you mean? They're a bit inappropriate. Ye Guan was baffled. Inappropriate? Unfortunately, the mysterious lady's words got Ye Guan even more curious. Ye Guan asked, can I read one of her books? It's better if you don't. The mysterious lady muttered. Why? The content is really, what should I say, very dirty. Dirty? Ye Guan was confused. However, he didn't insist and decided to open one of the ancient books that the true God had gathered. He flipped over the pages and was shocked to find a ton of annotations on every page. The annotations were evidently full of emotions, and some were quite ruthless. It didn't take Ye Guan long to realize that these annotations were made by the true God. Most of the annotations contained only one word: dumbass. However, the annotations got more and more out of hand as Ye Guan flipped the pages. In the end, his head started to hurt, and he forcibly flipped over to the last page of the book. Toward the end, the annotations got a lot longer and insulting, and the afterword even had an annotation that said, dumbass, you know you can't write a book, so why did you even bother writing, you fucker? Ye Guan was rendered speechless at the annotation, and his opinion of the true God changed drastically. Ye Guan finally understood why both Ye and the adjudication sword master were so fierce. Someone had influenced them. Ye Guan continued reading. He had to admit that these ancient books were precious. The true God criticized the author because her opinions differed from the author's opinions, which made sense because these ancient books were from a different civilization, so the authors of these books had different ideas and beliefs. Of course, these annotations were not objective at all and were based on her personal feelings. They were also rather over the top to think she would call someone a dumbass. Just like that, Ye Guan stayed in the pagoda for months to read. He gained a lot of knowledge, especially about the history of this universe, some of the past civilizations, and most importantly, knowledge about the true universe. The strongest civilization in the true universe was the divine Dao civilization, and it was a civilization created by the great Daoist Brush Master. The divine Dao civilization was no more, but it was once a glorious civilization, similar to the mysterious lady's description. At the time, many people had established their own Daos. In fact, the ancient books recorded thousands of cultivation methods and described a myriad of Daos that existed during the divine Dao civilization. Needless to say, there were many strong cultivators at the time. There weren't many great sovereigns at the time, but everyone's overall prowess was way beyond great sovereigns. Of course, there was a reason so many people had chosen not to become great sovereigns. Aspiring great sovereigns at the time had to withstand 3 calamities and 3 tribulations. The current era's great sovereigns didn't have to go through such a grueling hardship, but the absence of the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations was a double-edged sword. Indeed, there were more great sovereigns now than there were at the time, but the quality of the great sovereigns in the current era was mediocre at best when compared to the great sovereigns during the divine Dao civilization's golden days. Incredibly, traces of the divine Dao civilization's glory still existed. The majority of the cultivators in the current era had chosen to embark on the Daos that the supreme elites of the divine Dao civilization had already established. A great example of this was the existence of the ancient divine sorcerers in the true universe. The canons necessary to become an ancient divine sovereign were derived from the canons that existed during the divine Dao civilization. In addition, most of the true universe's great Daos and cultivation methods had also come from the divine Dao civilization. The true God didn't destroy the divine Dao civilization's legacy. She allowed people to research their methods and improve them, which meant the true universe could be said to have inherited the divine Dao civilization's legacy. The divine Dao civilization's legacy had allowed the true universe to develop rapidly, exceeding the other universes and the all worlds in the proverbial blink of an eye. As for the Guanxian universe, its development could be partly attributed to the great Daoist Brushmaster. The great Daoist Brushmaster founded the Daoist sect in the Guanxian universe, and the Daoist sect ended up ruling the Guanxian universe for quite a while. However, the Guanxian Academy eventually replaced the Daoist sect. Ye Guan sighed. The great Daoist Brushmaster's story was rather tragic. Ye Guan decided to read more about the Heaven-Seizing clan and discovered that even though they were strong, there was still a huge gap between them and those with the divine Dao bloodline running down their veins. In fact, the Heaven-Seizing clan had been a part of the divine Dao civilization at the time, and they relied heavily on the latter. Eventually, the Heaven-Seizing clan got strong enough to become an extremely powerful influence even among the other influences at the time. It had to be known that the Gate of Reincarnation once belonged to the great Daoist Brushmaster. It only landed in their hands because the great Daoist Brushmaster had decided to give them the gate as a gift. Ye Guan frowned at the next entry. Senior, it says here that Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was a legendary, peerless cultivator, but why do I feel like he isn't very smart? I'm not trying to insult him, I'm being honest here. The mysterious lady asked, do you know what arrogance is? Arrogance. Brat, what will you think of him if the members of the older generation refrain from intervening in your battle against him? Will you think he's dumb by then? Ye Guan shook his head. You probably feel that he's dumb because he dared to attack you, even though your parents and relatives are around. There's no way Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao can defeat your father and aunt. However, it seems that everyone here has forgotten a crucial fact. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao has no idea about your father and aunt's strength, said the mysterious lady. Ye Guan fell silent. He had truly overlooked such a crucial fact. The mysterious lady added, Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao seems rather dumb to you and me, but you have to know that Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao has remained virtually invincible during the divine Dao civilization. The great Daoist Brushmaster has been the only one capable of consistently defeating him. In fact, even the adjudication sword master, Ye Guan, and I couldn't defeat him when he was at his peak. Today, the great Daoist Brushmaster has been expelled from the true universe, while Big Sister hasn't been visiting the true universe. In other words, it's normal that he has become slightly more arrogant. Ye Guan nodded lightly and muttered, I see, I forgot. Well, the mysterious lady muttered before saying, it's true that he's a dumbass. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. In the end, he cast his gaze on the book in front of him and started reading it. A long while later, he suddenly asked, Senior, I've read through so many ancient books here, but I haven't found anything about the civilizations before the divine Dao civilization. Were there any civilizations before the divine Dao civilization? Of course, the mysterious lady replied. Really? Yes, but only 2 people are aware of its identity. Are they the true God and the great Daoist Brushmaster? Yes, I remember Big Sister saying that there was a civilization that existed before the divine Dao civilization, but every historical record about it was sealed by the great Daoist Brushmaster. Why? I don't know. After looking through the historical records of all the other civilizations in the world, I discovered a pattern. Whenever a civilization erases historical records of the civilization that came before it, it usually means that they've done something shameful. They must have done something bad. The mysterious lady chuckled and muttered in the tiny pagoda, sooner or later, someone will put you in your place. Little Pagoda agreed and said, he's only bold because he has yet to experience that. Meanwhile, Ye Guan smiled and said, the great Daoist Brushmaster is indeed not just a supreme elite, but he was also rather magnanimous. I'm sure he doesn't care about what a paltry young man will say about him, but I truly admire him. His achievements are something that the majority of cultivators couldn't even dream of achieving. I can't even fathom how he created an entire civilization, and he also created cultivation methods as well as divine cannons. What are you saying? Little Pagoda asked. What's the point of sucking up to him now? He can't hear. Swoosh! The Dao imprint on Ye Guan's glabella quivered before disappearing. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Little Pagoda turned to the mysterious lady and exclaimed, I guess he can hear it. The mysterious lady smiled and said, and I guess we can also say that the great Daoist Brushmaster is rather fond of this little brat. A golden light flashed outside, and an illusory figure appeared before Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes fell on the illusory figure, and he asked, Master Pagoda? What are you doing? I'm trying to read. Little Pagoda replied blandly. He had decided to start reading books from now on. He had just discovered that the key to sucking up to supreme elites was becoming a cultured individual. Little Pagoda's biggest goal was to improve his sycophant vocabulary, which contained nothing but oh fuck, you're awesome, you're so awesome, you're extremely awesome, you're awesome. Ye Guan was so dumbfounded that he could only shake his head in response and chuckle. In the end, his gaze fell on the book in his hands, and he continued to absorb more information from the ancient books. There was a massive time difference between the outside world and the world in the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan spent years reading books and cultivating in the tiny pagoda. His sword Dao didn't improve that much, but he had made a breakthrough in his physical realm by becoming an Earth Immortal realm cultivator. Ye Guan didn't neglect his sword techniques and martial skills, but he had to admit that he had become a cultured scholar. Over the past 5 years, Ye Guan had consumed all of the ancient books. There were a myriad of books, but Ye Guan's reading speed could only be described as absurd. He had an eidetic memory, which was a perk that came with having a high cultivation base. Ye Guan finally left the tiny pagoda, and the first person he saw upon leaving was Nailan Jia wearing a long white dress. The dress was as white as snow. It was just a plain dress, but it became more than just plain once Nailan Jia had worn it. Nailan Jia smiled at Ye Guan and said, It seemed like you were busy, so I decided not to disturb you. Ye Guan laughed and walked up to her. He held her hands and asked, What did you talk about with Tutor? Nailan Jia winked at him. It's a secret, so I'm not telling you? Ye Guan chuckled and went silent. Nailan Jia's smile deepened as she asked, Who do you want to invite to our wedding? Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation upon hearing that. Xiao Ji, Lady Moya, Senior Tower Keeper, Old Fu from Qingzhou, Han Zong, Si Tongtian, and, Ye Guan went on, saying so many names in one breath. He had to invite them, as those people had lent him a helping hand. Nailan Jia asked, Anyone else? Nope. Ye Guan replied. Nailan Jia nodded and said, I already told Chief and you to invite the people you mentioned just now. Ye Guan was slightly taken aback at that. Nailan Jia smiled and asked, Is there anyone else you'd like to invite? Ye Guan shook his head and said, No. Okay. With that, the couple walked down Mount Banking while holding hands. Nailan Jia swept her gaze across the sea of clouds and said, Mother said that your extended family is going to attend our wedding. Extended family? Ye Guan was surprised. Yes. Nailan Jia nodded and said, I asked her, but she didn't want to tell me. She said that she'll introduce them to you at our wedding. I'm looking forward to it. Then, Ye Guan said with a smile. He took out the path sword and stared deeply at it with the same smile tugging at his lips. Clearly, he was happy at the news that his parents' extended family would attend the wedding. I feel like the true universe is going to do something, Nailan Jia said and explained. More than 1 million divine spirits had gathered at the Suhan battlefield for some reason. Ye Guan immediately frowned. Nailan Jia continued. Their numbers are increasing as we speak, but I think there's something fishy about it. If they were going to attack us, anyway, why not do it during our wedding when we're the most vulnerable? Ye Guan tightened his grip on Nailan Jia's hand and said, Well, I don't think we have to care about the riffraff. Father, mother, and my extended family will be there during our wedding. The only thing we have to care about on that day is entering the bridal chambers. The bridal chambers? Nailan Jia's face flushed red in an instant, and her eyes glimmered shyly at Ye Guan. She had heard about how the first time would be a little painful, but she had no idea just how painful it would be. Nailan Jia suddenly felt a bit worried. She pondered over bringing some imperial-grade healing pills with her in the bridal chambers, but how many pills should I prepare? I have no idea. Ye Guan was unaware of Nailan Jia's thoughts, but he saw Nailan Jia's shy look and asked curiously, Little Jia, what are you thinking about? Nailan Jia glared at him in embarrassment. None of your business. Ye Guan froze, confused. There was still a day until their marriage, but the pair chose to stay in the ancient desolate city to have fun. Qin Guan was around, so they didn't need to worry about the academy or the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. They were practically inseparable, and they would often kiss and hug. Of course, certain special things had to be reserved for the fateful night. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao was sitting cross-legged with his hands folded across his chest in the depths of the heaven-seizing universe's spacetime. He was exuding a powerful aura that was too overwhelming for the surrounding spacetime to endure, causing it to appear ethereal and illusory. 10 great time sovereigns stood not too far away from Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao. Each of them possessed an inscrutable aura reminiscent of the boundless ocean. They were incredibly powerful cultivators. Behind the 10 sovereigns stood the cultivators from the Heaven-seizing clan. These cultivators also emanated a strong aura. They were the top cultivators of the Heaven-seizing clan. Sovereign Heaven-seizing Dao opened his eyes, and the spacetime around him crumbled. A domineering wafted out of him. The 10 Great Time Sovereigns couldn't withstand his aura and had to retreat a kilometer away. The other cultivators had to retreat dozens of meters away. They all cast shocked gazes at Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao in shock. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao took a deep breath as he clenched his right fist. The entire Heaven seizing world shook violently as a horrifying power engulfed the cultivators of the Heaven seizing clan. They all felt as if they were drowning or had fallen into a quagmire. Their expressions grew solemn but were quickly replaced by excitement. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao had recovered a huge chunk of his power. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao waved his right hand, and the pressure pervading the air vanished as if it had never appeared. A cultivator fell to his knees and kowtowed toward him. "Congratulations, ancestor," he shouted. The others hurriedly kowtowed as well. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao smiled before saying, "I've only recovered 40% of my original prowess. It is nothing to celebrate about." Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao's smile grew sinister upon recalling a certain someone. "I'll tear that monster apart if I ever meet her again," he growled. He could still remember how Arya had suppressed him, and he couldn't quite move on from the humiliation that he had suffered back then. The cultivators of the Heaven Seizing clan were thrilled to hear that Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao had only recovered 40% of his original prowess. It had to be known that Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao was already capable of killing great sovereigns despite having recovered only 30% of his power. The 10% increase seemed paltry, but the cultivators of the Heaven Seizing clan that Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao was now capable of slaying even great destiny sovereigns. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao asked, "What's going on with the True Universe?" An elder from the Heaven Seizing clan rushed to respond, "We just received news that True Universe has assembled over 1,000,000 cultivators at the Suhen battlefield. More and more powerful divine spirits are converging at the Suhen battlefield as we speak. It seems that the True Universe is planning on attacking the Guanxian universe during Ye Guan's wedding." Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao smiled, but he frowned upon recalling something. "We can't be careless. The Guanxian universe always has reinforcements, so..." Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao's eyes narrowed as he continued, "I've decided to bring more powerhouses with us just in case." "How many powerhouses will you bring, ancestor?" asked the elder. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Dao smiled softly without saying anything, but his eyes glimmered in a sinister light. This time, he was going to destroy the Guanxian universe. Guanxian universe, Nanzhou. After spending a day at the Guanxian Academy, Ye Guan brought Nailinjia to the ancient desolate city. The two were shocked upon their return. The ancient desolate city had undergone a tremendous transformation. The entire ancient desolate city had expanded 100-fold compared to before, and the surrounding mountains were leveled. The city walls were almost 30 meters tall, and the walls were covered in red festive banners with the word happiness emblazoned all over them. The city's skyscrapers had increased, and every tall building had large red lanterns emblazoned with auspicious characters. The entire city gave off a festive air. There was also a large red carpet that stretched from the city entrance to the Ye residence. The Ye residence had also undergone a tremendous transformation, expanding more than 100 times and occupying the best position in the city. Up on the clouds, Ye Guan and Nailinjia stared in shock at ancient desolate city. Was this the power of money? Money was truly terrifying. Ye Guan and Nailinjia hadn't expected that in less than 2 days, the entire ancient desolate city would undergo such a drastic change. They exchanged glances and smiled. Ye Guan brought Nailinjia to the Ye residence. There were over 10,000 people in the residence, and they were all moving about with smiles on their faces. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion had just paid them their remuneration, and the payment they received was 10 times more than the promised amount. The clan members rushed to greet Ye Guan and Nailinjia upon seeing them. Ye Guan smiled at them and said, "Please don't mind us, and continue with what you've been doing." The clan members courteously left the couple alone. Ye Guan soon brought Nailinjia to where he used to live, and Ye Guan was stunned to see that the tiny house he had been staying at had transformed into a massive house. It was so massive that it was bigger than the entire Ye residence before the makeover. "I really feel like a nouveau riche." Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. He still ended up underestimating the power of money. They entered the house and saw that the interior was renovated, and they soon stumbled upon a huge bed. There was a brilliant red blanket on the bed, and a painting depicting Ye Guan and Nailinjia standing side by side was hanging above the bed. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of custom is this?" Little Pagoda responded, "It's a custom from the Milky Way, and your mother is from Milky Way." Ye Guan nodded lightly as he looked around. He swept his gaze across the balloons floating around the room. Ye Guan had to admit that the sight looked bizarre, no, innovative to him. Ye Guan turned to look at Nailinjia and asked, "Do you like it?" Nailinjia's face lit up with a smile. "I love it." Ye Guan chuckled, leading Nailinjia to the bedside. As they looked around the bedroom, Ye Guan's heart felt warm. It seems that mother has put a lot of effort into this. Just then, a woman walked into the bedroom. Ye Guan smiled and exclaimed, "Mother." Qin Guan smiled and said, "Oh, you're back." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan walked up to the two of them and smiled, "Tomorrow is your wedding day. According to our customs, little Jia should be at the Nailin clan before we head over to ask for her hand. So you cannot stay together tonight." Ye Guan smiled. "All right." Nailinjia also nodded. "Okay." Qin Guan held Nailinjia's hand and smiled, "You don't have to worry about anything, I've made all the necessary arrangements." "Okay." Nailinjia nodded again and said, "I'll do what you say." "Great." Qin Guan grinned. Her eyes then landed on Ye Guan, and she said, "Walk with me, I have something to tell you." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." Nalan Jia said, "Then, I will return to the Nalan." Qin Guan shook her head and smiled. She grabbed Nalan Jia's hand and said, "You're no outsider, so why are you trying to leave? Let's take a stroll as a family." As a family. Nalan Jia smiled, and her face flushed red. The three left the room and walked outside until they reached a lakeside. Qin Guan stood in the middle and held both of their hands. "I know that we've placed immense pressure on both of you. We've left you to manage the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, after all. In addition, we're making you fight the true universe as well. Unfortunately, we simply had no choice. Is there something you've been hiding from us, Mother?" Ye Guan asked. "Yes." Qin Guan nodded and said, "It's a complicated matter, it's much more complicated than what your father and I had imagined." Ye Guan frowned slightly. "Is it about the true god?" Qin Guan replied, "The true god is only a part of it. The biggest reason is the great deist brush master's arrangement." Ye Guan sounded puzzled as he asked, "Arrangement?" "Yes," Qin Guan said with a nod. She then turned to Ye Guan and stared deeply at him before saying, "You have a very difficult path ahead of you." Ye Guan smiled. "It's okay. Little Jia and I will protect Guanxian Universe." Qin Guan smiled and exclaimed, "I trust you both." Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Mother, have you ever met the true god?" Qin Guan nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan asked, "What kind of person is she?" Qin Guan said softly, "She's like your aunt." Ye Guan froze and went quiet. Qin Guan smiled, "Your aunt is scary and quite extreme. Other than your father, everyone else is a mere ant in her eyes. I'm not exaggerating it. She really thinks that way. She's also very fierce and decisive. Once left with no other choice, she becomes exceedingly ruthless to the point of even killing herself in exchange for power." Ye Guan was stunned. He shook his head with a smile and muttered, "That's." Qin Guan said, "Your aunt, your grandfather, and your uncle, whom you haven't met yet, are at odds with each other. They've been itching to fight each other, and they finally no longer have to hold back because your father has finally taken that step. Things have gotten really troublesome. As we speak, they're fighting beyond the periphery of the universes, but the shockwaves of their moves alone are enough to obliterate universes. In fact, their fighting has been causing the constant collapse of the universe's boundary. If it weren't for you and your father, the Guanxian universe and the true universe would have been annihilated long ago," Qin Guan said. "The universe's boundary is constantly collapsing?" Ye Guan was stupefied. "What are they doing? Are they trying to expand the universes?" Qin Guan looked at Ye Guan and said confidently, "I'm sure you know that the true god has been suppressing the true universe's tribulation." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan let out a sigh. Ye Guan asked, "What is the issue?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "Your father and I are the most worried about the great deist brush master rather than the true god. It's also the reason your father had asked your aunt to protect you. How about?" Ye Guan trailed off, seemingly hesitating before continuing. "How about we move decisively and kill the great deist brush master? That way, we'll be uprooting the problem by its roots, which will prevent future issues." Little Pagoda had no idea what to say upon hearing that. Upon hearing Ye Guan's words, Qin Guan shook her head with a smile. "If it were that simple, we would have done it a long time ago." Ye Guan smiled wryly. Actually, he thought that the great deist brush master was a pretty reasonable individual. Of course, he could sense that the other party wasn't simple and seemed to be planning something. A scheme from such a powerful cultivator was definitely beyond him, so he didn't want to bother with it. His parents would handle those beyond him? Qin Guan suddenly said, "Anyway, your marriage is more important right now. Tomorrow is your big day, so you need to prepare well tonight." Ye Guan smiled. "All right." Nalan Jia also nodded slightly, feeling both excited and a bit nervous about tomorrow. It would be her first time, after all. Qin Guan looked at Ye Guan and smiled. "I want to talk to your fiancé." Ye Guan was surprised. Qin Guan asked, "Do you mind?" "Sure, go ahead." Ye Guan said with a smile before leaving. After walking away, he inwardly asked, "Master Pagoda, can you help me eavesdrop?" Little Pagoda asked, "Do you want me to die?" Ye Guan was speechless. In the distance, Qin Guan held Nalan Jia's hand, and the two slowly walked side by side. Nalan Jia was staring silently at Qin Guan. Qin Guan smiled, "Are you under a lot of pressure?" Nalan Jia responded, "Yes." Qin Guan smiled and called out softly, "Little AI." Little AI appeared next to her and bowed deeply. Qin Guan looked at Little AI and said, "From now on, Little Jia's words are my words." Little AI nodded. "I understand." Qin Guan looked at Nalan Jia and said, "The cloth sachet contains something capable of mass destruction, and it's too strong for you to control at the moment. However, Little AI here will help you become even stronger so you can eventually use it." "Okay," replied Nalan Jia. Qin Guan smiled and said, "As the wife of the Academy Master of the Guanxian Academy, you must be both competent and strong. Without strength, some people will lose respect for you, thinking that you are easily deceived, so you should learn to handle what's inside the cloth sachet." Nalan Jia nodded. "Okay." Qin Guan grinned and said, "It's going to be tough to manage two powerful superpowers, but it's okay. Take it slow, I'll be supporting you all the way." Nalan Jia felt warm. Although they had only met twice, she could feel that Qin Guan truly regarded her as one of her own. Qin Guan continued walking away with Nalan Jia. The waters of the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion are both muddy and deep. You are kind, which is great, but it is a double-edged sword. I want you to remember that if someone deceives you with a smile, you must be decisive when it's time to kill them. Don't show mercy. Ye Guan's eyes turned cold at that. She could still remember what had transpired in Little Guan City. What had happened had almost ruined her relationship with her son, so she still couldn't quite move on from it. I did not nurture you all for you to disrespect my son. Things hadn't changed, rather, the subject had changed. Ye Guan's forces had to respect her daughter-in-law as well. In the past, she wanted to protect everyone, but now, she only wanted to dote on her son. Nothing mattered aside from her son. Nalanjia nodded at Ye Guan's words and said solemnly, I understand. Ye Guan was all smiles while staring at Ye Guan. She really liked her daughter-in-law. In addition to being beautiful, she also understood the bigger picture. Moreover, Nalanjia hadn't abandoned her son when he was at his lowest point in life. In fact, she had even tried his best to save him. Nalanjia's love for Ye Guan was sincere, which was why Ye Guan liked her a lot. The two chattered happily, and they didn't look like a pair of mother and daughter-in-law, they looked more like sisters. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze at them. What are they talking about? It was a pity that Master Pagoda was too much of a coward to eavesdrop. Ye Guan eventually came to a halt and turned to Ye Guan with a smile. Come here. Ye Guan quickly headed over. Ye Guan said, I will leave you both to talk. I still have things to prepare for tomorrow. With that, she turned around and left. After she left, Ye Guan turned to Nalanjia. What were you talking about with mother? Nalanjia held up the cloth sachet in her hand and smiled. She wants me to learn how to use the things in this sachet. Ye Guan looked at it curiously and asked, what's in there? Nalanjia winked and exclaimed, not telling you. Ye Guan pursed his lips and said, that belongs to me. Nalanjia laughed. But this is mine now. Ye Guan suddenly hugged her and exclaimed, but you're mine. Nalanjia instantly blushed. Meanwhile, Little Ai chimed in, young mistress, if you have no orders for me, can I leave for the time being? Ye Guan and Nalanjia immediately let go of each other. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and said, I forgot there's another person here. Little Ai calmly corrected, I'm not a person. Ye Guan was confused. He frowned while staring deeply at Little Ai. She's not a person? Ye Guan was confused, but he was in awe at the same time. Little Ai smiled softly while looking at Nalanjia. Young mistress, if you have any orders, you can just call my name, and I'll appear. With that, she vanished into thin air. Nalanjia looked at Ye Guan and smiled. I'm going to the Nalan residence. Ye Guan smiled as well and said, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Nalanjia grinned. I'll be waiting for you, then. After Nalanjia's departure, Ye Guan took a deep breath before returning to his residence. Ye Guan entered the world inside the tiny pagoda to cultivate, but he just couldn't get into the right mindset. His mind was filled with thoughts related to his wedding the next day. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Master Pagoda, have you been married? Little Pagoda was bewildered. Ye Guan shook his head, smiling. He sat cross-legged and said seriously, Master Pagoda, tomorrow, the true universe and the heaven-seizing universe. You're invincible tomorrow. Little Pagoda interrupted. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Daybreak had just arrived, but the entire ancient desolate city was already bustling with activity. Ye Guan emerged slowly from the Ye residence. Today, Ye Guan was wearing a long red robe, and a dragon crown was sitting on top of his head. He had always been handsome, but his looks had become practically unrivaled after today's meticulous grooming. Ye Guan stared deeply into the distance. Ye Qing, Han Zong, and the others were already waiting for him. Ye Guan was going to get married today, and they made sure to attend his wedding. Surveying the crowd, Ye Guan saw many familiar faces. Brother Ye Guan. Ye Qing led a horse toward him and smiled. Let's go and fetch your bride. Fetch my bride. Ye Guan laughed. Let's go. Ye Guan hopped onto the horse. Ye Qing chuckled and said, let's go. He held the reins of the horse and started walking away. Han Zong and the rest followed closely behind them, along with the excited members of the Ye clan. Ye Guan had chosen to get married in the Ye clan. What did that mean? It meant Ye Guan had always thought of the Ye clan as his home. The Ye clan's overall prowess was paltry at best, but they still had prestige in the Guanxian universe. It was a prestige born from their relationship with Ye Guan, and it made many people stare at the Ye clan members with envy. The Ye clan was truly lucky. The heavens had stood by their side and had blessed them with such immense luck. Of course, those in the know were aware that Ye clan's current heights were only made possible by Ye Xiao's decision many years ago. If it hadn't been for his decision, the Ye clan would have experienced a catastrophe rather than a meteoric rise. Ye Xiao's decision and Ye Guan's existence had also become the reason the clans and sects throughout Nanzhou had become more generous to their disciples and members who were less talented than others. After all, who could say for sure that there wouldn't be a second Ye Guan? And what if that second Ye Guan was among the less talented of their clans and sects? Moreover, even the less talented members of their clans and sects were still members of their own clans and sects people, so the clans and sects believed that they had nothing to lose in treating a fellow sect member or clan member right. It was better to leave some room for reconciliation. One shouldn't be too ruthless. A seemingly endless sea of people surrounded Ye Guan as he rode on a horse. The procession headed straight to the Nalan residence. Ye Guan was flanked by the disciples of the Sword sect under the leadership of Chen Guanzi, while Yuan Gong and Qin Shui followed closely behind him. The entire Sword sect had come here to witness Ye Guan's wedding. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at the Nalan residence. The Nalan residence was decorated lavishly, and the festive mood in the residence was so thick that it was palpable. Nalan Jia, clad in a phoenix dress, slowly walked out of the Nalan residence. No one could see her face at the moment, but one would be hard-pressed to find anyone who still hadn't heard of her beauty. Nalan Jia and Ye Guan were truly a match made in heaven. Nalan Ming and a woman walked up to Nalan Jia's side. The two led Nalan Jia to Ye Guan. Nalan Ming smiled at Ye Guan and said, "All I ask of you is for you to treat her well." Ye Guan took Nalan Jia's hand and slowly knelt down together. Nalan Ming quickly moved to stop him. "There is no need to do this. Please don't." Ye Guan was the king of the Guanxian universe. He was also the son of the Sword Master and Pavilion Master Qin. How could he let him kneel? However, Ye Guan insisted. Today, he was just Ye Guan, he wasn't the king of the Guanxian universe. In addition, he truly had a lot of respect for the Nalan clan. He could still remember how the Nalan clan hadn't chosen to kick him when he was down and had come to end the betrothal between him and Nalan Jia. Nalan Ming felt anxious upon seeing Ye Guan slowly kneeling toward him. He couldn't help but feel self-conscious. He was surrounded by powerful cultivators on Ye Guan's side, after all. Eventually, Ye Guan and Nalan Jia bowed deeply toward Nalan Ming. Ye Guan said, "Father, Mother, I'll treat little Jia well." Nalan Ming moved to make Ye Guan stand up. He then grinned and exclaimed, "Great." The woman next to him was all smiles as well. Nalan Jia's lips behind the veil were suffused with a smile upon seeing Ye Guan being so respectful toward her parents. Her eyes glimmered with warmth as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan held Nalan Jia's hand and turned. Just in time, a wedding sedan pulled up. Ye Guan helped Nalan Jia into the wedding sedan before hopping onto his horse. "Let's go," he exclaimed. "Brother Ye Guan, wait." Ye Qing called out. Ye Guan stopped and turned to look at Ye Qing in confusion. Ye Qing sounded serious as he said, "You still haven't given the betrothal gifts." Ye Guan froze and felt helpless. Betrothal gifts? He had not prepared this at all. What was he going to do? Just then, Qing Feng appeared before the Nalan residence. He grinned before shouting, "The Yang family's betrothal gift is here? It's the entire Immortal Treasures Pavilion." The entire Immortal Treasures Pavilion? The witnesses were dumbstruck. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's value was as good as immeasurable. It was a gift so valuable that it exceeded the combined value of the Sword Master's betrothal gifts when he got married. The witnesses found it all too surreal upon realizing that no wedding in the past nor in the future would be more grand and lavish than today's wedding. Some members of the Nalan clan fainted from delight upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration. The entire Immortal Treasures Pavilion was the betrothal gift. Of course, they were aware that the gift belonged to Nalan Jia alone, but she was still a member of the Nalan clan. She just had to help them, and the entire Nalan clan would soar to infinity and beyond. The clan members cheered in joy, but Nalan Ming immediately put a halt to their cheers. Qing Feng brought a black box over to Nalan Ming. He smiled with utmost respect and said, "This is Pavilion Master Qin's gift to the Nalan clan. This will protect the Nalan clan for thousands of years." Nalan Ming hesitated before saying, "Thank you." With that, he accepted the box. Ye Guan broke out into a grin and exclaimed, "Let's go. Back to the Ye residence?" Just then, Little Pagoda's voice echoed. "A familiar aura is coming. Fuck."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.